Picture it, candlelight, quiet halls, and our red-headed hero not even out of the bathroom yet. His butler knocks and checks if the young lord is still in the bathroom. Cale calls back that he will be right out, toweling off without a shred of urgency. Downstairs, the staff already have his water waiting, like clockwork. Meet Ron, his most trusted servant, and fun fact, a retired assassin from across the sea. Polite smile, completely unreadable soul. Cale is already scheming to pawn this scary old man off on Choi Han the moment he gets the chance. He mutters that he is surrounded by dangerous people. Even his own servant is a trained killer, so he had better learn to protect himself. Word is a war is about to swallow the whole continent, and Cale intends to prepare himself for a nice, long, boring life instead. Come morning, he asks for something simple for breakfast, nothing fancy. Then he immediately admires himself in the mirror, convinced anything looks amazing on this body. Confidence, unearned, undeterred. His butler just agrees that his looks can make or break an outfit. What else is there to say? He strolls into the dining hall like he owns the place. Give it time, he might. The staff practically trip over their own greetings, nerves written all over their faces. Cale clocks it immediately. Seriously, is everyone here scared stiff of him? Turns out, when he is drunk, Cale gets a little destructive, nothing violent, just clumsy chaos. That is exactly how he earned the nickname the Lout. Honestly, Cale is fine with the reputation. Being left alone is basically the whole plan. He thanks Ron for the help and heads off to breakfast, easy as that. Time for the real show, breakfast with the family he would rather avoid entirely. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Cale's family. There is his father, Cale Henituse, head of the household, and his stepmother Violin, who would honestly rather he did not exist. Then there is his stepbrother Bassin and his stepsister Lily, rounding out the most awkward family table in the empire. The family barely glances his way. As far as they are concerned, the less Cale around, the better. His father grumbles that he is late again. Cale just takes his seat like nothing happened. See, the Count does not have much real power, but he has got money, and that is exactly why the Countess and her kids keep their distance from Cale. Which, weirdly enough, makes this dysfunctional household the perfect place for Cale to disappear into an ordinary life. He brushes off a question with a flat nothing, figuring everyone is just uncomfortable around him. Best to eat fast and bail. Then he takes one bite of sausage and grins like it is the best thing he has ever eaten, purely to mess with everyone. Jumpy over there, also known as Bassin, practically drops his fork. Cale smiled, cue the full-body shudder. Someone mutters an apology, wondering out loud what is wrong with him, while Cale is already reaching for the wine. He savors it with a long, exaggerated hum, milking the moment for everything it is worth. Everyone eats in dead silence until Cale casually announces the meal is delicious. Someone actually flinches. He almost blurts out that it tastes like garbage, catches himself, and smoothly backpedals into delicious, leaving his father completely baffled. Everyone scrambles to play along, relieved, while Cale is quietly thinking about how much he loves playing the family screw-up. Nobody is calling him rude today, which he counts as a win. Next on his mental checklist, get on Bassin's good side. Because if this whole scheme falls apart, the backup plan is simple. Grab some cash and run somewhere the war cannot find him. He calmly wipes his mouth, cool as ever, like he did not just plot his own escape route mid-breakfast. His father actually asks if there is anything he needs. Cale pauses and you can practically see the gears turning. His answer, money, just all of it basically. His father actually agrees and Cale pushes his luck, asking for as much as humanly possible. Somehow, it works. That grin says it all, mission extremely successful. Even Cale is a little stunned by how much he actually got. Turns out this family is not just wealthy. They are filthy rich, and that changes absolutely everything for his plans. He quietly slips Ron a cut of the haul, no questions needed, just another day for his favorite ex-assassin. Checking the date, Cale realizes he is running out of time. There is somewhere someone he needs to get to, Choi Han. That is the swordsman himself, cloaked and ready, the ally Cale has been counting on all along. Because Choi Han is on his way to Weston, and soon, whatever Cale is really planning, the pieces are already moving. A carriage clatters to a stop on a quiet backstreet. Something tells you this visit is not exactly official business. Boots hit the cobblestones. Whoever just stepped out clearly isn't in a rush to be noticed. One cool, appraising glance around the street. This isn't the kind of guy who blends in even when he's trying to. He stops in front of a cozy little shop signed poetry and tea house. Odd hideout for someone like him. Cal waves off the man beside him without a second thought. "You may go now," he says like it's the easiest thing in the world. The butler practically jumps. "Sir," he grabs for Cal's sleeve, but Cal just shakes him off. "Don't make me say it twice." The butler backs away, stunned. Cal doesn't want him tagging along. "Yes, I'll be a while," Cal says, and the shop bell jingles as he steps inside. One customer nearly chokes on his own drink the second Cal walks in. Guess this guy makes an entrance without even trying. The whole room goes dead quiet. Nothing kills a conversation like a stranger who radiates main character energy. Patrons whisper as he strides down the stairs like he owns the place. Honestly, they're not far off. The clerk practically lights up, slamming the door shut behind him. "Welcome, someone's about to earn a very generous commission today." Word spreads fast about the other big spender in the room, Bilos, the wealthy family's illegitimate son. The whispers are not kind. "He looks like a piggy bank," someone mutters, and honestly, they're not wrong. Cal just strolls past, unbothered. "The third floor is mine today," Cal announces. "Bring me some tea, nothing sour, not a request, never a request." He asks if the shop even carries novels or just poetry. The clerk practically salutes. "Of course they've got a wide selection, my lord." "Then send up your best thriller with that tea," Cal says, and flicks over a tip that's about to make someone's whole week. The clerk nearly faints. $1,000,000 galleons is way too generous for a tip. Cal just shrugs. "Well, I'm loaded." That's the tip, plain and simple. The clerk's mind is already racing. This could be his big break. Because if there's one thing Cal's good at, it's throwing money around loud enough that nobody looks too closely at anything else. Tea in hand, Cal finally settles in with his book, letting the world outside go quiet for a while. The story pulls him in fast. A swordsman named Choi Han turned away at the castle gates just that morning. Choi Han had come to report in person, but the book says he cared more about mourning the dead than chasing down whoever was responsible, like it drove him half mad. "He's got a big heart," Cal murmurs. Then the page turns darker, and so does the story. Some noble screams that the dead peasants have nothing to do with his county. That one glass of wine he's holding is worth more than all their lives put together. Somewhere in the shadows, someone else is taking a very different kind of interest in all this. "How interesting," they murmur. "I wonder if..." Cal slams the book shut. Shall we find out? Whatever he just read, it clearly didn't stay just a story to him. He can't shake it. "I can't believe that's how the story plays out," he mutters, a chill running down his spine. "I should stop thinking about the book," he tells himself, rubbing his temple. Easier said than done, clearly. Something outside catches his eye. Down in the courtyard, guards are stopping someone at the gate. It's Choi Han, Cal realizes. Are they seriously asking him for identification? Of course he doesn't have any. Why would a wandering swordsman carry official papers? "Ah, there he goes," Cal mutters, watching Choi Han turned away and walking off exactly like the book said he would. From what Cal remembers of the story, Choi Han doesn't give up that easily. He'll wait for nightfall first. Then he'll climb the castle walls to sneak in and run straight into a very drunk man named Cal. Wait, Cal, as in him. "I'm going out for a while," Cal tells the clerk. "Leave my seat untouched. Some things are non-negotiable." "Yes, my lord," the clerk answers, watching him head straight for the door. The door creaks open, then slams shut behind him. Time to see if this crazy book theory actually holds up. Back at the estate, the staff are already gossiping in hushed tones. "Lord, Cal," one of them starts, clearly bracing for bad news. Left without breaking anything, they're floored. Cal, unbothered, just calls out, "I can hear you, you know." "Anyway," Cal says, shaking it off, "I need to build up my strength. Enough to protect himself against anyone seriously dangerous. That much, at least, feels non-negotiable now. But not too strong, mind you, Cal's very clear on that. Just enough for a long, comfortable life, thank you very much." Because otherwise, trouble always finds company, and with wars brewing across the continent, trouble's coming whether he's ready or not. There are ancient powers scattered across this world, the kind most people only ever read about. And out of all of them, what Cale actually wants is something intangible, a shield like the ones mages conjure out of thin air. Big ambitions, smaller errand, right now he's just here for the bread. Cale stands outside the bakery, arms crossed, looking every bit like a man plotting world-saving strategy, or maybe just picking breakfast. Today, he decides I begin my quest to obtain the unbreakable shield, and with that, a very lazy legend begins. Cale strolls into the local bakery and the poor baker nearly jumps out of his skin. My lord," the man stammers, snapping to attention like his life depends on it. Honestly, it might. Cale sighs, not even fazed anymore, he's that used to people flinching at him. All he wants is bread. Just bread. The baker blinks, totally thrown, like he expected a death threat, not a grocery order. He flips a coin onto the counter without even looking, then casually points out where the buying spree should start. Everything from here, he says, like he's ordering a snack, not clearing out half the shop. The baker frantically nods along, pointing out the exact shelf just to make sure he's got the order right. No room for mistakes when your customer looks like Cale. The coin clinks and rolls across the counter as the baker scrambles after it, and Cale just tells him flatly to pack it all up. When the baker fumbles for a second, Cale drops the quiet threat, "Or I can go elsewhere." No shouting needed, the reputation does all the talking. That's all it takes. The baker practically launches into hyperdrive, swearing he'll have it packed in record time, and sprints off like his apron's on fire. Cale ends up hauling a sack of bread bigger than he probably bargained for, and yeah, from the look on his face, that thing is way heavier than it has any right to be. He straightens his coat and lets his mind drift somewhere heavier. I see it now, he thinks. Things are different here than back in Korea. This is a fantasy. A fantasy world, full stop, not a dream, not a fluke. Cale is really living in one now, street lamps and all. As he walks through town, whispers start up around him. People muttering that this Cale must have done some seriously nasty things to earn all these stares. Cale just clicks his tongue and shoots a look at the gossiping crowd. Rude, sure, but also fair enough. He decides he's had enough of the judgmental audience and books it, muttering that he needs to get out of here fast. Someone's watching him from behind a barrel though, a wary local kid, golden eyes tracking his every move like he might explode at any second. He trudges past the edge of town and out into open fields, boots squelching through the mud on his way to wherever this errand is taking him. The wind kicks up as he finally reaches high ground. I made it pretty far up, he notes, casually surveying the view like he owns the place. He grumbles that the bag is ridiculously heavy for something that's just full of bread, then spots something in the distance, an old wooden door tucked into an old stone wall. He shoves it open and the ancient wood practically crumbles under his hand. Cale wonders just how old this place even is as he steps through, clearly not the freshest real estate in the kingdom. And there it is, looming ahead, a massive, ominous tree that immediately sets the mood. The wind howls past it as Cale sizes it up, muttering that this thing has got to be centuries old. Suddenly he's shouting, "No, don't go near that tree." Turns out he just spotted a little kid wandering way too close to it. He waves the kid back, putting himself between the child and whatever's lurking in that trunk. "It will eat you," he warns, dead serious, not a shred of exaggeration in his voice. Because that's exactly what this thing is. A flesh-eating tree, and not the metaphorical kind. Rumor has it, anyone who's ever hung themselves from its branches rotted to pieces by morning. Cale just grins at that because of course he's about to go poking around it anyway. This, he realizes, is exactly the tree he's been hunting for, and the legend behind it goes back a long, long way. Once upon a time, a girl who served the gods got herself kicked out of the temple for being way too obsessed with food. And right where she died, a tree sprouted up, soaking every ounce of her grief and power into its roots. All of it locked inside this exact tree. Cale digs a loaf of bread out of his bag because apparently that's the key. Somewhere in there is the power of an unbreakable shield, and Cale is determined to pry it loose. As he searches for the exact spot, a couple of nearby kids start mumbling that he's going to die. Cale just rolls his eyes at people who can't mind their own business. The two kids, one gray-haired, one clinging close to her, march right up and warn him flat out, that tree eats people and he's going to die. Cale just tosses his bag aside and brushes them off. "I'll be fine," he says, "get lost." The kids grab onto his coat in a panic, insisting it kills people, seemingly forgetting they're talking to the guy everyone in town already calls Cale the Lout. Cale shoots them a look that could curdle milk, and the little one tugs at her sister's sleeve, ready to bail. They finally back off, the older one glancing back one last time, quietly hoping he doesn't actually die out here. Cale just clicks his tongue again, alone now, and gets back to business. "All right," he mutters, "let's try this again," heading straight back toward that hungry old tree. He grabs a loaf and feeds it right into the hollow at the tree's base, and the thing just sucks it in like a vacuum. "There it goes," he mutters, yanking his hand back just in time. Apparently the tree wanted seconds, his hand included. Cale figures the old folk method is probably the most reliable way to crack this thing open, so he keeps feeding it loaf after loaf. The hollow just swallows the light, pitch black and bottomless, like it's hiding something down there. According to what he's read, you have to keep feeding it until the darkness inside actually fades away. That shadow apparently is the weight of the dead girl's sorrow. Only once it lifts will any light show through. So Cale grips tight and keeps pushing, figuring if he can just coax that light out, the unbreakable shield will finally be his. He grits his teeth and pulls with everything he's got. And just like that, a pile of bread comes tumbling back out, Cale staring at his haul like he can't quite believe it actually worked. Deep in the woods sits a strange hollow carved into an old tree, dark, silent, and more than a little unsettling. Cale crouches nearby, muttering that another 10 bags ought to do it. Then a sudden gust makes him freeze and glance up. Even Cale admits this shadowy hole creeps him out. He jokes that the thing is practically radiating resentment. He doesn't linger. With a quiet promise to be back tomorrow, he slips off into the trees. Two little kids creep out and dig into the bread he left behind, munching away without a care in the world. Cale walks off grumbling that he only did it so the kids don't stick their heads in that cursed hole and get eaten. Purely practical, he insists, definitely not for them. The kids are still too spooked to go near the tree themselves. Cale's parting warning, keep quiet about this or no more bread tomorrow. Later that night, Cale steps out of a cozy little bookshop. "Are you leaving, my lord?" the clerk asks. "Yeah," he is all he offers back. The clerk lingers by the door, hoping he'll come back soon, and can't resist mentioning how good the tea was. Turns out Cale actually got halfway through a book here and had opinions. He liked that the hero got real credit for his skills and his growth. Then, dead serious, "Don't let anyone else read that copy." The clerk beams and promises to keep it set aside just for him. "Please visit us again, I'll be waiting," the clerk calls out. Cale, already halfway down the street, just shrugs it off with an awkward sure. A little while later he turns up at a bar, and the second the staff spot him, one guy nearly jumps out of his skin. The whole room breaks into bowing and murmuring panic. Cale notes with a smirk that everyone's terrified of him. Fair enough too, Cale has a well-earned habit of smashing everything in sight once he starts drinking. He just tosses a coin at the bartender and moves on. "The usual," he says, then adds, "oddly specific roasted chicken breast, no salt." The bartender's thrown. "Don't you want a table first?" Back inside, the bar goes quiet. Every lowlife in the place is too scared to even meet his eyes. Which is honestly a little strange. Most troublemaker nobles run with a crowd of thugs and thrill seekers. Not Cale, he can't stand people like that. As far as he's concerned, they're just vermin. His drink arrives, and judging by what he always orders, it has to be the priciest bottle in the house. The cork pops and the wine goes everywhere. Cale tips the bottle straight back and chugs it, wiping his mouth after like it's nothing at all. That is a stiff drink. Cale heads out into the night, counting his steps from the gate. He follows the castle wall exactly 100 steps, then leans in for a look. Just as he thought, this is the exact spot where Choi Han once leaped over these walls, right onto a stray kitten that happened to be lying there. Turns out the poor guy sprained his ankle trying to dodge a bunch of meowing cats mid-jump. Underneath all that hooded, silent gruffness, Cale figures, this Choi Han is actually a total softie. And there he is right on cue, hunched alone in the dark. Choi Han's heart is pounding, he's clearly on edge, hoping he won't be noticed. Cale, having had a bit to drink already, settles on a plan, needle him a little but still land a decent first impression. Ahem, you two look hungry, he says, pulling out bread, though he's clearly talking to the cats and not the swordsman watching him from the shadows. He tears off pieces and feeds the strays one by one. Poor things, he mutters, sliding the food their way. He keeps tearing bread apart, wondering out loud if cats can even handle chicken breast, so that's what that order was for. The cats hiss at first, then let him scratch their heads. Get well soon, you poor little things, he says, a far softer side than that bar full of terrified drunks ever sees. Cale finally glances over at Choi Han properly. Need a place to sleep, he asks. Aren't you hungry too? He keeps stroking the cats while they eat, figuring Choi Han's silence just means the guy is quietly sizing him up. Aren't you going to answer? Cale presses. Choi Han finally mutters, barely audible, I'm starving. Something shifts in Choi Han's face as he finally speaks up, and he pushes himself to his feet. The two of them stand there on the castle grounds for a long moment, sizing each other up under the night sky. Fine, Cale finally says, moonlight catching his face, then follow me. I'll give you some food, he adds simply. And just like that, Cale's got himself a new companion, proof that the fastest way to anyone's heart really is through their stomach. Late night, dark streets, Cale's got a companion in tow, and by the look of that wobble, the guy is not thrilled to be here. A stray cat throws him a look and Cale can't help but soften. I usually hate cats, he thinks, but these guys are pretty cute. The cats swarm him, nuzzling in like they already own him, while his companion just stares. Now that they've noticed him, Cale figures he can't just walk away. I guess you like me, he mutters, giving the cat one last pat before admitting he really does have to go. He says his goodbyes, but one cat hisses right at his companion. Not everyone gets the warm welcome and the strays go scampering off into the dark. Cale breathes out a relieved phew as the meowing fades behind him and the two of them keep walking. One more soft spot he'll never admit to having. Home at last, the manor looms up out of the dark as Cale and his companion finally make it back. Walking the halls, Cale can practically feel the guy sizing him up like he's still trying to work out if Cale's an easy kill or not. The question catches him off guard. Aren't you coming? Cale actually flinches at being called my lord like that. Watching a couple of nervous servants fidget in the distance, Cale grumbles to himself that he really wishes people would stop stammering my lord every time he walks by. It's just not pleasant, he thinks, hearing people stutter around him constantly, but he waves the next one in anyway. You may enter. The gate clunks shut behind them as the manor's silhouette settles into the night. Inside, the household's old butler bows deep. Welcome back, Lord Cale. Cale gives him a flat, familiar hello, Ron. Cale can hardly believe the old man actually waited up for him. In his head, he's already nicknamed him the scary old man. The tension between the old butler and Cale's new swordsman is so thick you could practically watch the sparks fly. The butler offers to attend to the newcomer personally, a threat dressed up as hospitality, but Cale just waves it off with an easy it's okay. Enter the deputy butler Hans, who wastes no time scolding him for coming home drunk again. This guy's in charge of me, Cale sighs like it's a personal cross to bear. Cale tosses something his way without warning. Poor Hans yelps, catches it, and goes red just being told to throw it away. Before Hans can even recover, Cale's already walking off. My lord, where are you going? He squawks, chasing after him. Turns out there's one more introduction on tonight's agenda. His swordsman, Choi Han, still has someone new to meet. Cale spots his target with a sly grin. This is exactly who he was looking for. Working the kitchen with an ice-cold stare is Ron's own son, the household's chef, Vikras. Cale can't get over it. The guy's been cooking this whole time with that death glare locked in and those massive hands. So why exactly does Choi Han need to meet him? Simple, Vikras once watched Choi Han absolutely wreck Cale in a fight, and he was so impressed he decided to follow him ever since. Cal's already 3 steps ahead, scheming with a grin. Introduce Vikros to Choi Han now, and dear old Dad Ron is sure to tag along too. 2 birds, 1 stone. Step 1, get the chef cooking. Cook something for this man, he says he's hungry. Cal orders, and Vikros, not thrilled about it, grits out an obedient "all right, sir." Just like that, Vikros, Choi Han, and even old Ron are all tangled up together now, whether they like it or not. Cal can't stop grinning. His little household web is finally connected. Naturally, Cal doesn't stop there. Prepare something for me too, I'm hungry as well, he adds, and obviously only the finest ingredients will do. Yesterday's steak apparently was excellent. High praise from a guy who never stops eating on someone else's dime. Cal doesn't even blink before ordering another round. Something like that steak would be good, make it quick, he says, sending Choi Han off to fetch the ingredients himself. Hans comes rushing up with a different problem entirely. My lord, what should I do with that man? Cal barely turns around. He's my guest, but do whatever you want with him. Cold as ever underneath all that softness he'd never admit to. Networking's officially done for the day. Just bring my dinner to my room, he tells Hans, already done with people for the night. Elsewhere in the city, someone's been keeping tabs on him. Word is he stopped by a tea shop owned by a merchant's disgraced son, and apparently brought home some unidentified boy while he was at it. On top of everything, this powerful lord notes with a raised brow that Cal barely touched a drink tonight either. Should I have someone tail him, my lord? A servant asks. The answer comes back flat no. He's got eyes on everything that happens in his county already. All he needs is for this one to keep watching and reporting back. The servant bows and disappears, leaving the lord alone with his thoughts. He sits with it a long moment, turning the reports over in his head. Something clearly isn't adding up. And there it is, the conclusion he can't shake. Cal has changed. In his study, Count Henituse sits with his fingers laced together, turning one thought over and over. Something is different about his son, Cal. It is not that Cal got any smarter or stronger. No, what is bugging the Count is stranger than that his son's whole behavior has shifted. Downstairs, that very son sits at the dinner table, quiet and different, while Dad watches every move like he is reading a ledger. So the Count calls in his aide Hans and gets straight to the point. Dig up everything you can find on Flynn's bastard son. Hans bows and gets moving. The door clicks shut behind him. Whatever is going on here, it is bigger than one nobleman's suspicious kid. Cut to the guy himself. Cal, strolling the halls, blissfully unaware his own father is quietly opening a case file on him. Bigger picture time? Tension is creeping across the whole continent, and for generations the Henituse family has survived by quietly protecting what is theirs and expanding, little by little. Flashback to a gentler moment, a younger version of that same fatherly figure kneeling down to 2 kids and telling them the family motto is dead simple, just strive for peace and happiness. Sweet. Also a little ominous, considering everything. Morning rolls around and Cal wakes up feeling flat out queasy, greeted by Ron holding out a cup of lemonade like it is medicine. Bold way to start the day. Ron, all silver hair and sly smile, informs him he let Cal sleep in instead of waking him. Cal just stares back, unimpressed. Cal actually asks if Ron hurt his neck. Ron, clearly delighted, wants to know if his lord is showing him concern. Cal grabs his cup and pointedly does not answer. It's nothing serious, Ron says, brushing it off, but the flash of a scuffle behind his eyes says otherwise. Somebody has been busy. Ron's excuse, a kitten with sharp claws scratched me a little. Cal just gulps down his drink, silently wondering which unlucky soul that kitten actually was. Cup raised, Ron asks the obvious follow-up. Is his lord heading out right away? Yes, I have some things to take care of, Cal says, heading for the door. Ron lets him go, though he pauses just a beat too long before opening it. Cal actually admits the lemonade was good. Ron, caught off guard, can only manage, and is that so? Cal immediately regrets giving him the satisfaction and starts grumbling to himself about why Ron even asked about his neck in the first place. He yanks the door open and comes face to face with a black-cloaked stranger just standing there. Door meets face, basically. Cal nearly jumps out of his skin, clutching his chest and yelping for Ron. heart absolutely pounding. Ron hustles over, mildly amused. He did not expect his lord to be that startled. Turns out yesterday's guest has been camped outside the door this whole time. You opened the door too fast for me to warn you, Ron explains. He tried to get the guest to wait in his room, but the man refused to budge. Cal is not buying the excuse. Mean old man, he mutters. Cal sighs it off. He knows Ron did not do it on purpose and turns to face the stranger waiting at his door. What is it? Cal asks. The guest just stands there, silent as a statue, great conversationalist. The stranger turns to go, muttering one word under his breath, repay. Turns out he means it literally for the food, he says, insisting on repaying Cal somehow. Cal blinks, thrown by the whole idea. You do not have to, Cal says. Is that everything? Even as he scowls it off, he is already thinking it would be crazy to put this guy to work. And then a better idea hits him. I have a favor to ask, Cal says. The stranger's fist clenches. He can already guess what is coming. Help cleaning up the whole town of Harris. The guest tries to dodge it fast. You do not need to involve me. Ask Hans. He is a capable deputy butler. He will do just about anything. Cal is not letting him off that easy. He grabs him and adds, Ron is also a very capable man. He calls Ron over on the spot. This is my guest. Help him out however he needs. Congratulations, you are both drafted. The stranger tries one more angle, quiet and serious. But you do not even know who I am, my lord. Cal shrugs it off completely. Do I need a reason to help someone in need? Classic soft-hearted lout behavior dressed up as indifference. Besides, Cal adds, I doubt you will ask for anything too crazy, and if you do, Hans will just turn you down anyway. Problem solved, apparently. Lord Cal, someone calls out as the group heads off down the hall, and somewhere in the back of his mind, Ron is already resolving to do right by this stranger. Cal just keeps walking, quiet for once, letting the moment sit. In his head, though, he is muttering something odd to himself. Whatever, all the main events are reserved for the main character and his companions anyway. Weirdly specific thing to say. The stranger catches that mutter and files it away. Interesting, he thinks. From what he remembers, this fearless little puppy hates sour food. And yet this morning, puppy or not, Cal drank that whole sour cup without complaint. Noted. Looks like the fearless puppy is actually scared of something, the stranger figures, touching his own collar thoughtfully. Question is, does he know something he should not? Hey, the stranger calls out, catching a glimpse of something that gives him pause. Show me the way, he says instead, but inside he is already sizing Ron up. A guy playing the upright butler with hands that are anything but clean. He walks off, cloak trailing behind him, one last thought settling in. This one is seriously twisted. He glances back over his shoulder, weighing exactly how much he still does not know about this household. And just like that, Cal leads his new, very suspicious house guest deeper into Henituse territory. What could possibly go wrong? Our not-so-noble hero heads out under a big tree with a sack slung over his shoulder. Whatever he's up to, he's not exactly advertising it. Nuts shake loose from the branches above and drop right where he wants them. From somewhere in the grass, a low murmuring voice begs for more, just more. He mutters a tired come on at whatever's whining for seconds. This, he realizes, is the voice of the girl from that book, the one who starved to death while serving the gods. And apparently his father Daruth wants to see him in his study tonight. He doesn't even get the reason before he's already plotting his exit. Sun's going down soon and he's got places to be. He's barely halfway through whatever chore this is, so he picks up the pace. The goal, get at least half of it done today. Two familiar little faces flash through his mind, a couple of street kids who never miss a chance to stare him down. He clicks his tongue, unimpressed with himself for even thinking about them. Turns out he already cleaned out one bakery's shelves yesterday. It'll take them a while to bake more, so it's time to scout a new target. Before he can finish planning his next move, someone spots him and calls out, "My lord." He tells the bakery woman there's plenty of bread waiting for her back at her own shop, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. He flings a bag of coin her way without a second thought. She can barely believe her luck. She bows deep and scurries off, promising to be right back. She offers to bake even more if he wants. Honestly, he's starting to like this woman a lot. He promises to swing by again and tells her to have a bag ready. Just like that, he's lined up bread from 3 different bakeries for tomorrow. This kid's basically running a charity bread ring. He's feeling pretty good about how smoothly this is going. Too bad he doesn't notice someone watching him from the shadows. The mystery watcher squints, wondering just what this guy is really up to and if he's finally lost the plot. He never paid much attention when his own father called Cale an interesting guy. Watching this bread scheme play out, he's starting to see it. Maybe, he figures, this one's just as interesting as that black-haired swordsman everyone keeps talking about. Someone hands him a jar with a little green plant tucked inside, stammering out an explanation. He stares it down, dead unimpressed. This isn't bread, it's not cake either, the kids just shrug. So, growing up, he was just another forgettable orphan, the kind everyone loved to pity from a safe distance. Does anyone really need a reason to pity the poor? He used to hear that line and take it entirely the wrong way. Now that he's older, he gets it. Doesn't mean he has to like it, seeing a hurt kid still just plain annoys him. He tells himself he's not signing up to take care of these kids either. He's just trying to survive one day at a time. He squares his shoulders and keeps walking, sack in tow, like a man with a plan he'd rather not admit to. The murmuring starts up again, begging for more. He just sighs, okay, and shakes the dirt off like this is a totally normal Tuesday. Eat up, he mutters toward the hole. Whatever's down there, it feels a little less bleak now. Guess he got his money's worth. He glances back over his shoulder, wondering if those kids made it home safe. He admits he feels a lot better not having to look at that kid's hurt leg anymore. Then he freezes, something's whimpering close by. Turns out it's just last night's kittens. He shoos them off like they've never even met. Grumbling about making more trouble for himself, he heads back toward the family estate. Back inside, whatever he just heard stops him cold. Could you say that again, please? His father lays it out plain. Cale is going to the royal palace as the family's representative. The palace now, he's stunned. Basin was supposed to be the one going, except technically Cale's the eldest son. Turns out the palace sent out invitations to every noble family's kids for this one. Basin's covered these events for 2 years running. This time it's Cale's turn. A big event at the royal palace, he's already sweating. And here's the part he really doesn't like. In the story he half remembers, this is exactly where a shadowy organization pulls off a terrorist attack on a plaza packed with capital city residents. In that story, Choi Han manages to stop about half of that attack. Just not all of it. Goosebumps again, he genuinely cannot believe he's about to stand right in the middle of that attack. He wonders if he can just send Basin instead since he's the one who usually handles these things. Except no, he doesn't actually want to send anyone into danger either. He can't exactly ask his father to swap him out. Besides, why would the old man send a known troublemaker like him somewhere important? Why the capital, why him? Whatever the reason, he's told he leaves in 5 days. In the story, by day 5, Cale gets thoroughly beaten up by Choi Han, conveniently missing the whole trip. Except that's clearly not how things are playing out this time. His father reminds him he used to attend these gatherings himself before Basin took over. Try to remember what that felt like, he says. It's all happening so fast, and honestly, he's not even sure why it has to be him. He asks for a little time to think it over. His father allows it, a quick bow, a yes sir, and the door clicks shut behind him. Halfway down the hall he freezes mid-thought. Someone asks what's wrong. None of this matches how the story's supposed to go, not when Cale got written out of the line of succession years ago. He lets out a bitter little laugh. Basin's been standing in as heir for 2 years running. And yet, here's his father insisting Cale has every reason to represent the family. That complicates things more than a little. But then again, he figures he can probably handle whatever's coming. Whatever happens, there's a decent chance he makes it home in one piece. And if Basin doesn't survive long enough to inherit the family name, that's a whole different kind of trouble for him. If he wants his easy, cushy little life, Basin needs to stay very much alive. Before he can finish that thought, someone catches up about a favor for a certain guest. He calls for Hans and gives one simple order: bring him to me. Hans blinks, caught off guard, clearly having just wrapped up a certain request from Choi Han. Cale tells him he's headed to the palace in a few days, and if the man refuses to help, there's exactly one line to use. One word delivered ice cold: repayment. He's calling in every chip he's got with Choi Han, and he intends to use it to the absolute best of his advantage. Across the room, Cale watches his oddball crew settle in Ron, Vikras, and Choi Han, and from the look of it, somebody's been eating very well under Ron's care. It's a flash of memory. One of them once turned to his rescuer, stunned, and asked how he could possibly repay the favor. Straight to the point, huh? Truth is, the opening chapters of The Birth of a Hero have quietly started rewriting themselves. He's tried so hard to stick to the story, but the second Cale heads for the capital, the whole city's about to get a lot more chaotic. Cale can't help grinning about it, but first, rewind to where this really started. Before anything else, Cale needed to know exactly what this stranger in front of him could actually do. Call it what it is, a job interview Cale Henituse style. Can you protect someone? Cale asks point blank. Go ahead, my lord, comes the reply, though the question that follows makes it clear the answer isn't so simple. They won't need any of that where they're going, Cale says. It's exactly what it sounds like. Does this guy actually have what it takes to protect someone? He clarifies, letting the question hang in the candlelit room. The stranger's face barely moves, but he's clearly turning the offer over in his head. I'm not sure, he finally admits, shoulders sinking a little. Cale reins himself in, can't push too hard just yet, and instead asks something even heavier. Can you kill a person? The answer comes fast, yes. Then you can guard them too, Cale says. That, though, is a whole different kind of difficult. A difficult job, my lord, he says. Difficult, Cale figures, doesn't mean impossible, not for a guy who, back when he was still Kim Roksu, never got to dodge the hard stuff anyway. That's exactly why waking up as Cale the Lout felt like such a relief at first. Too bad a brand new mountain of trouble just showed up to ruin it. So he needs somebody willing to climb that mountain right alongside him. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, huh? The man murmurs. I suppose you're right, my lord. With that settled, Cale finally asks the obvious question. What's your name? You don't know my name? The man asks, surprised. Oh, Cale knows exactly who he is, the guy who was originally supposed to rough him up. But he's only ever heard it secondhand. Cale wants to hear it straight from the man's own mouth. Choi Han, the man finally says. My name is Choi Han, he repeats properly, offering his hand. And just like that, they shake on it. All right, I'm Cale Henituse, Cale says, with a grin that promises this is only the beginning. Cale slides a document across the table. I have a simple job for you, he says, and Choi Han should probably know by now that simple is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. First up, Rosalind, a neighboring kingdom's princess who barely survived an assassination attempt, and Lark, the Wolf King's heir and the last survivor of the Blue Wolf tribe. Lark looks harmless enough on the surface, but push him too far and he turns into a full-blown, violent wolf beastman. When he goes berserk, that is. As for Rosalind, her destructive power is second only to Choi Han's. Turns out she's shaping up to be a full-on heroine. Not that she's chasing the throne. What she really wants is to build the strongest magic tower on the continent. Every single person who tried to assassinate her got dragged in and interrogated hard by Vikras afterward. Honestly, Cale admits that's the single most terrifying thought he's had in weeks, and coming from him, that's really saying something. Yes, Rosalind and Lark, Cale confirms, stepping closer. And good news, turns out Choi Han can actually read. Anyway, Cale says, unrolling something across the desk. For now, Choi Han travels with him. At least until they reach a certain point on the map. Once they get there, Cale says, tapping the parchment, Choi Han just has to follow the directions in his note. There's a reason Cale insists on tagging along for that first leg himself, and it's not a small one. Right after Cale splits off, a certain someone keeps making life miserable for Choi Han and the crown prince at every turn. That same troublemaker, it turns out, is the one raising the mad dragon everyone's about to have a very bad time with. Barely 5 years old, and already breathing enough fire to level a village. Eventually the hatchling breaks loose completely and goes feral. In the end, Choi Han is the one who has to put the poor creature out of its misery. Cale still can't quite wrap his head around any of it. His route runs straight through the very village that Dragon's going to hit, but detouring around it means arriving at the capital late. So it's one or the other. Get Choi Han to handle the dragon first or set it free before it ever goes mad in the first place. Bring the two names on that list to the capital. Cal says that's the entire price tag for all the food Choi Han's been enjoying. Oh, and he needs to actually show up himself too, preferably still in one piece. Can you at least protect yourself? Cal presses. Choi Han just stares back, silent. Why aren't you answering me? Cal groans. He really should have set this whole meeting up over drinks. With a wave of his hand, Cal finally dismisses him. But he halts him at the door. Everything they just discussed stays strictly between the two of them, understood. I know, my lord, Choi Han answers, and the door clicks shut behind him. Night settles quietly over the Henituse estate as the deal is sealed. The next morning, Cal marches straight to his father with the most Cal request imaginable. Father, I need money. Someone hands him a fresh cup honey lemon tea, made just for the occasion. Daruth beams, insisting his son made it especially for him, then tells Cal to sleep well and never forget his doting father is always right there beside him. The door creaks shut and Cal just sighs. Ugh, that old man, now he's wide awake. He sits up in the dark, mind already racing through everything that's about to change. Meanwhile, Daruth's already scheming with a grin, murmuring that he ought to just send the whole lot of them off together with Choi Han. Morning in the Henituse estate, and Cal's already walking in with a look on his face like he just saw something he can't unsee. Turns out someone reminded him this is his first trip to the capital, and Cal, dead serious, announces he is very good at hunting rabbits. Random and also completely beside the point. Enter the creepy old man of the house, casually walking him through how to track prey, make the kill, then gut it like he's reading off a recipe. Cal just sits there soaking in the trauma. He finishes his thought with a smirk, hiding in the shadows. Hunting is something he's very good at. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Ugh, creepy old man, Cal mutters to himself. Still, he's glad his friends Ron and Vikras are coming along for the trip to the capital. Misery loves company. Right on cue, someone comes sprinting up early and Cal just shakes his head, noting the kid is getting way too comfortable around him. First question out of his mouth though, where's the bread? Priorities. Cut back to how this all started. Somebody asks if he wants to make more money and Cal doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, obviously yes. That's the local baker, patting him on the back and telling him to swing by again next time he's craving pastries. Cal's basically a regular now. Bag over his shoulder, he heads off through town, past a giant shaggy dog and everything, clearly a man on a mission. Just a quiet stretch of road out of town, collar up, head down, the kind of walk you take when you've got somewhere important to be. He passes through a wooden gate at the edge of town and something on his face shifts. This isn't just an errand anymore. Then he spots them, two kids parked on the steps, staring him down like they've been waiting all day. Are they homeless, he wonders, already guessing the answer. He doesn't overthink it, just hands over what he's got with a simple, here you go. The kids waver and hesitate, clearly not used to strangers just handing them things. Eventually, they take it. Fingers close around it like it's treasure, and the two of them head off a little steadier than when they arrived. Next stop, deep in the woods, and Cal's actually thrilled about the fog. Nobody's going to see what he's about to do out here or what he's about to walk away with. He hauls a couple of heavy sacks through the brush, huffing and puffing, stuff tumbling out everywhere. Glamorous this is not. Then out of nowhere, something in the woods lets out a single word. More. Cool, cool, totally normal forest noise. The fog thickens and the voice gets needier. Give me more, please. Whatever this thing is, it's begging. Turns out it just wants to eat. Cal shakes out his bag at the base of a tree and tells it to dig in, and the whole clearing lights up like it just got fed sunshine. It's turning white, he notes, grinning. Whatever he's doing out here, it's actually working. Except the thing does not know when to stop. More, it screams over and over, the whole forest rustling and swishing like it's throwing a tantrum. Cal clutches his head as it keeps demanding more, properly panicking now, because whatever book he read to prepare for this never once mentioned it would go like this. A gift, he says simply, holding something up to the tree. The forest goes quiet, waiting. Wait here, he tells whoever's with him and heads in alone. This is clearly not a job he wants witnesses for. Last one, he says, shaking out the final loaf. After this, the hole's supposed to go completely clear, fingers crossed. Something booms, something whooshes, and Cal's face goes tight with nerves. This is the moment of truth. It's so, he starts and just trails off, lost for words. Delicious, apparently. The whole clearing flashes with light as whatever's in there absolutely loses it over the bread. That texture, it gushes, that last bag was especially good. Cal just stands there blinking, wondering what exactly he stumbled into. It keeps chattering, ranking its favorite deliveries, reminiscing that back in its day there wasn't even a word for bread, and rating the soil quality of the wheat like a food critic on a rant. Bread tastes the same, you get what I'm saying, right? It presses, and Cal flinches, quietly realizing this non-stop food review might be exactly how it's kept everyone else from ever getting this power. Turns out it's still bitter about its own past too, ranting about some jerks from the dark forest giving it garbage and then kicking it out for gluttony. Cal just nods along, humoring it. He needs this power, so he's stuck for the whole saga, the old colleagues, the noble dream of fixing the world, and the tragic complaint that it's unfair it died eating dirt. Finally done reminiscing, it calls that a very specific, very impressive food review, just a little loud. Cal thanks it and praises the critique right back, and it practically melts, calling him a nice guy. Ah, so it does understand me, Cal murmurs, as something starts humming and the color in front of him begins to shift. He reaches out, calling it incredible, as the light builds into a full glow. His hand hovers there a second, close enough to feel whatever this thing really is. It feels warm, he says, finally making contact. Standing alone in the clearing, he reaches toward the glow at the base of the tree, completely still. This is it, he says, and the smile on his face says he knows exactly what he just pulled off. Light swooshes around him as the power actually settles in. Phew, he breathes out like he just ran a marathon instead of standing still in a forest. A warm, pure power wraps around him, and his hand goes straight to his chest to feel it settle. Good, comes a voice laying out the rules. This shield's entire job is protecting its master's life, and its oath lives inside the heart itself. It'll stay with Cal until his heart stops beating, full stop. He grins, says he likes that, and feels his own heartbeat pick up as the power settles in. He notes his heart's beating a little stronger now, and figures every ancient power must leave its own kind of mark, same as this one. Now, according to the book, he says, catching his breath if he actually uses this ancient power. His eyes narrow, focus locking in. He throws his hand out, and the whole clearing floods with light. Even his sleeve catches the glow, energy still crackling off of him. His feet plant firm in the grass as he braces for it. The unbreakable shield, he says, is about to appear right before his eyes. Guess we'll find out next chapter if humoring a picky forest ghost was worth it. Out in an open field, Cal turns a strange, translucent shield over in his hands, already running through worst-case scenarios. This thing, he figures, might just block two of Choi Han's swings. Might. Funny name for it? The so-called unbreakable shield can absolutely break, it just refuses to vanish when it does. Take a hit hard enough and it shatters, protecting his heart, then slowly rebuilds itself, powered by that very heartbeat. The stronger his heart, the stronger the shield. So before hitting the capital, Cal decides to squeeze in one more upgrade. His grand plan? Survive 10 whole minutes against a monster like Choi Han. Okay, fine, he'll settle for 5. He runs a thumb over the finished shield, pretty pleased with himself, but something's nagging at him. One problem, the thing gleams like a literal halo, way too holy for a guy trying to keep a low profile. Rain pounds down on the Henituse estate, turning the courtyard into a gray blur. Out in the downpour, Cal finds 2 soaked little creatures crying up at him, meowing their hearts out. He scowls down at the pitiful, drenched little things, clearly unimpressed by the ambush. They nuzzle right up against his legs anyway, completely unbothered by the scowl. Cal drags a hand down his face with a heavy sigh. He already knows he isn't walking away from this. Someone comes sprinting through the rain, gawking at the 2 dripping creatures. My lord, what are those things? The butler scoops them up, instantly smitten. These, he stammers, might be the cutest kittens I've ever seen. He's positively glowing, cradling the two like he just won the lottery. "My lord, may I look after these adorable kittens?" he begs. Cale just shrugs, sure, why not? Then Cale stops mid-step, a thought suddenly landing. "Feed them and they will settle down," Cale says. "Oh, and they are siblings, by the way." The butler blinks, "Wait, what?" while the two kittens just stare back, equally baffled. "They smell faintly of herbs and fresh bread," Cale notes, and that scent takes him straight back to the day he first met them. "Did you really think I would not notice?" he murmurs, eyeing the silver one. He's already piecing together who she is. An older sister with gray hair, and that little red one squirming beside her has to be her kid brother, Ron. "We'll talk later," Cale says with a knowing lean in. Later Cale goes looking for him properly. "Where's Ron?" he asks. "I heard you're headed to the capital, my lord, and that Mr. Choi Han will escort you halfway," the butler says. Ron and Choi Han went out to grab supplies for the road trip. "Oh, and Chef Vikras tagged along too." Cale nods slowly. Good, sounds like his three retainers are finally getting along. For a second, Cale actually looks pleased his ragtag crew, getting along without any supervision. "They seem genuinely excited about this trip with you, my lord," the butler adds. Cale's smile drops into a scowl. "Great, more expectations to live up to." A bell jingles at the door. "Slow day, thanks to the rain," a familiar voice calls out, stepping in. "Welcome back, my lord," Cale says. "Told you I'd return, I'm a man of my word," comes the reply. "Indeed, promises are meant to be kept," Cale agrees. "The usual book and tea?" Cale asks. "Yes, but make it 3 cups this time," he tells the staff, heading down to greet his guest properly. Rain streaks the window as Cale clicks his tongue, sizing up the guest across from him. "Really pouring out there, isn't it?" the visitor offers as tea clinks into cups between them. Cale runs through the household roster in his head: Choi Han, Vikras, Ron, and finally lands on the name sitting across from him, Bylos. Bylos doesn't seem like much at first glance, just another smiling face at the table. But this is the guy who will eventually swear himself to Choi Han and finally show his real ambitions. The key word is reveal, because underneath it all, Bylos just wants to be acknowledged. As a son, as a brother. He's a greedy guy, Cale thinks, a genuinely bothersome one. But that greed makes him human, and honestly, Cale doesn't hate that. "I heard you're heading to the capital, my lord," Bylos says, testing the waters. "Yes, and," Cale says with a knowing smile. "I plan on going there myself," Bylos replies, and somewhere nearby, someone visibly flinches. "Ha, you've changed, my lord." "Nothing like your reputation," Bylos says. "You mean my reputation as the resident lout?" Cale shoots back. "Exactly that," Bylos grins, raising his cup. "Haven't you always been one, though?" "Maybe I should have shown up drunk and smashed something on the way in," Bylos muses. Cale just says his name, low, like a warning. "You can't call your own father father," Cale says quietly, "or your brother brother." The words land hard. The rain outside swells, filling the silence that follows. "Are you really going to let being born illegitimate define you forever?" Bylos asks. "Are you happy where you are?" Cale asks him right back. "Surely not," Bylos admits with a strange sort of pride. "I've been my family's designated troublemaker for a decade now, ever since I was 8. Cale leans back, arms crossed, as the door creaks open behind them. "I can't stay the troublemaker forever, though," Bylos adds, almost to himself. Cale smirks. "Don't you feel the exact same way?" Bylos cracks, and just like that, he's doubled over laughing. The laughter just keeps rolling out of him, louder than the rain outside. He buries his face in his hand, and it's hard to tell anymore if he's laughing or something closer to crying. "I'm sick of all of this too," Bylos finally admits, and for once he means every word. Somewhere in this cozy little tea house, a blonde noble's caught mid-meltdown, hand buried in his own hair like the world just ended. "I'm sick of all this too," he groans. That's Bylos, clearly done with whatever mess just got dumped on him. Cue our red-headed lead, Cale, lounging at the table with Ron and Vikras in tow, smugly muttering, "That's what I thought." Bylos forces a cheerful smile and bows himself out. "Well then, I'll see you at the capital, my lord." Cale just waves him off with a smirk. "I doubt that," he says, not buying the polite exit for a second. In his head, Cale's already 3 steps ahead. He can't let Bylos anywhere near the capital because that guy is bound to get tangled up with Choi Han the moment he shows up. Up on the gallery above, Hans and a companion quietly watch the whole exchange play out from a distance. Bylos turns to head one way, Hans heads off the other, the estate humming along like any other day. Cal allows himself a private little smirk, thinking how this is all playing out just like it did in the book he read back in his old life. I knew you'd tag along, Ron, Cal grins. Hans already told me Vikras came with you too. The three of them settle in at the study table together, like it's just another lazy afternoon. Cal muses to himself about just how strong Ron's sense of responsibility really is. Not really, comes the flat reply, brushing the compliment off before it can even land. Cal figures the guy probably went straight back to work, dutiful as ever, though he admits it quietly stresses him out whenever certain people start asking questions. Someone leans in with a nosy question, "My lord, are you close with the owner here?" Fishing hard for gossip. The old man just shrugs it off, rumors are just rumors after all, while Vikras squints, totally lost on what's actually going on. Bylos carries in a tray of tea, checking, "Should I serve it to these men?" and gets a simple yes back. Cal's already got a cup in hand. "I ordered some before you guys got here," he says with a clink of the china. Turns out it's hot lemon tea, fresh off the tray. Cal flashes a grin at Ron. "I ordered it especially for you. I figure it's your favorite since you're always the one bringing it to me." The old shopkeeper just watches the whole exchange with a raised brow, saying nothing. He's about to explain exactly what's in the cup. "It's lemonade, it'll help you sleep," he explains, then adds with quiet pride, "This one's honey lemon tea. My son made it just for you." Vikras gives a quick, sincere thank you for the gesture. Someone's hand reaches for something tucked away in a drawer, the moment hanging just a little awkwardly. Back at the table, the conversation keeps rolling, Cal doubling right down on whatever he just said. "Can you quiet down a bit?" Someone snaps and Vikras just narrows his eyes in response. The old man's eyes flick over, quietly sizing up the room without saying a word. The story rewinds to a fight from before, blades flashing in a tense little flashback. Turns out Vikras wouldn't stop begging for a duel until that so-called merciless bastard finally gave him his answer. The old man's son pipes up, fired up. "I'm going to become a protector. Lord Cal told me even I could do it." Even his father admits that one caught him off guard. Cal smirks to himself, admitting he just picked up something even juicier at this little tea house. "I can't be a troublemaker forever," he tells himself with a sly grin, clearly not buying his own line. Vikras sips his tea, quietly thinking things are getting interesting, then tells Bylos politely, "The tea is very good, my lord." Cal drifts back into his old life knowledge. In the novel, Ron and Choi Han's bond was purely contractual, though the two always respected each other's boundaries. Even with some parts of the story changed, he thinks sipping his tea looks like they've still got a similar bond. Shame that some story elements changed, but hey, I come first now, he grins. Can't live your life by the book forever, then completely deadpan, sweet teas really are the best. Vikras nods along, "I agree, my lord," while the old man just sips his tea in comfortable silence. Bylos looks up from his desk as they head for the door. "Are you leaving already, my lord?" Cal just answers with a simple yes. Bylos figures their next meeting will be back at the capital, but Cal shuts that down fast. "No, I'll be coming here every day." "Oh, is that so? To read, my lord?" Bylos asks, fishing for more. Cal just smirks. Maybe, maybe not. Back at the estate, Hans catches himself with a tusk, realizing he's actually grown fond of the guy. "I don't want us getting close," Hans grumbles, fighting the feeling with everything he's got. "I'm not talking about you," he clarifies, then quietly decides Vikras should whip up food the little pup young master actually likes. "He's a lout," Hans mutters to himself, but, tusk, unable to finish the thought without it softening on him. Hans remembers it clearly. The day Cal's mother passed, the little pup went straight to comfort his father before he let himself grieve. And even on the nights he stumbled home completely drunk, one thing never changed. He never once laid a hand on anyone in his own family, drunk or not. "I'm afraid I've known him for far too long," Hans admits quietly just as the rain outside finally stops. Cal just stands there for a moment, quiet, like he's got more on his mind than he's letting on. Back on the estate grounds, the afternoon light catches the mansion just right. Two fluffy little cat creatures, one white, one red, stare each other down like they've just met their match. Something on the table catches the light with a sparkle, pulling everyone's attention. "Oh, I almost forgot about you guys," Cal says, looking down at the two little meowing creatures at his feet. Cal thinks he really should have brought Choi Han along for this, since the guy is obsessed with small animals. Cal winces, thinking about someone who's clearly strong enough already. Why does he even want to get stronger, he wonders. He remembers Vikras's earnest line, "I need to develop a stronger heart to protect people," followed by the pointed, "What do you think, my lord?" Cal dodges it so hard Vikras just excuses himself to his room. Ron is already on the floor gushing, "Aren't they just the cutest, fluffiest, sweetest babies in the world?" Though he pouts that the cats won't even let him near them. Somehow Ron ends up flat on the floor with the cats sprawled all over him, giggling like an idiot. Cal just shakes his head. These cats look way too at home already. Did Hans cast a spell or something? Ron is practically shooing Cal out the door. "Hurry up and go, my lord, call me if the cats need anything, I mean it." He's still shouting offers to clip nails and brush coats as Hans steps in with, "I'll attend to you now, my lord," while Cal just mutters he's off to wash up and slams the door on the chaos. Hans spots the two cats perched up on the shelf and lets out an intrigued little oho. "Looks like you two are from the cat tribe," Hans says with an approving nod. "Nice." He crouches by the couch, musing out loud, "Is the silver one fog?" The cat just hisses at him for his trouble. "And the red one poison?" he guesses, grinning wider. Cat people are nimble, quick reflexes. With a bit of training, these two could be seriously useful. The two cats freeze, clearly sensing exactly where this is headed. Hans allows himself a small, knowing smile. "I should prepare a parting gift for the little pup master." Cal's trying to slip away quietly, but these two furballs latch right onto his heels anyway. "You two planning on following me forever?" he mutters, already sounding tired of it. They do not answer with words, just more nuzzling and rubbing against his boots like they have already decided he belongs to them now. The cats just keep meowing up at him, completely unbothered by the cold shoulder. Persistence is clearly their whole strategy. Cal finally cracks a small smirk. "I already have a plan for these two," he says, "and it is definitely not going to be a free ride." "Earn it," he tells them flatly, looking down at the two strays like he is about to hire the laziest staff in the world. Then the twist: these are not ordinary cats. They actually talk back, chirping Naya Naya at each other, and Cal just grins and tells them, "Don't meow, talk." Turns out talking cats have demands too: meat, more food, and yes, cake as well. The list does not stop. "I'll keep you well fed, you know that," Cal promises, and that is all it takes. The cats lock eyes, dead serious, and declare, "We will do it." Deal sealed. 4 days later, and it is a full family sit-down dinner before Cal heads out, the whole Henituse table dressed up for the occasion. His father notes he does not seem nervous about the trip at all. Truth is, Cal has been quietly checking his own future against the book he knows by heart, and yesterday's disaster never showed up. According to the story, he was supposed to get brutally beaten up by Choi Han around now. He takes a bite of breakfast instead, pretty pleased with himself for dodging that one. But that did not happen. Small victories. And now that he has his hands on the unbreakable shield, the odds are tilting even further in his favor. He can feel it on him at all times now, quietly guarding his back, which matters because things have a habit of going wrong around people like him. Even without Ron and Vikras tagging along this time, he figures he can protect himself at least once if it really comes down to it. His father joins the table, and Cal does not hold back the complaint he asked for fewer attendants on this trip, and somehow the head count went up instead. Violin jumps in. Showing up light on staff would make the family look like it cannot afford proper servants, and appearances matter. She is quick to add it is not about doubting him. This is just how their world works. "I understand," Cal answers simply, letting it go. "Nobles obsess over appearances more than anyone," she says, swirling her wine, and Cal just answers with a quiet, thoughtful silence. Turns out there is a real story behind her, a poor baron's daughter who once dreamed of running her own caravan, starting small by selling luxury goods to aristocrats. That hustle led her to sculpture, then to Count Henituse himself, and somewhere along the way business turned into love. Now she runs the county's entire cultural side. She built that life herself, and she is fiercely proud to call herself part of the Henituse family now. To most people, appearances really are everything, she reminds him, which is exactly why she wants him rolling into the capital with a proper entourage. Honestly, more hands to help does make life easier, Cale admits. He has gotten spoiled. But then his mind drifts somewhere much darker. A crazy black dragon is about to show up. He does not pretend to care about strangers, but watching people die in front of him or being the reason they get hurt, that is a line he does not want crossed. Violin understands more than he expects. She raised herself young, so she knows exactly how heavy that kind of responsibility feels. Art, she says, always shows what is really going on inside you. So you have heard that saying, she says, catching something in his silence. Yes, he admits, I have. Sculptors do not carve what they see, the old quote goes, they carve what they feel. He read it once at an exhibition, he tells her, right under a sign that boldly declared appearances are unimportant. Turns out that sign was for an exhibit of new sculptors, and Violin carved the piece herself. She relents with a smile. Fine, he can bring as many or as few attendants as he wants, but she is still insisting on only the finest of everything else. Including the carriage, nothing but the best is fitting for a family like theirs, she says. Sounds good, Cale replies, already angling for more. He wants nothing but the best, and she happily agrees to line him up an expensive carriage built to handle rough terrain. His father shifts the conversation. Did he actually read through the dossier on every noble family and their kids? Yes, Cale says, it was a fun read. Some of them were stingy, some smart but creepy, some flat-out idiots, and some just obsessed with power. Quite the cast of characters waiting for him at the capital. His father seems mildly surprised he actually read it. Well, he shrugs, you can do whatever you want. Then his father's tone drops, but Cale. There is a strange rumor making the rounds, he says, and Cale already has a bad feeling about where this is going. The man-eating tree of all things has apparently changed, sprouting fresh green leaves out of nowhere. Cale visibly flinches. Other plants have started growing around it too, his father adds with a curious look. Isn't that interesting? Of course his father knows about his trips to the slums by now, Cale thinks. What he does not know is the part about the shield. All his father can really guess, Cale figures, is that somehow, someway, he is the reason a man-eating tree started blooming. His father steers back to caution. Rumors are dangerous, nothing scarier than gossip getting out of hand. But their family, he insists, should be safe within their own county. I'll keep that in mind, Cale says. Honestly, he is more convinced than ever that a nice, comfy life in Henituse is within reach, just as soon as he gets this capital trip over with. Live out his days right here, quiet and comfortable, that is the dream. As he heads for the door, a small family send-off waits for him, and someone announces they have work to do, so goodbyes happen now. A man and a little girl just stare at him, saying nothing, like they are sizing him up. Cale catches the staring and cannot help but ask, what is it? They just bow instead of answering, leaving him standing there with an awkward little ha. Then the little girl blurts out a nervous, have a safe trip. Cale blinks, caught off guard, before answering, thanks, I'll see you when I get back. Her whole face lights up and she practically squeaks out an, okay, in return. With goodbyes done, Cale heads down the grand staircase to the carriage already waiting for him below. He pulls the carriage door open and freezes. What the hell? Cale barges into the room and freezes. What the hell, he mutters, the tone of a man who already knows he is not going to like what he sees. Ta-da! One of his men throws back the curtain like he is revealing a masterpiece. Two fat, fluffy cats lounging on a velvet cushion, living their absolute best life. The cats practically sparkle with self-satisfaction while one of the guards mutters, dead serious, that their seat is nicer than his own. The staff cannot stop fussing over the pair, cooing that these are just innocent little babies who deserve nothing but comfort on the road. Cale just watches quietly, Innocent babies, sure, if you ignore that these two can whip up a fog and spray poison whenever they feel like it. Nobody else has gotten that memo. One of his men volunteers to ride up top next to the coachman instead of inside. Cale just shrugs, okay. Before they can roll out, someone jogs up and calls out for him to hold on a second. The guy still is not convinced Cale should travel solo in his own carriage. What if something happens? He presses. Cale does not even blink. I'm sure there's no need for that. Off in the distance, Cale clocks a familiar face, a brooding swordsman whose eyes are still burning with old rage. Say what you want about the guy, he clearly has not given up on whatever he is chasing. Cale remembers this exact look from the story he knows all too well back when this guy ran with a rougher crowd. He is carrying a mountain of resentment, but on the surface he keeps it ice cold. Could be worse, Cale figures. Cale snaps out of it and glances at one of his own men. I think you're in the wrong seat, man, he says. The guy just blinks. Huh. Nearby, one of Cale's knights squares up to the brooding swordsman, muttering that there is clearly a bully in every town and this one is no exception. Poor guy has no idea he is about to be dead wrong. It will not be long before he realizes exactly who he just tried to intimidate. Back at the carriage, one of his men is all smiles, asking if they should finally hit the road. Cale just gives a flat before the door slams shut. Yes, let's. With one word go, the brooding swordsman gets yanked along for the ride, looking genuinely startled at how fast this is all moving. The carriage rattles over a bridge as the group finally sets off. Cale's mind wanders, should he have hands go ahead and pick up gifts? Yeah, gifts, because apparently even a road trip needs souvenirs. Cale muses out loud, wondering if he should grab something for the kids back home from the capital before they leave it behind. The kids practically explode with excitement the second they hear capital. One of them gasps outright. She already knew this was going to end in presents. Someone mumbles a quiet request under their breath. Cale barely catches it. What? He asks, eyebrow raised. Turns out the request is a sword, a literal sword. Cale just stares at the kid like she ordered a small explosive device. She is only 7 years old and Cale cannot hide his surprise. Are you sure? He asks, but her dream is set in stone. She wants to become a swordswoman. The adults around actually back her up, pointing out everyone in this family has the long limbs and balance for it. If anyone can make that dream happen, it is her. Cale caves without much of a fight. I'll buy you an expensive sword, he says, and the kid absolutely lights up. While she is still glowing with gratitude, another kid chimes in with a much simpler ask. Bassin just wants a fountain pen. Deal struck. The door creaks shut behind them. Shopping trip sorted, back on schedule. Somewhere down the road, the carriage grinds to an unexpected halt. Cale, lounging with his two furry menaces, wants to know why. The answer rolls in fast. A whole crew blocking the mountain pass, demanding a toll to let them through. Their leader is not shy about it either, screaming for everyone to hand over every last thing they own. Cale sighs, of course, right on cue, just like the story he remembers. Do these guys seriously not recognize the Henituse family crest on his own carriage? Even the cats seem unimpressed, muttering fools under their breath. A knock at the door looks like they will be stopping here a while. Cale calmly orders one of the captured bandits to go catch some rabbits for dinner. The poor guy reacts like he has just been handed a death sentence, screaming, chains clanking. Turns out Cale is scarier than the bandits ever were. Cale clears his throat and moves on like nothing happened. He looks out at the open sky, already counting down the miles left to go. By his math, they are about a day and a half out from the village where the Black Dragon is supposed to be waiting. Dinner is served, rabbit stew obviously. Someone groans, damn it. Turns out those particular rabbits were not even Ron's catch, and judging by the dead stare aimed his way, somebody is not thrilled about it. Off to the side, the captured bandit sits shell-shocked, muttering to himself about why, of all things, he had to be the one hunting rabbits. Meanwhile, the two cats are working the crowd, meowing for scraps and getting exactly what they want. My little kittens, someone coos, offering up jerky like they have not already caused enough trouble. One of Cale's men peeks around the corner with a plate in hand, catching sight of something happening just out of view. Tusk, he mutters. Turns out today was not a light day. Cal's men had to fight off dozens of bandits in one go. Steel clashes and bodies fly as the skirmish turns into a full-blown brawl. And of course, the single best fighter in the entire group turns out to be none other than Choi Han. The battlefield is a mess of bodies and he is the one standing in the middle of it. He tears through the rest of the ambush without breaking a sweat, blood and blades scattering everywhere he moves. Another knock at the door. The bandits have officially been dealt with. Someone steps casually over the wreckage, calling it a light skirmish. Another chimes in that it was basically a piece of cake. One of the bandits, bloodied and terrified, cannot believe this guy had the guts to beat up the son of a count. Of course he did. Choi Han was never going to let anyone look down on Cal. Cal just smirks. Back at camp, someone points out Cal has barely touched his food. Has he lost his appetite, my lord? The old man teasing him gets a flinch out of Cal, who mutters to himself that this old bastard genuinely enjoys messing with him. Yes, he admits. I have eaten, Cal insists. Asked if he has a stomachache, he swears he is fine. He will eat literally anything except these rabbits. Choi Han just watches him quietly from across the fire, unreadable as ever. Then low and steady he finally speaks up, Lord Cal. Cal's crew rolls back onto the road and somebody pipes up out of nowhere, wondering just what he's staring at. Over a quiet meal, Cal turns to his jumpy red-headed second and asks flat out if that scrap back there was his first real battle. The guy plays dumb for half a second. What battle? You mean the bandits? Then caves. Yes, my lord. The campfire crackles while he admits it straight up. Yeah, that was his first time in a real fight. He's still rattled, remembering the sheer number of bandits swarming that camp, more than he has ever seen crammed into one place. Cal just nods. I see, then adds, casual as ever, that it was probably his first brush with death too. The guy laughs it off with a smirk, but there's an edge to it. His first near-death experience. Cal has no idea how nervous he makes him. And it's not just Cal. Ron, cackling like a maniac at the rabbits Cal casually caught, did not exactly help his nerves either. He's sharpening his knife right next to Cal as he says it, admitting flat out that being surrounded by these people leaves him scared to death, pretty much around the clock. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, like just saying it out loud took something out of him. He shoves his food away, appetite completely gone, too busy stewing over exactly who he is traveling with. Footsteps approach and someone calls out, Lord Cal. He glances over unbothered. What? Cal tells him plainly that the first time is always the hardest part, catching the guy off guard. Cal asks if he even trains in any martial arts. The answer comes back stubborn and a little too confident. I don't need to. Cal presses him on it. Shouldn't a guy have some way to actually defend himself out here? He waves it off, insisting he's got plenty of protection already, whatever that is supposed to mean. Cal isn't done needling him about it as the group heads back toward camp, the question trailing off mid-sentence. His heart is hammering the whole time he says it, but he grins anyway and insists he trusts his own heart to get him through. I'll survive, he says, gripping his knife like that settles it. Of course he will, he's got the shield watching his back. Under his breath though, he admits the real plan is just to steer clear of monsters like Choi Han entirely. Cal clocks the untouched food and how thin the guy actually is, and for once he does not say anything at all. He just stares, quiet, clearly turning something over in that head of his. Out of nowhere the two cats start meowing like crazy at him, and he has no idea what he did to spook them. Cal turns on his heel and announces he's off to go practice his swordsmanship right after dinner, because apparently that's normal for him. He grips his sword hilt and mutters that he simply has to keep getting stronger, dead serious about it. Watching him march off, the guy gets actual chills. Is Cal training to fight bandits, he wonders, or trying to take out the whole planet? What a terrifyingly intense guy. Someone hands him a fresh bowl of food with a polite "Enjoy, my lord," and he thanks them, genuinely grateful for the distraction. An older companion strolls over, clearly about to lecture him on his lost appetite. He suggests something sour like lemonade might help, advice that gets flat out ignored right before a shout rings out that evening training starts the second dinner's done. Watching Cal bark out training orders like a drill sergeant, He mutters to himself that the guy's clearly just trying to keep pace with a monster like Choi Han. The road stretches out below them, and somewhere in the back of someone's mind, a countdown is ticking. Only 3 days left. In 3 days, he realizes a black dragon is set to go on a full rampage, and the land it's about to tear through sits right next to Henituse County. That land belongs to a viscount's family with a vacation home at the foot of the mountain, and somewhere inside a nearby cave, that dragon is currently trapped. The vacation house may fly the viscount's name, but everyone knows who he really answers to: Marquess Sten. Word is the Marquess even drops by personally now and then, and if that psycho hadn't tortured the dragon out of pure boredom in the first place, this whole region wouldn't be staring down a rampage right now. Someone pipes up with eager energy, offering to team up with Choi Han and go scout out an inn before Cale gets too worn out. Cale leans out the carriage window and shrugs an easy sure, and the reply comes back bright and confident: "It won't take long." The pair heads off toward town together, leaving the rest of the group behind to wait it out. Someone calls his name and Choi Han spins around immediately, ever the eager soldier. "Yes." "Make it quick," comes the instruction, and Choi Han is already moving before the sentence even finishes. Choi Han snaps a nod and practically shouts his agreement. "Yes, my lord, they'll be back in no time." That level of enthusiasm does not sit right with his partner at all, like he just handed a live grenade to someone way too happy to hold it. The carriage rolls on without them, hooves clopping steadily down the road. Then out of nowhere, the ground starts to rumble under a different set of hooves entirely. A horse shrieks in panic, and it is very clear something out there has gone badly wrong. Someone bolts into motion without a second's hesitation. Feet hit the ground running, closing the distance fast. Cloak snapping behind him, he dashes straight toward whatever is about to go horribly wrong. Watching it unfold from a distance, his companion groans, "Oh no, I hate tropes like this," already knowing exactly how this scene plays out. Sure enough, there's an old man frozen in the road, cane in hand, right in the path of a runaway carriage. A hand closes around him just in time, yanking him clear. The carriage that nearly flattened him goes tumbling off the road behind them, completely out of control. Somewhere ahead, a banner flutters over what looks like a noble estate, the destination finally in sight. A carriage door creaks open as the group rolls to a stop. Someone steps down slowly and a voice murmurs, almost wary, "Ah, it's him." His jumpy companion groans under his breath, already dreading whatever's about to happen next. "Yes, who else would it be?" Cale answers flatly, brushing off the shocked question of whether he's really about to handle this himself. Meet Venian, decked out in white, the kind of aristocrat who thinks the whole street owes him a bow. And that brooding redhead beside him is Sten, playing the textbook villain straight out of every hero story you have ever read. A nobleman's carriage nearly runs someone down, and somehow it is Cale's group that gets accused of blocking the road. The accuser just shrugs it off. Commoners should know to clear the way for a carriage, right? Someone starts to explain what actually happened, but the words trail off under all those glaring eyes. Instead, the blame lands squarely on the poor old man who almost got flattened. Classic noble logic. Sten's temper flares, a thin line of blood already tracing down his temple. Venian steps in, hand on the shoulder. "That's enough," he says, though he clearly loves watching this play out. Cale's attendant Choi Han shoves back. "They could have driven around him and did not," he snaps, "so how dare you." Sten grabs him by the collar, snarling that he will not just let this go. And now he has a name to remember: Choi Han. Venian lays a hand on his arm. "Calm down," he says, smooth as ever. The standoff cools and the two groups end up walking the same road, someone eyeing the stain on Sten's sleeve. Looks like he got blood on his cuff while he was busy watching a dragon get tortured. Lovely hobby. Venian turns that smirk on Cale himself. "Pleased to meet you," he says. "Are you part of the Henituse family?" "So now he knows exactly who I am," Sten grumbles, while Cale just plays along and returns the pleasantries. Sten just shakes his head. "Crazy bastard," he mutters under his breath, and honestly, fair. Word has clearly traveled ahead of him. "So I hear there is a bit of a free spirit in the Henituse family," someone needles. "Are you the one who let Lord Basson Henituse cover for him these past 2 years?" The voice presses on. Sten scoffs. You're a funny man, he says, still grumbling that some unexpected inconvenience threw off his whole schedule. Still, he admits it was not a total waste of time. At least they got to meet Lord Cale. But your attendant, Venian adds, letting the sentence hang in the air like a threat. Needs to be taught a lesson, he continues, and Cale's expression goes carefully, deliberately blank. The difference, Venian says sweetly, between those allowed to run free on this land and those who need to stop. He straightens his collar, perfectly composed, letting the threat sit there and breathe. Nearby, the old man who nearly got run over is on his knees, trembling, begging "Forgive me, my lord," over and over. People tend to take after whichever noble rules their land, Cale notes dryly, and this territory's viscount clearly studied under the Marquess of Sten. Snobbish and thoroughly full of himself, Cale thinks, sizing the man up. Privately, Cale is less worried about right and wrong and more worried about Choi Han decking a noble while still on his payroll. He gives the old man a couple reassuring pats. "Hey, old man," he says, and the poor guy flinches like he is bracing for a hit. Then completely out of nowhere, Cale just asks, "Is there a bar around here?" The old man blinks. "Sorry, what?" Cale presses on, dead serious. Where can a man get a drink? He cannot start his day without last night's hangover still going. Sten just stares, then sighs. "Fine, lead the way," he says, done fighting it. "Anyway," Sten says, offering a hand like none of this awkwardness ever happened. "It was nice meeting you, Lord Venian," Sten says, more than ready to get out of here. Someone in Venian's party just watches them go, eyes narrowed, unreadable. My Lord Choi Han finally cuts in. "We are running late." Venian offers a quick handshake, cool and clipped, already pulling his hand back. Cale can't help but notice that has to be the briefest handshake in recorded history. Sten actually warms up a little. "If we cross paths in the capital, let's grab a drink," he says. "You seem like a good one." "I would expect nothing less from the future Marquess of Sten," Venian says, needling him right back. "It was a delight, Lord Cale," Venian says, turning to go. "You really are a free spirit, until we meet again." Their carriage rolls off into the fog, and just like that the tension finally breaks. Cale sighs to himself. No thank you, he never wants to see that man again, and if he does, it had better be from very far away. "Half the nobility is exactly like him," Cale mutters before spotting someone still slumped on the ground. "Why are you still down there?" The old man scrambles up, sweating bullets. No, there is no need, but let me take you to a bar, my lord," he offers. "It's fine," Cale says, "I will pass." "I am really not in the mood," Cale adds, but the old man perks right up. "I actually sell liquor myself, my lord." "Wait, you own a bar?" Cale asks, surprised. "It is the only inn in this whole town," the old man explains. "We serve drinks and food both." "Well, if it's the only inn in town, it must be the best one too," Cale deadpans, then waves his attendant over. "Hands, get directions and lead the way." Choi Han hesitates. Lord Cale, aren't you angry?" "About what?" Cale asks, genuinely unbothered. "That Sten was disrespectful to me, or that he handed out ridiculous advice on how to handle you, or that he called the old man he nearly ran over an inconvenience," Choi Han lists off, incredulous. Off on his own, Sten turns it over in his head. "Give him a proper apology. Is that what I should have said back there?" Then he shakes it off. No, he decides, that is just not the kind of person he is. Cale admits to himself he used to react exactly like that once, but not anymore. He has learned a better way to get through life since then, walking quietly beside Sten. Bend a little to authority, look away from injustice when you have to, and live by your own rules inside those lines. But if someone disrespects him or causes him real trouble, Cale makes sure that sooner or later he gets his revenge. As for Sten, Cale is willing to bet that arrogant bastard gets kicked out of his own house sooner rather than later. Sten just straightens his collar and walks on, no idea what is quietly being plotted right beside him. Cale flashes a private little smirk. "That poor fool," he mutters, "is about to get thrown out of his own house." His companion just about chokes on his own words, "I beg your pardon," but Cale's grin says he meant every bit of it. Here's the real plan. Cale isn't in town to make friends, he's here to steal somebody's dragon. At the inn, the owner proudly rolls out his finest room. "Not bad," Cale admits, thoroughly unimpressed but polite about it. The old innkeeper trembles, apologizing for his humble offerings, sweating bullets over hosting a noble. Truth is, Cal hates it when people grovel. Relax, old man, he says, travelers pay their own way here. Timidly, the innkeeper asks if the people of Henituse are really as kind as he is. Cal nearly laughs in his face. Don't be ridiculous, he says. He's the biggest lout in the whole county. He turns right back on the guy, deadpan. Most people have a better personality than me, he says, while his two furry companions flinch behind him. Then he snaps at his two cats to quit gawking and get back to work. The innkeeper bows so low it's almost a joke, then scurries off. Cal just wonders if the sarcasm even landed. A knock at the door. Come in, Cal calls. It's Hans, his butler, holding a box. This is everything you wanted, my lord. Yes, hand it over. Hans can barely hide how badly he wants to know what's inside that box. A butler is supposed to keep a straight face, he thinks, or maybe he should just be an open book with his master. Cal can't resist teasing him. You're a funny guy, aren't you? Hans plays along. I am. My lord gets told to get out, then confirms they're staying 3 days and he'll handle everything. Understood, Hans says simply and slips out to get to work. The box just sits there on the table now, its secret still locked inside. Aside from Ron, Cal figures Hans is the one who's actually gotten comfortable around him, scared of him, sure, but not enough to let it stop him. The two cats can't resist sniffing at the mystery box, dying to know what's hidden inside. He finally pries it open. This, he thinks, is going to save him a whole lot of trouble. Cal grins at what's inside, clearly pleased with himself. His search leads him to a quiet shop in town, the kind of place that deals in gear you can't just buy off a shelf. The shopkeeper asks what exactly he needs these for. He doesn't owe her an explanation, Cal says flatly. She warns him that buying the whole batch outright would cost a small fortune. So can he just rent them instead? She laughs, of course, for a special customer like him. Catch is, these aren't for civilians, so she had to reserve 2 under her own name, meaning he'll have to meet her in the capital and hand them back in person. Sure, Cal tells her he'll do exactly that. Back at the inn, one of the cats pokes curiously at a strange little black ball he's holding. What is it? It asks. He holds it up. A mana orbit confusion apparatus, he explains. Cost him millions of galleons, he adds, and both cats flinch hard at the number. 20 million just to rent the things, he mutters, and the cats practically crawl away in shock. Bury it, activate it, he explains, and it'll scramble every recording device across an entire mountain. Only problem, it runs for just 40 minutes. An awfully expensive little ball, he admits. Still, he likes that the thing doesn't break easily, at least. He rolls the ball over to the cats, who pounce on it, sniffing and pawing at it like kids with a new toy. Can you two even read a map, he asks. Of course they can, they're the heirs of the Mist Cat tribe, they insist. He unrolls an old hand-drawn map for the pair to study. This is exactly where they are right now, he says, tapping a spot. See this mountain. Get in close, he warns them, but stay completely out of sight. East of the mountain there's a house, he tells them, but there's a catch coming. Turns out the one they're saving is only 4 years old, younger than either of the cats, who are floored they're the ones doing the rescuing. Behind that house is a cave, he says. One cat raises a paw, half expecting a fight. Nah, he tells them, you're just there to get him out. Plain and simple, he says. They're breaking a mistreated kid out of that cave. So exactly where should they bury the device once they get there? The white one asks. Bags packed, paws already itching to move, these two are ready to roll. Piece of cake, the cats brag they've given their own elders the slip before, this'll be easy. Cal nods, he wouldn't be sending them if he didn't think they could pull it off. Come back safe, he tells them, and there's as much steak as they can eat waiting for them. With a hop, the two cats slip off the ledge and into the night. Cal watches them go from the window, waving them off. Side by side, the two dash off into the dark. The rescue mission is officially underway. Alone again, Cal allows himself a satisfied little smile. The plan is finally in motion. Breakfast with Cal gets weird fast. He is practically savoring his lemonade, and Choi Han has to ask if something is actually wrong with him. He just shrugs and takes another slow sip, the cup clacking down like he has got nothing but time. The silence stretches out a beat too long, and you can tell he is turning something over in that head of his. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Choi Han straight up if he has ever seen a dragon. Choi Han blinks. A dragon? Yeah, he says he has. Cal presses him. Do the twisted monsters haunting the dark forest look anything like one? Choi Han does not hesitate. What he saw out there was no dragon, it was a monster. Cal wants specifics. How so? In looks, in behavior? Choi Han's jaw tightens as he answers. Cal leans back, unimpressed. If that is what Choi Han is picturing, he says, then he has never actually seen anything close to a real dragon. Then Cal starts painting a picture of his own, a creature born into darkness that has never once seen daylight, that maybe only ever got a single flicker of light in its whole miserable life. He asks Choi Han point blank, can you even imagine living like that? Choi Han goes quiet, just listening, the question clearly landing somewhere deep. Cal keeps tapping his fingers on the table, in no rush to fill the silence. He keeps going, forced to endure total loneliness, no family, no friends to lean on ever. Barely holding onto its own existence, he says, after being tortured and abused day after day after day. Choi Han's expression goes hard, jaw clenched, clearly furious on this creature's behalf. Cal watches him react and thinks quietly that is exactly what he expected. Of course the guy is furious, he has got a heart the size of a house. He lifts his cup for another sip, almost amused at how predictable his night turned out to be. Choi Han, dead serious, finally asks the real question, is Cal planning to go rescue it, my lord? Cal acts scandalized. Are you insane? Why on earth would I do that? It was abused by humans, he says. There is no way in hell a thing like that comes along quietly. It is probably nothing but distrust and rage at this point. Besides, he adds, dragons are supposedly born thinking they are superior to literally every other living thing. Arrogant from birth, apparently, great personality trait to look forward to. But the real problem, he says, is what happens if he actually raises that dragon himself. He has already got a bad feeling about it. A feeling that he is about to get tangled up in something seriously complicated. There are only around 20 dragons total across both continents, after all. If he took one in, he says, he might as well announce to the whole world he is looking for trouble. So what then? Choi Han asks. Cal just laughs it off. Haha, what do you mean? Is not it obvious? That dragon deserves to be free to live its own life. Choi Han is already on his feet before Cal even finishes, ready to go help right now. Yes, he says, I am ready to do whatever you ask, my lord. His eyes are practically sparkling with devotion. Cal, mildly alarmed, tells him to take it down a notch. He would rather not have anyone killed over this if it can be helped. Let us just handle this quietly, Cal says, already regretting how fired up he has made his night. Under his breath, I knew you were different. Then, completely deadpan, he tells Choi Han to have Ron set him up a table on the first floor like nothing dramatic was just discussed at all. Down at the tavern, the place is bustling. Cal is about to put his real plan into motion. He starts knocking back drinks and waving over a couple of his people with a cheeky hey, kid is already setting the stage for something. His face is flushed red, bottle in hand, playing the part of the reckless drunk lord to perfection. One of his attendants whispers to Choi Han that maybe they should stop him, he has had way too much. Choi Han just shrugs it off. Nope, he says, there is nothing even in his hands anymore. A server explains the local drink is made from mountain fruit and herbs, which is why it costs a bit more. Cal, unbothered, just asks if there is more, where that came from. Told there are plenty more bottles, he grins and orders it served to all his fine attendants, much to everyone's shock. They try to talk him down, but he waves them off. Just drink up, he says, I want to buy you all around, okay. He calls Choi Han over too, waving him in like this is just a fun night out. Come help me up, he slurs, I want to head up to my room now. Someone starts to offer to help, but Cal waves it off completely. No, he tells them, take the rest of the day off, tell everyone else to do the same. He tells himself nothing dangerous is going to happen here tonight. He just feels bad making the guards work while everyone else gets a break. I am tired, let us go, he mutters, wobbling as Choi Han and another guard try to steady him. Please do not follow me, he adds, waving them off. He staggers away while the staff behind him keep chattering, completely convinced their lord is just dead drunk. Back at the inn, he tells Ron quietly he is stepping out for a bit and not to tell anyone, okay. Ron grins and plays along perfectly. "All right, my lord, I will be waiting up." "Don't wait up," Cale fires back. He slips down the stairs, quiet as anything, the drunk act completely gone now that no one important is watching. He catches Hans and Ron's eyes on the way out and casually tells them he is off to bed. Do not wake him unless it is an actual emergency. He shoots them a look. They know exactly what he is like if someone dares wake him in the middle of the night, right? "Yes, my lord, we know," they answer fast, practically bowing him out the door with a nervous good night. Choi Han is still posted outside, dead serious. "I will wait out here, my lord," he says. Cale tells him to head off too. He does not need the help anymore. Choi Han accepts it without argument. "Yes, my lord." Cale leans in close and whispers something just for him, some last quiet instruction before he vanishes into the night alone. And with that, he is gone, slipping down through the dark on his own 2 feet. A door creaks somewhere in the quiet, the only sound marking his path. He moves through town under a bruised evening sky, heading toward wherever this is actually going. He passes a couple of stray kittens by a crate, one of them practically asking out loud if it is time to go to a small, silly beat before things get serious. He steps up onto a windowsill, cloak flapping in the wind, closing in on his destination. Then he leaps clean off the rooftop, cloak snapping behind him, and somebody down below spots him midair, gasping out, "Lord Cale. Watch this." A hooded figure comes crashing through the window, blade first, ready to gut whoever's waiting inside. Turns out it's just Lord Cale, lounging there like he owns the place. Choi Han nearly swallows his own sword in surprise. Cale doesn't even blink, he just tosses him something and says, "Put this on." The bundle smacks Choi Han right in the face before he manages to catch it. Smooth. He unfolds it, squinting. "What exactly is this supposed to be?" "Isn't it obvious?" Cale says. "It's the uniform of that so-called mysterious organization everyone's terrified of." Every stitch of that design and seal came straight out of a book called The Birth of a Hero, probably because that shady organization has run into more than a little trouble with Choi Han before. Cale stitched it together himself from that description. A little shabby up close, sure, but from a distance nobody's going to remember anything except that creepy star. Cale yanks his own mask up over his face. "Wait," Choi Han asks, going a little pale, "are we actually about to?" His voice trails right off. "Yep, they're doing exactly what he thinks they're doing." "Then I'll need a mask too, my lord," Choi Han says, already resigned to his fate. Turns out even the sweetest guy in the room has a short list of people he wouldn't mind watching suffer. Funny thing about Choi Han, technically he's lived alone for decades and yet he's still not even 18. Long story. "Oh, and these two," Cale adds, gesturing at a pair of very fluffy new faces. "They're beast folk from the cat tribe. Say hi to Own and Hong," Cale says, and just like that, introductions are officially over. "All right," Cale says, cracking his knuckles, "time to get ready." The clock ticks down while the whole crew, Cale included, pulls their disguises tight. Showtime. A blade flashes in the dark and the whole team takes off running. They tear across the rooftops, cloaks snapping in the wind, not even bothering to be subtle anymore. And there it is, the alarm blaring the second they drop inside. The whole place lights up with sirens, so much for a quiet entrance. That's a top-class magic alarm going off, Cale thinks with a smirk, which means his little voice changer trick is working exactly as planned. The hidden decoy device is pulling its weight too, and listening close, he doesn't hear nearly as many guards rushing in as he'd feared. First guard down, and it is not pretty. "Who are you? How dare you come here?" a guard shouts, swinging wildly. Steel meets steel and the fight is properly on. Choi Han cuts him down without breaking stride. Another one gets grabbed by the throat and dropped like a sack of flour. "Damn it, what is going on?" another guard yells, realizing way too late that this is not a normal night shift. Guards come sprinting in formation, trying to box the intruders in. Cale just watches, calm as ever, while a thick fog starts rolling in right on cue. One of the cat beast folk goes soaring straight through it. "What the hell, where is this fog even coming from?" a guard sputters, completely frozen. Another one barely has time to react before something whooshes right past him. Cale's eyes narrow behind his mask. This is going about as well as he hoped. Choi Han blocks the next strike without even looking like he's trying. Stop them, someone screams, and a crossbow bolt goes flying. Two swords clatter to the ground in the same instant. Wait, he just disarmed two men at once, a guard stammers. Is he a swordmaster? Someone else gasps, stumbling backward. Choi Han doesn't answer, he doesn't need to. In seconds, it's just bodies on the ground and one guy left standing. He knocked out two grown men with a single swing, Cal thinks, gulping. Remind me never to actually make that guy mad. Are you guys even human? The last guard shouts, throwing himself into one final desperate clash. I'll leave the rest to you, Cal tells him, already walking off to handle his own business. No one gets past this point. One last guard growls, blade raised. Cal just keeps walking, mask on, expression unreadable. Deeper in, somebody's having a much worse night. Ugh, why isn't this stupid crystal working? He snaps at some broken device. Something screams in the dark behind him, and his face goes white with panic. Who are you? Stay back, he shrieks at the approaching footsteps. You have no idea what's locked in here. Yeah, Cal says flatly, stepping closer anyway. I'm sure you're terrified. Turns out the book warned them about this too. Venian rigged this guy, the resident torturer, with a self-destruct bomb in case anyone ever tried a rescue. Right on cue, that bomb starts humming to life. If that thing actually goes off, Cal's getting caught in the blast right along with him. Not exactly part of the plan. So Cal doesn't give him the chance. One quick dose of poison later and the countdown stops mattering. The guy drops like a puppet with its strings cut. Cal steps right over him and starts patting him down. There we go, he mutters, holding up a rusty little key. This has to be it. The cat beast folk come scurrying past right on cue. Well done, guys, Cal says, already moving on. They push deeper down a candlelit corridor, the air getting heavier with every step. Chains hang from the walls up ahead. Whatever's been kept back here has clearly been waiting a long time. Something huge shifts in the shadows, rattling its chains. There it is, Cal breathes, staring straight into a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. Deep in a blood-soaked hideout lies the black dragon everyone's been buzzing about, chained up and barely holding on. In sneaks Cal, hood up and mask on, wincing at just how much this place reeks of blood. He creeps toward the cage, and yep, this is exactly the torture den he'd been dreading. Hey, he whispers, calm as anything, like he's coaxing a jumpy alley cat and not a legendary rampaging dragon. His mask slips just enough to show his face, not that the half-dead dragon is in any shape to remember it. Let's get you out of here, Cal says, and something in that exhausted blink says message received. He catches a flicker of fight still left in those eyes and can't help but grin. Yeah, he likes that look. The chains finally come off. About time, Cal mutters as if he wasn't the one dragging his feet getting here. He scoops the battered dragon up into his arms and hauls him out, already running through what comes next. Behind him, his masked backup keeps watch, blade ready for anything that so much as breathes wrong. One of his little fox familiars reaches out on pure instinct, desperate to check the dragon's all right. His tiny foxes crowd in, whimpering that it must hurt so bad, growling at the world on the dragon's behalf. I know, just stay put, Cal tells him, sounding oddly gentle for a guy who insists he hates responsibility. Turns out he'd already packed a healing potion for exactly this moment. Guess lazy still means prepared. One problem, that mana control collar around the dragon's neck blocks it completely, so the potion's useless until it's off. Cal scans the room for anything sharp enough to get the job done. Some poor unconscious guard is still sprawled right in his path, so Cal solves it the laziest way possible, one annoyed whack. With his furry crew meowing encouragement, he bundles the guy up and clears the room out proper. Turns out the sadist who owns this place is so paranoid about intruders he built himself a secret escape route. How convenient for Cal. He finds the one suspiciously flat patch of wall the book described and knows he's found the spot. Right there, hidden in plain sight, that's their way out. All he's got to do is push in exactly the right spot and the wall should just pop open. He steadies himself and steps up, ready to test the theory. Did you get everything done? Cal asks, and his masked partner answers without missing a beat, yes, my lord. But something makes his partner's eyes snap wide with alarm. A flash back to the dragon, still chained where they left him, exactly why they cannot afford to mess this up. Time to properly meet the muscle under that mask, Choi Han. I did everything you asked, Choi Han reports. I let the low-level workers run for it. And left the actual fighters unable to move a muscle. Cal just nods, good job. Then Cal points at a wall and says punch this spot, and Choi Han, bless him, immediately asks if he should go full power and cave the whole place in. No, don't go overboard, Cal groans, already regretting handing a walking wrecking ball vague instructions. The ask is a tidy 10-centimeter hole, nothing more, so lightly, Choi Han repeats, finally getting the memo. Cal mutters to himself that he personally couldn't dent this wall without breaking his own hand. Must be nice being built like Choi Han. Choi Han winds up and throws one clean, controlled punch. And just like that, the wall gives way exactly as planned, precision over brute force for once. Cal doesn't even glance back at the mess they made, already moving on to the next step. Someone lights a torch and the escape route ahead flickers into view. Let's go, Cal calls, and with his little fox riding shotgun, the whole crew heads out. Out under the open night sky at last, the fresh air replaces the stench of that awful basement. Cal keeps the dragon tucked safe against him the whole way, more careful with him than he'd ever admit out loud. Up close, the damage is worse than expected, years of scars packed onto one small body. The dragon glares and basically snaps, stop staring at me, and Cal just fires back, I'm helping you, relax. Stubborn little thing, Cal thinks after 4 straight years of Venian's so-called discipline he'd have an attitude too. Honestly, he kind of likes this dragon. Back at camp, Cal gets down to business and checks the dragon over properly. He pulls out something sharp enough to finally cut through that collar. Choi Han steps in to help, tusking at just how stubborn this lock is. The dragon tenses the second, hands come near his neck again, old habits from a rough 4 years. Cal wedges the tool in and cranks, and even his fox familiars flinch back at the noise. One more good squeeze ought to finish the job. Ka-chunk, the collar finally gives way and drops clean off. For the first time in 4 years, his mana isn't being choked out of him, and you can see it hit him all at once. He lifts his head like a whole weight just came off his shoulders, because it did. He shoots Cal a long, wary look, still not totally sure what to make of the guy who just freed him. Cal just shrugs it off like it's no big deal, but this rescue has been a long time coming, and everyone here knows it. Deep in the dark, something is watching, a small black shape with glowing blue eyes, clearly hurt, clearly trapped. A red-haired stranger looks the creature over and calmly asks, "What are you looking at?" Like staring down a dragon is just another Tuesday. He hands his companion a pair of gloves and warns him the collar around the dragon's neck might carry a nasty shock. Carefully, gloved fingers close around that cursed collar, ready to rip captivity right off the poor thing's neck. For a beat, nobody says a word, just 2 men and one very suspicious baby dragon sizing each other up. Then, with a flourish, out comes a vial of blood-red potion. Ta-da, dinner is served, Dragon Healing Edition. The dragon hesitates and he can't resist needling it. Do you have any idea how much money I've spent on you? Before he can finish complaining, the dragon lunges and snatches the vial right out of his hand. Down it goes in one gulp. The dragon looks almost as shocked by its own hunger as everyone else. He mutters that he hopes it gets better soon, calling it a stubborn little thing, about as tender as this guy gets. Suddenly the little dragon lights up in a burst of blue. Whatever's in that potion, it works fast. Wings spread and the glow swallows it whole, like the magic itself is stitching the creature back together. As the light fades, the dragon steadies itself on its own 2 feet for the first time, empty vial still in his hand. The dragon locks eyes with him, unblinking, like it's deciding whether to trust him or bite his hand off. He doesn't blink either. Calls it a smart, arrogant dragon, admits he knows it understands human speech, then asks the real question. What will it do once it's free? Still half trapped in that jar, the little dragon just stares back, saying nothing. Yet. Its mouth finally opens, like it's about to answer a question it's never once let itself think about. "I" is all it manages at first, the word catching somewhere between fear and hope. Then it finds its voice, "I will live." Simple, defiant, and exactly what he wanted to hear. Nearby, his hooded companion watches the whole exchange in silence, quietly taking it all in. "I'll be free," the dragon says. "I don't want to be tamed." He just shrugs, "Then do that." Dragons should be free, he says, all casual. I'm not going to raise you. The dragon jolts and snaps right back. Liar. A good liar, he admits with a smirk, walking off with two tiny four-legged tagalongs in tow. But he means the freedom part. Behind him, the dragon pushes itself up onto its own feet, standing tall for the first time since they found it. Be free, he calls back with a grin, like he's genuinely rooting for the thing to fly off and never look back. He turns and walks into the night without a second glance, or so he wants it to look. The dragon watches him go, blue eyes tracking every step, clearly not finished thinking this over. In his head, he figures the job's done. He's handled everything he set out to handle tonight. After all, he just messed with a noble named Venian and saved an entire town from a rampaging dragon. Not bad for one night's work. Let's go, he says, and his companion gives him a quiet, thoughtful glance. This whole ordeal just taught him something new about what it means to be free. Best part, as far as he's concerned, he is absolutely, positively not responsible for raising a dragon, famous last words. Back in the shadow of its own thoughts, the dragon's mood turns bitter. Humans, it figures, are bad news. Meanwhile, the two little cat creatures trailing the group start whispering that the dragon might actually follow them home. Are we getting a little brother? One of them meows hopefully, watching the pair stroll on, completely oblivious. He laughs it off, haha, what are you even saying, totally, completely sure that's not happening. He lays out the logic anyway. Dragons are proud, independent, and this one's probably got a deep grudge against humans after being tortured. The cats deflate a little. Guess there's no little brother joining the family tonight after all. He changes the subject fast, ordering his companion to go dig up a ball he buried the day before. Very serious business, apparently. Small moment, but worth noting. Today, for the first time, his companion chose to save something instead of just fighting for it. Just days ago, that same swordsman tore through a whole gang of bandits. Though even that fight, it turns out, was really about protecting someone, not chasing glory. He goes quiet, turning the thought over. Guess his story's shifted a little lately. Especially since he wound up saving a dragon instead of a town this time, but it probably doesn't matter, he figures, right before his companion pipes up. Lord Cale, yes. What will you do if the dragon chooses to follow you? The question lands like a splash of cold water down his back. He wouldn't do that, he says quickly, a little too quickly. But what if he does? What then? All he can do is repeat the question back to himself, badly rattled. He follows me. I don't worry about things that haven't happened yet, or things that already have, he says, all zen, right before his companion warns him not to wander off alone. It's dangerous out here. He glances back at the moon one more time, something clearly nagging at him. Nah, no way, he mutters, shaking off the thought completely. Famous last words, round 2. Later that night, back in his own quiet room, he finally settles in and drifts off to sleep. Except something green and glowing starts flickering to life right beside his bed. Looks like he's got company. The glow swells into a shimmering portal, and out of it, unmistakably, comes that dragon. It squeezes horns first into the room while he sleeps completely unaware, having apparently changed its mind about that whole freedom thing. Turns out the dragon was the liar all along. So much for going off to live its own life far away from humans. Morning after a rough night, and Cale is nursing his cup while Choi Han just watches him drink it down. His head is pounding, he barely slept, and there is this nagging feeling that someone has been watching him the whole time. Choi Han checks in on the cleanup and Cale, hungover and yawning, confirms it. Tracks erased, a fake trail laid west to throw off anyone following. Choi Han sets down breakfast with a rare nice work, then reminds him they will hit the next city in just a few days. Checking the map, the next stop is a town called Perthel, the halfway point where the two of them are set to go their separate ways. The mountain roads were brutal, but from here it is a straight shot to the capital, so the rest of the trip should move fast. Choi Han hesitates, clearly working up to say something Cale is probably not going to love hearing. Turns out he snuck back to check on the Sten family's vacation home, and Cale is already bracing for whatever comes next. Choi Han figures the men were headed off to report to their superiors, and Cale, already annoyed, just wants him to skip ahead to the point. The secret passageway they used to escape, completely flattened, not a trace of it left standing. Every tree, every patch of grass, every inch of soil around it was wrecked. Even his little fox and cat companions gasp at the damage. Cale does not even blink. Must have been the dragon, he says, like that explains everything. His pets about lose it and Cale just shrugs it off. Hey, at least nobody got murdered this time. Yet Cale adds, standing up with a smirk, figures the dragon is still holding back, just because he's young and scared. He grins, guessing the dragon tore down the escape route to trap anyone chasing them, then wrecked the whole area just to fry every magic device nearby. Dragons and mana do not mix well. Pretty sharp thinking for a 4-year-old, honestly. Choi Han is still processing just how strong this little dragon really is. Do not underestimate dragons, Cale warns with a grin, then waves the whole conversation off. Dismissed, Choi Han, that is all for now. Choi Han is already turning to leave, off to help Vikras, he says, and Cale cannot resist teasing him about how close the two of them have gotten. Captain Sirius shuts that down instantly with a scowl. They are not close, my lord, not even a little. A watching servant just bows quietly, admitting he has never seen Choi Han make a face quite like that before. Cale halts him on the way out. Hey, tell Hans to fix him a drink. Choi Han just stares back like he misheard him completely. Choi Han throws one more glance back before heading off, the clock ticking away behind him. Haven't you heard? Hair of the dog cures a hangover, Cale calls after him, already reaching for another round. Halfway down the stairs, he just stops dead, and Cale is left wondering what in the world made him freeze like that. Cale clears his throat, suddenly very interested in looking anywhere else. Real smooth. What exactly are you so afraid of? Cale needles him, and all Choi Han can manage is a flustered ah. Flashing back a few drinks earlier, Cale realizes he should have knocked those guys out for a full day. He did not expect them to recover this fast. Message received. He underestimated their strength, and next time he is bringing a whole lot more force to the table. Some unnamed onlooker clocks Choi Han from a distance and mutters that that is definitely him, the so-called hero ready to burn the world down for justice. Back at the inn, old Nearly Roadkill shuffles over with the exact same bottle from last night. Hey old man, every time I see you I think. Cale starts and the poor guy visibly braces himself. You are one hell of a businessman, Cale finishes with a smirk, and honestly he means it as a compliment. The perfect hangover cure, delivered right on time. They only rolled into town yesterday and figured a few drinks were well earned after all that travel. The story is airtight, everybody just drank together and had a nice, relaxing evening. Nobody, and he means nobody, left this inn last night. Turns out these two are investigators sniffing around for anything similar, and Cale just chuckles to himself that hey, a dragon thief is technically still a thief. He slams his empty bottle down hard enough to make the investigators glance over, startled. What are you looking at? Cale snaps, playing the irritable drunk to perfection. The investigators clear their throats awkwardly, muttering that apparently Lord Cale cannot even start his day without a drink in hand. They buy the whole act, deciding he is just a great man who really knows how to nurse a hangover. Even they cannot tell if that was supposed to be a compliment. Well then, safe travels, they say, finally walking off, and Cale lets out a long, relieved sigh. They are in the clear. Now that they have seen the family's biggest disappointment with their own eyes, nobody will ever suspect him. Who takes a drunk aristocrat seriously anyway? Even if Venian eventually figures it out, he will never trace the theft back to Cale, not without linking him to that secret organization with the stars. Back home, Cale calls for Ron and puts in an order. Honey lemon tea, guaranteed hangover fix. Sure thing, Ron answers, already moving to sort it out. Cale cannot help but smile. Venian can chase every last track left behind and he will still never pin down the culprit. Somewhere far away, the so-called smiley menace is absolutely losing it, and honestly Cale is willing to bet he's fuming right now. Meet Taylor Sten, heir to the Sten family, and about the only one in it with any sense. He's the eldest son, watching the world go by from a wheelchair, while the rest of his family plays their usual games. His little brother Venian is the reason why. A cruel accident left Taylor paralyzed from the waist down, so he has been burning through every book he owns looking for a cure. Problem is, nobody has written down anything useful, but just when it looks hopeless, he catches a break. A dusty old book from an antique shop drops him a clue nobody else has found. One word survives the translation: regeneration. The other clue: stone tower. Out of an entire ancient book, that's literally all he can read. 2 words, that's the whole map he's got, and he's about to walk through that door anyway. Meanwhile, on the road, a very different traveler is chasing the exact same rumor. Cale breaks the news to his crew: no more cozy inns for a while, they'll be camping in tents from here on out. To make it into Perthel in time, they're sticking to a brutal schedule. Cale's got a very specific reason he needs to get there. Word is the city hides another ancient power, just like the unbreakable shield he already carries. They're calling it the energy of the heart. Here's the kicker: it's the exact same power that paralyzed Taylor Sten has been chasing this whole time, and it's hiding right here in Perthel. Cale isn't exactly shy about his motives either. Land that power and his shield gets even stronger. In fact, he already knows this might be Taylor's last hope, but he figures he'll get far more use out of it back in the capital. Taylor thinks it's some miracle cure for his body. What he doesn't know is that it won't do a single thing for a spine that's already broken. So this hard-won, ancient power everyone's racing for, it was never going to save Taylor's life anyway. Not from what's really coming for him, Venian. Back with Cale's group, he's already irritated about something Hans just reported back to them. Marshmallow and Ginger have their own agenda. Apparently making a wish at a stone tower grants it, and they are dying to tag along. They swear they won't cause any trouble, they just really want to come with. So what's the wish? A little brother to bring along. Cale's answer denied instantly. The cats sulk it off as the wagon keeps rattling on toward the city. Evening rolls in over the open road, horses and all. Looks like it's another night under the stars. Cale sets up camp with the cats while somewhere nearby someone else trudges along, dead tired. Morning comes with a thud, literally. Something huge is sprawled out near their camp, sound asleep. Turns out somebody left them a gift overnight, and Cale's crew has a pretty good idea who. Massive claw prints in the dirt say it all. Cale is not thrilled. Whoever left this clearly knows how to talk, just not how to write, and Cale's got a bad feeling about where this is going. He's pretty sure Choi Han, who pulled Night Watch, saw exactly who did this and just decided to keep quiet about it. Claw marks, a mystery gift, a suspiciously convenient nap nearby. Yeah, it was the dragon. Cale and Choi Han take one look at the goat left as a present and silently agree to know absolutely nothing about it. Except the exact same thing happens again at their very next campsite. And the one after that. Cale just sighs. Their uninvited gift-giving stalker is not letting up. Again and again, no matter where they stop, that dragon is relentless. He wonders out loud if the thing will actually follow them into the city. Somebody nearby thinks it's adorable. Choi Han is fully charmed, calling it just a little kid at heart. Cale isn't buying it. A little kid that can level an entire mountain isn't exactly cute. Cale admits he thought the dragon hated humans. His real hope was for it to grow strong enough to bring down the Sten family for good. His companion cheerfully points out that would bring a lot more peace to the county of Henituse. Cale just clicks his tongue and keeps walking. Marshmallow and Ginger are floored the second the city comes into view. Every single house has its own little pile of stones stacked outside. Welcome to the city of stone towers. Even Cale has to admit this place is kind of interesting. He takes it all in with a cat tucked against his shoulder, already scheming his next move. First stop an inn, simple enough question: are they actually staying here? His companion is thrilled the rooms are cheap since the big stone tower festival hasn't started yet, though he finds it odd a city with barely any stone throws a festival about stones. Of course, he already knows why, and he's about to explain whether Cale wants him to or not. There's a sad old story behind it passed down for generations, he announces dramatically. Cale, unimpressed, tells him to skip it if it's long. Trivia nut barrels ahead anyway. This legend, he says, goes all the way back to, is Cale even listening? Ancient times, he announces with a dramatic point, like he just won an argument. Ancient times, that actually gets Cale's attention. He sits back down to hear the rest. A drink gets poured and Cale settles in. Fine, he says, let's hear it. Go on then, his companion lights up and clears his throat. Long, long ago. The city of Perthel, he says, was abandoned by the gods themselves. Cal's smirk drops, he's never once heard this version of the story. The towers loom overhead, and suddenly this quaint little festival town feels a whole lot less charming. We open in some grand old sitting room and Cal drops the line that kicks off tonight's history lesson. This whole city, he says, was abandoned by the gods. Hans jumps at the chance to look smart, teasing his lord for apparently never cracking open a history book in his life. Cal warns him he's treading on thin ice, but Hans barrels on anyway. It's a butler's job to fill in the gaps, he says. Truth is, nobody actually knows why this city got left behind. Hans keeps rambling on, clearly enjoying himself while Cal just lets him talk. Turns out, without any gods listening, folks here started stacking stones instead of building temples, treating the piles like their own private altars. Cal, half joking, asks the obvious question, did any of those prayers actually get answered? Nope, not a single one, Hans says flatly, which is exactly why this city never bothered building a real temple in the first place. Cal connects the dots himself. Why serve gods who clearly couldn't care less about you? Hans throws in a round of sarcastic applause for his brilliant master. So stone towers took the place of temples here, and somewhere along the way, Hans explains, those piles of rock stopped being about gods and started meaning something else entirely, a promise. Cal wants specifics. What kind of promise are we talking about? A promise between people, Hans says, and a promise you make with yourself. Get your wish to come true and down goes your own stone tower. Hans acts it out like he is cheering on a construction crew. Cal flips a coin between his fingers, admitting out loud that this is actually a pretty interesting city. Instead of begging the heavens for help, Hans explains, the people here just went out and made their own wishes happen. Cal flips the coin again, chewing on that idea. So knocking over your own stone tower is not some failure. It is the opposite. It means you actually beat whatever was standing in your way. Cal puts it together out loud. Those stone piles were never really worship at all, just people making promises to themselves and actually following through. Cal actually softens on the whole story, calling it kind of hopeful in its own way. Then he calls out for Hans. Told to look below, a curious Hans ducks down for a peek under the table. And there they are, two tiny fox-like creatures glaring straight up at him, and Hans nearly jumps out of his skin. They growl right back at him and Hans instantly melts, cooing about his poor upset babies and offering them jerky like they are spoiled toddlers. Sweat pouring, Hans backpedals fast when even the jerky gets refused. Cal just watches the whole meltdown with zero sympathy. Turns out the little guys overheard every word. Hans told them stone tower wishes come true and that the towers look pretty. So much for the tough butler act, softy. Cal can't help but smirk at the chaos. Hans smothers his precious babies in apologies and treats, then sheepishly asks if he can be excused for the night. Cal waves him off for the rest of the night and Hans does not need to be told twice. He is out the door in a flash. Glass in hand, Cal turns his attention to Ron next, telling him to go get some rest too. He even offers Ron the chance to go join Hans for the night. Ron just smiles that easy smile of his and says there is nowhere else he would rather be than right here at Cal's side. That actually sends a chill down Cal's spine. Out loud though, he just reasons that keeping Ron around a while longer is simply the practical move. Privately, Cal figures he should get to know this guy better before he eventually splits off, though Vikros is probably not going to love that plan. Cal lays it out loud, all three of them will link back up at the capital soon, then travel on together to Rosalind's kingdom. Sounds great, right? Ron says he is genuinely looking forward to it, that all he wants is for the group to arrive safely, while Cal is quietly hoping the guy actually means yes. That same warm, easy smile lingers on Ron's face. But Cal is not buying it for a second. Deep down he is convinced this guy is not even capable of feeling anything that soft, no matter how playfully Ron ruffles his hair. With that, Cal sends him off for the night. Ron bows out and the door clicks shut behind him. Left alone, Cal's tiny fox companions grumble that they have been lied to and betrayed, while Cal leans back, mulling over something he once heard. that old man supposedly lived to be 150. That old man, it turns out, left behind an ancient power when he finally passed, one built from something called the energy of the heart. And here's the twist, he spent his whole life believing that power was actually a curse. Something about that thought gets Cale up on his feet. He heads off through the manor, his two little fox shadows trailing curiously right behind him. Then out of nowhere, Cale bursts in on Hans, who about jumps out of his boots. Cale reaches out and grabs him without so much as a hello. Hans blinks, totally lost. "Lord Cale," he manages as his collar gets yanked. "Forget sleep," Cale announces. "They are going to go check out some stone towers right now." Turns out that mysterious old man had one very specific dream: find a spot with strong enough winds to stack his stones properly. Cale pats Hans on the back and tells him to get ready. They are headed to the place where the winds converge, the exact spot where that old man spent over 100 years building a tower he never once finished. A hand reaches for the unfinished stones and the question just hangs there. What did that old man want so badly that a whole century was not enough? Cale shrugs it off, honestly. Whatever the old man was wishing for is not really his business, he just wants to go see the place for himself. Sure, Cale, totally not nosy at all. And of course, if Cale is ever going to build his own stone tower, you already know it is going to be the best-looking one in the whole city. Out in the blazing heat of some far-off temple grounds, our boy Cale strolls along like he owns the place, grumbling to himself that the sun is a little too enthusiastic today. He fusses with his collar for a second, then something catches his eye: a couple of scruffy little critters skittering across the stones. His crew catches up fast, his sharp-eyed attendant Hans on one side, and his ever-serious swordsman Choi hand trailing close behind, cloak and all. Across the courtyard, Cale spots exactly what he came looking for: a wheelchair and the person he had been hoping to catch a glimpse of. Word around the courtyard says that is the local Marquess's son, some kid named Taylor, out with a priestess called Cage. Cale, of course, has his own reasons for tracking them down. Turns out all he had to go on was a vague description of what they looked like, and somehow, that was enough. Meanwhile, the man pushing the wheelchair asks the priestess point blank why she even wanted to come out here. Her answer trails off into something about whether the gods actually gave her anything worth having. Apparently, even the god of death cannot predict what this so-called savior is going to do next, or so Cage was told. Kind of shatters the whole gods see everything idea, does not it? Her escort just shrugs it off. Half of what the gods say never makes sense anyway, though he insists a message is still a message, no matter how garbled. Cage is not buying the reverence either. Nobody in Perthel even has priests anymore, so what good is hearing divine voices if the gods are not putting food on her table? Her escort teases her about actually expecting some prophesied hero to just show up for people like them, and Cage's response is pure priorities. She is hungry, let's eat. He calls her name half hesitant, she just blinks back at him, yes. Turns out what is really on her mind is beer. Divine prophecy can wait. He one-ups her with a smoked pork craving, and the two of them crack up like it is the funniest pitch either of them has heard all week. Smoked pork and beer, the perfect pairing, and he is already offering to buy. That is all it takes, he is wheeling her off at top speed before she can even say thanks. Back with Cale, he has got his own plan for staying under the radar. As long as this tailor and his priestess do not recognize him, he is fine just steering clear. Then Hans grabs his arm and whispers the last thing Cale wants to hear. He just spotted the Marquess of Sten's actual son in the flesh. Cale wants to know how Hans clocked him so fast, and Hans just taps his temple, proudly bragging that he has got every noble family in the land memorized. There is one detail that sticks with Cale though: that wheelchair he saw earlier was stamped with a red snake, the crest of House Sten itself. Impressed despite himself, Cale tells Hans he does not look it, but he is actually pretty sharp. Hans just about melts from the compliment. Flustered praise aside, Hans gets back to business and asks what the plan is now. Cale just stares up at the sky, thinking it over. His answer in the end is beautifully simple: ignore them and move on. The road finally opens up onto a crowd gathered at the edge of the desert, and Cale cannot help wondering if they have finally found the place. Turns out the famous stone towers come with their own little mascots, and Cale is very unimpressed. Not cute enough for him, apparently. Choi Han breaks off from the group and heads for the shrine alone, and Cale cannot help but wonder if his swordsman is actually about to make a wish. The three of them close in on the shrine together, stone towers looming over a courtyard dotted with little rock piles and wandering critters. Cale figures Choi Han's wish is an easy guess, probably just wanting to go home. But in his head, he is already comparing himself to the guy. Choi Han is nothing like him, or like Kim Rok-soo, the man Cale used to be. Choi Han grew up loved, surrounded by people who actually looked out for him. A very different childhood than the one Cale remembers. That is exactly why, Cale figures, Choi Han came out the other side of something awful and still stayed good. Not everyone gets to keep that. Choi Han suddenly turns back and calls his name, dead serious, says he has got a question for him, and something to tell him too. Cale's instincts immediately start screaming that this is going to be a whole thing, but he braces himself and tells Choi Han to just ask. And after all that build-up, Choi Han's big question is just, "Are not you gonna make a wish too?" Cale's brain just about short-circuits at how anticlimactic that was. Cale's answer is simple: wishes just get your hopes up for nothing. Better to expect nothing at all, he says, than to set yourself up for disappointment. He breaks it down like a gambling problem: win big off a small bet and you are thrilled, but expect the big payout and only get a fraction, and all you feel is let down. Hans naturally takes this way too far, cheerfully declaring the entire world devoid of hopes or dreams like it is the best news he has heard all day. Cale just tells him to go look around, and Hans salutes off with way more enthusiasm than the moment calls for. Off he goes, herding the two stray critters along like they are his new best friends, while Cale just watches, unbothered. Choi Han turns back to business, telling Cale he has got a report to make. Turns out their dragon tagged along and snuck into the palace with them. Cale's response is the same as always: just ignore it. Even Cale cannot quite play it as cool as he sounds, a little uneasy about what that dragon might get up to unsupervised. He shakes it off for now and gets moving. The group presses on, footsteps echoing through the quiet of the temple grounds. Ahead, the path narrows toward the heart of the shrine, the famous stone towers finally within reach. A hand presses against the ancient stone, testing it, waiting to see if the old legends are actually true. And just like that, the stone hums to life, some old buried magic stirring awake after who knows how long. And right on cue, their not-so-secret dragon comes wandering straight past a couple of very startled priests, heading right for the shrine like he owns the place too. The next day, Cale heads out to visit the grave of the legendary swordsman known as the man who lived to be 150. At the grave site, Cale makes his call. Only Choi Han is coming with him this time. Pick the group's strongest fighter and nobody else insists on tagging along, though honestly, Cale would rather go alone anyway if only they'd let him. One of his men takes the order without a fuss, so Cale decides to go handle a much sillier problem himself. He takes off sprinting after two young recruits he's nicknamed his lovely kittens, and honestly, it looks like the kid was just waiting for an excuse to run. Cale finally sets off with Choi Han at his side, who immediately wants to know exactly what his lord is scheming this time. Cale points up at the mountain and keeps the instructions simple: just wait for him at the entrance. Choi Han agrees without pushing for more, and the two head deeper into the woods. Walking beside him, Cale privately admits he likes having Choi Han around mostly because the guy never asks too many questions. That streak is about to end. Choi Han quietly calls out to him through the fog. Cale stops in his tracks and turns back. Yes. Choi Han drops the real reason he pulled Cale aside: he's leaving tomorrow. Cale isn't surprised in the slightest, he's the one who gave that order in the first place. Choi Han says he's thought it over and decided to finally tell Cale the truth, and Cale quietly clocks that this not the dragon is what his knight actually wanted to talk about. All right, Cale says, bracing himself, what is it? Choi Han doesn't ease into it. Ron is a dangerous man. Cale actually flinches. Caught off guard, Cale scrambles for play should he act clueless. Or pretend he already knew. He goes with a shaky okay, is that so, while sweating bullets. Choi Han isn't buying the act and calls him out. Ron reeks of blood, he's terrifyingly powerful, and his hands have seen far too much violence. Choi Han admits he'd assumed Cale was keeping Ron close despite knowing exactly what he is. Cale's mind races. If he'd truly known how dangerous Ron was, he'd have brought him along to rescue the dragon. He didn't, so either he never knew or he simply trusts him, and why wouldn't he after keeping Ron by his side for 18 years? That's the exact conclusion Choi Han had already landed on. His lord genuinely has no idea. No idea about the real truth behind Ron, and as far as Choi Han could tell, nobody else knew either. That silence is exactly why Choi Han felt he had to be the one to speak up. Cale waves it off. Of course he's not upset. In fact, he's already decided. The moment they reach the capital, Ron goes with Choi Han. To me, Cale adds, you two are basically the same. Choi Han blinks, I'm sorry. Cale flips the question right back on him. You're the one who called him dangerous, so why did you let him be? Choi Han tilts his head, working through his answer. His jaw tightens as the reason settles in. Because Choi Han finally says, he never did anything to hurt you. Which is exactly Cale's point. Ron has been his attendant for 18 years now. He's walked proudly beside the household's no-nonsense vice captain and even covered hands duties for him, and neither of them ever lost their temper at him. Because underneath it all, Ron is simply a devoted servant of the Henituse family, doing exactly what's asked of him. Choi Han pushes back one more time. He just wanted Cale to know Ron is dangerous, plain and simple. Both he and Ron are the same to me. Cale interrupts, grabbing his own collar. By your logic, you're just as much of a threat to me. After all, Choi Han's own reputation as a devastating warrior speaks for itself. So honestly, Cale says, I don't see much difference between you two at all. When someone is his attendant, that's all that matters to him. Ron is simply an attendant, same as Choi Han, a guy who still owes Cale a debt he hasn't finished repaying. Choi Han goes quiet, letting the point sink in. Cale decides that's enough heavy talk for one day. It's almost time. He needs to hurry. Is that all? Choi Han asks. Yep, Cale says, already turning to go. Don't follow me. His footsteps pause for just a beat before he walks on alone. Meanwhile, someone else caught wind of the whole conversation. Hans, who practically raised Cale since he was a baby. Softy can't help but smirk about it. But the moment he tries to follow, Choi Han blocks his path flat out. Lord Cale doesn't want any company right now. The two just stare each other down in silence. Cale, oblivious to any of this, keeps walking alone down the quiet path, muttering to himself that he already knows he's a rascal. Back at the standoff, Hans just scoffs. People get sentimental with age, he grumbles, admitting he only came to check on Cale after he ditched the new recruits and took just Choi Han. Shouldn't have bothered, he mutters, giving up and walking off. Meanwhile, Cale finally reaches his destination, grumbling under his breath, oh come on. He drops right at the cave entrance, utterly worn out. Sprawled out on the ground, Cale can only admit it, this whole trip is turning into a total fail. Deep in the wilderness, our guy slips into a hidden cave because obviously the safest life choices happen underground. He drops in, catches his breath, and immediately clocks something in the air. The wind down here hits different. Way stronger than he expected, honestly, and that grin on his face says he's already having too much fun with it. This wind could tear a wall apart, and he's chasing the exact power that makes it, testing just how loud he can get. See, some rival named Taylor already got his hands on this power with a little help from someone called Cage, so now it's a straight-up race against the clock. His dragon isn't having it, screaming for him to stop before he gets himself hurt. The little dragon doesn't hold back either, straight up calling him incredibly weak. Then the power flares up in a blinding flash, wings of light with something horned lurking underneath. Whatever this thing really is, it's not exactly holy. Caught red-handed training in secret, he stammers out a lousy excuse, then admits to himself he really doesn't have time to babysit this dragon right now. Turns out the wind here cycles every 3 hours, and right now it's at its weakest. This is his window. He's got a hard deadline now, get this done before the wind ramps back up. The dragon looks him up and down and just mutters that he's a weak human, no filter on this one. The wind slams into him like a freight train, rock shattering all around. But he plants his feet right in the middle of it, completely unfazed. That's enough to flip the script. Now the dragon's genuinely asking how he got this strong. He doesn't even bother answering, he just lets the smug silence do the talking. He's barely being pushed back and his shield's holding just fine. Exactly what he expected if he's honest. Smart move, shrink the shield down to cut the wind resistance. He's confident he'll be fine. The wind just keeps howling through the cave, relentless. He hunkers down inside his shrunk shield, riding out the storm. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the wind, groaning that it's full of regret. Okay, that's new. He's heard this trick before. Some tree once talked to him too, so a whiny voice in the wind barely phases him now. The voice just keeps spiraling, wailing about how many regrets it's carrying. He sighs, every single one of these ancient powers comes with its own baggage, apparently. He can't help but wonder why Taylor ever called this power serious, right as the voice starts addressing him directly. The wind roars back up, and he braces himself against it. The voice suddenly wails that it betrayed its own comrades, dramatic much. It keeps going, calling itself an imbecile for surviving alone while everyone else was left behind. Underneath all the theatrics, there's real guilt here. It just wanted everyone to make it out alive. The wind sends him tumbling as the voice keeps milking its own tragedy for all it's worth. He finally snaps that it's too loud, privately deciding this thing isn't tragic, it's just exhausting. Honestly, he liked the last ancient voice better. At least the food critic knew when to shut up. The voice spirals again, insisting its own power to regenerate is useless and calling itself worthless trash. He tunes it out, survival comes first and all that matters right now is grinding out 5 more steps. Step 1, he shrinks the shield down tighter, bracing for the wind to cut deeper. The voice drones on about being sliced open like a blade, and he can't help but note how chatty these ancient powers are. Step 2, the voice marvels that it somehow didn't die, which only confirms his suspicion that this power is cursed. Step 3, the voice admits its heart kept beating even when it couldn't because deep down it was terrified of dying. Step 4, getting hurt over and over left it terrified of pain itself, and he pushes through his own pain right along with it. Even more afraid of the death waiting for it, and with that confession hanging in the air, he takes the 5th and final step. His foot lands and the wind roars one last time around him. He's still standing, still walking, still in one piece. And just like that, the wind stops dead. He actually pulled it off. He glances down at a little pile of stones, puzzled for a second. Nothing fancy about it, he figures, no point dressing it up. One more stone clicks into place, and honestly this part barely took any effort. Something lights up behind him as he walks away, job apparently done. His dragon just stares at him, completely lost for words. For once, even the dragon doesn't have a smart comment ready. The voice picks its story back up. It tried fighting back once, but pain was never its strong suit, and the ones it trusted never actually served any gods. It only figured that out after its group fell apart and it got locked away alone, fed garbage by the so-called servants of the gods from the dark forest. Something about this story rings a bell for him, especially the part about building a tower to turn back time, then smashing it himself out of pure self-disgust. He just echoes the voice's own line back at it. Humans are selfish beings, apparently, present company included. For once the voice actually shuts up. He asks if it's finally finished. Nope, now it's crying about missing its sister and he can feel a headache coming on. The voice actually compliments his rudeness now, saying it reminds it of its own brother. Weirdly, that's the nicest thing it's said all day. He's honestly not sure if this thing is bonding with him or trying to start a fight. Then out of nowhere the voice gives him an order: destroy the tower. Do that, it says, and he'll finally overcome his own limits. That's all the invitation he needed. He's grinning like it's Christmas morning. He rears back and cracks the tower with everything he's got. The whole thing crumbles apart, and even his dragon has to admit this human is just built different. He stands there a moment in the afterglow, taking it all in. Even his dragon goes quiet, watching him a little differently now. Deep in a pitch-black cave lit by one lonely shaft of moonlight, our red-haired hero stands frozen next to something that looks suspiciously like a monster's skull. Not creepy at all. He locks eyes on something glowing just out of reach and stretches his hand toward it, dead serious like his life depends on it. His fist closes around it. Whatever it is, he is not letting go. The second he touches it, the whole cave floods with blinding light. Something old and powerful just woke up. The blast slams into him, sending him flying backward through streaks of light like he just got hit by a truck made of stars. He lands hard, heart hammering in his chest. Whatever just happened, it changed him. Okay, he mutters, feeling the new energy settle inside him. This is going to make my shield stronger. Turns out that power does not just boost his shield, it heals his wounds way faster than any normal person's body could. The camera lingers on that shield of his like it is the real main character. Fair enough, it just leveled up big time. Cut to present day. Our hero strolls up to a quiet cave entrance with a tiny four-legged tag along trotting behind him. He glances back over his shoulder and the little creature freezes, caught staring. "Do you want to tag along?" he asks. The poor thing flinches like it just got asked to defuse a bomb. Out among the ruins, the small dark dragon takes to the air, flapping nervously while he watches from below. The dragon admits he is weak and needs protection, then immediately backtracks with "but I hate humans," classic mixed signals. Somewhere out in the tall grass, something or someone is rustling around, trying way too hard not to be noticed. Our hero strides on through the open field, cape and all, completely unbothered. Then he stops, something catches his attention. "Hey," he calls out, not even turning around fully. "I can see you standing on the grass," he says flatly. Somewhere nearby, someone just about jumps out of their skin. He sighs. "I guess I have to take care of him too." The life of a reluctant hero, folks. A dark-haired attendant catches up to him, addressing him properly. "Lord Cale, did you tumble down the mountain?" Our hero, thoroughly disheveled, mutters a defeated "darn it." "Yeah, a bit," he admits. "Even the toughest guys eat dirt sometimes." New scene, the outskirts of Perthel City. A cup shatters against the floor as a dark-haired young man lets out a furious arg. "What is it, Cage?" someone asks. "Don't talk to me," Cage snaps back, clearly not in the mood. Cage grips his head, groaning in pain. "Are the gods talking to you again?" his companion asks warily. Cage kicks a table clean across the room. "I hate this." Turns out being a mouthpiece for the gods is not a fun gig. He storms off, footsteps echoing, while the others just watch him go. "Did someone break in?" one of them wonders before waving off any followers. "You don't have to follow us." "Cage, what's going on?" someone calls, chasing after him mid-swing of whatever he's carrying. "Hang on." Night falls over the city as one man wheels another across a quiet bridge, the two of them clearly headed somewhere important. "It's true," Cage says with a bitter little laugh. Whatever the gods told him, it's got him rattled. The message apparently was blunt: destroy it if you want your wish granted. Cage presses his fingers into his temple like he is trying to physically push the voice out. "I suggest you do it," someone tells him. "No, damn it," he growls back. "The god of death wants you to destroy it," Cage relays. "What?" comes the stunned reply. Someone points out this is the first time Cage hasn't sounded completely unhinged, since they usually only hear from him about once a year. Standing on the balcony with a sigh, someone finally asks the real question: "What's so special about this stack?" The god's message continues: "It'll be the turning point of your lives, no pressure or anything. And that the choice is all yours," Cage adds. "Great decision-making under cosmic pressure, everyone's favorite. But there's a catch: don't destroy it if you want to live an easy life." Then a sudden wait, because apparently there's something else hiding in the dark. "I don't sense any danger," one of them reports. "So what will you do?" A slow, confident smile spreads across his face. "Let's destroy it." His companion just grins right along with him, clearly here for the chaos. Cage winds up and lets it fly, one solid hit, no hesitation. Debris clatters down around them. Whatever that thing was, it's not whole anymore. Someone repeats the warning out loud, almost daring fate to prove them wrong. "Don't destroy it if you want to live an easy life." "Nor do I want it to be," comes the reply. I'm going to fix my legs and march on forward. There it is, the actual resolve behind all this. His eyes narrow with pure determination. This guy is not backing down. A trembling hand unfolds an old letter. The words on it are about to change everything. The Crown Prince possesses an ancient power. The two of them stand there on the street, letter in hand, the weight of what it says sinking in. It's a power that can cure any deformity just once, and the prince is looking for a way to keep his rival brothers in check. This sure will be a turning point, comes the reaction, half amused, half stunned. Let me see, Cage says, snatching the letter right out of his hands. The letter reads on, your legs might not move, but your brain, arms, eyes, and mouth. A lone figure walks toward a door bathed in light. And every other part of you is alive. The decision, it turns out, is left entirely to Taylor Sten, eldest son of the Marquess of Sten. Taylor makes the call, let's put the butler in charge and go to the capital. Okay, comes the reply, I know you can look out for yourself. That's right, I used to be like that, his companion snorts, clearly poking fun at himself. I shouldn't have. Time to move, we must hurry if we want to make it to the royal palace, Taylor says. Okay, let's go, even the two little furballs tagging along seem ready for the trip. Can we go home now? One of the fuzzy tag-alongs whines. Yep, we did everything he asked, so let's go get a late-night snack. Priorities, am I right? The two little critters perch together, clearly already dreaming about that snack. Under a starry night sky, they cheer about their well-earned reward. A late-night snack, truly the reward this whole arc was building toward. Next morning, Cale gears up for the road, cinching his scarf and shouldering a travel bag like he's done this 100 times. Across the street, Ron spots him and just stares, clearly clocking exactly how little Cale's actually packing. Ron marches over, arms crossed, and can't help himself. Is that seriously all you're taking? Cale just shrugs it off with a simple, and Ron, half exasperated, mutters back a reluctant yes, my lord. Out on the street, Ron lets out a long sigh, watching Cale and his cloaked companion get ready to head off without him. While Cale's back is turned, Ron digs through his own bag, rummaging for something he'd almost forgotten. Take this with you, Ron calls out and tosses something straight at him. Cale snaps out a hand and snatches it clean out of the air, caught totally off guard. Ta-da! He peeks inside and finds Ron's thrown together a little care package, bottles clinking around in there. Cale digs through the jars and bottles, baffled. What's wrong with this? Ron just glances away, arms crossed. Throw it away if you don't want it, playing it cool about the thought he clearly put into it. Ron turns and walks off with a plain bye. Small gesture, but Cale figures that's just Ron's way of saying a proper goodbye. Cale grips the pouch tight, grinning ear to ear, more touched than he'll ever admit out loud. I'll be back, my lord, Ron says, then clears his throat and vows he's going to train hard while Cale's gone, so he can be his guard once they reach the capital. The rest of the household lines up to see him off. One aide cradling a little fox chirps, take care, while Cale glances over at an older, gray-haired figure watching quietly. The older man wishes him a safe trip, while someone else mutters they'll keep their knives nice and sharp for when he's back, a warning wrapped up as a joke. Even the fox gets in on the goodbyes, meowing at Cale's feet like it's demanding one last scratch before he goes. Somewhere in his bag, a tiny black dragon blinks awake, peeking out just as Cale conjures up a swirl of blue light. Cale channels his magic, carefully packing everything away out of sight, including his very much alive, very much illegal stowaway. Tucked into a cozy hidden nook, the baby dragon curls right up like it owns the place. Cale can't help but reflect on how much he already owes his father and how the man just keeps on giving. Least he can do is actually pull his weight this time. He gives the pouch on his belt a reassuring pat and heads out. Glancing back one last time, Cale calls out that he'll see them all in the capital. The day after Choi Han heads off on his own path, the rest of the group finally leaves Perthel behind, riding into a blazing sunset toward the capital. Somewhere along the road, Cale catches himself whispering back and forth with a couple of very odd travel companions. Two strange little creatures huddle close, trading whispers of their own like they're gossiping about something big. One of them flinches and Cale can't resist needling them. What, did you two actually go meet the dragon? He sighs to himself. Ever since saying goodbye to Choi Han, he's had an actual dragon tagging along everywhere, and there's clearly no talking it out of that now. Somewhere off in the trees, a horse neighs sharply through the dusk. The convoy grinds to a halt, and Cale figures he might as well go check out the commotion himself. Meanwhile, somewhere down his own road, it looks like Choi Han's found a tense standoff of his own to deal with. Back at the halted convoy, Cale walks up to a stranger's campsite and politely asks if they'd mind sharing the spot for the night. The stranger isn't exactly warm about it. "Who are you?" A blonde knight steps up and introduces himself as Tom, sworn to the Sten family. Tom's eye goes wide with sudden panic. He never even glanced twice at that plain little carriage, and now he's realizing exactly whose crest is on it. Turns out he'd spotted the Henituse family crest and figured it was worth asking about just his luck. A blonde figure in the carriage introduces themselves simply, "I'm Taylor Sten." Cale's own hand freezes on the carriage rail as it clicks exactly who he's just run into. "Crap," he mutters. One companion leaves, he thinks, and suddenly 3 new ones show up, and not just any 3. One's a dragon that apparently can't keep a low profile, and the other's a priestess who's supposedly begging to be excommunicated. And the last one's got the Sten family name attached to it, which never means simple. Taylor warms to the idea of traveling on together, though there's clearly a lot weighing on their mind. Taylor admits it flatly. Everyone in their life started keeping their distance the moment they were paralyzed from the waist down. They were flat out abandoned. Taylor figures even a supposedly neutral family like the Henituses probably won't want anything to do with someone like them either. Cale doesn't miss a beat. "Why would you leave?" He points out plainly, it's not like this land belongs to him anyway. And he'd never pull something that petty on a fellow traveler just passing through. Cale reaches out a hand, offering the gesture without a second thought. "I'm Cale Henituse," he says simply, "son of Count Henituse." The group settles in for the night, the convoy's wheels finally still. Taylor and Cale keep talking things over, easing into an unexpectedly comfortable understanding. "I know," Cale says simply, reaching out again. They shake on it and someone politely offers a "nice to meet you, Lord," before getting cut off. Taylor introduces the woman beside them, Priestess Cage, who's apparently been traveling with them the whole time. Cage greets Cale warmly, introducing herself as a priestess and offering him a blessing. "May the calm of night be with you." Cale's not buying the blessing for a second, inwardly cracking that he'd heard she wanted to be excommunicated for being sick of being nice to everyone. Out loud, though, all he gives her is a flat "I don't believe in gods." And just like that, its official lout mode is switched firmly back on. As always, dirty, deadpan Cale somehow leaves everyone around him a little more worried than before. Cale flashes that easy grin of his and casually drops a bombshell. He does not believe in the gods. No warning, no lead-up, like he's commenting on the weather. Hans and Choi Han both freeze, genuinely stunned. Who just blurts out heresy like that out loud? Left to his own thoughts, Cale figures Lord Taylor blew a fortune installing all this fancy magic tech in his house. No wonder the guy's broke. With Venian gunning for him and his own family cutting him off, Cale reasons Taylor never stood a chance financially. Cale's confident that thanks to the tip he sent, Taylor and his knight Cage are already on the road to meet the crown prince. He calls for Hans. He tells Hans and Ron plainly, "Help them out. Get them fed," he says, "and pitch their tent right next to ours." Moved by the order, Hans swears he'll serve Taylor's people just as loyally as he's always served Cale. Cale says his goodbyes to Lord Taylor and heads off into the sunset without much fanfare. Taylor thanks him for his generosity. Cale just shrugs it off like it was nothing. Privately though, Cale admits the truth to himself. He just does not want to get tangled up in this guy's mess any further. Noticing Taylor's people are traveling with just one knight to protect them, Cale has Choi Han stand guard for them too. The caravan rolls on quietly, horses and all, deeper into the wilderness. Cale's 2 little spirit critters perk right up, recognizing the group passing by. "I know those people," one of them pipes up. Cale shushes them fast, "Pretend you don't know them. Just like they played dumb about the dragon, right?" "Right. Speaking of which, that little dragon is still tailing them everywhere they go." Cale sighs that he only ever meant to save its life, but now the thing refuses to leave his side. Watching his critters visibly shiver at the dragon's presence, Cale figures it's on another level entirely, somehow beyond even Rosalind's famously sharp mana sense. Smirking to himself, Cale decides he might as well put the little dragon to good use. Later on the road, Cale just yawns, clearly worn out by the endless travel. Meanwhile, Hans is already bustling around camp, and it looks like he's got his hands full. Ron greets Cale with a cheery good morning like nothing in the world is wrong. Then a sudden commotion breaks out, and Cale wonders out loud why everything's gotten so noisy. A misunderstanding, Cale asks, clearly caught off guard. Footsteps close in behind him, and someone asks if something's wrong. Rosalind hurries up, clasping her hands together, apologizing to Cale on the spot. Cale's gut tells him someone has secretly tracked their caravan down, and that is not exactly a comforting thought. Fresh tracks in the dirt confirm it. Somebody or something really has been following them. A massive boar looms into view as the group panics that their supposedly secret route just got cracked by a power none of them could even detect. Choi Han throws up his hands. This is officially too much. Cale dryly notes that of course Rosalind doesn't have the power to sniff out a hidden dragon like that. Still rattled from the boar scare, Rosalind addresses Cale directly and introduces the real culprit behind it all, Vikras. Vikras, unfazed, only points out that the meat is once again of the highest quality. Rosalind blinks, confused once again. Cale realizes someone in their little traveling party has quietly been keeping them fed with premium food this whole time. Grinning, Cale explains the mystery chef is actually painfully shy, so don't expect to ever actually see him. Seems there was a mix-up after all. Choi Han goes red in the face while Rosalind insists it's fine. Rosalind recommends everyone try Vikras's steak, calling him a genuinely excellent chef. Hesitant, she approaches Cale, having heard he's headed for the capital himself. She asks if they could travel there together with him. Cale, of course, already saw this coming. Privately, Cale runs the numbers. No one can trace that note back to him, and getting them safely to the capital just means they'll owe him one. Choi Han and Rosalind both light up, thrilled to have him on their side for the trip. Cale notes that Cage knows exactly where the line is, since walking into the capital as one big group would only cause problems. Smirking, Cale figures they'll just have to see how this whole arrangement plays out. Rosalind thanks him for letting them tag along, promising they'll part ways before reaching the capital proper. Noted, Cale tells Hans. Meals get ordered straight to their carriage from here on out. Yes, my lord, comes the reply. Rosalind hesitates, then finally speaks up. Yes, priestess, what is it? Cale answers. She wants to know, seriously, does he really not believe in any god at all? Cale, mildly thrown by the sudden question, just answers plainly, yes, it's true. Later, walking alone through the quiet forest, Cale has no idea what's about to be said about him back at camp. Rosalind turns to Cage and asks what's bothering him. Cage just looks uneasy, saying nothing at first. She presses him, strange how, he starts to answer, hesitating. Cage finally admits it. He feels uneasy, like the god of death itself is stroking the back of his head out of pity just from standing near Cale. Off in the distance, Cale stands calmly by the loaded wagon, completely unaware of the chill he's leaving in his wake. Cage glances over one more time, still visibly on edge. The trip to the capital goes off without a hitch, suspiciously calm, even. Then, the night before they arrive, a knock cuts through the quiet. Lord Cale. A white-haired stranger raps on his door, calls him out by name, and gets straight to the point. He's noticed Cale really loves his drink. Cale Henituse the lout can't go a day without drinking, the stranger murmurs, studying him like a puzzle he's trying to solve. Cale just lets him keep talking, giving absolutely nothing away. But you're clearly more than that, the man adds. The Cale Henituse rumors he'd heard were nothing like the man who'd quietly looked after them the whole trip. He never once made them squeeze into his own carriage, never slowed them down, and made sure they were cared for every step of the way. And on top of that, your people followed you without a second thought, he says. That kind of loyalty doesn't happen by accident. Above all else, he adds, you treated us like we mattered, like ordinary people, not baggage. Lord Cale, he starts again, clearly building up to something bigger. He lifts a bottle instead of finishing the thought. How about one last drink, he offers before they go their separate ways. Someone else lets themselves into the room without much ceremony. What do you want? Comes the blunt greeting. The stranger studies Cale from across the room and mutters to himself, he's no lout, he's actually dangerously sharp. Cale, amused, calls his bluff right back, and what kind of person do you think I am then? The room goes quiet for a beat, the tension doing all the talking. Something clatters in the silence, but Cale doesn't even flinch. Truth is, the man admits, everyone in this room wants the same thing, to get something out of this. Cale beats him to the punch. Let me guess, you're after the rich Henituse family's money, aren't you? Caught off guard, the man lets out a short, surprised laugh. So you knew. Of course I did, Cale says, entirely unbothered. The man spills his hand, literally a pouch of coins, explaining he could tell Cale needed money to stay low-key in the capital. But that's not really why he'd approached him first. Cale grins and finishes the thought for him. With a golden goose sitting right next to you, why not ask for a favor while you're at it? Exactly, the man says. If Cale helps, he gains something. And even if he's refused, he's not about to run and tell Venian any of this. Because, he adds, Cale clearly hates getting tangled up in complicated messes. A smart man who hides his true colors on purpose, the stranger says with a respectful nod. Thank you, Lord Cale. You're leaving at dawn, right? Cale asks, already 3 steps ahead of him. Yeah, I thought about slipping out quietly, but here I am, the man admits. We're on our own from here. He's planning to sneak into the capital through the temple, though Venian or the Marquess will probably catch on within 3 days anyway. Cale, unfazed, points out that people play politics even inside the god of death's own shrine. Nothing surprises him anymore. You really are well informed, the man says, impressed despite himself. There has to be a reason you're this interested in us, my lord. Fingers tap idly on the table, the sound of a plan quietly clicking into place. Cale tosses over some coin. Stay one more night, Lord Taylor. Use this to book the room. Ride with Cage in my carriage, he adds. Have the rest of your group follow a day behind. He slides the money across the table without another word. Honestly, the answer's pretty obvious, Cale says, when pressed on why he's bothering to help at all. I dragged him into this mess, so it's only right I help him out. Plus, if Taylor ends up running the Sten estate, that's one less power-hungry family breathing down my neck. And honestly, it just makes his own life easier, 2 fewer headaches for the Henituse estate down the line. For a moment though, Cale just goes quiet. Because I feel for the guy, he finally admits. I want to know why a crippled man with a target on his back is going through all this trouble. The eldest son of a Marquess, reduced to begging the lout of a count's family for money, it's hard not to feel for him. Alone with his thoughts, Taylor admits quietly that the note he'd read was right. He really can't feel his own knees anymore. He lets out a bitter laugh, fists clenched. But his eyes, his hands, everything else, all of it still alive, he says, refusing to be broken just yet. He looks up at Cale, wry and raw. Thank you for your pity, he says, I needed that. Cale pulls out his coin pouch and lays down the terms instead. Forget everything that's happened here. He and Lord Taylor won't breathe a word of it either. They'll swear it on the god of death himself. And everyone knows what happens to a person who breaks a vow made in that name. It kills them. Cage cuts in, unbothered, no interest in joining their little group herself, and if this whole thing blows up on her, she's spilling everything, no hesitation. This is about Venian, isn't it? Cale asks. She just nods, yes. Cale says, let's do it. Cage settles in, hands pressed together, violet energy already curling around her. I'll begin, she says. The room fills with swirling purple smoke as the ritual takes hold. I, Cage, the so-called daughter of eternal night, swear a vow with Taylor Sten, she intones. Magic jolts through the room as she continues. She and Taylor Sten will keep everything discussed here secret for the rest of their lives. The only exception is Cale Henituse, not a word to anyone else. Taylor echoes the vow himself, sealing it. I will not disclose this matter to anyone else. Purple mist rolls through the hallway as the binding settles over both of them. Cage lays out the stakes plainly, break the vow, and it alerts their witness Cale to their imminent death. I see, is all he says. Their hands finally settle, the ritual done. Taylor lighter now holds up a bottle. All right then, Lord Cal, let's have that drink. Ta-da, Cage announces with a flourish, insisting they toast to the occasion properly. Cal just stares, dazed. Does she seriously carry wine glasses around with her everywhere? A little tipsy now, Cage waves off whatever he was about to ask. None of my business anyway, she shrugs. Wow, I really like you, she declares, clearly a few drinks deep already. Lord Cal, don't you want to get to know an older woman with a great personality? She teases. Cal, stone-faced, no, I don't. Not to be outdone, Taylor offers up an older guy with a great personality instead. Cal shuts that down twice in a row. The room dissolves into laughter, glasses clinking together for a toast that actually means it. Cheers, indeed. The glasses meet one more time, red wine catching the light. On a dark, moonless night, though. The three of them are bonded now, sealed over nothing more than a bottle of good liquor. Whether that holds is another story. The next day, the carriage carrying Cal and his crew rattles off toward the capital for the king's 50th birthday bash. Inside, Cal sits with arms crossed, his little dragon curled up in cat form beside him. 2 more hours to the capital gates, someone announces. His disguised dragon trades a look with the other cat riding along, like they're already plotting something. His silver-haired companion flashes a grin. He's clearly got something on his mind about this event. So how much do you actually know about this royal palace event? He asks the hungover swordsman next to him, who is clearly nursing a rough morning. Cal admits he's barely set foot in the palace before the only noble gathering he's ever been to was some northeastern kids' meet-up years back. Turns out the whole festival is thrown to celebrate the king's 50th birthday. The hungover swordsman groans just thinking about it. As the carriage rattles on, his companion needles him, not looking forward to it, are you? Cal admits he's already nervous as hell. His mind drifts somewhere heavier. This knowledge he's carrying weighs on him like a stone he can't put down. He knows exactly what horrors death can bring, and that's precisely why he can't just look away this time. I'll try to stop it, he decides. Right up until it gets scary or hurts, then he is absolutely gone. Classic him. The actual plan, do just enough to help and not 1 ounce more than necessary. Efficient, cowardly, very on brand. This isn't really a festival for you either, is it? His companion asks, reading him like a book. Final stretch before the big show, the silver-haired companion grins, clearly enjoying this way more than Cal is. Lord Cal, someone calls out. Yes, he answers flatly, bracing for whatever's coming next. His companion's playful smile fades into something far more serious. Watch out for the crown prince, he warns, and just like that, the mood in the carriage shifts. I may have been cast off, but I've still got my ways of digging up information out of the Sten estate, his companion says, tapping old connections. Turns out summoning every noble heir to this festival was the crown prince's own idea, not some old royal tradition. How to even describe the guy? He's got a seriously silver tongue, his companion admits, struggling for the right words. Correct, Cal cuts in with a smirk, clearly enjoying being right. Absolutely, he adds, then immediately backpedals with an awkward gasp, realizing he may have said too much. So you knew all along, huh? His companion says. Cal just shrugs. Hey, it's not exactly some big secret. His companion cracks up laughing, admitting he's never heard anyone put it quite that well. Yeah, real silver-tongued, Cal mutters, because the crown prince is apparently a master at flattering people into doing exactly what he wants. The trick is, he uses people so smoothly that they never even realize it's happening. Take Choi Han. He genuinely respects the crown prince because the guy treated him, a commoner, like an actual friend. Except Choi Han has no clue he's being used the whole time, Cal thinks grimly. He uses people, sure, Cal admits to himself. But not for his own profit or power. Somehow that makes it almost worse. He just wields his words for the kingdom, for the people, or for something even bigger down the line. He praises people while handing them heartbreaking reasons to help him, and good-hearted kids like Choi Han and Rosalind just can't say no. Anyway, Lord Cal, his companion cuts back in, snapping him out of his thoughts. The crown prince really is exactly what you described, he says, which means dealing with him is going to be exhausting. I plan on staying as quiet as humanly possible, Cal says, He truly, deeply hates being noticed. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" he asks, suddenly self-conscious. "You actually think I can pull that off? Never mind." The group just laughs it off. "Yeah, never mind indeed. Whatever you're worried about isn't going to happen," Cale insists. "I'm plenty silver-tongued myself." He smirks. The crown prince backs off fast when he runs into someone just as slippery as he is. So if the prince subtly uses people by praising them, Cale figures he'll just do the exact same thing right back. His knife-happy companion grins honestly. "This bad guy attitude suits you way better, Lord Cale. Way less gullible-looking, too." Cale just shrugs it off and goes back to petting his little dragon like none of this bothers him. Outside the window, the capital finally comes into view. The carriage rolls deeper into the grand approach toward the festival grounds. The kingdom of Roun, they say, is the land of rocks. Its legends stretch back further than the kingdom itself. Countless old tales are tied to those rocks. One old legend claims this land was guarded by a rock-like protector, something that could shield you from any attack, who fought at the very front against the evil menacing the whole continent. The carriage rattles on while his hungover knight just listens, half invested, half regretting last night's drinks. He stood steadfast like a rock even as his whole body was torn apart, protecting the rock-covered northeast and every person in it. Beings like that don't exist in real life, his companion admits with a shrug. "That's exactly why I like the myth. Guess you don't buy it, huh? Only a handful of people would ever risk their own life to protect something like that," Cale replies quietly. "That's right. He didn't just protect himself, he protected the entire Northeast." That part, Cale admits, he genuinely can't wrap his head around. Funny thing is, most hero myths get written down early. This one didn't show up until the 5th book, as if it happened after the fact. The carriage finally rolls to a stop on the capital's cobblestone streets. "I see," Cale says simply, "all business now." He peeks out the window, dragon in tow, sizing up what's waiting outside. "Take this," his companion says, passing something over. "Time to gear up." "Get ready," Cale tells the others, giving his cat-disguised dragon one last glance. "Knock knock, Lord Cale," the capital guards call out. "We need to check the carriage." The door slams shut hard right as the guards close in. Cale steps out fully dressed and composed, looking like he's got nothing whatsoever to hide. The guards look him over, one smug captain clearly expecting to find something. But when they finally check the carriage, it's completely empty, just the cats and a knocked-over wine bottle. "Go ahead," the guard finally waves them through, none the wiser. After a long journey, the convoy finally rolls up on the capital, and the guards are already fussing over their honored lord. Guards snap to attention and wave the Henituse carriage straight through the gates. While Ron takes a comedic tumble down some stairs in the background, Cale coolly tells the guards to let his group pass. Someone officially welcomes them to the capital and the whole crew strolls in like they own the place. Which, let's be honest, they basically do. The gate clacks shut behind them, and just like that, they're locked into capital business. Cale kicks back on a bench with his cat, savoring an actual proper welcome for once. He can't help but grin about it. Underneath the smirk there's something real. It really has been a while since anyone rolled out a welcome for him like that. Cut to the western edge of the capital, a district called Wise, where the real destination is waiting. Cale lays out the plan for Lord Taylor. "Follow this path and Ron will take it from there." Then he flat out tells Taylor to forget everything he just saw, right before the driver announces they've arrived. Taylor peels off with a hopeful "let's meet again" with smiles on our faces, and a quiet thank you tucked in besides. Cale doesn't linger, he's already strolling off toward the family's second house, cat in tow. He catches sight of the place and lets out a surprised little "oh." Turns out it's nicer than he expected. Not flashy, not dripping in gold, just quietly and absurdly loaded. That's the Henituse way. Somehow the understated house still manages to outprice every noble mansion next door, and the gate creaks open to prove it. Then the whole household throws open the doors for a full, choreographed welcome. Rows of new staff drop into perfect bows, pledging themselves to his complete disposal. Cale just stands there visibly unsettled. All this formality makes him uneasy, not flattered. He tells the staff to raise their heads and drop the stiff formality, and one of them actually flinches at being addressed directly. He adds that his mother personally handpicked every one of them, so he expects them to actually earn their keep. Then he promptly dumps all the actual management duties onto Hands and calls it a day. With that, he heads inside, Ron trailing dutifully behind. Behind him, the staff let out a groan. Apparently nobody actually expected their new lord to show up in person. Word around the house is clear: keep an eye on this one before he causes any mayhem. Meanwhile, Cal's already sprawled out bored stiff, folding paper airplanes, until Ron asks if he's actually planning to show up somewhere. "Do I have a choice?" "No, my lord," and just like that his shoulders sag in defeat. Turns out there's a gathering of the Northeast nobility waiting for him, and Ron hands over the full guest list. Cal stares it down with all the enthusiasm of someone signing up for extra homework. He checks in on Ron's other errands and, satisfied with the work, tells him to go rest up. As the butler bows out, Cal casually adds one more request: just send some food up. Left alone at last, he settles into the quiet. Even the cats seem to relax now that the house has gone still. Cal throws the balcony doors wide open like he's greeting the whole city. For a second he just stands there in the doorway, soaking it all in. He calls someone in, and dinner makes its grand entrance. He plates up a feast for his tiny dragon, pointing out that after all that hunting for the group, it hasn't actually eaten a bite itself. He slides the food over, figuring the poor thing must be starving. The dragon just stares down the steak like it's the greatest thing it's ever seen. Everyone digs in and Cal warns them to fuel up. There's a busy schedule ahead. Between bites he lets himself daydream a little about just relaxing for once. A house this big, good food, a quiet night. For a moment life is actually good. Just as he sighs this is the life, someone starts pounding on the door. The cats gasp and Cal bolts upright. His wine glass goes crashing to the floor in the scramble. For a second he actually wonders if it's Choi Han at the door, and the thought alone makes him shiver. He talks himself down. There's no way Choi Han's still 3 days out. It's flat out impossible to reach the capital that fast. Unless, of course, he's not exactly human. Besides, Choi Han wouldn't drag an injured ally across the capital, and that divine potion Cal handed out won't even work on the wolf tribe. They were abandoned by the gods themselves. And Rosalind's way too careful to risk high-level teleportation magic. He told the guy to wait at a specific inn until called for, so who on earth is at the door? The handle turns anyway. Cal's face just drops. It's Choi Han after all, drenched in sweat and hauling someone on his back, apologizing before he even says hello. He admits Cal was the only person he could turn to. Cal doesn't hesitate. He tells him to bring the guy inside immediately. It's Lark of the Blue Wolf tribe, barely conscious and burning up. They rush him inside while Cal watches, grim-faced. That fever only means one thing: the wolf tribe's first berserk state, and it's not supposed to hit for another year, so why is it happening now? Deep in the mansion at night, Choi Han carries Lark's limp body inside while Cal watches with dead serious eyes, already calling for Hands. Cal barks a quick order for a drink, steadying his nerves. Judging by the kid's state, he doesn't think there's any stopping the berserk fit that's coming. They lay Lark down gently, Choi Han hovering like a worried older brother while Cal watches the fever take hold. Lark's out cold but shaking, drenched in sweat and panting through gritted teeth. His own body is already losing this fight. A voice in the dark tells him gently to stop resisting and just close his eyes. Easier said than done when your own blood is turning against you. Cal just stares, jaw tight, watching the kid suffer and running the numbers on how bad this is about to get. A flash of memory. A quieter night, a grown man kneeling beside a small silver-haired boy in the woods, promising him everything will be okay. A larger, almost ghostly shape looms behind them in the blue dark, the boy's tiny silhouette dwarfed against it. The boy chases a fading shape through the trees, calling out for his uncle. It's a memory that's clearly never let go of him. Back in the present, Lark's fists clench and his face twists in pain. Whatever happened to that uncle, he's very alone right now. Someone in the household asks Cal flat out why Lark's in this state, and for once Cal doesn't have an easy answer ready. None of it worked. Cal admits the potions, the healing spells, nothing touches a wolf tribe member mid-collapse. Choi hands coming apart at the seams, choking out that he's supposed to be the one protecting Lark, not standing here useless. At this rate, he's told he'll be the one going berserk next. Cale steadies him with one line, "If you trust me, leave this to me." Cale's mind races. He always figured Choi Han was kind underneath that sword-obsessed exterior, but at this point in the story he shouldn't even be warming up to Lark yet. Which means one thing: his own meddling has already rewritten more of this world's story than he realized. Enter Rose-Ilin, next in line for the throne of the Kingdom of Breck, and nothing like what that title implies. Word is she's a genius, which fully prepared to throw that crown away without a second thought. Crimson hair like a bed of roses, but the personality underneath burns a lot more like the sun. Rose-Ilin suddenly goes rigid, gasping. She's just felt an aura that has no business being anywhere near this place. She can barely keep her footing under the sheer weight of the mana pressing down on her. Panting hard, she starts weaving a spell as a small dark familiar circles beside her, feeding off the surge. Someone explains it plainly: dragons just naturally take a liking to witches, and this one is clearly handing her extra mana because he's interested. Rose-Ilin can't hide the shock on her face. Whatever this is, it's way beyond anything she's dealt with before. Cale cuts straight to business and Rose-Ilin pivots fast, demanding to know what's actually wrong with Lark. Her eyes narrow, sizing up the whole situation in one sharp glance. Turns out she'd used teleportation magic to get everyone to the capital in just 3 days, not exactly the cautious move Cale expected from her. Watching her wand glow, Cale admits she just blew every one of his expectations out of the water. He asks her straight up if she's a witch. She doesn't flinch. Yes, she is. He asks if she's ever heard of a wolf tribe member going berserk. She has, she says, read about it in books. But the books never mention the fevers or the agony. That's because, Cale tells her, this is Lark's very first time. That answer stops her cold. When beastmen go berserk for the first time, he continues, they lose their control completely, and it's about to happen any minute now. Cale finishes, still catching his breath. Rose-Ilin admits she doesn't know these people from Adam, but she can read a crisis when she sees one. Her expression softens looking at Lark. He's just a kid, she says quietly. I know, Cale answers, flat and heavy. A knock echoes down the candlelit hallway, interrupting the moment. Cale calls for Hands, who's already there with a tray in hand. Bring me a stretcher, Cale orders. Get him down to the training grounds under the mansion, Cale says, and clear the place out completely. Hurry. One of the staff can't hide his confusion. Why haul a sick kid down to the training grounds of all places? The household scrambles into motion as the plan clicks into place. Rose-Ilin introduces herself properly to Choi Han. I'm Rose-Ilin. Choi Han returns the nod, and Cale steps in front of both of them with a look that says buckle up. You two, he says, are about to get roughed up, and both of them visibly flinch at the warning. Cale lays it out: wolf tribes, like bear and lion tribes, carry real predator blood, and that blood doesn't play nice. Normally, parents or siblings hold a beastman down through their first berserk episode, taking every hit so the kid doesn't hurt himself. Obviously, Cale adds, Lark doesn't have any family here to do that job for him. He claps his hands together, all business, so he says. He points straight at Choi Han and Rose-Ilin. Congratulations, you two are now Lark's parents for the day, or siblings if you'd rather. Just protect him however you have to, Cale finishes, dead serious again. Down on the wide training grounds, Lark lies motionless as Choi Han asks the question everyone's thinking. How long is this berserk phase going to last? Cale doesn't sugarcoat it. Lark's about as pure-blooded as wolf tribe gets, which means this is going to drag on. Maybe a couple of hours, he guesses, staring out at the empty grounds. Choi Han squares his shoulders and steps forward without hesitation. I'll see it done, he says. I'm Lark's brother, he declares, walking toward the center of the grounds like he means every word. Both of you to the center, Cale shouts, and Choi Han and Rose-Ilin move into position together. The training hall goes quiet as everyone takes their place, waiting for the storm to hit. The brazier crackles nearby as Lark suddenly convulses, choking out a pained groan. It's starting. He thrashes violently, barely held down, the fever finally breaking loose into something much worse. A sickening impact echoes out as one of Lark's eyes flares a burning red. His silver hair whips wildly as the transformation rips through him faster now. His face contorts, fangs bared, a full-on roar tearing out of him. And then it happens. Lark lets out a bone-shaking roar as the berserk mode fully takes hold, leaving Choi Han and Rosalind to make good on their promise. Somewhere close by, a fight's already kicked off. Something's getting thrashed hard enough to rattle the halls. Choi Han's sweating bullets, and the red-headed mage beside him isn't even blinking. Whatever's smashing around just out of frame has both of them locked in. A shadow lunges through the dark and another sickening crack rings out. Whatever's happening, it isn't slowing down. Meanwhile, completely unbothered, Cal's cradling his pet fox and admiring his dragon's brand new mana shield. "You're actually pretty amazing," he says, then adds, and painfully weak, "Guess I'll have to protect you." The dragon just grumbles a suit yourself and keeps the shield up while chaos keeps hammering at it from the other side. Then, shameless as ever, Cal tacks on one more ask, could it block the noise too? While it's at it, the whole furry crew just waves it off like it's nothing. Cal watches his dragon with a calculating glance. Its magic's improving fast enough that he's already thinking about how useful that could be. He settles into a cross-legged sit, arms folded, totally at ease, while his little fox darts around him like it owns the place. His pets pile in close, the dragon, a white cat, and the red fox he calls Hong, all ears for whatever their master's about to say. "You two haven't been through berserk mode yet, have you?" Cal asks the dragon and the cats point blank. They nod along but admit they don't actually know much about it. There was never anyone around to teach them. "I knew it," Cal mutters, studying them closely. If they are purebloods like he suspects, their first time going berserk is going to hit hard. He rattles off the 4 tribes known for it: wolf, tiger, bear, and whale, the bloodlines that struggle hardest to keep their heads. During berserk mode, he explains, those tribes lose all reason completely. It's exactly why people call them the beastmen, closest to monsters. He doesn't know much about the cat tribe's version, he admits, but if they ever feel it coming on, a fever, a burning ache, they're to come find him immediately, no hesitation. Before he can even finish being sincere, the whole pile of pets topples over on top of him. "What exactly are you all doing?" he sighs, buried under fur. Cut to the story. Everyone already knows the novel birth of a hero where a young wolf tribe boy named Lark loses it completely, screaming and thrashing without warning. Except something's off. In the book, Lark's first berserk episode doesn't happen for another year. Not now. Somebody watching from the shadows clearly knows the story's off schedule. In the novel, that first meltdown gets triggered by one specific death. The victim, healer Pendrick, found bloodied on the floor. His death hits Lark hard because it drags up a memory Lark never got over. His dead uncle, the old tribe leader. Losing Pendrick the same way sends Lark spiraling straight back into that exact same grief and rage. And once that rage takes over, Lark tries to kill everything in sight. No target, no control, just pure instinct gone wrong. Back in the present, Choi Han and a red-haired mage are screaming at him to snap out of it, and from the blood already on the floor, this is clearly not a drill. Lark's eyes are glowing red now, fangs bared, growling low. Whatever's left of the boy is buried deep under the beast. He lunges, howling, all instinct and fury. The fight is officially on. Choi Han meets him head-on, catching the brunt of a wild, clawing swing. Fist meets forearm as Choi Han locks up Lark's arm mid-punch, refusing to give an inch. Boots skid across the floor from the impact. Lark snap out of it. Someone shouts again, but the words aren't landing. It's Choi Han doing the restraining, muscles straining as he tries to pin Lark down without tearing him apart. A wild slash cuts through the air between them, this close to turning into a real, bloody mess. Off to the side, someone dryly points out, you can't just expect a berserk wolf boy to come to his senses. You're better off knocking him out cold. Classic Cal, watching it all from a safe, cozy distance. Cal narrates it like a nature documentary. This is exactly how beastmen fight, pure instinct, no hesitation, trusting their bodies completely, unlike humans who overthink everything. He's grinning now. That's the beauty of beastmen, he says. Going berserk in his book isn't something to fear. It's when they're at their absolute strongest, and even though Lark's from a completely different tribe, that impact still lands like a boom. He turns to his own pets, watch him move on instinct, he tells them, learn from every beastly move he makes, then make it yours, he finishes, dead serious, like he's coaching a sports team instead of watching a guy nearly get mauled. He gives his cats an affectionate rub between the ears while casually suggesting they could also just learn to bite the throats of predators like bears, tigers, or wolves. Wholesome and unsettling in equal measure. Back in the fight, Choi Han lands a sweeping kick, driving Lark back. Lark, someone yells as another explosive impact rocks the room. A magic circle flares bright underfoot as the fight escalates toward its peak. Fire erupts as Choi Han plants himself in front of Lark. Lark, attack me, he says, flatly offering himself up as the target instead. I'm the one who will protect you, he declares, dashing straight into the danger zone. Lark rounds on him, red-eyed and snarling, teeth bared, nothing left of the boy underneath the rage. Cale turns his dragon's attention to the mage. Watch how Rosalind uses her magic to make sure nobody gets hurt, he says, and watch how Choi Han's using his aura to protect the wolf kid not to attack him. It's a lot harder not to hurt people than it is to hurt them, he adds, watching the three of them scramble through the burning room. But you'll learn quickly since you're a dragon, he finishes. His dragon puffs right up, I'm a dragon, I can do anything. Cale just smirks, I know, so watch and decide for yourself. He settles back in, totally relaxed. This could take 2 hours before he tires out, he muses, should have brought some wine. His pets curl in close beside him, just as content to wait this one out as he is. Eventually the fight burns itself out. Choi Han and Rosalind stand there panting and a small, shaky voice finally manages, "Our Rosalind." It's Lark, gasping for breath, the red finally fading from his eyes as his own mind comes back online. I'm sorry, Choi Han says quietly, and for a moment nobody moves. Choi Han steadies him by the wrist as Rosalind moves in close, making sure he doesn't collapse outright. Lark just stands there, hollowed out and silent, spent from fighting a war against his own body. Someone rushes to catch him as he goes down, and in his daze he mumbles one word, "Uncle," before drooping into unconsciousness. You can rest now, someone tells him gently, and this time, he actually listens. Choi Han pulls him into a steady hold while Cale strolls over with a small, satisfied grin. Lesson delivered, crisis handled. And with that the dust settles for good, it's all over at least for tonight. In a hall lit gold, someone drops to one knee in front of Cale, who barely even looks up. Something's about to be handed over. Cale uncorks a little vial and just watches the liquid catch the light for a second. He's stalling. There's a pause, then someone points out that potions do not even work on Lark anyway. Cale scoffs, grumbling that he's not about to waste good medicine on some member of the wolf tribe. Then he shoves the potion over anyway. It's for you, he mutters, good work today. For a second, neither of them says a thing. Footsteps echo as the recipient finally manages a quiet thank you. Don't mention it, Cale says, already walking off like it's no big deal. Later, back at the estate, Cale turns to Choi Han with 4 words that never mean anything good. We need to talk. Choi Han settles in to give his report, while Cale is clearly more interested in dinner. Now tell me, Cale says around a mouthful of food. Choi Han straightens up, yes sir. The mission went smoothly right up until he linked up with Rosalind, Choi Han says. He tracked down the caravan headed for the capital exactly like Cale told him to. Turns out it was barely a caravan at all, just 5 merchants scraping by. Choi Han found them all the same. They were actually short a bodyguard since the one they'd originally hired had gotten hurt. And that's exactly where Choi Han found Rosalind, matching the description Cale had given him to the letter. Turns out Rosalind had been cutting through Rowoon on her way to the magic tower in Whipper Kingdom when assassins jumped her. She got clear using her own magic but never figured out who sent them, so Cale figures she doubled back to the capital to dig for answers. Since she was heading to the capital too, Choi Han saw the perfect excuse to get close to her. Get to know her? Cale asks. Yes sir, Choi Han says, dead serious. I'm not exactly the friendly type, Choi Han admits, but it couldn't hurt to be nice to a comrade. Rosalind just tells him he didn't have to. You didn't have to try that hard, Cale sighs, because apparently the two weren't even supposed to get close until they met Lark. According to the novel, this is all based on Rosalind keeps everyone at arm's length and never warms up to anybody. And after the whole Harris incident, Choi Han doesn't exactly go around making friends either. It's against my nature, he says, but I wanted to pay you back properly. I knew you'd say something like that, Choi Han says. The caravan's route happened to pass right by where Cal said he'd run into Lark, so they holed up in a nearby village for a while. Then Choi Han says everything changed. Something happened the moment they reached the village. The village turns out to be a quiet little settlement tucked into the trees, the kind of place nobody would look at twice. Choi Han clocks the market with one glance and keeps his thoughts to himself. Are you trading with these villagers? He asks a merchant. Oh, not with this village, the man replies, we're headed to. You trade with the people from a village down by the mountain, the merchant huffs, wiping his brow. I see, Choi Han says. That evening, under a blood-red sky, he wonders if following these traders would actually lead him straight to Lark. Watching the sunset, something starts feeling off, he says. It's already well past the hour they were supposed to meet. The merchants ask him for a favor instead, apologizing as they do. Could he carry these supplies to the village by the mountain? One of them frets that their contact isn't the type to just blow off an appointment, and admits he's getting worried. Back at the estate, Cal gives the order without hesitation. Take the bodyguard and get to that village. Choi Han just nods. I'll do it, Choi Han says, and that's the last calm moment for a while. He reaches the village at night to find it burning, with 3 figures standing frozen right in the middle of the flames. Scorched, torn cloth litters the ground. Whatever happened here was not gentle. Silhouettes stand against the inferno, and for a second nobody moves at all. A hand reaches through the firelight, and the heat practically radiates off the page. Later, hands still shaking under the blanket, Choi Han can't shake what he saw. Lord Cal, he finally says, I saw something familiar there. A mark of 5 red stars circling 1 white star. Back in Cal's sitting room, the two of them go quiet, turning that symbol over in their heads. Which organization went there? Cal asks. In the novel, he says, assassins do eventually reach the ruined wolf tribe village, just not the low-ranking ones Choi Han ran into. Were they all dead? Cal asks flatly. No, Choi Han answers. They weren't there to kill, Choi Han explains. They were there to snatch the surviving kids while the village leader lay dying trying to shield his people. 10 children they were after. 10 kids taken while their leader was already down. Kidnapped? Cal asks. Don't they just kill everyone in the novel? Why would anyone even need to kidnap young werewolves in the first place? Cal wonders aloud. Then Choi Han says, a boy steps straight between the kidnappers and the children. Fire rages around him as he squares up against grown men twice his size. It was Lark, and on his face there's no fear at all, just cold fury. Did he really think killing and kidnapping were so different? Cal murmurs. That's who Lark used to be, at least originally. So what actually made Lark show his true colors? Cal asks, leaning in. Ha, he mutters under his mask, slumped on the floor. This changes the story way more than it should. He sinks back into the couch, completely worn out by everything he just heard. Cal starts telling the story. I stopped them, he says, then catches himself. That is not what really happened. The truth slips out instead. He did not stop anyone, he tried to kill them outright. Sten leans in, urging him on. Cal explains he recognized the dark power the attackers used. It marked them. His fist clenches. These were the same men who tore apart the village of Harris. Sten already knows about Harris, he just has to look shocked and pretend this is all news to him. Smooth. In the flashback, one man stood out from the rest, 5 red stars branded across his chest, and a witness names him as the bodyguard's killer. Flames swallow the scene as the hooded figure strolls through the wreckage like he owns it. This piece of trash drinks the blood of the wolf tribe. That is where his power comes from. The terrorist attack that hit the Capitol's plaza was led by this exact same man. A wolf blood addict wearing a human face. That is the monster they are hunting. He runs the whole secret organization behind this, and he is every bit as blood crazy as advertised. Just a shadow in a hood, but that shadow is the reason so many people are dead. Here is the strange part. This mad wizard first showed up in the Blue Wolf tribe village, not in the capital at all. Sten mulls it over. This guy is one of the highest class wizards alive and utterly bloodthirsty, so why is he bothering to snatch wolf tribe cubs? He wonders if rescuing the dragon shook something loose in the plan. It is the only variable he can think of, and either way, Cale never managed to catch or kill the attackers. Every attacker he captured chose suicide over talking, and the rest got teleported away by the man with the 5 stars. The wizard's own words are chilling. He calls the kidnapped wolf cubs seeds and casually adds that the younger ones probably taste better. Seeds. Sten's face drains of color at the word. He demands to know exactly what that is supposed to mean. The survivors got teleported to a nearby inn through a mage named Rosalind, and the caravan merchants ended up there too. Every adult wolfman died, but 10 cubs made it out alive. Sten silently wonders why Cale did not just hand the kids off to the merchants. Then he sighs. Of course this is how it goes for him. I'll end up with an animal farm at this rate, he groans, and honestly fair. Cale needles him about it and Sten finally admits it. Fine, yes, he is curious. Over a meal, Cale keeps turning it over in his head. Who these people are, why they are doing this. And the part that really bothers him, why he, specifically, seems to already know something about them. I'm going to tell you 2 things, Cale announces. Sten immediately clocks the catch, not everything. Sten shoots to his feet. That's right, get up. Cale blinks, caught off guard. Where are we going? The 2 of them turn together and head out into the night. The destination, the temple of the god of death. The temple rises pale and glowing under the night sky, a place most people never dare approach. Sten swears he will see this through, with his life on the line. Follow me, he tells Cale. I'm wagering my life to tell you these truths. Together they cross the temple grounds under the moonlight. Cale's cloak shifts with every step, the tension climbing as they close in on the entrance. Halt comes the challenge, followed by the temple's grim greeting, may the dead be with you. 2 robed priests block the way in. Sten asks them straight up if there is an empty room to spare. Specifically, he wants a room of death. The priests go dead silent. Cale is running a full performance, the exhausted face of a man who has not eaten in 2 days, kind and gullible looking enough that nobody would suspect a thing. He is really selling it. The priest clocks his clothes as those of an outsider, then asks the question that matters. Whose death will you be waging? Lord Cale, Sten calls out, formal all of a sudden. Cale glances back. What is it? Sten yanks his collar playfully. I'll believe you even if you don't do this. Cale just smirks. I bet you won't. Privately, Sten is relieved. Cale will never guess the truth since Sten has 0 plans to breathe a word about the secret organization. He wants nothing to do with it. His thoughts drift to Choi Han, who is off somewhere fighting mermaids from the back of the strongest whaleman alive, picking fights with every faction he can find. Sten wants absolutely no part of that chaos. Back at the door, Sten asks the priest again, so is there a room? Yes, there is. Let's go down to the basement, the priest says. We will soon prepare the room. Step by step, the 2 of them head down into the dark. A door creaks open. Please wait here, a voice tells them. We'll prepare from the inside. A heavy thud echoes from beyond the door as the preparations begin. Go ahead, sir, Sten tells Cale. I trust you. Is that so? Cale says. Then I'll begin with the first truth. He raises his hand, the gesture the ritual demands. I know neither the identity nor the purpose of the secret organization, Cale states flatly. A door creaks open on its own. What do you? Cale starts, caught off guard by what waits inside. Please, come in, the priest says. Only someone who has laid down his life can raise his hand and be shown inside. They step toward the glowing doorway. It's hard to believe, isn't it? I can understand that, Sten murmurs. He steadies himself and nods. Let's go in. Cale heads down the shadowy stairwell toward the glowing door, no turning back now. Their footsteps carry them deeper into whatever secret this temple has been hiding, and that is where we leave them. Cale and Choi Han stand at the foot of an altar in some ghostly white sanctuary, and whatever is about to happen here is not a casual chat. A hooded old priest raises a hand and Cale mirrors him. Vows in this world come with teeth. The priest levels a finger at the pair and lays out the rules before anyone can back out. Choi Han unfolds the fine print and reads it over, dead serious. The priest calls this altar the touch of death, and Cale is sprawled right across it. The curse does not just hit the one who swears, it splashes onto everyone standing beside him too. Break the vow and everybody pays. Whoever's life is on the line loses it, simple as that. Cale, weirdly calm, just mutters that it is a scary note. The priest taps the altar, and the runes start humming to life. Choi Han agrees to it with one flat word, yes. Cale looks like he is already regretting this. Cale silently reminds himself, break this vow and he is dead, no pressure. Cale points out the priest is stone deaf to whatever gets said here, and if that is a lie, he pays for it with his own life. Cale plants his hand on the altar and starts the vow for real. Furthermore, I, Cale Henituse. He swears, before the god of eternal rest itself, to tell Choi Han nothing but the truth, and if he lies, I'll pay for it by dropping dead on this very spot. Cale finishes, no takebacks now. He had gone back and forth for a while on whether to tell Choi Han absolutely everything. So here it is. Cale got sucked into a novel he was reading and woke up as the son of a rich nobleman in a world about to be swallowed by war. All he ever wanted was to coast through it easy, which is exactly why he started meddling with the plot. Did not quite work out. Now his cushy dream life keeps drifting further away. Best case he dies in a continental war, worst case Choi Han just hates him to death. Cale takes a breath and starts laying it out point by point. First, he swears he genuinely has no clue who is actually behind this secret organization. And he means it, whoever these shadowy figures really are, their faces are a total blank to him. He only knows what they have done because he read it in the novel up through book 5, who they are or why, total mystery. Second, and this part is just as true, he adds, dead serious for once. He hates their guts and wants them wiped off the map, plain and simple. Then he moves on to what this organization has actually been plotting. The Black Dragon was one of their projects, Lark was another. Cale turns it back to himself. He has spent this entire life playing the useless lout on purpose. That lazy life was the actual dream, and he swears he has zero interest in ever inheriting the Henituse name. If it is up to him, that title goes to his own blood brother Bassin. So why did he even agree to represent the family in the capital when he could have easily said no? Even Cale admits out loud, I don't know. Real answer, he knows exactly what that secret organization is about to unleash on the capital. Choi Han's jaw practically hits the floor. He cannot explain how he knows, but they are about to kill countless innocent people here. That is exactly why he could not send Bassin in his place. Obviously, he adds fast, not enough to actually risk his own neck. The plan is to handle it quietly and slip back home before anyone notices. Choi Han has one more truth of his own to add to the pile. He tells Cale flat out that he never once meant to hurt him. The words just hang there in the silence between them. Choi Han's fist clenches once and then he says it, I believe you. Good to know, Cale says with a smirk, like his life was not just on the line a second ago. The priest lets out a tired sigh and asks Cale for just one more vow. Choi Han says once this last vow is made, he will trust Cale completely. Cale's face says he did not see that coming. In his head, Cale figures he has basically just been bending the truth a little. That part was easy. Total trust though, that is a whole different ask. Choi Han lays it out. He needs to take revenge on this organization himself. He has never hated anyone this much in his life. His ask is simple, if Cale ever learns who they are, tell him immediately. Cale a little too casually goes, oh, yeah, sure. Cale figures that is an easy promise, no way he finds out their identity before Choi Han does. So he vows it on the spot, tell him the second he learns anything, or pay the price. With his own life same as before, is that all? The priest asks. Choi Han confirms it, and just like that, the vows are done. The altar slams to life, sealing every word they just swore. Magic surges around them, binding the vow for good. Walking out, Cale mutters that the priest's parting words basically boiled down to keep your promises or die. What a chilling goodbye. Cut to a totally different room, where someone brings up a so-called blood-crazed wizard. This wizard is behind the recent incident in the capital, and somebody is already asking permission to kill him on sight. The man in charge barely looks up. Do you even need to ask? Do whatever you want. Somewhere out on a moonlit road, a carriage rolls on and a voice promises, I'll kill him for sure. The scene fades into shadow, that promise still hanging in the dark as the chapter closes. Late night at the Henituse estate and someone's knocking on Cale's door. Still sprawled out, he waves them in without even sitting up. It's Ron, the estate's longest-serving aide, stepping in for what looks like a late-night chat. Ron pours the tea and can't resist a jab. Lemon tea right before bed, that's a bold nightcap choice. Cal just owns it. Ron admits he personally hasn't earned that kind of luxury lifestyle yet. Then Ron drops a bombshell. My lord, may I ask you a favor? Cal nearly spits out his tea. Cal can barely process it. Ron asking him for a favor that never happens. In his head, Cal's already cracking jokes. The old man barely tolerates him and now he wants a favor? Still, curiosity wins. Go ahead, he says. Ron finally spits it out. Can he take a 2-day vacation? Cal blinks, completely caught off guard. Cal doesn't hesitate. After all these years looking after this self-proclaimed lout, Ron's more than earned some time off. You really deserve it, Ron, Cal says, then adds the catch. 2 days is perfect since he needs Ron back before a terrorist plot kicks off, ready to team up with Choi Han. Ron's thrilled about that part for an entirely different reason. 2 whole days without staring at that assassin's face. Cal just stares at him. Wait here, Cal says, hopping up with something on his mind. Ron just turns, curious. He slides open a drawer at his desk, digging around for something. Take this, Cal says, pressing money into Ron's hand. It's not much, but go have. Some great food and a good, well-earned break. Ron just about melts on the spot. Alone with the money in hand, Ron just stares at it, repeating Cal's words to himself, clearly touched. All those years serving this self-described lout, this puppy of a master, and here they still are. Something shifts in Ron. He drops to one knee. It's finally time, he decides, to break the silence and make his move. But the mood snaps right back to business. If those terrorists ever reach the Western continent, it'll make total chaos look tame by comparison. Cal stands with his arms crossed, all business now, while Ron falls back into his usual composed silence behind him. Turns out Ron isn't the only one plotting a getaway. The Count himself chimes in, half joking that he might just leave his own son behind too. Ron can't help but ask, wait, can he really do that? Of course, Ron, you deserve it, the Count says with a grin. Ron just chews on that a little uneasily. Turns out the Count already had his own trip planned, sneaking off alone or with Vikras without telling a soul. He just couldn't resist testing what his little pup would say if he asked outright. He figures Cal's already heard plenty about what kind of man he is from Choi Han anyway. Then, turning to Ron, he sweetens the deal. First vacation in ages, so does he need more spending money? Cal, still turning it all over, asks Ron point blank, or is this actually his cue to just run away for good? Cal just laughs it off. Please, he knows Ron better than that. If Ron ever wanted out, he wouldn't ask nicely, he'd vanish without a word or hand in his notice outright. Isn't that right? Cal grins. That's exactly how a character named Ron ditched his post in a novel called The Birth of a Hero. An inside joke only he'd get. As it turns out, Ron really does leave the estate without much fanfare, only setting a few ground rules with Choi Han before he goes. That's correct, you're absolutely right, Ron admits with a nod, giving in to the comparison. Ron can't help but marvel at it. Cal's been watching him just as closely as he's watched Cal all these years, maybe even better than his own son does. I must be getting old, Ron mutters to himself, a little misty-eyed. Before he goes, Ron makes sure the details are covered. He'll be back in time to attend Cal at the royal palace. Cal just shrugs, sure. Ron's already thinking ahead, can't have his young lord looking worse off than the other nobles and royals at the palace. With that settled, he heads out. Ron gives a deep, formal bow on his way out. Cal just waves him off with a lazy yeh. The next morning, a knock at the door jolts Cal awake. Still half asleep, he grumbles out a come in. In steps Hans, all smiles, delivering the morning tea in Ron's place. Ron said he couldn't trust you to just anyone. Hans beams, clearly proud of the vote of confidence. Turns out Ron left him with one very specific task too, and whatever it is, it makes Cale go wide-eyed. Hans, why is this lemonade? Cale asks warily. Hans just shrugs. Ron insisted, since apparently Cale loves the stuff. Choi Han steps into the room right as Cal's still side-eyeing his drink, silently wondering what exactly Ron's angle is here. Choi Han doesn't say much, just that same serious, unreadable look he always wears. Before Choi Han gets far, the Count catches him in the hall, wanting to know exactly where he thinks he's headed. Choi Han doesn't even blink. That's none of your business. The Count presses anyway. Did he come looking for him because of Cale? Choi Han just brushes him off completely. Think whatever you want, and walks away. He leaves the Count standing there with no answers at all. The door opens and it's Lark who speaks first, alert and clearly still recovering, greeting Choi Han by name. Moments earlier, Cale had asked if Lark was even awake yet. Choi Han just confirms it plainly. Inside, Lark waves them over to sit, cracking that the wolf tribe really does heal fast. Lark's already scheming about introductions. Apparently that's where Choi Han and someone named Bailos will finally cross paths. Then he asks about the kids and merchants back at the inn. Choi Han's already got it handled. He'll swing by and check on them himself, right after Cale's meeting. Cale tilts his head, clueless, right as someone hands him an invitation from the young nobles of the Northeast. Lark just shrugs it off. Honestly, he'd completely forgotten the kids and merchants even existed. To him, they were never worth remembering in the first place, just unimportant background noise. Cale's mind is already elsewhere, plotting exactly how big of a useless lout he needs to act like at this meeting. Before he can spiral too far into planning, word comes in. There's a guest here asking for him. Is it Miss Rosalind? Cale guesses right. She's already at someone's bedside, gentle as ever. Back at the Henituse estate, Cale gets word he has a visitor waiting, and he already has a guess who it is. Sure enough, it is Rosalind, striding in with that fiery red hair you can spot from a mile away. Rosalind and Cale come face to face, and you can already tell this breakfast is not going to be a normal one. Cale figures Rosalind already sensed something huge yesterday, a burst of power that could only belong to one kind of creature, a dragon. After all, only a dragon can put out mana like that, and apparently she said she'd come see for herself. Playing the perfect host, Cale has the room prepped and sends word inviting Rosalind to join him for breakfast. One problem: it is already past noon. So much for breakfast. This is officially brunch now, and nobody has the guts to correct him. Even the staff just quietly settle on lunch and move on. Nobody questions the young lord's schedule around here. Cale gives one more odd instruction before breakfast: leave the terrace door wide open. The door swings open and the breeze rolls straight through. Clearly someone else is expected to drop in this way. And there it is, a massive shape stirs in the tree outside, stretching out like it owns the place. Turns out that open door is a standing house rule. The black dragon gets to come and go as it pleases, no questions asked. Rosalind cannot get over it. Their resident dragon insists on sleeping outside on a tree branch like some oversized bird. Behind the scenes, the household staff quietly take turns checking in on the dragon, splitting the job like it is the most normal chore in the world. Turns out the little cat familiars Own and Hong are pitching in too, though Choi Han is quick to point out they would not stand a chance against an actual wolf tribe fighter. The two rascals agree they seriously need to step up their training. Because Own and Hong are not just around for cuddles, they are quietly preparing in case the household ever runs into real trouble. And the dragon seems perfectly at ease with the two furballs around, which is honestly all the approval anyone needs. Choi Han quietly reports back to Cale. Neither the dragon nor Rosalind knows they were brought here under his direct orders. Cale likes it that way. In his head, Cale is smug about it, convinced Choi Han's loyalty is just the sacred vow talking, with no idea how much wiggle room that vow actually leaves him. See, that vow only binds Choi Han to obey Cale's literal words, and words can be read a whole lot of different ways. Which means Cale, as the one who spoke the vow, gets to decide what his own words actually mean. He knows exactly what he's doing and he loves it. Case in point, Cal casually asks if Choi Han still plans to kill the so-called blood-drinking wizard on sight. Choi Han does not even blink before agreeing, and Cal happily offers to point him right at the guy. Back to the present, there's a knock at the door. Rosalind has officially arrived. Cal and Choi Han straighten up, ready to receive their guest properly. A servant shows Rosalind in and steps back, leaving Cal and his fiery-haired guest to size each other up. Choi Han excuses himself to go check on the dragon, leaving Cal to handle the real conversation solo. Rosalind is led further inside, past the grand doorway, toward wherever Cal actually wants to talk. Pleasantries out of the way, Cal waves her toward a seat like this is any other social call. Of course, both of them know this is not just brunch, there is clearly a real conversation waiting to happen. Rosalind flashes a knowing little smile. She has already clocked that Cal is not one for small talk. They turn toward the table, already loaded with food fit for royalty, fitting, given what's about to be revealed. Then Rosalind's hand freezes mid-motion. She's just spotted something she was absolutely not expecting at breakfast: a dragon. She can barely get the question out, is that actually the dragon she sensed? Cal, cool as ever, just tells the dragon to go ahead and introduce itself, like this is the most normal thing in the world. In a puff of smoke, the massive creature shrinks down into something a whole lot more breakfast table-sized. And there he is, Lark the dragon in his cute compact form, perched right among the plates like an oversized housecat. Rosalind just stares, swallowing hard, visibly trying to process that a literal dragon is about to share her meal. Lark, unbothered by all the staring, simply announces he's hungry. Cal just tells him to dig in. Cal finally remembers his actual guest is still sitting there stunned, and invites her to eat as well. Rosalind cannot get over it. She's watching a dragon chow down on the exact same steak as her, at the exact same table like it's nothing. She already knows nobody back at the magic tower is going to believe a word of this when she tells them. As a witch herself, she's floored, a dragon and a human just living together casually, and she quietly clocks that this particular human barely registers any power at all. Lark cheerfully confirms it himself. Cal's power really is garbage, which is exactly why he sticks around. Rosalind just deadpans to herself that this is quite the honor. She keeps eating anyway, doing her best impression of someone who is definitely not internally screaming. Word gets around the estate fast. The staff outside are already whispering that this witch has nerves of steel just to sit that close to a dragon. Most sorcerers in her position would be trembling and groveling, desperate to learn even a fraction of dragon magic. And there's good reason. Every sorcerer on the continent would kill to understand how dragon magic actually works. Cal, generous host that he apparently is today, tells Rosalind she's welcome to stick around for as long as she likes. Rosalind takes him up on it immediately. She came in with 3 questions, and honestly, one just answered itself. That leaves 2 more, and she wants to know if she's even allowed to ask them. Cal, unbothered as always, tells her to go right ahead. Question 1. As a noble, is he not worried about the danger of just letting random sorcerers crash at his estate? Cal can't help but laugh a little at that one. His answer is simple. Anyone Choi Han vouches for is fine by him, and besides, he's got a literal dragon on standby for backup. Rosalind nods slowly, filing that away, then moves straight on to her final question. This one cuts deeper. Why does Cal, a noble himself, keep talking to her like she outranks him? Cal's hands freeze on the plate, because a witch with crimson hair and crimson eyes is not just any witch. He looks straight at her and asks, shouldn't he, of course, be speaking to her with full and proper respect? Because the woman sitting across from him, breaking bread with a dragon, is not just a witch. She's Princess Rosalind, and suddenly this whole cozy breakfast just got a lot more interesting. At dinner, Cal plays it painfully polite, asking if he should address her with full respect, Princess Rosalind. She smirks right back. Word on the road was he's a total lout. Turns out that rumor was wrong. Cal just shrugs it off with a grin. Yeah, that reputation is earned, thanks for noticing. He needles her right back. Shouldn't a sorcerer trust her own eyes over street gossip? She concedes the point without missing a beat. And just like that, one thing becomes clear: this princess is razor sharp. Pay close attention, she talks down to him whenever she's the princess but turns respectful the moment she's just one of the sorcerers. Calculated every single time. Turns out she wears the witch title with real pride. Cale tries princess out of habit and she shuts it down flat. Just Rosalind, thanks. Question time wraps up quick, she's got nothing left to ask. In her head though, she's replaying it. He told her to stay even after learning she was royalty, no fawning, no fuss. If she'd wanted special treatment, she'd have announced herself from day one. She admits he saved Lark too just by flagging his condition early. Cale deadpan says he only mentioned it because she looked like she didn't want to go. He raises his glass like it's really no big deal at all. She's not buying the modest act though. A human who casually travels around with an actual dragon, that lout label doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Cale is just focused on dinner, dragon in tow like it's the most normal thing in the world. If he actually wanted leverage, he'd have already tipped off the Boone royals that the Princess of Breck was on his turf. She takes a slow sip, noting he never said a word. She thanks him for the discretion. He just says it's the right thing to do. Her business is her business. She asks him to cover for her if the palace comes asking. He agrees to send word himself, simple as that. She's genuinely grateful for the roof over her head and promises not to drag him into her own problems. Even the resident dragon gets a polite thank you and shrugs back that it's only right. Then it's straight back to the food, hands diving in without a shred of ceremony. The dragon is having none of it, though one glare and a flat "eat yours, this is mine." Rosalind watches the whole tug of war over dinner. Wide-eyed, this household really is something else. Cale just slides more food over without a word, smoothing it over like this happens every single night, which, let's be honest, it probably does. The dragon happily chows down while Cale raises a hand, already bracing for round 2. Then Cale leans in and whispers the kicker: this dragon is only 4 years old. Toddler tantrums, dragon-sized. Rosalind plays along instantly, bowing to the Lord Dragon like he outranks everyone else at the table. Dinner rolls on, the dragon still munching away like the tiniest, scaliest tyrant in the room. Later, Cale's carriage rolls up to a brand new estate, and he's already grumbling to himself about what a headache this is going to be. Hans offers to step in and help however he can. Cale just sighs and waves him off. He's got this. See, the young nobles of the Northeast have definitely heard the stories by now what a lout Cale's been. And their own estates would have sent every report on his antics straight to them. Reputation already shredded. So Cale starts scheming. What would it even take to be more of a lout? Should he just start acting like a dog? Nothing, he decides, could possibly be worse than a lout who's also a dog. The carriage rattles on toward his fate. Next stop, the Count Wilsman estate. The carriage screeches to a halt right outside the gates. A butler steps forward with a properly formal welcome and announces him just as properly. Lord Cale Henituse has arrived. This is the family that holds the lands at the gateway to the Northeast, the Wilsmans. Not the richest house around, not the strongest either, just solidly, unremarkably average. But strategically, the Henituse family wants to stay close with them. The Wilsmans sit right by the capital, unlike Cale's own family stuck out in the sticks. The man he's really here to see, Eric Wilsman. Hans warns him to dial back the easy familiarity with Eric. There will be other young nobles watching at this meeting. From how Hans talks about him, Eric and Cale sound genuinely close, but the actual report paints Eric as strict and by the book, nothing like a lout. They pause right at the door. Would he like to go in now, Lord Cale? Hans gives him the simple go-ahead. Cale runs through it one more time in his head. How exactly is he supposed to act in there? The door creaks open. Turns out he really didn't need to stress about any of it. Eric greets him with a simple, direct "Cale," then hits him with a loaded question: "You used to listen to me, right?" Cale finds himself seated at a table full of young nobles, every set of eyes already on him. Eric assumes he must find all this stuffy formality unbearable, and the others chime in, swearing they've heard he hates it too. One noble even reassures him it's not his fault he dislikes all this. The others just nod along. Eric slams the table, practically giving him permission to just sit there in silence. Don't even bother smiling, they'll handle everything. He doubles down. Apparently Cale hates tedious things and unnecessary formality, bold assumptions from a guy he barely knows. For once, Cale is completely speechless. Even the master of playing the lout didn't see this one coming. Tonight's dinner, Cale gets handed the easiest job in the world. Sit there, don't talk, and definitely don't smile. His new allies swear they'll handle literally everything else. Cale just blinks, being told to do nothing. That is suspiciously perfect for a professional slacker like him. Turns out staying put is Cale's specialty. His new buddy practically applauds him for excelling at doing absolutely nothing. This overly excitable one is Eric, sharp, organized, and a certified worrywart who plans for every disaster before it happens. He's worried the other northeastern nobles, the ones loyal to rival dukes, are going to swarm them and cause headaches all night. So the deal is simple. Cale shows up, looks pretty, and lets everyone else run interference. Here's the backdrop. Out of the 10 most powerful families in the Northeast, only 4, including the Henituse, have stayed neutral, refusing to ally with anybody. The plan is to keep it that way. The Henituse name is the richest and strongest neutral player on the board, so the last thing they need is Cale starting drama. The idea: all 4 heirs walk in together to greet the crown prince as one united front. Cale is fully on board with doing the bare minimum. One of his new allies jokes that Cale probably just wants to skip straight to the wine, though that might be pushing it a little. Greet the prince, then let the grown-ups handle the rest, Eric promises. Cale's honestly a little stunned at how easy this sounds. Glasses clink and wine gets poured, everyone toasting to a plan that basically requires Cale to do nothing at all. Eric seals the deal with the easiest assignment of Cale's life: just sit there and look important. Even the wine gets a compliment: Henituse vintage, obviously the best in the room. The dinner winds down on a good note. Later, back in his own quarters, Cale calls for Choi Han, who shows up ready for orders as always. Ron chimes in with an update too. He checked on the kids staying at the inn and they're all doing just fine. So there's nothing left on the to-do list. Choi Han admits, a little reluctantly, that that about covers it. Cale grins and drops the real plan: the terrace windows unlocked again just like last time. Time for a little late-night visit. Choi Han immediately gets nervous. No dragon, no crow backup, just the 2 of them sneaking around. That sounds like trouble. Before he can even finish worrying, a small shadow swoops in, uninvited and very much listening. The baby dragon flatly announces he's coming along too. Nobody asked, but nobody's arguing either. Fine, Cale shrugs. It's the 3 of them then. A lazy noble, his knight, and a dragon who invites himself everywhere. Choi Han eyes him sideways and asks the real question: are they about to go destroy something again? Cale swears no, nothing gets destroyed tonight. Just keep the trip quick and wear a hat on the way back so nobody recognizes you. That night, Cale can't even pretend to nap, too busy bickering with a dragon who won't sit still either. The dragon is downright offended. Does he really look like some 4-year-old who needs a bedtime? With that, the window swings open, and it's officially time to go. Cale steps out onto the ledge in the dark, cloak flapping, moving like a man who has clearly done this before. Choi Han's already waiting outside in a hooded robe. Cale allows that a robe beats a hat for staying incognito. Cale asks the obvious question: can the dragon just turn human so they are less conspicuous? Hard no, the dragon does not like humans and refuses to be caught looking like one. Choi Han tries flattery instead, reminding him that dragons are supposed to be proud and cool. Cale can't resist needling him, who exactly fed him that line, tugging his hat down over his eyes for good measure. Both of them cave instantly and agree, yes, obviously dragons are extremely cool. With a swish of claws and a puff of magic, the little dragon works some kind of trick to get them moving unseen. The next thing Cale knows, his feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. Hat back on, grin firmly in place. Cale has to admit it, dragons are pretty great. The dragon naturally agrees completely. He is great, thank you very much. They slip through the dark into some grand, hushed hallway, clearly not the Henituse estate anymore. Choi Han straightens up, taking in the unfamiliar, lavish surroundings around them. Cale can't help but think it again: dragons really, truly are great, especially when you need to disappear somewhere no one's supposed to see. Nighttime settles over a quiet manor and Cale steps out from the shadows, hood already up. Cale waves off his escort. "We'll be fine from here," he says, wind snapping his cloak as he turns to head out alone into the dark. Right on cue, the baby dragon comes fluttering down from above, landing just as Choi Han catches up, quiet as ever. The two size up their tiny travel companion. This little dragon's magic sense, Choi Han admits, is way sharper than he expected. Is that just how his kind are wired? Cale doesn't hesitate. This little guy already outclasses a top wizard, which is a polite way of saying a grown version of him could flatten an entire kingdom if he ever felt like it. Truth is, Cale gripes to himself, if he could just get his hands on an artifact called the Sound of the Wind, he wouldn't need to drag this pair around everywhere he goes. They've crossed all the way to the northeastern coast of Rowoon, and on the way back, Cale's already plotting how to get his hands on that Sound of the Wind. It bugs him a little that this ancient power sits right along the coastline where anyone could stumble onto it, but he figures he can still grab it quietly. He knows from the fourth book that the whale tribe and the mermaids only show up on this coast near the story's end, so his cover story writes itself. Just a little kingdom tour before heading home. Then it's a quick detour to the coast to claim the power for himself, and he's betting Choi Han and his crew will be long gone by the time he makes his move. "Follow me" is all Cale says, and the group moves on, one quiet plan already falling into place. Cut to the capital where the streets are still hopping, drinks flowing and laughter echoing long after dark. Nighttime in the capital really is brighter than anywhere else in the kingdom, Cale muses, and for once, Choi Han actually agrees with him. Nearby, an ordinary family enjoys a quiet moment in the plaza, completely unaware they are standing in the middle of what's about to become a very dangerous situation. Cale murmurs a quiet order to the dragon, "Block out our voices." Whatever's coming next, he doesn't want anyone else catching a word of it. Somewhere close by, a stranger nearly does a double take, but the moment passes and no one's the wiser. Cale drops the bombshell, literally, there's a magic bomb hidden somewhere nearby. Choi Han can barely get the word out. A bomb, yes, a bomb. Magic bombs, Cale explains, come in all shapes and sizes. The Western continent's been at war forever, and a land that mastered magical warfare left plenty of these things lying around. They're not easy to use though. Where you plant one and how much mana it takes to set off both come with strict limits. But this is a newer type of bomb, Cale warns, and when it goes off it isn't going to be subtle. At least one of them is buried somewhere right around this very plaza, and it's set to go off in just 6 days. In the novel, it was Choi Han and Rosalind who dug up 5 of these bombs. But the story's been thrown off course since Cale showed up, so he isn't counting on the same people or the same hiding spots this time. They've confirmed it. The so-called Mad Wizard is somewhere in the kingdom right now and the attack is still going ahead as planned. Choi Han asks it outright, "A bomb here?" "That's right," Cale confirms, glancing over at the family still laughing together nearby, no idea what's brewing around them. "A bomb like this can be buried anywhere," Cale adds, "or worse, hidden right on an unsuspecting person. Whoever's carrying it wouldn't even know, which is exactly why they need to find it first." "So how do they even stop something like that?" "Simple," Cale says. "Magic bombs are just dense little lumps of mana and a strong enough mana sense can sniff them out." Choi Han isn't convinced it's that simple. Are these things really giving off enough mana to be spotted so easily? "No," Cale answers flatly, killing that hope in one word. "The mana's so faint even trained wizards would miss it. But that tiny lump can pull in surrounding mana in an instant and turn into a massive blast." "Sounds rough," Choi Han admits. Cale just shrugs. "It's easy for the guy not doing the searching anyway." "I can do it," Cale says of the dragon's magic sense. "It's just a bit annoying." Lucky for him, he's traveling with the best mana sense in the world wrapped in a tiny dragon body. Finding these bombs should be a piece of cake, he figures, since whoever's behind this needs at least 2 days to plant them before the big event. And odds are, at least one bomb is already buried somewhere around this exact plaza. Makes sense, it's the one spot where the biggest crowd will gather. "Yes, sir," Choi Han replies, already bracing for the job ahead. Cale lays it out, Choi Han takes the dragon, and together they sweep the plaza for buried bombs every single night. Choi Han blinks, just the two of them. That's right, Cale says, confident Choi Han can stay hidden and hunt down every bomb without anyone catching on. A quiet tap on the shoulder, and Cale adds almost sincerely that Choi Han really is impressively skilled. Choi Han asks the obvious question, once they find the bombs, then what? Just leave them alone for now, Cale says. Choi Han isn't so sure, shouldn't they be removing them? Cale smirks. Magic bombs always need a wizard to trigger them, and whoever built these has to set them off with a central control device. Step 1 is finding the bombs. If they can also trace back whoever planted them, even better. Privately, Cale doesn't actually expect his two helpers to catch the culprits that easily, since they'll be stuck combing every corner of the plaza for the faintest trace of extra mana, which honestly sounds like a massive headache. Which is exactly why Cale volunteered them for the job. He can't really help out himself anyway. And honestly, he adds he doesn't want to. When Choi Han asks if they can stop the search 2 days out, Cale's answer is a flat no. They'll need to sneak in on the day itself too, Cale warns. The day before, Choi Han repeats, already dreading it. Security's going to be locked down tight that day, Choi Han points out. Cale just grins like a man who already knows exactly how he's going to get past it. Here's the trick, Cale finally explains. With this many wizards around, his plan will only hold for about 10 minutes, but that should be more than enough. For those 10 minutes, anything magic-related just stops working. He pulls out a strange black orb with a smug little grin, clearly proud of himself. The orb pulses faintly in his palm, a quiet promise that this plan actually has teeth. 10 minutes is all we need, Cale says, closing the deal with the kind of confidence that usually means trouble for somebody else. Cale and his red-headed right hand slip through the sleeping city at night with a plan already set. 10 minutes is all we need, Cale says. He's holding a marble that can jam every bomb's mana for a full 10 minutes, just enough time to grab whoever is holding them before things go boom. His partner just smirks, sure they will track the bomb carriers down easy, and once that window opens he is already 3 steps ahead. Cale is already counting his assets, Choi Han, the dragon, and pretty much every race and ally he can call a favor from. When your endgame is stopping a city-wide bombing, you use every card in the deck, dragons included. For a second, Cale just stands there in the cold, running the plan through his head one more time. His partner starts to ask if Cale is really doing this alone, but Cale just cuts him off flat, so get to work. Cale points out the meeting spot and sets a deadline, back by 11 p.m. sharp, no pressure. It is freezing out and even Cale admits it, a rare moment of the two of them just being cold together before the real work starts. His partner half jokes he will work hard if Cale buys him a drink when it is over. Cale just says you should, typical. With that, he waves the little dragon off too, and the whole crew scatters into the snowy night. A quick bow and it is game time. They peel off in opposite directions, dragon included, hunting down every last bomb before the clock runs out. 2 days of searching later, and here is our red-headed hero Sten sprawled on a couch back home, yawning like the job is already done. Spoiler, they still have not found all the bombs. A knock drags him out of bed. Apparently young master duties do not pause just because you helped save a city. He shuffles out half asleep, calling for his butler, Ron. Ron is already there waiting, and Sten groans that reality just yanked him straight out of a very nice dream. Ron hands him a sealed letter that just arrived. Sten's whole face lights up the second he sees who sent it. The letter is basically a nudge for that free drink he was promised, so Sten tells Ron to wrap up one of the good bottles. Then the real news buried in the letter lands. Bylos, the so-called bastard of the Flynn caravan, is heading to the capital. Which means Sten's window to meet the crown prince just got a lot shorter. Right before the king's big festival speech, the young nobles get summoned to meet the crown prince. Some strange in-between event, not quite a banquet, not quite a dinner. Word is they are clearing out an entire palace just for it, no pressure at all. For a beat, Sten's mind drifts to his crew out in the field, Taylor, the so-called abandoned eldest son, and Cage, everyone's favorite crazy priestess. He figures they have got it handled. Then he catches himself getting a little too invested in their whereabouts, and it clearly throws him off guard. "Why am I even thinking about them?" he mutters, shaking it off before it gets weird. He settles on his palace strategy: park himself somewhere and refuse to budge no matter what anyone says about it. Ron offers to tag along as his attendant and Sten does not even blink. Obviously it is Ron, who else would it be? Meanwhile, a shadow group known only as Darkness, the crime syndicate that has run the Eastern underworld for years, is quietly making its move onto the Western continent. Nobody actually knows who is really behind it. The Malrans, one of 5 legendary assassin families from the East, are part of it. And this man, standing quietly in a wealthy room, just declared himself their heir. Back with Sten, it is time to head out and Ron is not exactly surprised. Obviously he was always going. Ron tells him he will look great strutting around the royal palace. Sten fishes for more, asking Ron point blank to confirm he has got the looks and the body to match. Ron, ever the professional, agrees completely. The man has everything apparently. Sten does a double take at his own ego, then waves it off and sends Ron to brief the vice butler. Ron finds hands and jokes that Sten's little getaway clearly went to his head, then tacks one more wine order onto the maid's list for good measure. Back upstairs, Sten shrugs it off and tells Ron to get moving. Then, in classic off-duty fashion, Sten plots an ambush on absolutely nothing serious, just his 2 pet critters darting around the room. His fox and cat find a way to whatever imaginary target they were chasing, and Sten praises them like they just took down a dragon. Later, the room goes quiet again, the kind of quiet that means someone is about to show up. Sure enough, a knock echoes through the manor. Even his pets sit up and take notice, practically shouting that the wolf has arrived. In walks a silver-haired stranger, visibly nervous, and Sten just tells him to come in. The guy can barely keep his hands steady as he steps inside. Sten waves him into a seat and the guy practically stammers out a yes, just accepting the invitation. They settle in across from each other, the tension in the room impossible to miss. Sten skips the small talk. "If you have anything to say, say it." The stranger visibly flinches. Sten leans in and gives him the opening. Whatever he came to confess, now is the moment. And given everything brewing with Darkness, it is hard not to wonder if this nervous stranger is about to drop a bombshell of his own. Cal gets Lark alone for tea and cuts right to the chase. Whatever this nervous kid wants to say, now is the moment to say it. "Spit it out," Cal tells him, and Lark just about chokes, managing only a startled "thank you." A servant tops off the tea while Lark tries to remember how words work. Privately, Cal sizes him up. Still jumpy, still awkward, exactly the cowardly wreck the novel described Lark as before his first berserk fit rewired his whole personality. Right now, though, he is still that same nervous kid, and Cal figures Lark should count himself lucky that has not changed yet. Lark blinks, totally lost. "Sorry," Cal just waves him back down into his seat. "You don't have to keep thanking me, you can go," Cal says flatly, testing how Lark reacts to being brushed off. Lark's hands start shaking. He clearly has something to tell Lord Cal, he just cannot get the words out. "What?" Cal snaps him out of it. "Look people in the eye when you talk to them, kid. And just spit it all out already," Cal presses, done watching him dance around it. "I'm all ears," Cal says, and Lark looks almost stunned that anyone is actually willing to listen. Lark finally gets a sentence out. He is the big brother, the one everyone else leans on. Not just a brother, either. He has been a nephew, a little brother, and the one responsible for keeping his younger siblings fed and safe. The Blue Wolf tribe raised this so-called scaredy cat his family, his friends, his whole neighborhood. And Lark swears he will never forget a single one of them. Translation: the kid feels like he owes his people a debt, and he means to pay it back. "A wolf," Cal says quietly, watching Lark's face. "You're a wolf," he repeats, like he is finally putting the pieces together. Cal has heard wolves protect their own before anything else. Family always comes first. "I think you're from a proud race," Cal tells him, and he actually means it. Lark lights up, cheeks going red. Nobody has ever put it to him quite like that. "Thank you for that," Lark says, and then, because there is always a catch also. Cal naturally tries to bail, "And I don't want to help you. I'm already stressed enough just trying to act less like a lout thanks to Choi Han and the dragon." Honestly, the dragon alone is already more than enough trouble. And Choi Han is guaranteed to drag in even more chaos down the line. Cal can already feel the headache coming. That's exactly why I can't just rush in and help him, Cal mutters, watching Lark carefully. He knows exactly how those 10 Wolf Tribe kids feel after losing their parents and their home. He has been there himself. Cal admits he is not a total outsider here, and he is not about to shoulder every bit of the responsibility, but he is willing to make Lark a deal. A deal. Lark leans in hooked. So what do you need help with? Lark asks, ready to hear him out. And Cal fires back, what can you actually do for me? The question just hangs there for a second. Whatever they just agreed to, Lark's answer is immediate, yes sir. I'll be back once everything's settled, Lark says. Good, Cal replies and ruffles his hair like he is actually proud of him. Deal struck. Lark takes off from the mansion at a dead sprint. 10 kids are counting on him now, and there is no time to waste. Cal, meanwhile, heads off toward his own next obligation, because apparently one crisis a day was never going to be enough. Destination: the palace where the crown hosts its banquets, built by the king to celebrate his own son's birth, though word is he favors the third prince these days. It dwarfs the Henituse castle, and even the family's capital mansion does not come close. Money was clearly never the concern here. Have Eric, Amir, and Gilbert not shown up yet? Cal mutters, scanning the crowd for backup. A carriage comes rattling up behind him, horse neighing, and something about it puts Cal instantly on alert. Darn it, he mutters, already sensing this is not going to be a quiet arrival. His face drops. Is this really about to happen right now? Is this a cliché too? Cal groans, because of course the universe loves throwing him into these moments. A hooded figure steps down from the carriage, and Cal is already dreading it. Why now, and why does it have to be right in front of this exact palace of all places? The crowd nearby immediately loses it. Oh my, look who it is. It's the infamous Lord Cal, someone practically sings, and a stranger sidles up to ask if he is really here all alone. The newcomer strides right up while Cal eyes them warily, already bracing for whatever comes next. And there it is, Cal's worst-case guess lands dead center. Of course he is stuck dealing with one of Venian's minions. Meet Neo Tolls, a shabby, small-time schemer who is basically a walking cliché of a stereotypical villain. Turns out Neo is no random bully. He is the loyal, voluntary lapdog of Venian Sten, the Marquess's heir, and his own family happens to rule the very village where a certain black dragon was once kept chained up. That dragon's shadow still hangs over these lands. Tolls and Henituse are neighbors, split by one measly mountain and a whole lot of bad blood. The wealth gap between the two houses was brutal, and Tolls never once let Henituse forget it. Still, there was a time the two families at least tried to keep things friendly. That ended 5 years ago, the moment Tolls cozied up to the powerful Sten family instead. Ever since, Neo has strutted around with exactly the kind of cockiness you only get from riding someone else's coattails. And here is our actual hero, sighing like a man summoned to the worst meeting of his life. Why did he have to run into Venian's little errand boy today of all days? Cut to the palace courtyard, where Neo announces to his own guards that he is off to go needle Lord Cal in person. Bossy as ever, he waves his men off to sort their own permits first. Even villains delegate, apparently. Neo spots his target across the yard and cannot resist a jab. What is a lowly lout like him doing somewhere this fancy? Neo cackles at his own joke like it is the funniest thing he has said all week. Cal just stares back, unimpressed, wondering if this is a fantasy novel cliché or if people are genuinely this cartoonishly petty in real life too. What actually gets him is the nerve of it. A Viscount's kid mouthing off to a Count's kid like that only happens in trashy books, or so he thought. And yet here it is, happening live, and it is somehow still annoying to experience firsthand. Neo keeps poking, practically daring Cal to throw a wine bottle at him. He doubles down, taunting Cal to just hit him already. Rude, reckless, and completely allergic to reading the room. Cal simply walks off, quietly clocking exactly what is going on. Magic recording devices are banned inside the palace, so Neo figures he can run his mouth with zero consequences. Cal cannot help comparing him to Venian himself. No surprise there since Neo is literally Venian's guy through and through. A small black shape flexes nearby, dead serious, asking if it should just go ahead and kill the guy. Cale, ever the responsible dragon owner, calmly says that will not be necessary. A horse neighs somewhere off-panel, looks like more company is rolling in. Hooves clip-clop closer as someone turns to see just who has arrived. Cale and Neo both glance over as a carriage screeches to a stop nearby. Footsteps approach, reinforcements and not the kind Neo is going to enjoy. In walks Eric with two companions in tow, strolling right into the middle of this whole mess. Cale lets out a tired groan before greeting him with a flat, unimpressed Eric. He jerks a thumb at Neo like he is presenting Exhibit A, calling him this thing without even bothering to dress it up. Then the smile drops. Cale's eyes go cold as he orders someone to get rid of it, the illegal little device Neo thought nobody had noticed. A palace official clears his throat, message received loud and clear, already zeroing in on Lord Neo by name. Neo mutters under his breath, salty that Cale's friends are covering for the lout just because they happen to be on the same side. His smug face curdles fast once it sinks in exactly how much trouble he is actually in. Cale and Eric meanwhile are all calm smiles and reassuring shoulder pats, the picture of two guys who did absolutely nothing wrong. Neo just stands there muttering to himself by the flower beds, sulking like the sore loser he is. He and his people turn to slink off before things get any more embarrassing. Cale strolls off like nothing happened, footsteps light and easy. Here is the punchline. Cale had a dragon-powered recording spell running the entire time, catching every single word. He grins ear to ear, figuring Neo let his guard down, assuming a mere counts kid could never afford a magic recorder. Big dragon energy, zero regrets. Lord Neo is about to find out just how expensive that assumption really was. Cale wraps up with Eric's crew, promising to catch them later at the banquet hall, and sends Lady Amir and Lord Gilbert on their way. The scene shifts toward the Grand Hall, where the real event is about to kick off. A herald's voice booms through the doors, announcing the entrance of Lord Cale Henituse of the Count Henituse family. Cale steps inside, doing his best impression of someone who totally belongs at a royal banquet. Amir walks him through the seating politics. The crown prince sits highest, with every other table arranged by region beneath him. Cale just grins and says he does not really need the lecture, thanks. He just phrases it a lot more politely since, well, banquet manners. Amir counts it off anyway. 5 tables total, spread northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and dead center. From above, the whole hall looks like a chessboard, tables clustered by exactly how much political muscle each noble family carries. Cale privately admits the crown prince is scarily good at this kind of social engineering. He forces the nobility to compete and mingle in the same breath, and honestly that is half of why the prince stays on top. Of course, the prince looks after himself first too. The second and third princes both sit one tier below him just so nobody forgets the pecking order. Cale finally makes his way over to his own table for the evening. Eric is already there, cheerfully noting their table landed closest to the door. Fewer bigwigs to bow to on the way out, silver linings and all. Cale pats him on the back, playing up how hard he worked to land them that prime real estate. Eric looks genuinely touched, right up until he asks what effort Cale is even talking about. Across the hall, Cale clocks Neo laughing way too loud at somebody else's table and quietly wonders what that guy's whole deal even is. The herald announces the next big arrival, Lord Venian Sten of the Marquess Sten family. In he strolls, golden and confident, with Neo trailing a respectful step behind him like the loyal minion he is. Venian flashes Cale a friendly hello like they are old pals, and Cale takes his seat, playing right along. Cale returns the pleasantries with a smile just as polished, and just as fake. Then his hand drifts quietly toward something hidden close by, and his easy smile tightens just a little. A hand closes around a small black shape under the table and the chapter ends on 3 grim words. He knew it. Someone has spotted the dragon. Cale's dragon starts shaking uncontrollably in his arms. He holds on tight, murmuring that it is all right, it is all right. I said it is all right, he repeats. The dragon just puffs up and insists he is, in fact, a great dragon, thank you very much. Cale lays down the ground rules before they even leave the room. Listen up. Follow me to the palace and you're going to run into Venian, one of the nobles invited tonight. But you cannot kill him, Cale warns flatly. Today of all days is far too important to end with a dead nobleman. If the dragon can hold back from killing Venian just for today, Cale promises him something in return. The dragon's eye narrows to a slit. Later, it finally growls. Later, I will kill that bastard and everyone tied to him. I'll tear them to shreds, the dragon vows, and Cale just leads him calmly toward the open sky like this is a totally normal Tuesday. And I'll turn them into dust in the wind, it adds for good measure. Cale doesn't argue with that kind of generosity. Inside the palace, Cale lets out a breath. The dragon's actually behaving. If he hadn't, this whole place would be rubble and Cale would be the first casualty. His brain helpfully supplies the mental image anyway, an explosion ripping through the hall. He shakes it off and keeps walking. Someone up ahead spots a familiar face heading straight for their table. Their table sits right next to the northwest section, so like it or not, this guest is about to walk right past them. A jittery noble at the table clears his throat, trying way too hard to look casual. Quiet, be quiet, he mutters to himself. How am I supposed to just ignore Venian? Before he can spiral further, someone greets the table, Lord Cale. Cale turns around. It's been a while, comes the greeting from behind him. Cale rises to greet him properly. Yes, Lord Venian, I believe this is the first time we've crossed paths since that whole mess at the tolls. An awkward beat of silence stretches between them. Indeed, Venian says smoothly, I was actually on my way back from visiting my close friend Lord Neo. Yes, I remember, Cale says, we were supposed to share a drink back in the capital. That's right, Venian says, throwing a wary glance his way. Cale smirks. The day after we met, a knight from Viscount Toll's estate paid me a visit. He told me the summer house. Cale trails off, watching Venian flinch right on cue. Was completely robbed of everything, so are you all right? Cale asks, all faux concern. I heard you're close with them, Lord Venian, so I'm sure you've heard the news, Cale presses. Venian forces it out. Yes, such tragic news. You have no idea how surprised I was hearing it over my hangover drink. Cale turns his teasing on Neo next. Hang in there, Lord Neo. I'm sure something this inexplicable happens to everyone at least once in their life. Ah, well, I suppose, Neo mutters, privately ranking Cale among the most annoying people alive. A loudmouth who can't read a room and somehow means no harm at all. Cale just grins. Right now I happen to be all three of those types at once. This is so much fun, Cale declares, clearly enjoying himself too much. Lord Neo, let's drink the night away. Lord Venian, care to join us? Venian's smile drops. Ever since he lost that black dragon, he's lost his family's trust right along with it. Neo turns it over in his head. By the knight's own testimony, the group that handed over the dragon looks the most suspicious, and yet Venian can't shake the feeling that this lout was suspiciously well-positioned when it all went down. Then again, why would a lout like him ever pull off stealing a dragon? Lord Cale, thank you for the offer, but perhaps another time, Venian says. That's too bad, but sure, Cale shrugs, then can't resist one more jab about the knight who came to warn him, pale as a ghost. How do you lose that many precious items all at once, anyway? Cale muses aloud. You probably won't ever get them back, but I suppose it can't be helped. Venian watches him saunter off and mutters darkly, ha, that lout. The dragon and that limping bastard, where did they all even go? He snaps, temper fraying. Cale pours Neo another drink with a grin. Hang in there, Lord Neo, because Venian's about to give you an earful. The herald keeps announcing new arrivals, Lord Antonio Jaira, Lady Karin Orsina, as the banquet hall fills up around them. Someone grabs a fresh bottle of wine and another guest calls out across the table, Lord Cale. All eyes seem to land on Cale at once, and he can feel every single one of those stares. He waves off the food in front of him. I'll have it later. Okay, comes the uncertain reply. The clock keeps ticking, and the whole hall seems to hold its breath right along with it. Venian watches the door, jaw tight, waiting for whatever's coming next. Cale sips his drink like none of this bothers him in the slightest. Somewhere close by, a pocket watch ticks its way toward the hour. Then right on schedule, the great doors creak open. A doorman waves someone through, and a nearby guest reacts with a startled jolt. Servants bow low as two more striking guests stride into the hall. Footsteps echo down the staircase as yet another arrival makes their way in. The host raises his voice to welcome the room. Nice to meet you all and thank you for accepting my invitations. Cale, watching quietly from his seat, thinks to himself, he should be here any second now. I'm so glad the future pillars and future heroes of this kingdom all came to this banquet, the host beams. The doors creak open once more. A nearby noble perks up intrigued, Cale's face splits into a grin. He's here. The moment Cale's been waiting for has finally arrived. A sharp-eyed swordsman strides in with a striking companion at his side, and the whole room seems to feel it. Someone new settles into their seat with quiet, commanding ease, hands folded, radiating authority without saying a word. Cale can't help but think what perfect timing. The grand hall fills up fast, and the whispers start before anyone's even sat down. From up top you can see the whole spread, every noble family's kid packed into one room, all buzzing about the same thing. Word ripples through the crowd. Looks like two latecomers just decided to stop hiding and show their faces. Cale, unbothered as ever, figures whatever's got everyone gossiping is definitely not his problem. One noble practically leaps out of her chair, completely blindsided by who just walked in. Cale sprawled out like he couldn't care less, letting all the whispers wash right over him. Somebody groans under their breath, clearly not thrilled about getting caught in the spotlight. The crown prince grins wide. Didn't expect to see the eldest son of Marquess Sten, Taylor Sten, and the priestess of the god of death here of all places. Taylor shrugs it off. He heard young nobles could come mingle with the crown prince, so he showed up even without an invite. I mean, I did ask every family to send a representative, the prince points out, all innocence. Then the jab lands, though it wouldn't matter who shows up if a family doesn't even have a representative to send. You must have been disappointed I only sent the one invitation, the prince teases. Just a little, Your Highness, Taylor fires back without missing a beat. The jab about a family without a representative lands hard, and Venian's jaw tightens. That was no accident. The crown prince just took a quiet shot at Venian for not officially having an heir declared. The story pulls back a beat. In the tale everyone calls the birth of a hero, this crown prince has quite the reputation. Word is the king favors the third prince, but dethroning a sitting crown prince is never that simple, and every family here has already picked a side. Not that anyone at this table actually cares about the details, but even they can tell something's brewing. The prince turns warm for a moment, telling the old lord he's genuinely glad to see him alive and well after so long. The old lord's reply is chilling and calm. He may not be able to walk anymore, but his hands, his eyes, his mind, they're all still very much alive. All of me is still alive, he says, and if anything, I've only gotten stronger, Your Highness. The prince just nods slowly. I see, yes, you're still very much alive. He's reminded of something he'd nearly forgotten. The ones who survive the longest are always the strongest in the room. From the sidelines, Taylor's grinning ear to ear. Watching the two of them spar with words beats free entertainment any day. The crown prince, Taylor, Venian, and nobles from every faction all crammed into one hall, and none of it feels like a coincidence. Taylor's practically drooling at this point, muttering that all he needs now is a bucket of popcorn for the show. Then he spots someone new coming down the stairs and can't help but ask, is this the priestess of the god of death herself? The newcomer bows low, greetings, Your Royal Highness. I am Cage, servant of. The servant of eternal rest, Cage finishes, cool and composed as anything. The prince waves it off for now. Business can wait, he says. Tonight is for enjoying the banquet. Only problem is, he genuinely has no idea where to seat his new guest. Then his eyes light up. He thinks he's just spotted the perfect table. Taylor catches on immediately. It's here, isn't it? He asks, already grinning. Someone at the table sighs inwardly. Guess there's really no other option here. It's a table with no great nobles at it at all, families aligned to every faction in the kingdom, yet somehow it keeps a perfect balance of power. Not even the biggest houses dare mess with this table since it stayed neutral through it all, and that includes Lord Taylor. You can sit at the northeast table, the prince decides. Lucky for you, they've got plenty of room left. Cage and his companion bow their thanks, and half the room gasps at the sight, though the prince waves it off like it's nothing. You're both people who will be useful to this kingdom, the prince declares. The more the merrier. Mind if I rearrange your table a bit? A bit, someone squeaks, clearly worried about what that actually means, while another guest jumps to attention. Of course, your highness. Chairs and place settings get shuffled around in a hurry, plates rattling as the table gets rearranged on the spot. Taylor leans in close to Cale with a warning. You know how this goes, right? Just stay put, all right. With a wave toward the chandelier-lit table, someone gestures for the guests to take their seats. Then without further ado, the prince announces with a bright grin, let's get this banquet moving. I've always wanted to gather the people who will lead this kingdom's future and share a real meal with them, he says. Thank you all for answering my invitations. And I hope you all enjoy tonight's banquet, he finishes, while Venian just looks on, still stewing a little. The hall settles down as everyone finally takes their seats. Over at the northeast table, someone leans toward Cale with a quiet update. Taylor's not buying the whole gratitude excuse for a second. There's got to be another reason the prince gathered every noble here. We'll go greet his highness soon, Lord Cale, his tablemate tells him with a nod. The whole table nods along, already planning their turn to pay respects to the crown prince. But what's he really after? Taylor wonders aloud, then smirks. Honestly, I can already guess a few. Or maybe, Taylor muses, he's caught wind of a civil war brewing in the Whipper Kingdom, then he shrugs it right off. Well, I'm staying put, so who cares? The dragon, tiny and unbothered by royal etiquette, eyes the food hungrily. That looks delicious. You puny humans really can cook. Then, straight to Cale, can we get 5 minutes? Taylor flinches when someone hands him a bottle out of nowhere. Oh, is all he manages. Then his expression sharpens. I see one, he mutters, eyes catching something hidden in plain sight. Turns out the crown prince has been quietly watching every noble's child in the room this whole time. And I'd bet the second and third princes know about it too, Taylor grins, clearly enjoying being the one who figured it out. Which means the whole royal palace is in on this, he realizes. Someone at the table stands abruptly. Let's go. Cale and the rest of the table rise together, no questions asked. Taylor scrambles up right after them, catching sight of yet another figure waiting on the stairs. Oh. Lord Eric Wilsman sweeps in with an over-the-top bow, gushing about how long it's been since he paid his respects to the crown prince. But the prince isn't here for pleasantries. He cuts straight to business. There's something they need to talk about. This is Prince Alvar Crossman, the golden-haired heir the whole kingdom keeps its eyes on. His golden hair is supposed to be proof of the sun god's blessing, the signature trait of the royal Crossman line that rules this whole kingdom. Alvar flatters right back, calling Eric the sharp son of the family guarding the kingdom's northeast gate. Across the hall, another guest decides he's done waiting his turn. That's Cale Henituse steeling himself with a sigh. Showtime for the silver tongue. Alvar looks him over. So this is Lord Cale of Henituse, guardian of our northeast border. We finally meet. He admits that thanks to House Henituse, he can finally sleep without fearing the dark forest. He's also heard Cale's a total free spirit, probably rubbed off from those eccentric sculptors on the Henituse estate. Cale's not buying the charm offensive for a second. Compliments this generous rarely come free. Still, he lays it on just as thick, calling Alvar's charisma amazing on a princely level. Then he goes full poet, calling the prince the moon shining over a people scared of the dark. He really commits to the bit, swearing he won't sleep tonight, his heart's simply too full of emotion. The whole crowd gasps, absolutely floored by the show. Cale grins to himself, mission accomplished, step one in quietly distancing himself from the crown prince. His pet dragon isn't so easily charmed though and starts sniffing around that suspiciously perfect dye job. Turns out even his pupils are dyed. Whatever this prince is hiding, it goes deeper than the hair. The dragon swoops in close with an unsettling little warning, be careful. Turns out it's not talking in general terms either. This prince specifically isn't as weak as everyone assumes. Cal keeps smiling, but he's recalculating fast. Everyone pegged this guy as average. That was apparently wrong. A little digging turns up the family tree. The current queen isn't even his real mother, she's the third prince's mom. His actual birth mother was just a palace maid, a commoner who died under mysterious circumstances while he was still a boy. Even Choi Han clocked him as average. So what's he actually hiding? Cal shrugs, not his circus, not his monkeys. Alvar muses they might be more alike than people think. Cal plays along and calls it an honor. With a final bow, the meeting wraps and Cal peels away at last. There's clearly a reason Alvar's watching his younger brothers so closely, and why the king's suddenly gone soft on the third prince. Cal wonders if there's an even bigger secret buried in that bloodline than catches himself. Some rocks stay unturned. He and his crew head for the exit, leaving the royal drama behind them. Back with his own people, Cal's already moving on to business that actually matters. He flags down Lady Amir before she can slip away. He casually brings up her family's coastline, all innocent curiosity. She's instantly suspicious. Amir plays along, insisting the cliffs really are stunning, though her tone says she knows exactly where this is headed. Turns out those cliffs make it brutal to capture something called the sound of the wind, one of the world's ancient powers. That power once belonged to a non-wizard fighter during a brutal civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. Later it landed with a mad tyrant infamous enough to earn the name the Wizard Slaughterer. Apparently even that terrifying power barely registered to a man like him, which tells you exactly how dangerous he really was. 3 names about to matter a lot: Choi Han, that same Wizard Slaughterer, and the Crown Prince. In the original story, these 3 end up at the center of every major event across the whole Western continent. Even the Jungle Queen from the southern jungle is fated to unite the South and get tangled up in it all. Add in the secret organization Choi Han's been hunting, and 2 centuries of peace are about to come crashing down. Cal files all of that under someone else's problem and keeps walking. He asks Gilbert if he can duck out the second this is over. Gilbert doesn't even blink. The rest of the group's heading back to see the prince after the banquet, but Cal's already checked out. Someone points out his crew probably knows more about this investment than he lets on, and Cal visibly flinches. Busted, he admits he only skimmed the paperwork, technically true, mostly a lie. The prince wraps the banquet up cheerfully, then drops the real bomb. Seats are already reserved for everyone at this year's birthday festival. Cal reads between the lines instantly. That's not an invitation, that's a summons, and he's standing right where the bomb's about to go off. An old friend waves him off with a fond "see you later, kiddo," like sending a kid out the door. Cal grumbles about not wanting to get too chummy with royalty, right as someone offers to walk him out anyway. He calls out to Lady Amir, half joking she must be worried he'll cause trouble on the way out, especially with a certain lord also heading for the door. Turns out she's tagging along for real, just in case things get ugly. The 2 of them slip out through the palace halls together, no drama needed after all. Cal points out her estate's sailors handle the whirlpools fine, but a regular ship wouldn't stand a chance, and of course, it all traces back to the sound of the wind. He's already figured out exactly what Amir and her partner want, an investment for that so-called useless stretch of sea. And Cal thinks he can actually deliver, so he pulls her aside to talk business. He drops a hint that the crown prince himself might be interested, and her ears perk right up. Cal reasons her people earned a little help today and a stronger northeast benefits everyone, plus intel says she can actually keep her mouth shut. He confirms she wants to turn her estate into a tourist destination. She confirms it outright. Cal suggests she'd land funding faster by leaning on her estate's strategic spot between 2 kingdoms. She blinks, not expecting a geopolitics lesson. He adds casually that she should probably keep that little insight to herself. She promises she will. Right on cue, a carriage rolls up, ready to whisk them both off. She gives a crisp nod and heads off to make it happen. And with that, she's gone, one more piece quietly sliding into place in Cal's plan. Picture the coast near the Amir and Gilbert estates. Most of the northwest is soft sandy beach, but not here. Here it is all jagged coves, tiny islands and cliffs steep enough to make your stomach drop. Enter Cale, fixing his collar in the mirror and grumbling that everyone around here only cares about tourism, thanks to this long stretch of peace. Too bad for them, the crown prince already knows that peace has an expiration date. All Cale really wants to worry about is snagging one more ancient power for himself, before some wizard slaughterer beats him to it. The estate grounds sit quiet in the pale light for now. Just past the hedges, trouble is already creeping in. Choi Han comes in with news. They have found 4 magic bombs planted around the property. They were all placed around the plaza, Choi Han reports, sweat on his brow. Give me the map, Cale cuts in, all business. Cale studies the layout, muttering that they have not found any more bombs than what is already marked. Maybe the rest are not sitting in the common areas at all. Time to widen the search. The book said 5 bombs on people, 5 on the ground. But did the culprit switch it up this time, 6 on people, 4 on the ground? Cale wonders if there is some other variable at play. No rush though, the bombs will not go off until the king's speech the day after tomorrow. Except Cale changes his mind on the spot. They are stealing it at dawn on the day of the festival. Choi Han just about chokes on his own confusion. Sorry. Choi Han's face says it all, this plan just got a lot more dangerous and a lot sooner. Here is the trick, these magic bombs only go off when their maker sends the signal. Cutting that signal is almost too easy. For someone as powerful as the Black Dragon or Rosalind, that kind of thing barely takes any effort. Probably exactly how Rosalind disarmed the bombs in the book. We are going to steal it, not destroy it, Choi Han asks. Cale scoffs, why would you destroy something so useful? He is not planning to use it as a bomb, the tightly clustered magic inside is just too good an ingredient to waste. There might be more bombs out there, so keep searching and keep an eye out in case they get moved. From now on, Choi Han and the Black Dragon are on stakeout duty near the plaza. Tedious, nerve-wracking, and absolutely mandatory. 2 very unimpressed little cats get the memo, time to earn their keep. Get to work, Cale grins, and Choi Han's face makes it very clear how thrilled he is about that. While Choi Han keeps watch, the Black Dragon takes it as an excuse to go leaping through the trees instead. Cut to the capital, all cobblestones and rooftops, gearing up for a festival. The day before the king's birthday festival, word comes in that Bilrose has arrived in the capital. Cale strikes a deal with Lark, a silver-haired blue wolf warrior. Watch over my siblings, that is my one condition. I will not be doing it alone, Lark warns. Turns out he means his own kin too. His siblings are joining him, they are stronger together, he says. The carriage rattles on toward the capital, Lark lost in thought across from Cale. Turns out the Blue Wolves were once a legendary company of knights, and that history clearly still weighs on Lark. That history hangs in the air a beat too long. I do not know about any of that, Lark mutters, turning away, brushing off Cale's offer to explain. Cale is already 3 steps ahead. Recruit Lark and 10 blue wolf cubs and he has got himself a knight company. Lark alone is terrified of the whale tribe, but for his comrades he would charge their chieftain without blinking. That is just who he is. Stop being ridiculous, Cale snaps. You want me to turn little children into knights, you ask me to protect them. Lark points out the obvious, that condition sounds like a total paradox. Raise wolfmen as knights from childhood, Cale explains, and they do not become knights, they become fanatics who do not fear death. But then, what about what they actually want? Lark just stares, then quietly wipes his eyes. I'm sorry, he says. Nothing to apologize for, Cale says. Now I know what you want from me, so let me think of what I want from you. I do not need it now, Cale smirks, but in about 3 months. A wildly valuable ancient power is going to show up on some dangerous mountain, and it is going to stick around for about 6 months. Berserk wolfmen would be perfect for scaling that mountain, and if Cale can talk up its value to the Jungle Queen, he is looking at a serious payday. Enough, he grins, to set him up for life even after his own family goes broke. Priorities. Do you think you would ever need me? Lark asks out of nowhere. Do not ask silly questions, Cale says. Of course I will have a use for you. Lark just agrees to whatever the deal requires. Cale digs through his bag and tosses something Lark's way. You have not seen your siblings in ages, go tour the capital a bit. Lark just blinks, tour. It is your first time in a big city, right? Go get some good food with your siblings. Own and Hong will tag along so you do not get lost, Cal adds, mostly so he does not have to make small talk with a bunch of kids around. The cats pounce immediately. Stop it, you two, that tickles. Lark ends up laughing his head off, wrestling with his wolf cub siblings like it is the easiest thing in the world. Cal, meanwhile, is already scheming about babysitters. Maybe he will just palm the wolf cubs off on Hands later. Speaking of Hands, sure, he is great at cooking and cleaning, but that is not exactly the full picture. Well-mannered, please, Cal shudders. The guy is a lunatic who loves torturing people. No way he is letting that man anywhere near those pure little wolf cubs. Back in the capital, the streets are packed and buzzing ahead of the festival. Cal strides on ahead, Lark falling into step right behind him. Something drops in the street behind them, but Lark barely reacts, eyes locked forward, following Cal deeper into the city. Follow me, Cal says simply, leading the way into the gathering dark. We roll up to a cozy little stop called the Fragrant Vineyard, and someone's already rolling out the welcome mat. Choi Han spots him walking in, fox pet tucked under one arm, and asks if he's brought company. Cal just nods. Someone gets handed a fresh pair of boots and stockings. Not alone, apparently, a gift gruffly delivered. So you should open the door, Cal says, already bossing people around. Choi Han, flustered, just goes, why, yes. A hand finds the latch and the old door rattles open. It swings wide and one kid inside jumps half out of his skin, sweat dripping down his face. Lanterns glow down a quiet hallway, everything still for one whole second. That second doesn't last. A whole pile of kids comes tumbling down in a heap on the floor. Someone hollers for Lark twice in a row, and one very sheepish kid on the ground manages a small, Lord Cal. It's been a while, Bylos, Cal says, and the young caravan owner lights up meeting him properly at last. An older man steps up, the one who owns the caravan that tagged along. He's heard plenty about Cal from Choi Han and calls it a true honor to finally meet him. Cal waves it off. Please, there's nothing great about meeting a lout, he says, deadpan as ever. They shake on it. I'm Odious Flynn, the man introduces himself properly. The handshake lingers just a beat longer than it needs to. That kind of grip means something. Turns out this Odious was supposed to be the next head of the Flynn name. He walked away from all of it instead. These days he just runs a small caravan. He's Bylos's uncle, the man who introduced him to Choi Han in the first place, and the one who set something much bigger in motion. Because that humble caravan is just the front, in the underworld this guy wears a whole different mask. Nice to some, cruel to everyone else, a two-faced kind. Cal clocks the family resemblance immediately. A Flynn, huh, you must be related to Bylos. Odious admits he's a little surprised too. He hasn't seen Bylos since he was a kid, and it's genuinely good to see how he's grown. The whole crew ends up crowded in one doorway, pets and all, everybody sizing each other up. Odious chuckles that he's been meeting a lot of good people lately, known as the humble Flynn who walked away and the kind uncle everyone trusts. Two very tidy reputations for one man. Odious is the only adult from Bylos's childhood he actually has good memories of. Well, Bylos shrugs, I guess he was nice to me. Let's go have a drink upstairs, Bylos offers. Choi Han and Rosalind will catch up with them soon. You can reconnect with them then, Cal tells Bylos, who's practically hoping out loud for a drink with Cal himself sometime soon. Sure, Cal shrugs, will do just that. On the stairs a chorus of kids shouts their thanks at him. Internally, Cal is already exhausted. What a pain, he mutters. Maybe he should just hire these kids a drill sergeant instead of playing babysitter himself, he thinks. The whole gaggle lines up in front of him like he's about to run a drill. No, let's not do something like that. He shuts it down fast and sends the whole crowd packing. One face peeks through a window watching him. Just what are you up to, comes the question. What do you mean? Cal plays innocent. I'm just working toward my comfortable retirement, sure he is. Bylos just stares back, clearly not buying a single word of that. Upstairs the wine starts flowing, glass after glass. Bylos throws back drink after drink, glasses clacking down on the table. I was just really thirsty, he admits, then quickly apologizes for it. Cal isn't buying the excuse, but he's not judging either. Whatever's got him this anxious, at least he shouldn't be drinking alone. Cal keeps pouring while Bylos lays it out. Odious is his father's older brother. his uncle by blood. Problem is, Bylos isn't allowed to carry the Flynn name at all, which means he can't even call his own uncle that freely. But Odious was the one adult who was ever actually kind to him. "I think of you as my nephew as family," he'd told a young Bylos once. "You have every right to be here." Those words, straight out of something called The Birth of a Hero, lit a fire under him and sent him off on his own journey. That journey is how he ended up meeting Choi Han in the first place, through Odious. Struck by the man's strength, Bylos started following Choi Han around and even threw his hat in for the race to become heir of the Flynn merchant house. Cal just keeps topping off his glass, quietly taking in how far one kind word actually carried this kid. The Flynn name isn't even that highly regarded anyway, Cal points out. "Both you and Odious, you're still Flynns." "I'm a bastard, my lord," Bylos says quietly. Cal shrugs it off. Being a bastard doesn't erase what everyone out there already sees him as. Bylos goes quiet for a second, genuinely caught off guard. "Lord Cal," is all he manages. "What?" Cal plays dumb. "You really do have a talent for speaking the truth," Bylos fires back. "I do, don't I?" Cal raises the bottle for another round, right until a hand suddenly grabs it out of the air. A very sly grin spreads across Bylos's face. He's clearly got something up his sleeve now. "Which brings me to my point," Bylos says, and suddenly the mood shifts. He turns the tables fast. "What exactly did you steal with the equipment you borrowed from me?" Cal doesn't even blink. "I stole one thing," he says, "and I'm about to steal the rest." Bylos practically begs to tag along. Cal shuts the door on that one flat. All seats are taken. And somewhere else entirely, a quiet figure lingers in the lamplight, a reminder that Cal's little schemes never stay this simple for long. Late at night at the Henituse estate, someone calls out for Ron, and that name alone is enough to make you nervous. In steps Ron Malrin, the Count's terrifyingly polite fixer, dropping into a deep bow and asking his young Lord Cal for a personal favor. Cal's ears perk up. A favor from this guy? Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Turns out it's almost sweet. Ron just wants Cal to look after his son while he's away. And that son is none other than Vikros, one of Cal's own fighters. Cal wants to know why. Ron's answer: he's off on a little fox hunting trip. Sure, let's call it that. Then Ron drops the pleasant act for a second and reminds Cal, flat out, that killing people is just what he does. Cal just blinks and, ice cold meets ice cold. This is basically small talk for these two. The truth comes out. Ron's going solo to kill someone, leaving even his own son behind. Cal just nods along like it's a grocery run. Ron struts off without a care, and Cal visibly shivers. Even the guy in charge isn't immune to this butler's creep factor. The narration doesn't sugarcoat it either. Whoever Ron's hunting is getting shredded, one way or another. Silver lining: with Choi Han's crew handling things elsewhere, the squad can spare Ron for his little errand. Ron flashes that unsettling smile of his, pointing out Lark alone can cover the muscle they'll be missing. Cal admits that smile gives him actual chills, honestly, same before waving Ron off to go do his thing. Ever the boss, Cal lays out the terms. Hans handles the paperwork, Ron checks in occasionally, and he can draw funds from the Flynn merchantry using his ID. A cloak swishes as the plans get finalized. Ron's about to be out the door. Ron can't resist a jab, wondering why a lout like Cal would even bother watching his grown son. Cal just shrugs him off and reminds him the leave is exactly 1 year. 1 whole year? Cal flops back dramatically, already savoring the idea of finally sleeping soundly without that smile lurking around. Ron heads out with that same eerie calm, and Cal just sighs, still processing what he agreed to. Cal can't help but laugh it off, half joking that he used to think Ron was just some rookie. Ron wipes his face and delivers the punchline himself. Turns out he's the one who ended up a loyal dog, not the other way around. Business as usual. Ron asks if a monthly check-in will do. Cal, already over it, just says whatever. Ron gives his word he'll be back in exactly a year, my lord. Cal blinks, genuinely a little unnerved. Yeah, the guy really is a professional killer, huh? Not even a single footstep gives him away leaving the room. Cal can only shake his head at how good Ron is at his job. Cut to dawn, a new day is rising over the estate, and a very different kind of mission is about to kick off. Enter Rosalind, hair dyed brown for the occasion, ready to cut loose without anyone recognizing her. She doesn't know every detail of the plan, but the second she heard the words magic bomb, she signed right up to help. Lark gets pulled in too. Cal checks if he can still tap into his wolf-level strength without going full berserk. Lark's answer, absolutely. Teams get called out fast. Rosalind and Lark together, Choi Han paired with the Black Dragon, and Own and Hong rounding out the last squad. Someone finally asks the obvious question, and what about you, Lord Cal? The room gets awkward fast as everyone tries to figure out how to politely describe Cal's, physical talents. The Black Dragon just says it out loud, weak. Then Cal's own little fox familiars pile on too, calling him useless straight to his face. Dead silence, everyone just stares, Cal betrayed by his own pets on live commentary. Cal plays it off smooth, insisting he'd just be dead weight anyway, and conveniently he's got festival duties that'll keep him busy instead. The actual plan gets laid out. Find where the bombs are hidden, disarm them, then lay low until the so-called black marbles go off and scramble the mana. Meanwhile, someone keeps eyes on the secret organization's people lurking around the plaza during the birth festival's big speech. 0 hour, the ceremony kicks off at 9 sharp in the morning. Cal flashes a grin and sends everyone off to get to work. Rosalind wants her cut of the disarmed bombs as payment, and gets a quick promise she hasn't been forgotten. She smirks, clearly satisfied. That's a fair day's pay for defusing literal explosives. Doors creak open as the team scatters to their positions. From above, a figure moves quietly through the halls, something small clattering to the floor behind them. A hand presses to the window as magic surges through the room. The operation is officially underway. Back with Cal, his hair whips around as he gets dressed for his own part of the day, the festival appearance. Decked out and looking every bit the noble heir, Cal stands ready, the tension of the day settling in. He reaches for a weapon mounted on the wall, quietly hoping he won't actually need it today. But if it comes down to it, he tells himself he'll only use it lightly. Sure, Cal, sure. He talks himself into believing it'll be fine. There's no way he'll end up anywhere near some bloodthirsty maniac today, right? Before Ron heads out, Cal can't resist one last dig. Today's officially the last day Ron has to put up with him for a while. Ron, deadpan as ever, notes he'll just have to pick this whole babysitting job back up in a year. Cal fires back that it already sounds miserable and threatens to hand Ron straight over to Choi Han the second he's back. The two turn and part ways, Master and his terrifying butler, ready for whatever this day throws at them. Our story picks up mid-journey, hooves clopping down cobblestone as Cal's carriage rolls in. He leans back and asks the golden question, why exactly did you drag me out here? His travel companion is Lady Amir, and she gets straight to business, asking what he thinks about slapping a brand new naval base right on her family's land. Turns out there is already bad news waiting, a letter from Eric saying his sit-down with the Crown Prince over a tourism investment went nowhere fast. Word is Gilbert and Amir were supposedly crushed by the news, except Amir's face says otherwise. Cal, ever the observant lout, calls it she has clearly already got a plan cooking. She admits it, she has already looped in her mother since a decision this big was not hers to make alone, and Gilbert is next on her list today. Building a whole new military base is never just about the money, the narrator reminds us, it's the tangle of rival regional interests that makes it a nightmare. Especially, Cal muses, when everyone is currently enjoying a nice boring piece nobody wants to disturb. Lady Amir finally says the quiet part out loud. She is worried the royal family's grip on her estate is about to tighten, and that is exactly why she called Cal here today. Cal settles back, arms crossed, already smug, so this is what she actually wants to talk about. Before she will even hear him out, Amir lays down a ground rule of her own about exactly where all the money is coming from. Cal, playing his favorite card, shrugs it all off. In the Henituse house, Dad handles the money, and he is just a useless lout with zero say in any of it. Sure, buddy. Here is the rulebook. Whenever royal forces team up with local nobles outside the crown's own land, everything about who is really in charge gets nailed down in detailed contracts. And the smart money says the palace will happily bankroll a brand new naval base along the northeast coast, pouring in a small fortune to make it happen. But here's the catch: fund it that heavily and the crown ends up running the whole show, no contest, thanks to the sheer gap in manpower and resources versus one measly tourism deal. Exactly the outcome Amir is dreading, which, as Cal sees it, leaves the group with exactly one move on the board. Simple, really, just borrow a mountain of cash from someone who is already swimming in it. Cal's smirk says he has already got a target in mind. Amir is not so sure that plan is as airtight as he makes it sound. She has picked up on something herself, though. During her own chat with the Crown Prince, she could practically feel how nervous he was about the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Territories. So naturally she went and hired an information guild to dig deeper, and bingo, her suspicions checked out. Cal fills in the rest. The palace already knew a civil war was brewing in Whipper and that the Northern Knights were quietly massing troops. Oh, and get this, some mystery woman is apparently so broke she has had to lean on outside help just to get by. Still, this cash-strapped mystery woman dropped a fortune buying intel on rival kingdoms anyway. Cal almost sounds impressed. Say what you want about her, she does not cut corners when it counts. Grinning like the schemer he is, Cal points out the Ubar family's whole reputation is built on defense. Surely she is interested in beefing up military forces too. Oh, and funny thing, the walls back at the Henituse estate just happen to be under repair. Amir agrees to raise it with her father, and promises the Henituse family will get some backup sent their way too. So the plan takes shape. The new base gets built up in the northeast. And instead of the crown running it solo, command gets split 4 ways between the Cal, Eric, Amir, and Gilbert families. Nobody gets to hog the throne this time. Cal casually mentions he can pull in some extra maritime help for the naval base too. Amir just stares. She knows better than to ask what that means. He admits, at least, that the whirlpools out there have him a little concerned. Amir points out the old sea lanes could actually turn those whirlpools into a home field advantage against any invaders. Silver linings, she supposes. Aha, is all Cal says out loud. In his head, though, it is a whole different story. Those whirlpools are about to be his, so really nothing to worry about at all. Already daydreaming, Cal pictures a cozy beach house on that coastline for his retirement, because once he finally dumps the whole estate on Bassin, freedom is the only thing on his mind. The fantasy keeps going: hide out somewhere safe during any war, then mooch a lakeside spot off Amir or Gilbert once the dust settles, and spend the rest of his days doing absolutely nothing. Staring out at the vast ocean in his dreams. Back in reality, Amir just tells him plainly she is trusting him to help. Cal laughs it off. You would trust a lout like me? Sure you would. Back home, someone close to Amir warns her plainly, without power you have got to be careful, but if you actually want power you had better be brave. Amir just nods it off. Message received. As they part ways, Amir extends the invite properly. Come visit the Ubar estate sometime, she says. She pitches it like a tour guide, plenty of sights to see, apparently. Cal promises he will swing by whenever he gets the chance. No promises on when that will actually be. They shake on it, Amir adding she hopes that chance comes sooner rather than later. And with that, the carriages roll off in their separate directions. Business concluded for now. Cut to Cal checking his pocket watch. 8 o'clock on the dot, he notes. Everyone attending today's big event at the capital's Plaza of Glory would already be there, gathered since an hour before. At 8:30 sharp, the Royal Knights lock the place down, nobody in, nobody out, and the plaza packed wall to wall with people. Once nobody can move freely, the real game begins, a scavenger hunt for magic bombs disguised as something as innocent as a necklace, a satchel, or a pendant. Worse, whoever is carrying them could be anyone in that crowd, which is why Choi Han and the rest of the crew are already being deployed to sniff them out. Cal is confident his people will track the culprits down. Spotting his gathered team, he greets them with a smirk. Well, look who showed up early for once. Honestly, Cal is not even that worried if they come up empty. The truth, he figures, has a way of surfacing all on its own eventually. Last-minute logistics get sorted, move out at 8:05 while someone sternly tells a certain someone else to just stay put today. He nods along, all innocence. Cale, meanwhile, is rehearsing his own role for the day, the perfectly clueless bystander who knows absolutely nothing. Elsewhere, someone else is already sweating, insisting through gritted teeth that they do not know a thing. Word spreads fast through the crowd, and a couple of very well-dressed onlookers cannot help but gasp at the spectacle. Gasps ripple through the plaza. How could this be happening just as someone new steps in to announce their arrival? Cale tries to bail early, claiming he is busy, only for the dragon to swoop in with a classic jab, weak human. The dragon taps him with a claw, tossing out some sarcastic advice about using his shield if he is scared of getting hurt, before everyone piles back into the carriages. With a heavy flap of wings, the dragon takes to the sky above the convoy as the group heads out. Cale scoffs at the whole shield comment. Please, he says, he probably will not even need it today. Across town, the crown prince gets word that every preparation is finally in place. Then let's go, he says, all business. Back with Cale, the mood shifts, just a long, silent, loaded look. Then the mood lifts again as old faces reunite. Cale cannot believe he is seeing this whole crew together again after the banquet, and Amir Ubar steps in to greet everyone properly. Someone in the group cannot help but wonder out loud, this exact lineup of people gathered like this feels suspiciously like the crown prince's handiwork. One more familiar face echoes the sentiment, good to see you too, as Cale turns to take in the whole reunited crew. And with the team back together and the trap set, the capital waits below, ready for whatever is about to go down. Back in the carriage, someone's shaking Taylor awake and he is not having it. Yeah, this ride's already a mess before they even reach town. She looks mighty pleased with herself, and honestly so does he. Cale just watches from the corner, dry as ever. Dude is clearly still catching up on what happened. He gives up asking nicely and just grabs the guy's leg to shake him fully awake. Even the rest of the young nobles in this carriage are stunned, speechless. Especially Venian. One look at his face and you already know he's short-circuiting. Because word had just gotten out that the abandoned eldest son, Taylor Sten, the guy everyone wrote off in a wheelchair, was walking again on his own 2 feet. And somebody from the Sten family was about to stand right next to the crown prince himself. Nobody in this carriage can process it. The wheelchair guy just stood up. Seriously, no one, and we mean no one, saw this coming. Turns out Taylor somehow landed the healing star straight from the crown prince. That is not a small gift. Taylor just shrugs it off. I guess I got lucky, I'm completely fine now. Then he turns and claps a hand on his rival's shoulder. Congratulations, he says, all smiles, while the poor guy flinches like he's been electrocuted. All the rival can manage back is a stiff thank you. Awkward doesn't even cover it. As the carriage rolls into town, Taylor just stares out the window, unreadable as a locked door. Somebody finally asks the real question out loud. Now that your legs are fixed, are you finally heading back to the Marquess's estate? Go back, the word just hangs there while his rival tenses right up. Taylor's eyes go sharp. The Marquess's estate has always been my home, he says, cool as ice. His rival just stares back, jaw locked, not saying a word. The tension in here could cut glass. Nobody's touching their tea. That place is where I belong, wouldn't you agree? Taylor presses and the guy actually flinches, rattling the whole seat. Dead silence, even Cale's just watching this play out from the corner. Then the mood flips on a dime. The girl practically bounces over to Cale. I have to tell you something, it's such a good story. Taylor clears his throat and announces he's getting off here, ever the picture of composure. A servant dashes to open the door for him, flowers and all. The girl hops up too. I'll come back with Lord Eric, she promises Cale. Which leaves an interesting thought hanging. Cale and Taylor have never actually met before. Surely nothing's gonna happen, surely. Door shut, carriage moving again, and just like that the girl's gone too. Just the click of the latch and an empty seat where she used to be. We're finally alone, someone says, and it does not sound friendly. Someone leans in and just asks it outright, did you pledge your allegiance to him? No, Cale says flatly, we made a deal. He gives an easy nod, that's good, congratulations on the recovery, like it cost him nothing at all. Cage pulls out a folder, here this is the details of the deal, she says, sliding it over. Cale eyes it warily. Why would you show this to me? She just presses it into his hand anyway, no arguing about it. It'll come in handy one day, Lord Cale, Cage says with a grin that's a little too pleased with itself. Turns out Cage herself is about to be excommunicated. Cool, no big deal at all. Is it because she acted on her own? Someone asks, trying to piece the whole thing together. Correct, comes the answer, and apparently the little one taking over is absolutely thrilled about it, yelling yay and everything. She's officially on track to becoming the next crazy priestess. No notes. We will be victorious, someone declares grandly, won't we, Lord Cale? Cale deadpan, why would you include me in we? You will, comes the reply, no room for debate there. Cage heads down the stairs, tossing a quick thank you, I'll be leaving first over her shoulder. Let's grab a drink with Cage after we win, somebody suggests. Priorities, apparently. And with that, Cage disappears down the street. The wine from the Henituse estate is delicious, she notes on her way out, can't argue with good taste. Somewhere across town, the carriages are already lining up for what's next. A note gets folded up and tucked away, quick and quiet. And the note says it plainly, the crown prince wants to avoid a civil war. Tusk, somebody's not thrilled about that message. Cale crumples it up without a word. And tucks it away just as fast, like it was never there. I knew there was some secret behind his birth, someone mutters as the carriage pulls up, called it. Cale, comes the greeting as he steps out to meet the others. The group heads off together toward the plaza. Footsteps on cobblestone, nothing subtle about this entrance. Word is, in the story of Birth of a Hero, Choi Han's social status sits just a notch above the average commoner. But compared to actual royalty, still nothing. Cale just stares up at the clock tower, taking it all in. The whole crew heads toward the tower entrance together. The clock reads 8:25 sharp, right on schedule. That massive clock face just looms overhead, ticking down to something. This is exactly the window when royals and the cabinet arrive, and when every commoner's movement in the plaza gets locked down tight. Lord Cale, is this your first time at the plaza? Someone asks, making conversation. Yes, Cale admits, I've only ever passed by it in a carriage. The rundown continues: tea shop to the south, inn to the west, flower shop to the east. And the roof of the Potters' Union to the north. Every single one of those spots has exactly one bomb planted on it. The plaza is pretty big, Cale notes, glancing around like he's already mapping exits. Fountains, market stalls, pigeons flapping around like nothing's wrong. Business as usual, apparently. Cale drifts past a flower stall, scanning the crowd. Things are sailing smoothly, comes the report, so far so good. The guards move to seal the entrance, we'll be closing it now, one announces. And just like that, the scavenger hunt officially begins. The answer will present itself at 9:01, comes the reminder, countdown's on. Please take your seats there, someone directs the group toward the tables. It's set up just like a proper garden party, tables, chairs, everyone getting settled in. We meet again, Lord Cale, Taylor says, sliding into the scene like he owns the place. Indeed, Lord Taylor, Cale replies coolly, taking his seat. Same seating arrangement as the banquet, someone notes. Then a quiet warning, Cale, stay put, got it. Eric, Cale says, low and pointed, already scheming something. That grin says it all, whatever's coming next, it is not going to be boring. And with that loaded little gesture, the scene cuts away. The clock tower keeps ticking overhead, counting down toward whatever's about to happen next. The chapter opens on a towering clock tower, with a caption teasing we're about to meet the stars of the Crossman royal family. Somewhere above the city, a certain black dragon squints down and announces there's 15 minutes left. Cale can't help but think his dragon is ridiculously handy. There's nothing the guy can't do with his magic. Down on the ground, a sharp-dressed noble slides into view while a crowd roars nearby. Something big is about to arrive. A grand carriage rolls into view, guarded and gleaming, clearly built for someone important. The crowd's roar swells around it. Whoever's inside is not exactly flying under the radar. And here's a twist nobody saw coming. Word has it the crown prince's hair and eyes have been dyed for this outing. Cale mutters that brown's supposed to be a common color around here in Rowoon, clapping along like he hasn't got a care in the world. Somewhere close by, a caption teases, here comes the son of Rowoon. Guards throw open the gates and the crowd roars as His Majesty, King Zed Crossman himself, makes his entrance. An attendant fusses over the king's collar, getting every last detail picture perfect. Cal just glances over, unreadable as ever, before turning back to his own business. Clap, clap, clap. Across the square, a quiet rooftop holds a lonely potted plant. Nothing suspicious there, right? Someone's boots hit the pavement, closing in on that very rooftop without a sound. A flash of light bursts near the plant pot, and Cal just watches it all with a knowing smirk. So it's been disarmed, Cal confirms coolly, like defusing a hidden bomb is just another item on his to-do list. The group settles into their seats as the king takes his place on the ceremonial platform. He raises a single hand, and just like that, the whole crowd falls quiet. The roar dies down to dead silence in seconds. Nobody wants to miss what's coming. "Heemp, the king begins. It has been 30 years since I became ruler of this kingdom." Under the blessing of the sun, he finishes, and honestly, he looks like he means every word. Cal notes the king genuinely seems happy about it, but unfortunately, that thought trails off as he quietly slides something across the table. The great clock tower tolls out over the city. Ding. It is now 9 o'clock exactly, right on schedule for whatever's about to happen. Down in the crowd, people start pointing and murmuring, look up there. "What is going on?" someone murmurs, and the confusion starts spreading fast. A finger jabs upward, pointing straight at a rooftop nobody's supposed to be standing on. "Who are they?" someone whispers, and nobody in that crowd has an answer. A heavy dun-dun echoes through the sky. This is not a friendly entrance. A cloaked figure stands calmly atop a rooftop, looking down over the whole unsuspecting plaza. "Who are you people?" a guard shouts up, as a gust of wind rips through the scene. A masked figure barks an order, "Get down from there right now," but nobody up there is listening. Cal watches quietly and names the threat in his head, Retica, the bloodthirsty mad wizard. Honestly, he was half worried this guy wouldn't even show since parts of the story have already gone off script. The cloaked figure strikes a dramatic pose on the rooftop, clearly enjoying the attention. Nearby, Choi Han can already hear the mad wizard gleefully foreshadowing the carnage he's got planned for the plaza. Retica throws his head back laughing and sends crackling fire arcing through the air. "This is going to be fun," he sneers, and something tells you fun means bad news for everyone down here. Lightning rips across the rooftops as Retica cackles, thunder rumbling behind him. A blinding flash builds in the dark over the city skyline. He's not done yet. A fireball ignites in his palm, crackling and swelling with raw power. Lightning cracks down toward the streets below with a deafening roar. Someone screams as a blazing streak slices clean across the rooftops. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Lark all freeze mid-step, shock written across every face. One of them shouts out in alarm, and the whole group scrambles into motion. Cal's eyes narrow with sharp focus. He's already spotted what he's looking for. "I found it," he says simply, "all business now." Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind take off running together through the streets, the clocks reading 10 minutes and counting. 10 minutes might not be enough time to disarm every bomb hidden on people in that crowd, Cal admits. But it should be plenty of time to teleport each one out to a restricted mountain far from the capital instead. The dragon swoops through the sky and calls out, "Human, I found one." After all, Cal figures, between Rosalind's power and the black dragon, this should be manageable. A hand slips a pendant loose from around someone's neck, quick and quiet. One clean slash later, and whatever was rigged at that market stall is history. Lark grabs Choi Han's arm with a start, then calls out, "Cal, I have been calling you." Lark grabs Cal too, "Urgent as ever, your highness, you'll have to." Up on the mansion steps, two figures react to a strange whirring sound. "Time to evacuate," someone shouts. Cal's mind drifts to something odd: the crown prince's hair. The crown prince himself looks caught off guard, clearly not thrilled about the topic. The dragon chimes in with a theory: did another dragon dye it, or is it some other kind of power? Cal just hums, unconvinced. Since it's not wearing off, maybe whoever did it used magic that doesn't even need mana. Cal figures right before someone yells at him to quit theorizing and get moving. Back on the rooftops, Retica cackles again, dark shapes darting around him in the chaos. Smoke rises off a scorched building as the mad wizard grins under his mask. "How annoying," Cal mutters, watching the chaos unfold like it's a minor inconvenience. A massive magic circle blazes overhead and unleashes a hail of glowing projectiles straight down at the rooftops. People are knocked flying off the buildings, screaming for anyone to save them. The dragon keeps tally as he scoops up survivors, one more human and another one. By 9:04 they've already saved 3 people. Lark calls Cale's name and Cale just crosses his arms, jaw tight. "Lord Cale, we don't have time for this," someone urges as another explosion booms nearby. "We need to leave now." The whole group takes off together, robes flying, racing against the clock. Cale's expression turns tense, a bead of sweat rolling down as the pressure mounts. He grabs a companion by the shoulder and waves someone else over. "Eric," he calls out. "Calm down," Cale tells them while the others just nod, trying to hold it together. Someone straightens their collar as the shouting starts. "Move it, open the gates." "Please wait," a guard pleads, but Cale's group isn't having it. "You want us to wait in this situation with every noble trying to flee?" "I said open the gates," Cale snaps, eyes hard, muttering afterward, "What a mess this whole thing has become." "Who, thanks," someone breathes out, clearly rattled but grateful. "Now you're back to yourself," Cale says with a shrug, like herding panicked nobles is just another Tuesday for him. It's 9:08, the caption reads bluntly, "They've only got 2 minutes left." Soon comes the promise, right as another bomb gets successfully disarmed. Choi Han lifts the neutralized device triumphantly while the rescued crowd cheers around him. "That's 4," Cale notes, watching lightning crackle through the clouds. Now they just need to find 2 more. Once the mana stabilizes, all that loose magic in the air will fly straight back toward the bombs. Cale explains 2 minutes should be more than enough time. Cale stands alone in the emptied plaza, stifling a yawn like the whole crisis is basically wrapped up. Then his eye flinches, sharp and sudden. Something is very wrong. "What?" he mutters, going completely still. "What is it, Lord Cale?" someone asks, catching up to him. "There are only 4 bombs, Cale realizes with a jolt, which means 2 more are still out there somewhere and the clock has already run out. Up on a rooftop, Sten's jaw is tight, a bead of sweat rolling down like he already regrets whatever happens next. Only 4 bombs, he was sure the book said there were 10. Did the number change along with the story itself? He throws a glance over his shoulder at a white-haired figure drifting off into the crowd and files it away for later. "Activate mana stabilization," someone shouts and threads of light go screaming up into the night. 2 mages throw their hands skyward, channeling everything they've got into the spell. The sky answers back with a boom, the containment spell starting to bite down. A wall of blue light detonates across the clouds, swallowing the blast whole. It folds itself into a shimmering dome that settles right over the whole city. Below, the rooftops go quiet again, the danger contained for now. More stray sparks hiss overhead and fizzle out, mopped up one by one. Sten finally exhales. "The bombs made it past the barrier, so that's good," he says, giving all the real credit to the Black Dragon and Rosalind. Another streak of magic slices across the sky as the cleanup keeps going. One last spark taps out quietly over the mountains, the worst of it already fading. "Mana stabilization complete," someone crows right before the sky answers with a deafening kaboom. The blast lights up the horizon and a dark-haired figure flinches, stunned that it actually worked. Down in the street, a gust sends a chair skittering as everyone braces on instinct. Nearby, a couple of onlookers freeze mid-step, a young girl trailing behind them, all staring up at the light show. A hand grips a shoulder as someone starts to explain exactly what they all just watched go off. "Those are magic bombs," someone breathes, and the whole group nearly buckles at the thought. Any noble who knows a thing about magic knows there's only one force powerful enough to explode like that. Sten wipes his brow, muttering that he guesses there really were only 4 bombs after all. He squares his shoulders, pretty pleased with how the whole operation went off. "We saved them," comes the quiet claim, while the little black dragon looks on with those sharp blue eyes. Not to be outdone, the dragon pipes up for itself, "I saved them." Sten stands alone on the snowy street, satisfied no one died tonight. "Just as I had planned," he adds with a smirk, taking every last drop of credit anyway. Elsewhere, a masked stranger with cold red eyes lets out a low, unimpressed hum. "It's a pity no one died," he muses. so why did those bombs go off over there at all? A twisting funnel of dark magic tears across the mountainside behind him. From a rooftop perch, someone clocks the failure flatly, so this one failed. Down below, someone screams for answers. What have you done? Who are you people? Sten snaps, squaring up while a hulking, fur-collared stranger raises a hand. Wait. Sten's stomach drops. This one failed. Which can only mean one thing: there's more to this than just 4 bombs. Someone on a nearby rooftop hurls a challenge back into the dark. Do you think you'll just get away with this? The fur-collared man barks an order: go up there and catch them, and an armored figure bolts. Boots pound across the tiles as the chase kicks into gear. A masked agent sighs, resigned. Ugh, I guess it can't be helped. He claps his hands together, and something ugly starts brewing behind that mask. Shapes dart quick and quiet across a rain-slick rooftop. More shadows leap ledge to ledge, closing the distance fast. One slips into the dark of a doorway and waits. That's it, comes the flat call: target confirmed. Sten pieces it together fast. That's exactly where the other 2 bombs are hiding. A masked minion tears open a talisman stitched with shield magic, speed magic, and one nastier spell for self-immolation. He'd stocked up on throwaway soldiers, ready to burn themselves out for the cause. Go, the order lands, and the minion leaps, blades trailing behind him. His whole body crackles with unstable magic mid-dash, a bomb wearing a person's skin. Down in the plaza, people scream to stop him, to run, chairs and tables scattering as the crowd bolts. Sten feels it closing in. They're coming this way, he breathes. Let's go, Cal, someone shouts, and the white-haired protagonist finally steps into frame. I'll go over there, comes the reply, the group already splitting up to cover more ground. Sten lands on a rooftop as the dragon swoops overhead. It's too late to run now, he says flatly. A few seconds head start was never going to save anyone from this blast anyway. Magic crackles violently around him, gathering with a nasty hiss. It licks up his arm in streaks of angry red light. He lets out a short, humorless laugh. If the bombs go off, he figures he might lose an arm, but it'll grow right back, powered by the heart's energy. But these ordinary people around him won't get that same luxury. Someone's going to get hurt no matter what, and normal people don't grow their limbs back. Back with the mastermind, a cold decision forms. This calls for a change of plans. Wind sweeps an empty plaza, chairs rattling in the sudden quiet before the storm. Sten strides in with backup in tow. I've brought her here, he announces. His horned companion snaps to attention, calling out fiercely for Cal. Power gathers around her in a rush of light. She squares up, ready to throw down right alongside them. From the shadows, the masked mastermind gives the word, explode. A wave of red energy tears through the sky with a rumble. A hand shoots skyward, channeling a defense against the coming strike. The spell builds fast under trembling fingers. The horned mage's eyes go wide. She gasps, spinning toward the danger. Red lightning splits the air with a blinding flash. A shield snaps up just in time, catching the blow and shielding an ally mid-fall. Sten's arm strains under the weight of holding the barrier together. Across the rooftops, the masked man's eyes go wide. His attack just got blocked cold. The little dragon chimes in with a proud "I'll block too," pitching in on defense. A second spell rings off harmlessly, deflected clean. Sten and the horned mage both snap around toward a fresh threat. Lord Cal, someone asks, unsure if he's even still close by. The ground shakes as Sten throws a hand out, bracing for impact. Debris rains down around the mage as she plants her feet and holds the line. Sten grits his teeth. Damn it. He winces, coughing, the gem at his throat flashing crimson from the strain. Somewhere close, another blast goes off with a heavy boom. The last bomb finally lets loose in one massive fireball kaboom. The dust and light settle over the ruined skyline. This fight is far from over. The clash reaches its peak as a massive burst of light and fire rips through the street. A shield of pure magic swallows the blast whole, then detonates right back and lights up the whole block. Furniture and debris go flying as the shockwave rolls through, knocking bystanders clean off their feet. From above, the street looks like a war zone: dust, wreckage, and no telling yet who's still standing. Somewhere in the wreckage, someone lets out a pained scream. My arm, another voice cries out, clutching an injury from the blast. Bruised and winded, a couple of the fighters slump against each other just trying to catch their breath. Two more faces snap up in alarm. Whatever just happened, it's far from over. Nearby, a massive shield-shaped ward groans and starts to crumble under the pressure of the fight. It shatters completely, sending glowing shards raining down over the street. A pair of hands glow with gathered power, holding the last of the magic together before it fades out. Cale reaches up to catch a falling shard, muttering to himself that the explosion was way bigger than expected. He straightens up, coat torn and dusty, and takes a slow look around at the damage. His whole body throbs in protest. Whatever he just pulled off, his body is sending him the bill. He sways on his feet, vision swimming, barely staying upright. And then he drops. Lord Cale, someone screams, rushing to catch him. Someone sprints to his side, panicked, begging him to say he's all right. She scoops him up in a panic, and all Cale can manage is a deadpan "Oh, that stings, I hate pain." In his head he's doing the math. The black dragon's power saved him a little energy this time, but it still hurts like hell. His hands are shaking, the strain of the fight finally catching up to him. More of the group comes running, calling his name, terrified of what they'll find. He starts to wave them off. "I'm Ulri," but the word dies in his throat. He doubles over, coughing up blood right in front of everyone. "Blow blood," someone yelps in horror. What they're seeing is the raw energy of the heart moving through him. Cale stares at his own bloodied hand, feeling that same energy quietly stitching his body back together. Then, of all things, he smiles, which is exactly the wrong reaction to have while covered in your own blood. Truth is, that one cough left him feeling better than he has in months. He thinks, "I could get used to this." No wonder the old heroes never let go of their ancient powers, right as someone grabs him in a panic, demanding to know how he's smiling. "Stop smiling," she practically yells at him. Cale just blinks back, genuinely confused about what he did wrong. "You don't even have to force your eyes open," someone shouts, baffled he looks this fine after coughing blood. "Weak human," comes a scolding little voice from nearby. The little black dragon yells that he can't just die like that he's too weak for this, and Cale just waves him off with a tired "come on." But the dragon's next words land ice cold. "I'll crush them all. I'll destroy every single one of them, including myself." Cale goes quiet. He knows the kid means well, but that's a genuinely chilling thing to hear, and it's still ringing in his own head. He winces, the weight of it settling over him. "Lord Cale, I'll go call a priest," someone volunteers, already dashing off. "I'll go with you," another chimes in, chasing after. Truth is, Cale isn't hurting anywhere at all, but a checkup wouldn't hurt, and honestly, looking a little wrecked works in his favor. There's something more important on his mind, though. The battered town square sits quiet for a moment, snow drifting over the wreckage. Cale steps up to someone blocking his path and simply tells them, "Please move." Choi Han stares him down, not budging an inch, the tension between them thick enough to cut. "Civilians," one of the knights mutters, side-eyeing Choi Han, who even came up with that word. Cale, who was very explicitly told to lay low, cheerfully waves hello to the very people he's supposed to be avoiding. Choi Han flinches on the spot, frantically waving him off. "Don't come here, go away," as if that's ever worked on Cale. He mutters an awkward apology, weighed down by Own and Hong riding his shoulders like they own the place. "I mean, there's no need to apologize," comes the reply, not that it stops Choi Han from drooping like a kicked puppy while they meow away. The two little tagalongs just keep meowing for attention, completely unbothered by the chaos of the day. "Lord Cale, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm great," he answers, which, given everything, is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Rose Ellen studies him for a long moment. "You're really hard to read," she mutters. The two of them lock eyes, neither one backing down first. Something makes her whip around, alarm flashing across her face. A figure drops in out of nowhere, uninvited, and clearly trouble. He lands laughing, delighted with himself, right in the middle of the wreckage. Didn't see this coming at all. He grins down at the bloodstains, but hey, this is fun too. Cale and Rosalind both go rigid, sizing up this new threat. A crazed red eye fixes on them. Someone starts to say, "You're the," before the words catch. Cale's mind flashes back to a woman he once crossed paths with, back in the Blue Wolf Tribe's village. This feels connected somehow. The stranger hangs in midair, cackling, and even the onlookers can only manage a stunned "oh my word." The others look up in shock at the sheer power on display. So many things, all the color of blood, he coos, practically giddy. I love it. I'd love to hang up every last one of you as decoration. He grins, eyes gleaming with something not right in the head. Are you insane? Someone snaps back at him, done with the theatrics. Even Cal can't hide a shiver at just how unhinged this guy is. Choi Han just nods, completely unfazed. Characters that crazy usually don't live very long. Attack, someone calls out and a glowing bow snaps up, aimed dead on. The bowstring pulls taut, humming with stored power. Arrows rip loose, streaking straight for him. He barely reacts, just a bored little heap like it didn't even sting. His crazed stare doesn't waver, and it rattles everyone watching just a little more. Well then, see you next time, he sings out, already vanishing in a burst of light. Arrows thunk uselessly into the ground where he used to be standing. One last flash of light marks his exit, and just like that, he's gone. The town slowly comes back into focus, quiet finally settling over the wreckage. Snow keeps falling over the battered rooftops like nothing ever happened. A last gust sweeps through the street as the dust finally settles on a very, very long night. Retica and his whole crew just up and vanished, poof, gone like they were never even here. Meanwhile, our boy Choi Han is sprawled out, muttering that nobody here would ever rat out where those bastards ran off to. Teleportation, classic coward move. So Choi Han grabs his backup Own, Hong, and Lark and heads straight for the spot Cal tipped them off about. The crew bolts through the streets, no time to waste. See, there's a book called The Birth of a Hero that just happens to spill Retica's exact hideout. If that snake and his secret little club actually show up there, they are walking straight into Choi Han's murder mittens. Cal explains himself back at the palace. He shipped 3 kids off with Choi Han just to keep the guy from going full berserk mode. Turns out Choi Han's one true weakness is anything small, young, and harmless, so surround him with kids and he behaves himself. Choi Han just perches on a rooftop like he owns the place, waiting for his moment. Back at the palace, the king steps up, vowing he'll do everything he can to fix this kingdom after the disaster. He stands alone on a night balcony for a moment, gathering himself before facing everyone. He asks all the nobles to play nice with the royal palace and get their territories back in shape, and oh yeah, the festival's getting postponed. The crowd claps along, but 2 people are already slipping away from the spotlight. Cal peels off with Rosalind, and there was supposedly a very specific reason she wasn't meant to be seen in public today. The plan was stay hidden, and Rosalind just casually blew right past that memo to come see him anyway. Cal just stares as she strolls off, clearly unbothered. She just winks it off with an "it's a secret," not giving him a single straight answer. He just grins to himself, honestly kind of impressed. She really is a sensible person, he figures. Rewind a bit. Earlier that morning, before any of this kicked off, Cal had a quick briefing with his inner circle. 6 very unusual beings gathered around him, about to get some very important ground rules. Rule 1, apparently, hide what you really are no matter what. The dragon and the demi-humans in his crew have to keep their identities on lockdown, full stop. Rule 2, if Choi Han or Rosalind somehow get outed anyway, everybody just plays dumb and swears it was total coincidence they were even there. And Rule 3, Cal says, gearing up for what is obviously about to be the sketchiest instruction of the bunch. Cue chaos, someone spots Cal looking rough and starts yelling his name. Someone comes sprinting over, out of breath, clearly panicking. The tension's thick, everyone braces for the worst. Cal quietly raises his hand, and something under his sleeve starts glowing. A silver-haired ally rushes up, gasping, "Are you all right, Lord Cal?" They grab his hand to check the damage up close. "It stings a lot," Cal says, all dramatic, holding his hand out for inspection. "Protecting things sure is a tough job," he sighs, milking it for all it's worth while his hand still flickers with light. "I saw your silver shield, Lord Cal. What you did was truly amazing," they gush, completely starstruck. "This must be your first time seeing an ancient power," Cal says, playing it up big for the crowd. Someone grabs at his sleeve, still trying to process what they just witnessed. The blonde prince leans in for a closer look, going, "Oh, I see," like a few pieces just clicked into place. Everyone around them bows on cue. Somewhere in the crowd, someone mutters, "It's happening," like they've all been waiting for this exact moment. Privately, Cal's thinking, since he had to burn one of his secret tricks anyway, he might as well squeeze every bit of advantage out of it while he can. To sacrifice myself and take nothing but honor and glory, he thinks, dripping with sarcasm, because that is absolutely not the plan. The prince's eyes go wide, completely moved by what he thinks he just saw. Cal's actual life philosophy, for the record: money beats honor every time, and he would much rather be rich than be anybody's hero. Lord Cale, the prince says slowly, looking at him like he's finally starting to get the whole picture. Thank you, you did so great, the prince beams, practically sparkling with gratitude. He pulls Cale into a big paw-pat hug right there in the street. Then he leans in close and whispers his name again, and honestly the guy is sweating bullets. You are one of my kind, aren't you? The prince asks, bitterness leaking through every word. Yes, I sure am, Cale answers flatly, silently noting just how salty this guy sounds about it. The prince promises to clear away any obstacles in Cale's path and reward him handsomely on top of it. Cale reaches out, all casual. Well, if you say so, he shrugs, already counting the payout in his head. Capitalistic embrace, Cale jokes to himself mid-hug. I only did what I had to, he says, keeping a perfectly straight face. The little black dragon perched nearby isn't buying any of it. Human, something is off, it mutters, sharp as ever even at its young age. Since what's done is done, Cale figures, I might as well try to squeeze at least a palace room's worth of cash out of the crown prince. Later, a carriage rolls up and the whole group gathers to send everyone off. Lord Cale, you should get in first, the prince says. At least for today, I'll show you the respect you deserve. Me, bored before the actual shining star of the people's hearts? I could never, your highness, Cale says, bowing it up while the little dragon flutters overhead. The dragon tilts its head. Human, is your head all right? It deadpans. No, no, Cale insists, this is just my way of showing you my respect. Then, incompetent as I may be, I'll get in the carriage first, the prince says, tapping him along with a knowing look. Cale just turns away, smirking, clearly pleased with how well that little power play worked out. Off in the crowd, a small group watches on, looking genuinely worried about him. Worried about me, Cale thinks, and over there somebody's definitely whispering, where did that lout even get powers like that? Someone else in the crowd looks downright rattled by the whole display, a dark, uneasy look crossing his face. Yeah, Cale grins to himself, that's probably exactly what he's thinking right now. Cale's already plotting his next move. I guess I'll be able to get rid of one more minor villain with this, he figures. The group steps into the carriage, the plan quietly clicking into place. Make sure you treat the lady behind us like the most esteemed guest, the prince orders. Yes, your highness, comes the immediate reply. Cale glances toward Rosalind, thinking he doesn't even need to worry about her. She just smiles back, cool as ever. Since Rosalind is very trustworthy, he reminds himself, settling in for the ride. And with that, the carriage rolls off down the street, closing out one very chaotic day. Look at him, sprawled across a royal carriage seat, rubbing the leather like he's never felt luxury before. The kid can't stop wondering where the palace even finds leather this soft. Then he flinches out of nowhere, and the prince beside him snaps to attention. Do you need treatment? Yeah, that little wince was staged perfectly, and he knows it. The prince stares him down, clearly not buying the invalid act for 1 second. My body is fine, he says, in the least convincing voice imaginable. Then straight up asks for the best medical staff and priests plus 3 to 4 days of bed rest. The prince just shrugs and goes along with it. Cale nods along, thoroughly pleased with how well that little performance landed. But then the prince's tone shifts. Lord Cale, he starts, and suddenly this isn't about sore backs anymore. Are you related to them in any way? He asks, and that word them is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The carriage rattles on, and Cale doesn't answer right away. In his head, Cale's already running through it. He's sure the prince means those mysterious folks who showed up out of nowhere. The ones who showed up in the plaza today, to be exact. Down below, strangers descend the palace steps like they own the place. No wonder people are asking questions. Somewhere on a rooftop, the question everyone's too scared to say out loud finally gets asked: is this guy secretly hiding his powers? Word is, he didn't lift a finger when one of his own butlers died, and just stood there when a young knight lost both his arms and legs. He just stayed hidden the whole time, playing weak while everything fell apart around him. Suspicious, right? Whoever's thinking this used to believe the guy was kind, if a little manipulative, the harmless kind of schemer. But I guess I was wrong, comes the correction, right as Cale leans in with an easy Your Highness. Why would I be involved in something so bothersome? Cale asks, all wide-eyed innocence. Sure, buddy. The prince actually buys it for a second. You're right, he sighs, sinking back into his seat. Yeah, he mutters, deadpan, a man who disguised himself as a lout wouldn't do anything like that. The sarcasm could cut steel. Cale doesn't miss a beat, warning the prince the royal palace might just launch an unnecessary investigation into him next. I'm sure Your Highness will help prevent that, right? Translation, pay up or else. Of course, you don't even need to ask, the prince replies, yanking the carriage curtain wide open. The curtain sweeps back in one dramatic motion. And there he is, the crown prince on full display, while the crowd outside completely loses it. He turns on the charm instantly, sparkling smile and all, soaking up every Your Highness, like he was born for it. Let's continue this chat when I visit you later, Cale says coolly, like he didn't just shake down royalty for favors. The prince just turns back with a smile. I'll always have time to chat with the star of our kingdom, he says, the star being the guy who fakes back pain for bed rest. Turns out there's a real reason for all this. Cale doesn't want whatever he actually did getting blown out of proportion, and he's already planning to keep the blame off the royal palace entirely. Anyway, thank you, the prince says, and he actually means it this time. Cale just looks off to the side, unreadable as ever. You saved countless people from getting hurt, the prince reminds him, and Cale just answers with a non-committal hum. Alone with his thoughts now, the prince admits he genuinely can't tell if this guy is a good person or not. Actually, he adds, I'm not even sure if he's human. Honestly, fair assessment. Cale, completely unbothered by being called possibly not human, just smiles. Yes, Your Highness, and I'll look forward to my reward. The prince just sighs, seriously, while Cale never once tells him to keep his expectations low. If you know Cale, that means the bill's about to be enormous. New location, new carriage. Cale rolls up somewhere dripping in flowers and old money. Inside, someone's already helping themselves to the grapes like they own the place. They're treating me very differently from before, Cale notes, sprawled across a room reserved strictly for foreign royalty. Not bad for a self-proclaimed lout. Well, I mean, Choi Han's party also stayed in this room in the novel, he adds, casually breaking the fourth wall like it's nothing. Knock knock, come in, Cale calls out, not even bothering to sit up properly. The door creaks open, and Cale actually pulls himself upright for this one. In walk familiar faces, one casual with just Cale, the other far more formal with Lord Cale. And then Eric bursts in, absolutely wrecked, full waterworks and all, my lord. Hick hick. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Eric practically shrieks, and honestly the drama is a lot. He comes barreling in for a hug and Cale just throws up a hand. Stop right there. Please come in, all of you, Cale says instead, flicking Eric off mid-whine like an overeager puppy. Eric clears his throat and switches gears. Turns out he already contacted Cale's family about the whole situation. He figured it was smarter for the family to hear it from him first before the royal palace beat him to it, so he fired off a message on a magic communication device. And that cost quite a bit, my lord, Eric adds with a sheepish laugh, clearly angling for reimbursement. Cale just pats him on the head. Good job. Also, Eric trails off, glancing toward someone else in the room. Down below, the tiny dragon seems to have taken a real liking to somebody. I guess he recognizes her, Cale notes. The plan going forward, keep everyone's lips sealed tight about Lady Rosalind's involvement in all this. Well done, Cale tells the room, and everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief. Since nobody's actually come up with a cover story yet, the safest move is just keeping the whole group quiet for now. Someone finally works up the nerve to speak. My lord. Yes, Cale prompts. Eric admits he reported to the family first but thinks Cale should still follow up with them himself later. Otherwise, Count Henituse might come to the capital himself, Eric warns, and Cale's whole face drops. My father is definitely the type to do that, Cale mutters, and he is not wrong. With that settled, Cale waves off the mansion's caretaker. Okay, you can leave, time for the real conversation. Cale checks in with his dragon first. Any hidden recording devices in this room? None, apparently. Cale can't help gloating a little. The dragon may grumble about it, but he always does exactly what he's told and does it well. Makes sense, this room's reserved for royals of foreign kingdoms, so of course it's swept clean of surveillance. Bugging a room like this would basically be a declaration of war, not diplomacy. So technically we can say whatever we want in here, Rosalind muses, but better to be safe, right? And casts a spell just in case. That's one of your best qualities, Rosalind, Cale tells her, and for once he actually sounds sincere. With the room now fully soundproofed, Cale's expression shifts. It's time to get serious. Choi Han, he says, turning to the one person who stayed quiet this whole time. Go ahead, Cale tells him, settling back like he's bracing for whatever comes next. Choi Han finally lifts his head, ready to lay it all out. And whatever he's about to say, you can bet it's about those mysterious strangers from the plaza. Cale calls Choi Han over and tells him to lay it all out what really happened out there. He leans against the doorframe, arms loose, bracing for whatever this report is about to be. An eyebrow ticks up. Yeah, this story's about to get ugly. The mad wizard showed up right where Cale said he'd be. So Choi Han went straight for the kill. But the wizard's minions jumped in and the whole thing went sideways fast. These lackeys weren't holding anything back, fighting like they had nothing left to lose. The wizard snarls that everyone he's ever cared about ended up dead or dying because of Choi Han. And here they go again, blades and dark magic slamming together. Choi Han spins through the chaos, carving a path straight through the wizard's magic. Back in the present, Cale cuts right to it. So did you actually lose the guy? Choi Han's jaw tightens. Yes, sir, the wizard got away. All he managed to do was take the wizard's entire left arm off at the shoulder. Worried the guy might just reattach it, Choi Han casually mentions he burned the arm to ash. Cale blinks. Turns out that's massive wizards need both hands to cast, so losing an arm wrecks their whole mana balance. Still, Choi Han's fist clenches. He thinks he should have finished the job. He apologizes, but Cale waves it off. He did just fine. More importantly, Cale says, the little ones back home look pretty shaken. One of the kids is trembling head to toe. Cale wonders out loud if the wizard went full berserk. He pats the jittery little fox and asks what actually happened to Redika's minions. Choi Han doesn't sugarcoat it. He figured it was safest to just kill them all, so he did. The aftermath says it all: an empty chair and a floor that's seen much better days. The little fox shivers at the thought, but honestly, probably for the best. A quiet yes, of course, from the household business as usual in the Henituse manner. Choi Han insists he kept collateral damage to a minimum, exactly like he was told right as the kids come bounding in. A whole pack of little critters comes tearing through the bedroom, meowing up a storm. Cale figures they're just spooked by Choi Han. Meanwhile, the little ones are busy declaring the black dragon the cutest one in the room. Cale nods along. All right, good job, everyone. Seriously, amazing work today, all of you. He turns it up a notch. If it weren't for them, everyone in this room would be dead right now. Same goes for you, Rosalind, he adds. The whole crew finally settles in, able to breathe for a minute. Even the dragon chimes in. Good work to you too, human, about as warm as he ever gets. Cale can't help but snort at that. Yeah, I did pretty great myself, he agrees, not exactly modest about it. Which obviously means everyone deserves a reward, he grins. With that, he dismisses the room. Someone drops into a bow with a yes, Your Highness, looks like royalty just walked in. Cut to Cale laid up in bed as the crown prince himself checks in on him. Cale lays the sarcasm on thick about the honor of a royal visit, and the prince practically flinches. Stop it, you're creeping me out. Cale just smiles sweeter. Thank you, Your Highness. Getting serious, the prince points out Cale only took charge in the plaza to control the narrative, even while he was in just as much danger as everyone else. Since Cale already announced on the spot that he's got some kind of ancient power, the crown covered for him, spinning it as just a weak defensive ability, nothing to worry about. That's exactly what you wanted, isn't it? Cale says flatly, seeing right through the favor. A helpless young noble who bravely stood up for his kingdom. Yeah, that story writes itself, and they both know it. The prince promises Cale will get every rumor and report about the whole mess delivered through his butler starting tomorrow. You'll want to actually read those, he adds, a little too pointedly. The prince clears his throat. There's one more thing. He leans in, dead serious. I can tell for sure now you're not human, then, almost testing him, you are human, right? Cale blinks. Come again. Of course I'm human, he answers, while quietly panicking about why the guy would even ask that. The prince just laughs it off. Yeah, of course you're human, he says, nodding like he actually believes it. You and I are both humans, the prince adds a little too pointedly. Except the dragon isn't buying it. For 1 second he's lying. It blurts straight into Cale's head. The dragon glares straight through the act. He's not entirely human either. Cale just sighs. Dragon, can you please stop? I keep learning things I did not want to know. I've never seen a being like him in my whole 4 years of draconic life, the dragon declares, dead serious. Cale just stares. 4 whole years. Which apparently means the crown prince doesn't fit into any of those categories either. Cale thinks and says a polite yes, your highness, out loud instead. The prince muses that there's nothing special about being human anyway. We're all human if we just live together. Right, nothing special, he repeats also. Cale's patience is wearing thin. There's more. When does this end? I wasn't sure. Back at the banquet hall, the prince says slowly, but there is a really weird smell hanging around you. And that's exactly where the chapter leaves us hanging. Cale doesn't hold back. He tells the prince flat out there is a weird smell hanging around him. The prince freezes for a second, shrugs it off with a defensive, a smell, already scrambling for an excuse. His big defense is, but I washed up right before you came in, and Cale just stares back, completely dumbfounded that this is the hill he's dying on. Cale cracks up laughing, then tells him straight, no need to sugarcoat anything, just own it. The prince just crosses his arms. Hey, at this point they both know exactly what the other one is like. Then out of nowhere the prince asks the question that's about to define this whole chapter. So, what would you like as your reward? This is Cale Henituse, the famous do-nothing lout of the Northeast. At least, that's the reputation everyone still believes. Word around the capital is he's a lazy drunk who can barely be bothered to work, playing the fool whenever it suits him. But the prince, sitting right across from him, knows better. The man in front of him is no lout at all. Even in this moment, Cale keeps the act going, tilting his head and asking, Your Highness, then could you first tell me what I have to do? Playing the loyal servant to the hilt. Behind that innocent question, there's a sly little smirk Cale can't quite hide. The prince isn't buying the act for a second. There is no way an actual lout would talk like this. What Cale actually asked for was simple: drop a few kind words about the royal family now and then, maybe praise how generous the crown prince is. That's right, Cale confirms with a grin. His real ask is quieter than that, though. He doesn't want a word of today's events reaching the nobles, since it could easily embarrass the royal family. He reasons it out loud. They can't exactly let the nobles scorn them for this, which is exactly why they're bribing him in the first place. That stare says he knows he's got the upper hand. This whole arrangement only works because he's a Henituse, and the Henituse family famously stays neutral in everything. Then the prince pivots hard. Didn't Cale already show everyone the full extent of that ancient power of his? Supposedly, in the book The Birth of a Hero, the crown prince knew more about ancient powers than anyone alive. Cale just mutters that was true before he ever became Cale. Didn't that same book say his power, the healing star, was a gift from his own mother? And there it is again, the question looping right back around. So Cale, what exactly would you like as your reward? The prince starts guessing his own family, maybe an investment in the northeastern coasts, or stability of authority back home in the northeast. Cale just shakes his head at every single guess. None of that is for him. Not for you, the prince asks, genuinely thrown, fingers tapping against the table. Cale drops it with maximum drama. I want a reward for me, selfish and proud of it. That gets an honest laugh out of the prince. He was not expecting Cale to just say the quiet part out loud. Now he says, eyebrow raised, I can finally understand this lout. Wanting to climb higher, wanting to own everything. What could possibly matter more than family and the people around you? Turns out the answer is yourself. So the prince asks again, cutting straight to it, what would you actually like? He rattles off the usual perks: a title of your own, maybe a medal, some political footing in the capital. Cale just grins, clearly unimpressed. I want money, Cale says, plain and simple, coins practically clinking in his eyes already. The prince just about chokes, cha-ching. What? Cale doubles down. He doesn't want a medal or a title. What good are those going to be once a war breaks out? Titles are useless, he says, flat out. Cold, hard cash is the real prize. The little dragon watching all this has absolutely no idea what's so funny about that. Cale's logic is simple: cash converts straight into real things, food, land, whatever actually matters, and they both nod along. Then the real kicker: the last ancient power he'll unlock after Sound of Wind apparently gets stronger the more money he throws at it. So yeah, this is basically an investment. The prince shoots him a knowing glance. How did you know? Cale asks, half amused. Is he actually serious right now? The prince wonders, then sighs and gives in. All right, fine. Read through the report when it comes in tomorrow, he tells Cale, then just name the amount you want. And with that, he gets up to leave. Cale asks if he's coming to visit again. Why? The prince fires back, you don't want me to. It would be my eternal honor, your highness, Cale says, sarcasm dialed all the way up with a sparkle for good measure. The prince just grins back, weirdly delighted by the whole exchange. Cale, for his part, has absolutely nothing left to say to that. Forget it, just get some rest. Cale waves him off and the door clacks shut behind him. The second they are alone, the little black dragon finally speaks up. Human, it says. It wants an answer. If that wasn't Mana Cale was talking about, then what exactly was it? It's just curious, it swears, shaking him for emphasis. Cale decides the easiest answer here is no answer at all. He's just going to ignore him. From now on, I'm a patient on bed rest, Cale announces, closing his eyes, which does nothing to stop the poking and the endless human tilde whining right in his ear. Time rolls forward. Morning settles over the capital, birds chirping like nothing dramatic happened here at all. Back in Cale's room, a servant steps in and bows low, waiting on him. The report comes in. Ron has left exactly as planned, sealed letter and all. Cale breaks the seal and unfolds the letter, eyes scanning every line. The scene cuts away to wherever Ron actually is, a voice addressing him quietly, my lord. I didn't know you were hiding such a power, the voice says, clearly impressed by whatever just happened out there. The old guard chimes in too. He's heard from Choi Han exactly what the mad wizard looks like these days, and he'll make sure to remember that face. Cale, unbothered, mentions he's already passed the same description along to Vikras, just business as usual. The old guard bows out, I'll take my leave then, my lord, and the door clacks shut behind him too. Sure, Cale says simply, now that a former assassin and his own son both know that face, things are about to get a lot more interesting for a certain mad wizard. Cale settles back, turning the whole situation over in his head. Then he smirks because if that mad wizard ever actually crosses paths with Ron, there is a very real chance he doesn't walk away from it. We're back at the Henituse estate, and it looks picture perfect from the outside, like nothing's wrong at all. But behind closed doors, Count Henituse comes to check on his son personally. Word got out that Cale is apparently very ill. Cale just stares back in total silence, already 3 steps into milking this fake sick day for all it's worth. I have no energy in my body, he groans from the bed, sprawled out like he survived a war instead of a nap. His father just sighs his name and Cale doubles right down, adding that he's feeling bloated on top of everything else. He presses a hand to his stomach like it's a medical emergency, blaming it on eating meals lying flat on his back all day. Now he can't even eat anymore, apparently, pulling the single most tragic pout this family has ever witnessed. His family just watches the whole performance and offers to bring him anything he needs. Saints, honestly. Even his tiny pet dragon leans in for a closer look, completely unimpressed by the theatrics. The little creatures just paw at each other on the nightstand, oblivious to the drama happening 2 feet away. Cale narrows his eyes at his family. This cozy little visit reeks of an ulterior motive, and he knows it. Sure enough, they all nod along together. Nobody even bothers denying it. His father unfolds a fresh document with a flourish, the revised investment proposal, delivered in person so Cale can't dodge it. Cale sits up in bed, already regretting letting anyone through that door. The paperwork lays out a plan to develop a naval base along the northeast coastlines. Cale just grunts, unbothered. Seems like everyone's already made up their minds about this deal, whether he weighs in or not. His father explains the proposal is about to land on every noble's desk in the kingdom, Henituse included. Cale asks if they're taking this straight to the crown prince himself. Tonight, apparently, turns out nothing moves in this kingdom until royalty shows a little interest. His father taps his stack of documents, already 3 moves ahead in his head. I'm sure it'll go well, he says, radiating a confidence Cale absolutely does not share. Cale, ever the guy dodging extra effort, tells him next time just send an attendant instead of showing up himself. No, I'll keep visiting you, his father says simply, refusing to let a servant stand in for him. You also need to know about these matters, his father adds, because apparently rest stopped being a valid excuse. He hands over even more paperwork anyway. It's basically an act of love at this point. Before Cale can even process the coastline proposal, more visitors show up at his door. Choi Han and Rosalind walk in next, all business, and suddenly this sick room feels a lot more like a war council. Cale rubs his temples, already sensing this conversation is about to ruin whatever's left of his day. Choi Han just grunts in response, arms crossed, clearly not thrilled about something. Then Cale says something that makes Choi Han flinch outright. Rosalind steps in and apologizes straight to his face. Turns out Cale just told Choi Han to leave, and Rosalind's the one insisting she'll need both Choi Han and Lark with her. See, Rosalind just revealed to the Imperial Palace that she's still alive, which means she needs to get back to the Breck Kingdom fast. Now that her enemies know she survived, they're going to scramble to erase every trace of the assassination attempts against her. Which is exactly why she needs serious muscle watching her back on the way home. His pets just watch the whole standoff like it's dinner theater. Cale cuts through the tension and asks her flat out why she's even apologizing. She helped them through a brutal job before, he says, so it's only fair they return the favor now. Besides, she's basically family at this point, Lark's big sister figure and Choi Han's friend. Rosalind's a little thrown by that and quietly thanks him for saying it. She insists it should be the other way around, she should be the one protecting him. But Cale's got his own agenda here, with Choi Han gone. That's more breathing room to quietly prep his own disappearing act once the war breaks out. Rosalind just grins back, promising she's way too stubborn to die that easily. Same goal as always for Cale, get strong enough to survive on his own, then coast through life in total comfort. A full, cushy, drama-free life, that's the whole business plan really. Rosalind points out she's already got a literal dragon watching her back. If anything, she says, he's more of a burden than protection right now. Cale just shrugs it off, relieved he apparently worried for nothing. Choi Han looks like he's about to choke at how easily Cale bails on the concern. Cale flicks his attention over to Lark next, who jumps like he's been caught red-handed. Lark shuffles over, bracing himself for whatever order's coming. Cale tells him to go with Rosalind and promises he'll personally look after Lark's younger siblings while he's away. Just be back at the Henituse estate in 3 months, he adds, and Lark visibly short-circuits at the deadline. Lark just blinks, completely caught off guard. Cale lays it out plainly, Henituse is exactly where Lark needs to be. That's where Cale will be too, he says, keeping an eye on Lark's siblings the whole time. No wiggle room here, Lark has to come back full stop. Lark mutters it back to himself like the words just hit different this time, a place to return to. Cale grabs his wrist and drives the point home. He's got a place waiting for him now and 3 months to remember it. Lark practically lights up, beaming like he just got handed the whole world. He swears he'll be back right on time. Cale just nods, already back in his own head, scheming about keeping the story on track. As close to the original path as possible, he figures. That way his foreknowledge still counts for something. A door creaks open right on cue, because apparently Cale's day of surprises isn't over yet. An attendant hesitates in the doorway and Cale, already running on fumes, just asks what now. Turns out the king himself wants to hand Cale a medal, and both Cale and Rosalind nearly jump out of their skin. Cale goes dead silent. That's the exact reaction of a man who wanted zero attention and just got the polar opposite. He lets out the single most exhausted sigh you will ever hear. Someone's already drafted the citation, praising him for upholding generations of Henituse honor guarding the kingdom from the dark forest. The irony is not lost on him. Cale just laughs, half delirious, admitting he saw fame catching up to him eventually. He just did not think it would be this soon. A week after all that madness, the carriage rolls into the Plaza of Glory and somebody's already yelling "Whoa, whoa" like it's about to crash. It clip-clops right on through downtown. Cale's back in town after a very eventful week. Somebody mutters that they haven't been back here in a while. Understatement of the year, honestly. Overhead, the dragon flaps along keeping watch while Cale strolls through the gate like nothing ever happened. Clear skies, quiet streets, for once nobody's trying to kill him. People start whispering the second they spot that red hair. Word travels fast in this town. A maid comes running, footsteps echoing down the street. Looks like the news is already spreading. Wow, it's the young Silver Lord, someone gasps. Cale hasn't even said a word yet. The whispers just keep following him down the street as he walks in with his escort. Choi-han can't resist needling him about it, straightening his collar with a smug little cough. Guess they're calling you the young Silver Lord now, my lord. Choi-han grins, enjoying this way too much. Indeed, great people deserve great titles, he adds, looking far too pleased with himself. Cale just groans inside. Silver Lord, Shield Lord, could they please pick one embarrassing nickname and stick with it? Honestly, he never wants to hear either name again. Maybe a drink would help him tune it all out. If I grab a drink and act like myself, they'll stop with the nicknames, right? Choi-han just coughs and grins, not exactly reassuring. You haven't fully healed yet, so maybe hold off on the drinking, Choi-han points out. Right, that old cover story. Officially, he's still recovering from his injuries. That's the story everyone's sticking to. Truth is, he pushed his ancient power way past what his body could handle, and it cost him. That desperate reach is burned into his memory the moment everything nearly went wrong. But that's also exactly how he pulled it off. Somehow, against all odds, he stopped that mana bomb from going off. Back in the present, a voice crackles through a communication orb by his bed. Cale, were you able to see those bastards' faces? His father growls through the orb, I will kill every last one of them. Cale winces, that's genuinely terrifying. His father keeps raging, you can barely swing a sword properly, how dare they touch you? The Henituse family isn't lying low because we're weak, his father reminds him. Remember that. Cale just stares off, muttering that his father might actually have a point for once. Nobody came looking for him after he slipped out of the palace and headed home. Not even the worrywart Eric or the others stopped by, though he pictures them all fretting over him anyway. Honestly, he could use the peace and quiet. A guard at the checkpoint straightens right up. Oh Lord Cale. Cale can't help but tease him, do you need to check my identification? The guard just waves him straight through without a second thought. You can head right in, my lord, the guard says, and Cale thanks him, telling him to keep up the good work. Exhausting, Cale thinks to himself while the guard practically salutes. Yes, my lord. Someone looking thoroughly worn out shuffles up the street toward him. Guess the whole town's had a long week. Word's already spreading through the plaza that Cale Henituse turned down a medal meant to symbolize honor. He heads toward the outdoor cafe, footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. Eric spots him first and waves him over, Violin already seated at the table beside him. Eric, you were here already, Cale notes, sliding into a chair. The whole crew settles in around the table. Looks like this is officially a group outing now. Everyone in the plaza has heard the same piece of gossip by now, and they can't stop glancing over. The whispering just keeps circling their table like they are the main attraction. Turns out Cale waved off the honor medal entirely and let someone else take it instead. They also heard he showed up to the ceremony anyway, despite everything. Violin muses that maybe the medal's meant for those who didn't make it. Though hey, at least the weather's nice today. Cale just walks on, turning that thought over in his head. I think it's actually because of your heart, Violin adds, cryptic as ever. She just smiles like that explains everything. It does not. My heart, what nonsense is that? Cale fires back, completely lost. The whole table just grins at him before Violin changes the subject. You're leaving today, right? Yes, he confirms, and you're heading out tomorrow too, aren't you? I suppose I'll see you at my estate soon then, Violin says. Yes, I'd love to see the ocean, he says, and she asks if he's really just coming to rest up. Rest, please, he's going there to get stronger with his, quote, perfectly healthy body. Of course, that's not the only reason I'm going, he admits, and Violin just smirks. Oh, you're right. Because when tomorrow comes, this whole little group has one more surprise ready to drop. Every noble in the kingdom is about to hear a brand new piece of news. Word's about to drop on a massive new naval base being developed in the northeast and who's quietly bankrolling it. Everyone who showed up today is about to find out exactly why they were invited. We're in your hands, Lord Cale, one of them says with a grin, no pressure or anything. We're all counting on you for this one, Violin beams. Footsteps echo across the plaza as the big event finally gets underway. A ceremonial staff strikes the ground and a voice rings out, we have all gathered here once again. A nobleman raises the staff high, commanding the whole crowd's attention. To show the world that we will not be cowering in fear, he declares. Just like that, Cale's quiet little rest trip has become a whole lot bigger. The king takes the stage, and the whole plaza goes quiet as he starts in on his big speech. Everyone's gathered here again, he says, to prove to the world they won't cower in fear. Down in the crowd, nobles and students alike listen in, waiting to hear who gets the credit for surviving. Plenty of people acted bravely through the disaster, the king says, and thanks to them, the land's still standing. He squares his shoulders like a man who really knows how to milk a good speech. Down in the crowd, Cale freezes for a second, wondering if he just locked eyes with the king. Nah, must have been mistaken. Everyone else is talking about the sun god's blessing protecting this place. Cale, lounging with his little black dragon, isn't buying it. He doesn't feel a shred of divine power coming off these puny humans. He's got information nobody else has, and honestly, he sighs, digging any deeper never leads anywhere good. The dragons already on board play dumb and keep it their little secret. Got it, the little dragon chirps, flapping off happily with the plan set. So with that little secret locked down, Cale strolls through town, dragon riding shotgun on his shoulder. Back at the ceremony, the king announces he'll be rewarding anyone who was extraordinarily brave, and the crowd roars. A hand reaches out for one of the medals on offer, ready to accept the honor. The crowd cheers as the king looks on, and one by one, the honored heroes kneel before him. Cale just claps along with his dragon, muttering that humans are so weird. As Cale walks off with his dragon, Sten catches up and calls out to him, Lord Venian, what is it? Sten admits he didn't even realize Cale was still hanging around the capital. Most young nobles bolted for home the second they realized how dangerous those terrorists really were. Guess the ones who actually run their regions stuck around, Sten figures, then asks why Cale turned down his medal. Isn't that kind of a shame? Cale just stares back, saying nothing. Inside his head, though, he's already annoyed. Why is this guy even asking him this? Part of him just wants to kill the guy for the sheer nosiness of it. His dragon has to talk him down. Not here, Cale mutters, then just flat out confirms it. Yeah, he refused the medal. Because, he says, arms crossed, he has zero interest in being written down in history. Once you're handed a medal, the royal palace starts tracking exactly where its heroes are at all times. All dressed up as a nice monthly stipend. Some people call that an honor. Cale calls it exactly what it is, a shackle. War's about to break out everywhere anyway. He figures no one's going to remember this tiny plaza for long. So no, he's not the least bit ashamed of turning it down. Whatever doesn't get written down, after all, just gets forgotten. He doesn't need anything else anyway. He was already rewarded plenty. They survived. Isn't that enough? Sten just stands there a beat, taking that in. I see, Sten finally says. Yeah. Sten turns back toward him, and for a second neither of them says a word. Up front, the king wraps it up. That's the end of today's ceremony. One of the honored heroes steps up and vows he won't forget this moment. He'll keep it in mind and remember it, he says, while the wind picks up around Cale nearby. And never forget the brave souls who didn't make it either. A hand quietly sets down a white flower for the ones they lost. Nearby, a few other students pay their own quiet respects. Walking off, Cale thinks back to something the crown prince once told him. Sten bows his head in prayer, another mourner doing the same just behind him. Cal admits he showed up anyway because he knows exactly how heavy a person's death really is. He taps his fingers absently, letting the quiet moment sit. Then someone yells his name Cal, snapping him right out of it. It's his friend popping up out of nowhere with a startled little of his own. He leans in close asking Cal something, and all he gets back is dead silence. Guess not, the friend smirks, clearly enjoying himself way too much. Did he overexert himself out there? Is his poor little heart aching? Cal just clears his throat and moves right along. Turns out the crown prince handed him a golden plaque as his real reward, good for 2 uses, on literally anything. 2 loaves of bread or 2 entire mountains, price tag doesn't matter, he gets 2 shots with this thing. Cal grins, figuring the prince probably meant it as a little test to see what he'd actually spend it on. But he's about to find out just how wrong that assumption was. His dragon eyes him warily. What exactly is he scheming this time? Weak human, be careful, the dragon warns, tagging along as they head back through town. Cal glances sideways, clocking something in the crowd. Turns out folks have spotted the so-called shield lord, and a couple of gossips are already peeking over to get a look. All these stares will stop the second he leaves the capital, Cal mutters, turning away. The next day rolls around. Back at his estate, the doors click shut behind him. His dragon eyes a handful of little black beads scattered on the table. What's he planning to do with those? Cal rolls them between his fingers, thinking it over. Then he smirks and drops the bomb. He's going to destroy the whirlpools. And with that smug little smile on his face, you already know this is going to be a whole thing. Sprawled out like he owns the place, Cal announces his big plan. He's going to destroy the whirlpools. Well, okay, that wasn't the original plan. He was just going to punch through them with the shield and the heart. But that was back before he had his own black dragon. Why bother working hard when you've got a dragon on payroll? Eat up, buddy. Cut to said dragon, happily chowing down like the spoiled little menace it is. Nobody knows what this dragon stole to afford a nap this cozy, but wow, it really made it big. Wine in hand, Cal fishes for a compliment. I'm quite famous, aren't I? His maid gives him the most unenthusiastic yes, you are, my lord, a person can manage. Business mode kicks in. Cal sits down with his aide over wine to talk about goods that just got returned to him. Glasses get poured while the conversation stays polite and careful, like they're both circling the real topic. The aide confirms it plainly. He's received the items Cal sent back. Cal slides a small box across the table. Here's what you asked for, he says. The aide accepts it, exactly what he was hoping for. Cal's been turning over where to spend a certain golden plaque he picked up. He's already picked the first thing to buy with it. He's decided to buy time. There are real threats gathering against the kingdom of Rowoon, and he knows it. The knights in the north aren't just a threat to Rowoon, they're a threat to every nation up there. So he's preparing for the day they show up. There's the empire at the heart of the western continent, the wizard slaughterer, the jungle queen down south, and honestly, anything else that dares get in his way. None of this would matter if he were still alone, but he's got people under his wing now, and that's exactly why he needs the time. Case in point, 2 little troublemakers curled up together, dead asleep and utterly harmless, Bylos included. Cal asks his aide if he does any trading himself. No, my lord, but he knows exactly who does. The western continent is about to blow wide open, and that's precisely when merchants rake in the most profit. Every merchant alive will come crawling for a piece of it, because the Whipper Kingdom's about to be plunged into chaos. His aide grins. Cal saw this coming from a mile away, didn't he? He's already scheming how to cash in. So what actually makes the most money, my lord? Cal doesn't blink. People will. Cold hard truth incoming. The Wizard Alliance is going to lose this civil war. Not every sorcerer died in that war though. The Whipper Kingdom, the continent's top magic tool maker, still has plenty of wizards who stayed out of politics entirely. Staying neutral didn't save them, though once the war ended, they lost their footing completely. And swooping in to take full advantage of that mess, none other than the Crown Prince himself, Alvar Crossman. And then there's the one person planning to rebuild the fallen magic tower from scratch. Somewhere brand new entirely. That's the Archwitch, Rosalind, and she's fully convinced the old sorcerers are doomed to fall. Cal doesn't disagree one bit. They have to fall. It's the only way the Whipper Kingdom gets to flourish. But what he wants out of all this is something a little different. He wants to be the one who controls the biggest magic tool producer on the whole continent. His aide can't help but ask why. Cale just smirks. You'll find out when it happens. The aide grins wide, saying he's already looking forward to it, my lord. Cale gives a slow nod. Me too. He'll buy himself all the time he needs, right after he buys that. That purchase will buy him the time to protect himself from the danger heading his way, though it's going to cost a pretty penny. Cale shrugs it off with another sip. Doesn't matter, it's not even his money anyway. The aide promises he'll be in touch soon, my lord. Cale settles back, perfectly content. All right, he'll be waiting. One satisfied tap of the glass, and the plan is officially in motion. Then Cale suddenly snaps to attention. Something's happening right in front of him. A swirl of dark smoke twists open midair and a lumpy little golem plops right out of it. What in the world is that? He can feel a trace of divine power radiating straight off the thing. The dragon watches the golem plod closer while Cale immediately clocks exactly who's behind this, that crazy priestess. Sure enough, it's Cage. Delighted her little golem got recognized on sight. She explains it's a one-time use golem, tethered to her just for talking and listening. Cale can't help but admit it. Rosalind earned that necromancer title in the old stories fair and square. The golem clocked instantly that it had no eyes at all. He glances at his dragon, wondering just how strong the beast really is. Spotting a sliver of divine power hidden inside a golem is no small feat. With that settled, Cale makes the call. They're leaving the capital today. Through the golem, Cage assures him of course she wouldn't reach out like this for nothing. Not yet though. Only once she's climbed higher than where she stands now will she come back to repay the favor she owes him. Oh, and this whole message is really from Lord Taylor. Cale just presses his face into his hand. There's no need for that, but sure, he knows. He and Taylor both just need one person to share the good news with, once they finally get what they are after. The golem simply tells him do as he wants. It grins wide instead and offers him a blessing. She'll pray for his health, Lord Cale. Cale murmurs to himself, so is that, when he finally gets his revenge. He answers his own question, Yah. The dragon's eyes light up, absolutely beaming, because the real target is the moment Venian Sten and the current Marquess Sten drown in despair. The dragon flaps around gleefully shouting nice, while Cale pours himself another glass, savoring how well this is all coming together. His aide just watches, amused. The dragon looks downright ecstatic about all this. Honestly, what a terrifying little creature. That night, Cale gets absolutely no peaceful sleep. He drifts off instead to the sound of his black dragon humming its own private lullaby of revenge. Rosalind drops 2 stacks of books in front of the baby dragon, one for the Roun language, one for the common tongue of the whole continent. He clutches them to his chest like they're treasure. Thank you, human, he says, practically glowing with pride. Rosalind plays along, calling him Great and Lord Dragon. He vows to burn through both languages fast, and she teases that she hopes he finds himself a decent name. Apparently her suggestions were not good enough. He announces he is going to get someone else to name him instead. Down the hall, Rosalind's eyes cut toward Cale, deep in a hushed conversation with another man. Whatever she overhears, it lands hard. She murmurs that she can finally see what Cale really means to that little dragon. She pulls him into her lap, laughing with him like he's already family. Then she catches herself getting soft and covers it with a stiff little heap. Cut to a send-off at the estate gates, the whole household lined up to watch someone leave. A young trainee shouts his promise at the top of his lungs. He is coming back stronger no matter what. His mentor tells him to listen to Lord Cale while he's away and take every word to heart. His whole future is riding on it. The boy grits his teeth on the thought that keeps looping in his head. They need to get stronger starting now. The name Lord Cale hangs in the air as the mentor's attention finally shifts his way. Walking off together, the old mentor gives Cale a grim piece of advice. If that wizard ever shows his face again, order the dragon to end him fast. He flashes back to his own scars from that fight, admitting he wasted precious time going for the wizard's arm instead of finishing the job. Not the head, he stresses. Either way, throwing everything into one huge opening attack and pulling back gives you the best odds of walking away. Cale mulls it over with a low hum while the dragon smacks around beside him. Lesson noted, better tactics mean better odds of survival. Cale smirks and keeps it simple, just focus on not getting hurt. The answer comes back crisp and immediate, yes my lord, I won't. Choi Han flashes a confident grin, he's not planning on getting hurt at all. Cale gives an approving little nod. The travel party loads up at the carriage, dragon and their fox-eared companion in tow. The door slams shut, they're officially on the road. Cale sinks into the carriage seat with the dragon curled up right beside him. Let's go, he says, catching hands muttering to himself in the reflection. Cale's eyebrow shoots up, something just caught his attention. One of the household waves them off, calling out that she can't wait for the day they all meet again. The curtain snaps shut as someone scolds him, don't say something that awful out loud. Cale just shrugs it off with a satisfied sigh. He has zero plans of ever setting foot back in the capital. The carriage rattles off down the open road. Wheels clatter on and on as the miles roll by. The little dragon's nose twitches, something smells salty in the air. Waves crash against rugged cliffs as they finally near the coast. Their fox-eared companion presses to the window, breathless. Is this really the sea? Cale rolls a glowing orb between his fingers, wondering out loud if this is the mana he's actually here for. He grins, looks like the plan is finally coming together. Their little companion gawks at the cliffs, awestruck. They really are amazing. Another furry face peeks in, just as stunned by the view. These wind cliffs are famous for a reason, some of the most beautiful sights in the whole Ubar estate, with islands visible way out past the whirlpools. Those same whirlpools are exactly what makes these waters so deadly, and word is a legendary wizard slaughterer drifted straight into one of those currents. Cale recalls the story. Someone chased the sound of the wind out to those islands, said to be even stronger than Lark, the future wolf king himself. Word has it he's the strongest person on the entire western continent, the clever barbarian. Better known by another name, the tyrant Tunka. If they are still tracking with how the novel goes, Cale figures he's got some time before Tunka shows up. He just needs to grab that power before the wizard slaughterer gets there first. Eyes go wide at whatever's out on the water. Wow. Their fox-eared friend spots shapes breaching the surface. Wait, are those whales? Cale spins around uneasy. There's no way right. The carriage keeps rolling along the cliffside while he turns the thought over. He tries to convince himself they are just ordinary whales migrating north, but he can feel real power radiating off of them. A shiver runs down his spine. Why do bad feelings always turn out to be right? They finally roll up to a dockside warehouse, stepping out of a carriage that's still wobbling on its wheels. Hans leans in beside him, my lord. Hans tries to sell him on it. Sure, the cliffs are steep enough to rattle anyone, but their coachman's a total veteran, so there's nothing to worry about. Someone glances back warily. Cale doesn't say a word. A mustached local throws his arms out for a big ta-da, completely unbothered, while Cale just stares back, thoroughly unimpressed. A green-haired noblewoman falls into step beside him. Long time no see, Lady Amir, indeed. A man hurries over to greet her properly, my lady. He reports that the person they rescued has finally come to. Oh really? Amir asks. Cale steps stole out, hold on. His face goes tight with alarm. The person they rescued, wait, that person. Cale and his host both freeze mid-step, staring at something that clearly should not be possible. The green-haired girl, Amir, catches Cale's eye and admits she has got a bad feeling creeping up her spine. Turns out her men fished someone out of the sea a few days back, passed out and about to get swallowed by a whirlpool. They did not know what to do with him until they remembered exactly what Cale pulled off back at the plaza. So they scooped the stranger up because hey, all lives are precious, right? Very noble, very on brand for someone who has not even met the guy yet. Cale plays it cool with an easy of course, though the tight look on his face says he already knows exactly where this is going. Amir mentions the stranger is built and dressed like someone from a clan the Whipper Kingdom loves to fear, and the shadow looming behind them makes it very clear who that is. Cale's blood runs cold. There's no doubt that it is Tunka, he mutters. See, the Wizard Alliance has a rival. the non-wizard alliance led by a clan the Whipper Kingdom brands nothing but barbarians. The idea driving that clan is simple. Everyone starts out with the same brain, people just get shaped differently by where they are from. No magic for them, just raw human strength, hardened in the roughest mountains and coastlines the Whipper Kingdom has to offer. Their whole goal is to tear down the wizard-run hierarchy running the kingdom and drag things back to how they used to be. Outsiders call them barbarians who hijacked a kingdom. Truth is, they are just free people, and the so-called kingdom of reason got taken down by plain old instinct. Cale's only real complaint, the only problem is that Tunka is really stupid, he sighs. So which is it, dumb muscle or the clever barbarian the novel described? Cale is clearly still working that one out. To Cale, Tunka is just simple, all brawn and zero brain, and that, he mutters, is the scariest type of person there can be. There is just no getting through to a guy like that, Cale grumbles, though his companion insists he really should not worry about it. Cale's game plan is simple: dodge the guy entirely and never cross his path before he leaves. Cue an instant headache. Somewhere nearby, Tunka is already asking to be shown to his room, and Amir is happily obliging since the man clearly still needs his rest. A very sympathetic aide checks in with Amir, who confirms it is exactly what it looks like, before leading everyone off. Cale nods along and hands off a letter, already thinking 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. As the group heads off, Cale's mind is racing. Why is Tunka here right now of all times, and how does this tie back to Bylos? Bylos is sharp, sure, but how in the world was he so confident a civil war was actually coming? At the time, Cale brushed it off. Bylos is talented, so a lucky guess did not seem like a big deal. But Bylos is a bastard son with real limits on what intel he should be able to dig up. The fact that he knew anyway only points to one thing. The Civil War is going to happen sooner than it did in the book, Cale realizes, and just like that his careful timeline is out the window. Worse, if Tunka washed up here, it means his ship got torn apart by wizard attacks, and he is already carrying that power from the north. History doesn't change, Cale mutters grimly as a heavy door creaks open ahead of him. A member of the staff steps up to escort him further into the mansion. Word is, Tunka's raw strength alone was enough to strike fear into wizards everywhere. The guy is basically the ceiling of what a regular human can become. Ocean, mountains, desert, jungle, volcano, frozen tundra up north. The hallway is lined with paintings of every brutal environment the man has supposedly survived. Wizards lean on mana, a power drawn from nature, and against someone who has already conquered nature itself. That is a fight they were never going to win. The dragon, unbothered, points out the obvious loophole. A dragon could flatten Tunka in a single hit. Hey, Cale calls out, snapping his scaly little bodyguard back to attention. Don't leave my side for the time being, Cale orders, do not go anywhere. Naturally, the dragon says one thing and does another, typical. Cale scoffs. This over-the-top mansion definitely does not match a sleepy little seaside village, and it turns out the current Count Ubar built it the moment she took power. That means Amir's mother had big plans to develop this whole coastline the second she took control. 10 years of quiet grinding is finally paying off. She has even managed to drag the Gilbert family into her corner. Getting the Wilsmans on board could not have been quick or easy either. This count has been playing the long game. Welcome to the Wind Cliffs, where the sea out front has been locked in a ring of whirlpools for who knows how long. Those whirlpools have made life miserable for anyone in the Ubar estate trying to sail out, yet the Count still values this stretch of coast enormously. The village curls around a crescent coastline, postcard pretty despite all the trouble. Flanked by cliffs on both sides, it is the only one of 3 villages that can actually dock ships, plus a scatter of islands offshore for that picture-perfect view. That's where I'll find the sound of the wind, Cale murmurs, eyes fixed on the horizon. It is a power Tunka, himself described in the book as quiet but chaotic. It's exactly the kind of power that I want, Cale decides, and honestly that tracks. The pitch is perfect, something that lets him vanish quietly while his enemies are busy elsewhere. For once, Cale is actually excited for tomorrow. That night the mood shifts, turns out Uncle Vikros has been busy. He whipped up a seafood dish just for Cale, thrilled beyond words to finally see the ocean for himself. The staff sets the table with a cheerful "We hope you enjoy it, Lord Cale," and Cale gives an approving nod. Plate after plate rolls out, each one looking better than the last. The feast keeps coming, clattering onto the table course by course. Cale is glad he assigned this one to help out in the kitchen. Looks like it is already paying off. Everyone settles in, all smiles and grateful nods over the spread. A gaggle of kids drags Uncle along for the ride, practically vibrating with excitement. "I'm coming," Vikros calls after them, resigned but clearly enjoying himself. Back in the kitchen, he gets right back to slicing up the next course without missing a beat. Cale just grins. He makes a fine babysitter, he decides. Who knew? The second they step off the carriage, one of the kids pipes up that he wants to pull his weight too. "My lord, we'd like to work too." Turns out Lark already gave them the talk, no freeloading allowed under this roof, and the kids clearly took it to heart. The whole gaggle nods along in perfect unison, dead serious about earning their keep. Cale just eyes them for a second, mulling it over, never one to turn down free labor but not about to throw kids into anything dangerous either. One kid tentatively suggests helping the knights instead, but Cale shuts that down fast. Too risky. Kitchen duty it is, stuck helping Vikros. The kids square up and promise to give it their all, whichever job they land. Cale spells it out plain and simple: just help Vikros chop vegetables, nothing fancy, nothing dangerous. The kids chirp back that they'll work hard, and Cale just gives them a nod. Cue the kitchen montage: chop, chop, chop. Vikros and the kids elbow deep in vegetables, actually pulling it together. Then Vikros plates his dish and immediately panics, covering his face and demanding to know how it turned out. Not exactly a confident chef. Cale watches the whole scene and can't help smirking. Between wrangling the kids and the cooking, Vikros has basically become their full-time babysitter. Vikros swears he feels eyes on him and spins around, half convinced Cale was staring, and he's not wrong. Cale actually says it out loud: "Thanks for always cooking him such good meals," and Vikros flinches like he wasn't ready for a real compliment. Vikros just about manages a stiff "Yes, my lord" in response, clearly caught off guard. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving Cale alone at the table with his thoughts. Cale mutters to himself, wondering why Vikros is so set on filling his own father's old shoes as the family cook. Turns out that's exactly why Cale never really felt Ron's absence. Someone always steps up to fill the gap. "Dinner's ready, tap tap, come and eat." Naturally, the cats already claimed a spot on the table before Cale even sits down, and the dragon's not far behind. Dinner turns into a full house: Cale, the cat, and his black dragon all digging in together like it's the most normal thing in the world. Time skips ahead in a flash of light. Next thing you know, they're somewhere else entirely. They roll up to a bustling harbor, and old familiar faces are already there waiting. "Good to see you too." The reunion's warm all around, and a grizzled captain steps up with a big laugh, promising to get them safely to the central island. "Just trust him," he says. A local contact backs him up. This captain can take them anywhere across the Ubar Sea, though he apologizes for not escorting them himself. Something's come up. Cale waves it off honestly, just landing them a decent ship and captain is more than enough. So it's settled. The three of them head out together. With that, they're off. "Let's go," Cale says, and Choi Han ushers them aboard. Once they are underway, Vikros needles Cale about the trip. "Plenty of rare seafood in these waters," he says, "a great chance to learn some new ingredients." Cale needles him right back, and Vikros grits out a bitter little "Thank you, my lord," not thrilled about becoming everyone's personal chef on this trip too. Meanwhile, the cat is having none of it, hissing and snarling that it hates water, while someone scrambles to keep it from diving overboard. As the ship pulls away, the ones staying behind wave them off with a heartfelt "safe travels," even if the cat's still thrashing the whole way. Cale just gives a quiet nod of thanks back toward shore before turning to face the open water ahead. His dragon's got other plans, though decides flying is faster than sailing and takes off on its own toward the island. The captain hollers a warning: the ship's about to rock hard, so everybody better grab onto something. Sure enough, the waves start crashing harder against the hull. The whole ship lurches, and everyone on deck goes sliding for their lives. The little ship gets tossed around like a toy in the open sea. Wind rips through the sails and the waves slam down like thunder. Down on deck, the crew's fighting just to stay upright as the storm rages on. Somehow the captain's loving every second of it, laughing that the whirlpools out here are a real sight to behold. Cale just grips the railing, thinking through gritted teeth that the man is either very brave or completely insane. Below deck, it's not much calmer. Somebody's grabbing at a terrified passenger who's begging to be let go, sobbing through the panic. Vikras spots land first, pointing out that's the island while quietly weeping at what it's taking to get there. And right in front of that island sits the single scariest whirlpool in the whole Ubar Sea, just waiting for them. Cale's not handling any of it well either, groaning that he's about 2 seconds from being seasick. The whole ship groans and rumbles as it gets dragged straight toward the whirlpool, and that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging. The ship creaks toward a lonely island and the crew already looks spooked. That whirlpool dead ahead has a nasty reputation as the worst one out there. The water churns and roars like it is alive, and somebody on deck laughs it off with a nervous joke that they might actually die if they get pulled in. One sailor grips the rail white-knuckled while another spins an old legend. They say these whirlpools were born from a thief who once stole something from a god. Whoops, the ship damn near flips over as a young hand fumbles the oars mid-starry, so much for a smooth crossing. Someone doubles over behind him and Cale just watches, unbothered, like this is a totally normal Tuesday. The captain barks at his son to row properly and the kid mutters a sheepish apology, father and son, still bickering in the middle of cursed waters. Right as he is mid-excuse, a crewman cuts him off, point made, land is finally in sight. Someone shoves Cale toward the island with a simple order, get on land. Apparently Lady Amir called this exact plan too. The whole ship gets yanked into the whirlpool's grip and dragged under in one violent splash. This is the scary part everyone warned about. Boots hit sand, they made it, and Cale admits under his breath that this crossing went a lot smoother than usual. He strolls up the beach like he owns the place, the ship and his crew waiting behind him on the shore. Behind him, Choi Han is not doing so hot, hunched over and groaning like the sea itself is trying to finish him off. The others watch nervously, half joking that Captain Sirius might actually keel over if this keeps up. Cale calmly slides on a pair of white gloves, cool as ever, ready to get to work. Funny thing about those gloves, they are the exact ones a certain someone wears when he tortures people and does not want to get his hands dirty. Cozy image for a beach day. Cale tells the storyteller to pick the thief legend back up and the guy jumps right to it, yes my lord of course. So the tale goes, long ago there was a thief with the fastest feet anyone had ever seen. He moved so light and careful across rooftops that he barely left a mark behind him. Not even a single ripple. The legend says he could run clean across the surface of the ocean without sinking. But one day that thief got greedy and stole something that belonged to a god. He carried his prize straight to the wind cliffs, the same ones still standing over there today. Then he jumped straight off the edge, stolen power in hand. Both the thief and the god's treasure vanished from the world completely, and that is the moment these whirlpools tore themselves into existence. Cale asks if they still hold the old rituals for the god's lost item, since apparently that used to be tradition. Turns out the legend has got it slightly wrong. What got stolen was not a god's item at all, it was a human's raw power. Which tracks, a god could never actually own something like that. Cale decides it is time to go take a proper look around the island himself. Still green around the gills, Choi Han groans out an offer to come along anyway, my lord, let me. Cale just stares him down while the poor guy trembles, not exactly inspiring confidence right now. Cale flicks him off with a tusk and turns to head out instead, decision made. He sizes up the new recruit instead. If you are really Ron's kid, he says, you are probably not exactly normal either. The guy just blinks, meaning. Cale tells him to hold Choi Han down and keep him here, and the kid asks, half worried, if Cale will really be fine going in alone. Relax, Cale says this place is not even dangerous, and he has still got his shield if things go sideways. Choi Han tries to insist he will be right behind him, my lord, I'll be right, and then promptly loses that fight with his stomach instead. Not his finest moment. The new guy kneels and agrees to stick close for now, and Cale silently runs the math on exactly why he picked him. Strong enough to be useful but not so loyal he will hover. Someone he can actually order around without a guilt trip. Vikros checks every single box, which is exactly why Cale brought him along. He heads into the jungle solo, birds chirping overhead like nothing is wrong. He tells himself he will not go too far in, just enough to get eyes on those whirlpools up close. But he has also got to map the terrain properly, since he is planning to fly back over this place after dark. Cale pauses in a clearing, arms crossed, cool and in control as always. His dragon pops in out of nowhere to confirm it. Yep, just like he thought, there is definitely something hiding underneath these whirlpools. It nuzzles up against him, saying the energy feels a lot like that power they found back in the cave. No one else is around, they confirm, but there is a body lying nearby. So much for a quiet scouting trip. Corpses, Cale repeats to himself, not loving where this is headed. Even his dragon hesitates, admitting it has got a bad feeling something is about to go down if they keep pushing forward. Cale catches his breath and puts it together. Those bodies, they look human, but they were not human at all. He thinks back hard. Did their hands and feet look off to you too? The dragon agrees immediately. Yeah, actually, they kind of looked like fans. And just like that, it clicks for Cale. Webbed feet, of course. That is the telltale mark of merpeople, and these ones did not make it. First it was whales showing up out of nowhere, and now merpeople too. This island's pattern is getting hard to ignore. Problem is, it is not even the season for whales or merpeople to show up around here at all. Something is very wrong on this island. Deep in some jungle, Cale picks his way through the trees. Whales and merpeople, his little stroll just dragged him straight into someone else's turf war. Not yet, he tells himself. It isn't time for the whale tribe or the merpeople to show up. Still, that bead of sweat on his brow says he's not totally convinced. Actually, scratch that, Cale corrects himself before he even finishes the thought. This war between the whale tribe and the merpeople, he thinks, runs deeper than any human conflict ever has. Still doesn't stop him from just yelling hey at the creature tagging along with him. Don't call me hey, the dragon snaps, clearly offended. Fine, Cale says, then what am I supposed to call you? The dragon just gives him a pointed look. You'll figure that out soon enough, it says, and leaves it at that. Cale has no idea what the thing's even talking about anymore. He asks instead if there's really no one else up ahead. No one alive, comes the blunt answer. Same goes for underwater. Grim as that sounds, Cale just tells it to lead the way. Cale looks down at whatever's waiting below, and all he can manage is a quiet, disbelieving it's real. He lands on the beach and gets his answer. A scatter of dead merpeople sprawled across the sand, and it is not a pretty sight. Cale asks why the big tough dragon won't get any closer to the bodies. Turns out even a self-proclaimed great dragon has limits. It's scary, it admits. Oh right, I forgot, you're just a weak human, the dragon adds, not exactly comforting, while a pair of surviving merpeople watch warily from a distance. Cale crouches over the corpses, crushed to death by the look of it, and recently too. There's blood under their webbed feet as well. Whatever killed them, these merpeople went down fighting first. Cale's pretty sure it was one of the whale tribe that did this. The whale tribe's numbers are about as few as the dragons, but they are the strongest beings in the entire sea, which is exactly how they've kept the ocean in check for so long. No one gets to carve the ocean up into little territories, not while the whale tribe's still around to stop it. Makes sense really. Every creature in the sea needs the freedom to roam, so borders were never going to fly. For a long time, that strength alone was enough to keep the merpeople in line, no contest. But then the merpeople started getting stronger out of nowhere, and suddenly the whale tribe wasn't sitting so pretty anymore. And that's the exact moment Choi Han shows up and picks a side, which, conveniently, is also where Book 5 of The Birth of a Hero cuts off. Let's head back, Cale says, there's nothing more to see out here. Can we just leave the bodies out there? Cale asks. Yeah, the dragon says, the whales dumped them there on purpose anyway. Left out on land, the bodies will just dry up instead of rotting. Underwater, decay would send the smell drifting for miles. That smell is exactly how the other merpeople would eventually track down and collect their dead. And this whole mess was probably the work of just one whale. Cal figures he'd better wrap things up here fast and get moving. Someone's watching from the tree line as he walks off. It's Choi Han keeping his distance for now. With nothing left to see, they take to the sky and head for home. Night's already fallen by the time they reach the manor, its windows glowing quietly in the dark. Before heading out again, Cal tucks something away safely and reminds the household to keep a close eye on things while he's gone. "We won't let anyone in, the little guardians promise. Take care." "Okay," Cal says, giving the fluffy pair a nod before he's off again. He steps up onto the railing and the dragon's already calling it, time to fly. "Let's go," Cal says, and they launch off into the night sky together. Flying low over some coastal village, Cal notes just how dark it gets out here at night. Those whirlpools down below look even nastier in the dark. Cal can't help thinking that Tunker really must have been out of his mind. Tunka didn't just enjoy dangerous stuff, the guy was flat out obsessed with it. In the memory, Tunka grins ear to ear, "Never been to the sea before, but this looks fun." That was the last thing anybody heard him say before he hurled himself straight into those whirlpools. Cal, staring down the same whirlpools now, is quick to clarify. Unlike Tunka, he has zero intention of diving in for fun. "Is this the place?" the dragon asks. Cal just nods. "Let's begin," he says, eyeing the churning water below. "Okay, human," the dragon says, waiting as Cal digs through his bag for what he came here to use. He pulls out a glowing orb crackling with mana, energy swirling around it. This isn't the same mana bomb that secret organization used back in the early books of the birth of a hero. Cal grins, this one's a whole lot stronger. It's closer to the bomb from Book 3, the one used at the brink of total annihilation, except this version's better since it goes off in multiple blasts instead of just one. It's built off the Whipper Kingdom Wizard Alliance's old design. The core reacts to its maker's own mana and splits into several smaller blasts instead of one big one, even if that means less total power per hit. "You're amazing for pulling this off," the dragon admits, genuinely impressed. "That's right," the dragon says, somehow still making this about itself because I'm a great and proud dragon. "Be careful," Cal tells it anyway. "Don't get hurt," Cal calls out, and the dragon gives a firm nod back before taking off low over the water. Cal watches it go, jaw set, ready for whatever happens next. Moments later, the sea erupts in a churn of white water, the bomb doing exactly what Cal built it to do. Deep beneath the waves, a hidden passage flares open, like someone just picked a very literal lock. The gate blows wide with a boom loud enough to wake whatever's sleeping down here. A diver jolts awake mid-plunge, sucking in a startled breath as the current drags him through. He tumbles down a swirling tunnel of light, arms and legs flailing for any kind of control. He slams into the water below and curls up tight, bracing for the impact. He catches his breath through the mouthpiece, getting his bearings in the murky dark. Alone, he swims deeper through a reef that's clearly hiding a lot more than fish. "Tunka, you absolute maniac," he mutters to himself, already exhausted. He eyes a massive boulder, stunned that his clumsy partner actually managed to crack it. Something round and gleaming sits half buried in the current, exactly what he came all this way for. "Those bastards," he growls, prying the shell open with a screech of stone on stone. A furious voice echoes out from whatever he just cracked open. "How is taking back what they built on sacrifice a crime? I was going to give it to the people, they're just trash. Why do they get to hoard all the power?" The voice rages on, still burning with old anger. Turns out this is the legend of a thief once blamed for stealing a god's treasure, who, as it happens, never actually took it. She was drowned for it anyway, her feet chained to a boulder and sent straight to the bottom of the sea. It was the only way anyone could catch her. She moved like the wind itself, so they killed the wind. The diver pushes on through the ruins, chasing down whatever power she left behind. In death, she became a spinning relic, endlessly venting the wind she never got to keep. Another memory surfaces, her bragging about a friend, the light, who could burn everything down. "This water's nothing," she scoffs in the memory, then needles him with a riddle. Does he know why lightning is scary? Because it comes with a boom, she answers herself, way too pleased with the joke. A boom. 4 trophies in all, an unbreakable shield and tree, the energy of the heart and wind, the sound of wind and water, and last, a ball of flame called the fire of destruction. The instant he reaches for the flame, an alarm shrieks. His time down here is already running out. 3 minutes, he tells himself, hefting his pick. That's all he's got left down here. He tears into the ocean floor, racing the clock. No need to smash it open like that idiot Tunka did, he figures. No sense advertising where he's been digging. As he digs quietly, her voice picks back up in his head. If stealing was my crime, then how come the real liars get to call themselves innocent? This world's rotten, built so the rich just keep getting richer. He pulls the next piece free, muttering his agreement. Yeah, it always has been. Turns out all that Wind ever wanted was one thing: liberation. He steadies himself as the power settles into him, the current still tugging at his hair. One last sharp crack, and the Wind relic finally breaks loose. Power floods out around him in a blinding rush. A new voice cuts through the surge. You're someone who resurrects others. He blinks, caught off guard. Resurrects? Is she talking about the energy of the heart he's after? The voice presses on, urgent now, make sure you don't get caught like I did, be free. His own heartbeat starts pounding in his ears. He grits out a pained groan, closing his hand around the pulsing power. His whole body shudders. What is this? He gasps. He rides it out, forcing his grip tight until the surge finally settles. A hidden doorway flares to life in the wall ahead, lighting his way back. Racing off, he wonders aloud if that heart power just supercharged his wind trick too. His wrist device starts blaring. Message received, he should head back. Up and soon, he tells himself, planting his feet as the current builds around him. He kicks off hard, launching himself toward the passage back up. The whirlpool swallows him whole, spinning him back the way he came. He notes grimly that the rest of these whirlpools will seal shut in about a week. This window won't stay open. He dives straight back into the churn, no time left to hesitate. He bursts up through the surface, gulping down air like it's the first breath he's ever taken. Another beep. I need to hurry back, he mutters, already moving. He reminds himself his guard barely sets foot in his room unless it's a real emergency, so his secret should hold. Still, he can't quite shake the nerves. Best not to push his luck though. Time to hurry back before anyone notices he's gone. He hauls himself up onto the rocks, mission done, for now. High on a snowy ridge, Tunka's eyes lock onto something below. Found it, he mutters, already moving. Without hesitation, he dives straight off the cliff into the icy water below. Turns out he'd been chasing something called the sound of the wind, and it just led him somewhere very interesting. Deep in a glowing cave, he snatches up a strange item. Useless to him personally, sure, but it's exactly the ingredient he needs. Mix it with whatever lark is bringing him later, and the Jungle Queen won't have a choice but to make a deal. He plops down on the rocks with a smug little grin, clearly pleased with himself. After all, he reasons, the Queen needs to save her jungle, and that gives him all the leverage. Elsewhere, Tunka goes still, sensing something's off. The little dragon perched nearby tells him telepathically, there's something alive in that cave. So that's why you're using telepathy, Tunka mutters, eyeing a trail of blood pooling across the rocks. The dragon taps at him insistently. Whatever's in there is almost dead, but it's not a corpse yet, which is exactly what Tunka's been dreading. Squeamish and staggering, Tunka half jokes that maybe he should just have the dragon fly him straight home instead. Something pops and twitches in the dark, and he flinches hard. Sweating, he seriously considers just diving back into the water and calling it a day. A weak, broken voice croaks out from the dark, "Saw, save me." It keeps begging, there's something it still has to do, it can't die here, please. Tunka eyes the exit, wondering if he should just make a run for it while the stranger pants and groans. Then he spots the telltale wounds, a whaleman hurt by merpeople poison. His head snaps up. Oh, he's a half-blood. As the story goes, in the birth of a hero, the whale tribe was just as rare as dragons. And supposedly there were no half-bloods among them at all, though the book did mention one turning up dead, Tunka recalls, coughing. The dragon presses him hard. Is he really just going to leave this guy like that? Tunka's footsteps close the distance, then stop cold. The whaleman groans in pain as the dragon circles overhead. Hey, Tunka calls out. He crouches down over the barely conscious stranger. In a hazy, half-remembered vision underwater, a voice muses that staying alive might turn out to be even more painful for him. "You're a purebred wolfman," one figure says. "What about it?" the other replies. "My child isn't a purebred, but I thought Witira was a purebred." "Not her, I had a son too once. He was a half-blood, he had a pretty tough time of it." "So does he live out on land now?" "No. That little troublemaker," the voice says, "decided to leave this world first." Back in the cave, Tunka gently tells the whaleman to sleep for a while. Everything will look better once he wakes up. The whaleman blinks once, then goes limp, slumping unconscious in Tunka's arms. The dragon flaps down, anxiously asking how he's doing. Tunka's answer, "He's a mess." Tunka goes quiet, thinking it over while the dragon perches on his shoulder. The dragon mutters that Tunka really is a strange human, not just weak, but weird too. Tunka cuts the rambling short. "Enough gibberish, put him in the water." The dragon stares down at the unconscious whaleman, horrified. "You were lying." It rants that Tunka promised to save him, said he was weak, sure, but that he always kept his word. Tunka just stares back as the dragon shouts, "Does he want to drown the guy?" Tunka sighs. He's doing this to save him. After they dip him in the water, oh, and remember those corpses they passed earlier today. The dragon, deeply suspicious now, asks exactly what he's trying to get it to do. Tunka just smirks. "Oh, nothing, just bring me one arm from the corpses." As the dragon flaps off, Tunka figures it's time he got moving too. He steps deeper through the glittering, snow-dusted cave. He halts right at the edge of a hidden pool. Ripples spread across the water. "I finally found it," he says. This is the special little pond Tunka had been hunting for all along. He digs through his bag, rummaging for something specific. He pulls out a vial. "This is the water that subdues fire. Combine it with whatever ingredient Lark brings him, and it becomes a truly precious item, one that could save the jungle from a drought." Water drips off his hand as he steps back, plan already in motion. Tunka and the dragon leap together into the depths of the cave. He smirks. "Let's go." Deep in the manor at night, Cal's got his hands full of an unimpressed cat and a wriggling fox, grinning because right on cue, his poor butler's about to start pounding on the door. The knock turns into a full-on assault, and Cal barely turns around before his butler is already at the door, sweating out a greeting. The butler reminds him of house rule number 1, wake the young lord for no good reason and it's a death sentence, so tonight he's knocking like a civilized man instead of barging in. He keeps politely begging through the door, with no idea that on the other side, Cal is very much not decent and very much stalling. Someone tosses him an invisibility badge with a hissed warning to hide the whaleman fast, because whatever's dripping wet and unconscious in that hot tub can never be found. Cal yanks his robe straight and steps toward the door, buying just enough time to make sure his secret patient is out of sight. The butler is still pleading through the wood, promising everything's fine, right as the door finally creaks open. The door swings wide and the butler finds his sleeping lord standing there just fine, which is somehow both a relief and immediately suspicious. Cal plays it cool. He just couldn't sleep, so he took a dip. That's all technically true if you don't count the half-drowned stranger he just fished out of the sea. He's using his private seawater hot tub, he explains, conveniently the exact thing keeping his soggy little secret alive. The butler nearly collapses with relief. If his lord's awake, that means tonight he actually gets to keep breathing. Cal just smiles and cracks his knuckles, letting that threat hang in the air a little longer than necessary. The butler bows so low he nearly folds in half, and satisfied, Cal lets it go. The butler checks him over out of real worry. There's genuine chaos brewing outside tonight and he wants to be sure his lord isn't caught in it. Something exploded out at sea earlier, the butler says, and Cal, still dripping, already has a pretty good guess what. Lady Amir's already gone out to investigate herself, the butler adds, word should come back soon enough. Cal dismisses him for the night, and the butler, none the wiser, nods and heads off. One last bow and the door clicks shut behind him, crisis averted for now. The second the butler's gone, the dragon slinks back out of hiding, completely unbothered by the whole charade. And there's the real problem, a stranger with sea blue hair, soaked through and barely breathing, laid out on Cal's own bed. Cal gets to work fast, and even his usually fearless cat and fox go wide-eyed and shaking at all that blood. He rinses his hands in the basin while the dragon watches from the shadows, clearly ready to judge whatever happens next. Cale reaches for his blade not to threaten anyone this time, but because he's about to do something far more drastic. He kneels beside the stranger and dips the blade right into the water, steady as ever. Steam hisses off the water. Whatever Cale's about to do, it's not the gentle kind of first aid. The stranger stirs and the dragon hisses at Cale to back off, right as the man's eyes start to flutter open. The half-conscious stranger spots the blade in Cale's hand and jolts wide awake, panic flooding those pale blue eyes. For a second, his fever-fogged mind flashes back to an old legend, a hero named Lark who once bled himself dry for people just like him. Cale just smirks down at him, in absolutely no rush to explain himself. He draws the blade without a flicker of hesitation, and the stranger clearly can't tell whether to expect a rescue or a murder. Cale draws it across his own arm instead, calm as anything, and lets the blood well up. Job done. He gives the stranger a little poke just to check he's still with the living, typical Cale, mixing life-saving with mild bullying. He holds the wound out and tells him to drink up quick before it goes to waste. "This will cure you," Cale says simply, echoing that same old story about a hero who once did exactly this for the merfolk. Nobody else on Earth even knows a cure like this exists, and the stranger, groaning, drinks anyway out of options. The wound hisses and knits itself shut right before their eyes. Moments later, he's sitting up fully healed, like the last hour of near-death never happened. He demands to know how, and Cale calmly counters with his own question. Wasn't he the one behind that arm and those corpses? Turns out Cale's already figured out exactly what he's dealing with, a whale in human skin, one that needs to reach the water by sunrise or lose his strength for good. The whaleman flinches at being read so easily, but Cale just shrugs and offers him the bed to rest in until he's ready to go. He hauls himself up, still stunned, and asks the question clearly eating at him, how did Cale even know? Power crackles around him for a second, like he's deciding whether to trust this human or drown the whole room. Cale doesn't even flinch. He's clearly got the upper hand here and he knows it. Something splashes hard behind him and Cale just grins because honestly, who else could have pulled this off tonight? In the hush of a grand palace hallway, curtains drift in the night breeze. A quiet voice inside him admits it, time to go home. He brushes it off cold. "I'm not interested in your silly story," he says, and just walks away without looking back. The woman with ice blue hair barely blinks. "You asked me to save you, and so I did. That is all," she says, then waves him off to bed like he is already forgotten. He climbs into bed anyway, telling himself the dragon is close by, so nothing bad can happen to him tonight. Then the truth of it slips out. In his real life, Kim Roxu lost his family, and so just this once he decided to meddle in someone else's fate. Somewhere else, a lone figure stares out over misty green hills and swears quietly that he refuses to ever lose another family member again. An old letter unfolds, the regret behind it. Still alive, having handed the throne to his daughter, he wonders if living quietly among humans might have made his son happy instead. The letter turns hopeful. "Witira," it says, "would make a fine queen. She has such a big heart, so wouldn't she want to live with him too?" "Probably," comes the soft reply. A weary, gray-haired man stares at an old portrait, lost somewhere far away in memory. "Pazatin," he whispers, "that's my son's name." The weight of it sits heavy in the silence. The ice blue-haired woman turns without another word and disappears back into her room, the dream fading with her. Cut back to the present. He stretches awake in bed, his two fluffy little spirit companions curled up right beside him, tails wagging happily. The little ones flinch. "He said he'll come back tonight," one chirps, though clearly he really doesn't have to, judging by the exhausted sigh that follows. Out under a wide blue sky, a voice calls out for him, "Lord Cale." A hooded figure comes sprinting up, practically bursting with news. "I came as fast as I could. Can you guess what it is?" Cale just shrugs. "I have no idea what it could be," he says flatly, and somewhere, a torn note whispers the answer back, "The whirlpool." He remembers it well. "Yes, I did that," he admits, shaking his head at himself. "What a shame, I wanted." His voice trails off into a mumble. Elsewhere, a mumbling stranger stares out at the sea, debating whether to dive into that whirlpool one more time or maybe just pick a different one instead. Cale mutters under his breath that Tunker really is out of his mind, right as Watira walks up calling his name. Since House Henituse is one of their investors, she says she would love to show him the sights, the peaceful coastlines of Ubar. Will you come with me to the central island, she asks, and honestly, how does anyone say no to that? Everyone gathers to head out together. Is everyone here going with us? Yes. Watira glances over, caught a little off guard. Oh, she says. You two have never met, right? She asks, gesturing to a brawny stranger, the same guy who nearly got swept away by the whirlpools the other day. Mr. Bob, this is Lord Cale Henituse, she says, making the introduction official. Bob throws his head back and roars with laughter while Cale just stiffens up, clearly regretting several life choices already. Turns out Bob is a rather fitting alias, supposedly just a simple tribesman from a coastal village in the Whipper Kingdom. The story goes he got stranded at sea while out fishing, all in the name of, quote, a quiet and peaceful life. Cale is not buying it for a second. Quiet and peaceful life, my butt, he thinks, eyeing the very unsubtle scar running down the man's arm. Turns out Bob helped with the search last night on the ship, though a few of the soldiers clearly aren't fans of his, maybe just because he's a tribesman. I heard, Bob starts, turning to Cale with a look on his face. That you protected people in the capital with your shield, he says. He'd asked Lady Amir to bring him here just to meet the young shield lord in person. Cale smirks for half a second before the alarm bells go off in his head. This, he decides instantly, is dangerous territory. That's exactly why I'm taking a long rest, Cale insists. The shield isn't even that strong a power. Sure, Cale, sure. Bob just tilts his head. Oh, is that so? He says, glancing between the two of them like he's already lost interest. He shrugs it off entirely. Yeah, that's more like Tunka, he mutters, breathing out in relief that the topic has moved on. Because here's the thing about Tunka. Sacrificing yourself for others, playing the hero, none of that means a thing to him. All he cares about is strength. Cale lays it out plainly. It's the only thing Tunka is obsessed with. He'll ignore the weak even when they're his own allies, and sometimes he'll even kill them. That single-minded hunger for strength is exactly what turned him into a tyrant. Back on the docks, someone leans in. Shall we go now? Footsteps echo across the boards as the group makes its way toward the ship. We're ready to set sail, the crew calls out. Everyone please board the ship. Bob mutters to himself that something feels strange, then flinches like he's spooked himself. The little black dragon perched nearby insists, very unconvincingly, I don't smell at all. Cale smirks to himself, wondering if Tunka's gut instincts somehow beat out a full-blooded beastman's senses. Watching the cliffs slide by, Cale quietly decides something. Today he needs to act weaker than usual. And with that, the ship cuts on across the open blue water, carrying all of them toward the island and whatever is waiting there. Our story picks up mid-voyage, Cale's ship cutting across open water, chasing down a mystery that's got everyone on edge. Amir explains they're investigating why a string of whirlpools just vanished overnight, with her father's sorcerers joining the search. Cale's reply is an extremely unconvinced, is that so? Amir just wants answers before anything worse happens. Cale, meanwhile, is already sizing her up. You're a good liar, he needles her with a smirk, not remotely convinced this is as simple as she's making it sound. Then his dragon chimes in. Didn't Cale promise the rest of the whirlpools would stick around another year? Cale suddenly finds the horizon very interesting. Amir presses on. She's determined to find the cause and clear out the remaining whirlpools. Too many people helped them get this far to waste it. She flashes a bright, determined smile. Whatever they find on this island, they'll make the best of it. Cale admits he's starting to feel a little guilty about all this, then reassures her that she and the Ubars can pull it off. She thanks him, clearly touched. Cut to Choi Han glaring at the horizon like it personally offended him. Someone tells the ever-serious bodyguard to actually rest for once, and for once, he grudgingly agrees. The ship finally makes landfall on a quiet, overgrown island exactly where those whirlpools used to churn. As the group pushes into the jungle, someone asks if a certain someone isn't scared of what's waiting up ahead. The corpses, specifically. The mysterious figure leading the way just shrugs it off. He's clearly seen worse. Something rustles in the brush and Cale freezes mid-step, instantly on alert. His dragon panics and swears up and down it wasn't him this time. Cale isn't even looking at the dragon, though he's wondering out loud if a name from his past, Pazatin, has anything to do with what they are about to find. Because right there at the mouth of a cave is a grim pile of remains, scattered so casually that anyone who didn't know better might mistake them for crumbs on a rock. Cale taps the stone, grim-faced. Dead merpeople just left out in the open. Someone or something did this and nobody's got an answer yet. Before he can dig any further, something huge stirs the water just off the beach and it is moving fast. Underwater, a massive shape cuts through the current, sleek and unmistakably enormous. It breaches in a wall of spray. Some kind of colossal sea beast has decided to introduce itself. Cale's whole body goes rigid. Whatever that thing is, it is not exactly small talk material. It circles back under the surface, closing in on the shore without any sign of slowing down. It launches itself straight at the beach in a thunderous crash, and suddenly this island trip is a survival situation. Is that thing crazy? Someone yells an honestly fair question. The little dragon puffs up to defend his person, snarling that nobody gets to look at his weak human like that. Weak human? Sure, buddy. The sea giant thrashes back and the standoff kicks into high gear. Then the shape shifts, fins folding into something far more humanoid. Definitely a whale beastman, and Cale's heart just about stops. Light floods the beach as the transformation finishes, and Cale can only stare, pulse pounding. The beastman speaks first, calm as anything. He's not here to fight. The dragon isn't buying it for a second. If he's not looking for trouble, why's he squaring up like that? He doubles down, jabbing a claw at the beastman and calling him nothing but a puny whale. Cale tries to talk his dragon down, gently warning him he could actually get hurt picking this fight. The dragon scoffs. He doesn't get hurt, he's strong, thank you very much. Cale just humors him, sure, but still. Just be careful, Cale insists, earning nothing but an annoyed grumble in response. The whale beastman, unbothered, fires right back that the weak human should worry about himself instead. Cale finally gets a word in, calling out a name he clearly wasn't expecting to need today. Watira. His dragon isn't done panicking either, screeching that nobody is allowed to chew his human to death. The water twists into a sudden churn, and out of nowhere the beastman gasps a single word, a name, Pazatin. The current yanks Cale clean off his feet, and for a split second that scarred back is all anyone can see. His dragon dives in after him, frantic, screaming to know if he's okay as Cale finally surfaces, soaked to the bone. Cale waves it off, but he can't stop staring at that scar on the beastman's back. He's seen it somewhere before. I knew it, Cale mutters, dripping wet and putting it together. So this washed-up celebrity really is the legendary humpback whale after all. Screams cut across the beach. Somebody's yelling not to chew him to death, because yeah, one of these whales looks about ready to make a snack out of him. Another shout rings out, he's not someone you're allowed to kill. Whatever's about to happen here, it's already got everyone's attention. We're not fighting, Cale says flatly to the little dragon on his shoulder, then mutters that the small whale doesn't know what it's talking about, which, honestly, is exactly his point too. He and the dragon size up the two whales on the beach. The smaller one, they figure, has to be Pazatin. And the bigger one's basically wearing an invisible crown. She's the whale king's own daughter, next in line for the throne. This is Watira, the very whale who fought at the front lines beside Choi Han back in the war against the merfolk. Then the dragon casually mentions there's another one coming, and Cale flinches so hard you'd think he'd already been caught. Branches crunch, the ground starts to rumble, and Cale ducks behind a rock to peek at whatever's about to come crashing through the jungle. It's Tonka laughing like a maniac and barreling straight for the beach. I can smell it, he howls, practically vibrating with excitement like power's got its own smell and he's already locked onto it. The ground just keeps shaking under his sprint. Subtlety was never really Tonka's strong suit. Something's eyes lock right onto Cale's hiding spot, and for one heart-stopping second he's sure he's been made. He hid, plain and simple, though everyone's left wondering just where Tonka managed to dig up a giant club. Tonka grips that club like a kid on Christmas morning, admits he's never actually fought a whale before and leaps clean off the cliff to fix that. Even the whale looks tense. "Is it you?" Cale mutters, half hoping it isn't. Cal's already doing the math, get caught in the middle of that fight, and he's getting crushed like a little shrimp. Tonka, meanwhile, is asking the only question that matters to him: can you just beat a whale to death? Only one way to find out. He launches off the rocks fist first, headed straight for open water. The leap carries him way higher than any sane person should be jumping. For one absurd second, Tonka's just hanging there in the sky above the whale, about to land the world's dumbest cannonball. Cale, watching safely from a rock, can only manage one word: wow. The whale doesn't even look worried, just one smirk and a very unimpressed eye. Its tail cracks down into the water like a whip. Whale and barbarian collide in a twist of spray and muscle, and for a second it's genuinely not clear who's winning. Tonka's grin never drops, even soaked head to toe in seawater. He spins through the air, club raised, already going for another swing. The impact lands with a boom you could probably hear from the jungle. Cale nearly jumps out of his skin at the shockwave, watching from what he really hopes is a safe distance. Tonka spins out of control and faceplants straight into the mud. Naturally, the splash reaches all the way to Cale's rock, and he just mutters a defeated "darn it" as he gets soaked anyway. Tonka just laughs it off very good, like getting flattened is half the fun. "Bring it on," he roars, charging straight back in for round two. The whale rears up out of the water, more than ready to meet him head-on. The two of them collide again in a cloud of smoke and spray. Tonka's club doesn't survive the exchange, it snaps clean in half mid-swing. "I knew I shouldn't have used a club," he admits, tossing the broken thing aside without a shred of regret. Bahahaha, a fistfight is always the best. Of course he'd rather go bare-knuckle against an actual whale. Cale, meanwhile, is just trying to figure out how to slip away quietly before anyone notices him and ends up shouting for Watira instead. "You might hurt him if you do that," someone warns sharply. Turns out even royal whales worry about their little brothers. Cale freezes. Wait, that tiny whale can actually talk. The bigger whale zooms in, offended. "Did you call my brother tiny?" Cale's jaw drops even further, so she can talk too. The beach goes quiet for a beat while everyone processes just how far over their heads this day has gotten. Then it clicks for Watira: these two aren't ordinary humans at all, you're beastmen. The standoff crackles, whale and barbarian, sizing each other up all over again. "I see," Watira says slowly, and Tonka just claps, absolutely delighted, like Christmas came early. Meet Watira, a sea serpent the size of a cliff, and the reckless young fighter grinning right in its face like it is just another Tuesday. He plants his foot and leaps straight off the sand, throwing himself right into the fight. Watira answers with a shockwave that sends him flying, boom and all. For a second the serpent just rests there, coiled over the rocks, almost peaceful, almost. He is not backing down though, fists up, ready to swing again. Watira dives back under in a blur and he screams its name midair: "Watira." Turns out Watira is not some mindless brute, it is panicking too, insisting the guy behind those rocks is the one who saved its life and cannot get hurt. Sure enough, someone in red steps out from behind the rocks, stunned silent by the whole showdown. Meanwhile, the tyrant herself is not thrilled about any distractions. "You shouldn't get distracted while fighting me," she snarls, closing in fast. "This must mean you want to die." Her fist flashes forward like she means every word. Something wobbles nearby and yanks everyone's attention. Uh-oh. Feet hit the surf at a dead sprint, chasing down whatever that was. Rock to rock, barely keeping pace. Then Sten pokes his head up over the rocks, completely derailed by what he is about to see. Even elves can't hold a candle to her beauty. Smooth, Sten, real smooth. And there she is, making an entrance dramatic enough to stop a whole fight in its tracks. She turns those sharp eyes on the boy and gets straight to it. "Thank you for saving my baby brother. But I'll have to thank you properly later," she adds, already walking off because apparently a simple thanks is beneath her. As she turns to leave, someone else is already losing patience. "What's taking you so long?" Tonka, unimpressed as ever, just wants the fighting to resume. She mutters to herself, half annoyed and half impressed. "Looks like that bastard just goes around saving anyone he sees." Sten just nods along, watching Tunka with the fascination of someone who has only ever read about her. That's the real Tunka I read about in the book. The little black dragon perched nearby has opinions of its own, launching straight into a lecture. Protecting people and saving people are noble and great acts. It's something to be proud of. Also, cussing is bad, you're just like that Venian guy. Bold words from a flying lizard, honestly. Even she has to admit it, murmuring to herself that what he did back there was genuinely virtuous. Tunka rounds back on him with a grin, delighted he has finally got some fire in his eyes. Do you finally feel like fighting me? Just ignore that useless guy and fight me already, that'll be more fun. She pushes and he just laughs her off. Me, fight you. That's when the elf casually raises a hand instead, and the water starts answering to her. Water twists into a blade around her fingers like it is the easiest thing in the world. One clean strike and she is already airborne, a blade of water trailing behind her. That's funny, she says coolly. I'm not going to fight you, I'm going to educate you. Tunka blinks, genuinely thrown. You're going to do what? Then she just loses it, laughing out loud, zero filter. Full belly laugh, practically in tears. She thinks this is the funniest thing she has heard all week. The laughter stops fast though. I'll rip your mouth in half, Tunka snarls, already closing the distance. The elf does not even flinch, calmly drawing her water blade to meet her. They collide in a blur of steel and water, both of them dead serious now. Tunka gets sent flying, but not before landing a graze across the elf's cheek. First blood, sort of. The elf just shakes off the hit like it is nothing. The shockwave rolls out across the whole beach. She lands light as anything, not even winded. Looks like it's going to be fun teaching you, she smirks, twirling her blade like she is just getting started. Tunka just grits her teeth and charges straight back in. You have no idea what your Tunka starts, cut off mid-sentence by her own shock. Saying, she finishes, launching herself airborne again. The elf just grips her blade tighter, unbothered, while Tunka cracks up again anyway. No one's beaten me in a battle of strength before, Tunka roars, teeth bared, charging through the brush like a freight train. Water splashes off her arm as the elf's magic keeps landing hit after hit. The two of them collide again right there on the open beach, no holding back now. Tunka's footing slips just for a second, and that is all the opening the elf needs. She sends Tunka crashing down through the tree line in a burst of light. Slam down she goes hard, lesson officially taught. The dust settles, the sky clears, looks like the fight's finally over. Except it is not, because right then two armored strangers step out of a glowing rift in the middle of the jungle. Sten's jaw drops, what's going on here? Someone else lets out a startled shout of her own, completely blindsided. Everyone just freezes, staring down the two newcomers walking calmly out of the palms, and that is where the chapter cuts. Deep in the jungle, Amir's investigation squad locks shields together, bracing for whatever's about to hit them. Enter Tunka, cackling like blocking his attacks is some kind of joke. One of the squad, tough as granite, warns her teammates to stay back before she takes the hit herself. Cale just watches this whole mess unfold, muttering that he can't believe what he's about to have to do. He throws up a wall of ice with a boom that swallows the whole clearing. The blast sends the squad member sliding backward, completely overwhelmed. Tunka freezes mid-laugh, stunned that his opponent just no-sold his attack completely. Realization spreads through the squad, whatever Cale just did, that was not normal. One more flash of that ice technique, and the fight is over before it even really started. In his head, even Cale can't quite believe it. The self-proclaimed ant just flattened two monsters without breaking a sweat. Slumped on a rock afterward, he grumbles that all he wanted was to sit back and cheer, not headline the fight himself. But his body has other plans, a sharp throb reminding him he is not actually fine. He staggers against a boulder and Amir spots it right away, alarm flashing across her face. She sprints over, scolding him for using his powers when he really didn't have to. Cale presses a hand to his side, admitting he would rather have skipped it too. But if Tunka had hurt the investigation squad or Amir herself, Cale would have been stuck answering for it here in U-Bar, and that's a headache he can't afford. Nearby, a blue-haired stranger and her companion flinch, clearly caught listening in on something they shouldn't have. Cale brushes the whole thing off, just relieved nobody actually got hurt in the chaos. Amir just shakes her head at him, still completely baffled by how his mind works. The two of them turn around to find they're not alone out here. Amir squares up to the strangers and demands to know exactly who they are. The quiet one hesitates on giving a real answer, so Cale just decides on the spot that his name is now Bob. The mystery stranger turns the same question right back around, this time on a very confused Tunka. Tunka just blinks, completely lost for words. Then Cale sneezes out of absolutely nowhere, and everyone just stares. Later, back at Amir's family estate, things take a much colder turn. The gates creak open, and it's clear this isn't a friendly visit. Amir is told flatly to be packed and gone by tomorrow. She's told to count herself lucky it's only exile and not something worse. The warning extends to Cale and Tunka too. Cause one more scene and they'll be punished right alongside her. Cale just replies with a flat okay, completely unbothered. Amir tells him to get inside before he actually catches a cold on top of everything else. Someone rounds on Tunka instead, furious that he'd repay their goodwill with betrayal, and he just stands there dazed, barely following. Cale cuts in to shut it down, and when Amir gives him a look for it, he just brushes it off like it was nothing. Cale eyes Tunka, still glassy-eyed, and figures the guy's just been out of it for a while now. Then he reconsiders, this might be a lot more complicated than just being dazed. The blue-haired stranger asks, almost timid, if they can really tag along, and Cale just asks if she's got anywhere else to go. He offers them one night's shelter, no strings attached. The pair look genuinely stunned by the offer. Cale climbs into the carriage like it's no big deal at all. The door clacks shut, and Cale figures Tunka should still make it back to Whipper Kingdom right on schedule. Inside, he and Tunka just stare blankly at each other before Cale's mind wanders to whether he should give the crown prince a heads up first. With a giddy-up, the carriage rolls out, dragging this whole odd little crew along with it. Cale walks off already dreading it because he and the crown prince think exactly alike, and he knows precisely how this is going to go. Sure enough, somewhere far off, the crown prince is already cackling because he is absolutely going to love hearing about this disaster. Back at the estate, one of the staff spots the young master and nearly loses it, sure he got hurt out there in that scrap. Cale just straightens his sleeve and mutters he's fine, cool as ever, because admitting the truth sounds exhausting. Orders come down to get the two mysterious guests settled into their room for the night. The disguised pair just shrug and go along with it, playing it cool like always. Someone else in the house watches him go by, expression locked in a hard, suspicious stare. Elsewhere, another household order goes out, get the bathwater heating on the double. A worried servant gently grills him about getting dragged into that fight and nearly getting hurt. Cale just shrugs it off, not really. The servant isn't convinced, coughing anxiously, clearly wishing there was more they could do to help. Someone nudges him toward a bath and a stiff drink, fussing over him like always. The mysterious guests show up at his door, politely asking if they can visit once he's had a chance to rest. Cale eyes them sideways, clocking that they're still playing dress-up with fake identities. Cute effort, not buying it. He tells them sure, tomorrow works, and sends them on their way for now. Publicly, he insists he's too weak tonight to see anyone at all, milking the fragile invalid act for everything it's worth. As dusk settles over the estate, the real plan quietly clicks into motion. His tiny dragon partner flutters down, needling him about that cough. Can he even move tonight, or was that whole performance too convincing? Cale just smirks. Turns out faking sick has one huge perk: nobody double-checks you when you sneak out. Let's go, he says, and the dragon grudgingly agrees to hear him out, for now. Even the estate's fuzziest little residents wave the two troublemakers off into the night. They soar out over the dark coastline, the dragon still grumbling that it has no idea why any of this is even necessary. Cale reminds him it has to happen tonight, sick act or not. Once the territory's mage shows up tomorrow, sneaking around like this gets a lot harder, so tonight's the only shot. He drops down toward the dark rocks below, no hesitation at all. With a flicker of magic, he conjures up water built specifically to smother flames. Multiple fires to handle tonight, he figures, and braces himself to get started. Then he freezes. Is someone actually out here swimming in the middle of all this? Someone comes crashing down into the water below, and Cal's quiet little mission just got a lot more complicated. A figure surfaces from the waves, swimming straight for him. Cal can't wrap his head around it. Why would anyone be all the way out here right now? He grips the rock, half convinced this stranger is just crazy enough to have followed him on purpose. Yep, he groans, called it. Of course tonight couldn't go smoothly. The swimmer grins, fangs and all, boasting that he sniffed out someone powerful the second Cal showed up. He wants answers fast. Is Cal a mage, and how exactly was he flying through the sky like that? The guy just laughs it up, poking fun and clearly enjoying catching Cal off guard. Cal mulls it over. Does this loudmouth need a hard lesson, or could he actually be useful? The stranger gets impatient, demanding to know why he's being ignored, while Cal just keeps turning the gears in his head. A slow smirk spreads across Cal's face. He's made up his mind. Magic whips up around the stranger in a sudden gust, and things are about to get very interesting. Why choose? Cal decides. He's putting this guy in his place and putting him straight to work. A storm of water magic churns through the sky, a swirling current twisting like something alive. Rain lashes down as someone stares up into the chaos, frozen, right in the middle of it. The current builds into a towering wall of icy water, crashing down without any sign of stopping. A man breaks the surface, gasping, choking, seconds from going under for good. Cal steps in, a soft glow gathering in his palm as he reaches toward the wreck of a scene. The stranger stares at the whirlpool, swallowing him, stunned, demanding to know what this power even is. Cal drops it flat. Mages cannot use ancient powers. Whatever just saved him, it wasn't magic. Cal sizes him up. Bob, he says, a warrior like you gets exactly what I'm putting down, right? The rules get laid out plain. Ancient power is what non-mages who lean on raw strength call their gift, a blessing passed down for generations. Bob turns the words over out loud. Ancient power, like something just clicked into place. So he's not even a mage? Bob asks. Cal doesn't even blink. Correct, he says. Then how does a noble know so much about the secretive non-mage faction? Bob presses. Cal's answer, he's the type who works himself half to death saving people, injuries and all. Nearby, the tiny dragon catches a scent on the wind. Someone strong, someone new. There's somebody else out here. Cal can't shake it. The more he chews on this whole unique power thing, the weirder it gets. Even if you're planning to wreck it, Bob warns, don't overdo it. Then mutters that Cal is just plain crazy. What are you even talking about? Cal plays innocent for half a second. Also, he adds. Then he just says it outright, kick every last mage out of there. I'm planning to buy that magic tower, Cal announces, casual as anything. How about it? What a crazy bastard, Bob mutters, calling out him and his whole group for trying to flip the magic tower upside down. Bob just about loses it laughing, fangs bared, cackling at the sheer nerve of the plan. Nope, not at all, Bob howls, still laughing. We're not crazy at all. Exactly, Cal grins, I'm the same. Of course you'd say that, Bob fires back. You're dead certain the non-mages are in the right, huh? Bob needles him. Then come buy it yourself, he dares. By the way, Bob starts, how exactly did you clock me as part of the non-mage faction? Cal laughs it off. You're from the Whipper Kingdom, one spark from Civil War, and you looked ready to kill him over the word mage. Who wouldn't jump straight to the non-mage faction after that? Cal shrugs. Bob just smirks, fangs and all. Guess you've got a point, Bob concedes and dives straight back into the water. Cal strides off across the water like it's nothing, leaving Bob to his own devices. Why'd you even come out here? Bob calls after him. You looked like you were about to do something fun. Go play with the whirlpool instead. Cal waves him off. I'm busy. Bob just laughs, asking if he's seriously even a noble. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts in unseen, simply answering, I am. Cal's head snaps up, caught completely off guard as the voice adds, just as you're a warrior. Cal shakes it off and gets back to business. First, he needs to clear out these whirlpools. Light explodes outward as he channels his power, a burst tearing straight through the storm. The full force of it lights up around him, a glowing circle blazing while Bob watches, completely floored. Bob, Cal calls out, what? Comes the reply, still catching his breath. You know this needs to stay a secret, right? Cal checks. Of course, Bob grins. I'd rather keep all the fun stuff to myself anyway. Oh thanks, Bob says. Be victorious, Cale tells him, sending him off. You can do it, Cale calls out, laughing as Bob heads home. The dragon carries Cale off through the storm while he's already 3 steps ahead. The non-mage faction is going to need serious money once this war is won. They want the magic tower gone too, he figures, every last trace of magic scrubbed out of the Whipper Kingdom. Gold rains down in his imagination and Cale can't help himself. He is not about to miss out on an opportunity this golden. Best part, the non-mage faction has no idea the magic tower is sitting right on top of the treasure they're trying to keep hidden. Back on the cliffs, Bob turns and walks off, done with his little detour. Cale shrinks into the distance overhead, already the only one who knows exactly how this is going to play out. It's no fun anymore, Bob mutters to himself. Guess it's time to head home. The next day, Cale's back on deck, sails snapping in the wind, ready to ship out again already. Cale calls out to Bob, the quiet sailor keeping this whole boat running. Behind him, the wild-haired brute flexes like he owns the dock, then drops a weirdly dramatic promise. Come back in 2 months and the world will look completely different. Cale barely reacts before the guy dissolves into unhinged cackling, practically radiating chaos. Reading that unsettling grin, Cale quietly makes a mental note to avoid Whipper Kingdom for the next couple months, then just tells him to get going already. The two size each other up in total silence, arms crossed, neither one budging. Are you weak? The barbarian needles. Cale doesn't even flinch. Indeed, he says flatly, already counting coins like the jab bounced right off him. Somewhere off in the distance, teeth grit and something snaps into motion, a flicker of trouble brewing that hasn't caught up to Cale just yet. As the man storms off, he hollers back a warning. Cale better come find him after those 2 months are up. Wind whips his wild hair as he grins over his shoulder, dead serious about that deadline. Cale just raises a hand and waves him off with a tired fine as the ship's horn sounds and they finally get moving. Watching the smaller boat pull away, Cale lets out a private, relieved thought. He's finally gone. Before he can enjoy the peace, someone shouts "Hey!" from across the deck, and here we go again. It's the same guy roaring back with maximum drama. My name is Tunka, as if Cale could ever forget. Tunka climbs up onto the ship's rail just to yell it louder, making sure everyone in earshot remembers it too. And you better not forget it, he bellows, striking a ridiculous pose. Cale just stands there completely unbothered, like a bell that already stopped ringing. Cale mutters to himself that he just witnessed something he really didn't need to see, like he accidentally wandered into a cheesy shonen manga. Cut to a much fancier room. Cale's sprawled on an ornate couch, telling his hosts they really didn't need to come all this way just to greet him. It's nothing, he adds, unbothered. A composed, blue-haired woman bows her head, formally apologizing for startling him before and thanking him properly for what he did. With his fox and cat curled up beside him, Cale's asked if he's fully recovered. Same as always, he shrugs, looking perfectly fine. He idly pets one of his little companions, admitting his body's always been a notch stronger than normal thanks to the heart's energy, the reason he bounces back so fast. A flashback flickers by, a burst of wind and light crashing through the dark, a reminder of the fight he threw everything into just the night before. A few hours of sleep, he thinks, and all that exhaustion was already gone. He waves off another round of thanks, telling her to stop already. It starts losing all meaning if she keeps saying it. Same goes for apologies, he adds. She simply nods, yes, thank you, and Cale can't help but privately note how stiff and formal she still sounds. Here's the twist, these two guests are practically royalty and not the kind Cale expected. Their painfully formal manners are apparently a deliberate move to keep exactly who they are under wraps. Cale just laughs it off, telling her again to knock off the thank yous already. In his head, he's already planning ahead. Now that Tunka's shipped back off to Whipper Kingdom, he just wants to swing by and meet the Countess of Ubar, then finally get some rest before that trip. Someone hesitantly addresses him. Lord Cale, I heard you're a member of the Henituse family, she finishes. Cale just tilts his head and the blue-haired woman nods slowly, working up to it. We'd like to go to the dark forest. Cale's expression shifts to genuine surprise. That is not a request he was expecting. With his pets watching curiously, she presses on. They have a very old enemy, and it all traces back there. Cale connects the dots fast. Since he treated Pazatin, he already knows exactly who she means. I know it very well, he says. Then she adds there's more, it involves her younger brother too. She explains the real reason she was being hunted by the merpeople in the first place. She'd uncovered exactly how they'd been getting so much stronger. I beg of you, she says, dead serious now, we have to go to the dark forest. You know that place actually has a name and a reputation. The Dark Forest, one of the 5 great mysterious regions tucked away northeast of the Ro'un Kingdom. The Ro'un Kingdoms tried for ages to claim it, but the forest is simply massive, 2 or 3 times the size of most territories out there. Nobody's ever managed to actually control it, and that crest with the Henituse colors on it, that's exactly why his family's been the ones keeping that whole place in check for the kingdom. For generations, apparently, which makes Cale realize exactly what she's really asking him for. She's asking to enter the dark forest that sits right inside his own family's territory. She insists again, please, she says, and adds that they've already prepared more than enough payment for it. Could I ask you to help us get into the forest? She presses. Even his pets seem to be needling him about it, silently asking if he's actually going to help. Cale keeps his cards close, telling her to let him hear the full details first. She freezes for a beat, then brightens, of course. Cue the history lesson. Her people, the whale tribe and the merpeople, have been split north and south for ages, trading blows both big and small along the edges of the continent. They've long kept the merpeople from ever building a kingdom of their own. But about 6 months ago, something changed. Back in the present, Cale recalls it plainly, the merpeople's behavior had gotten strange lately. Strange, he asks. They'd started crossing lines nobody was supposed to cross, picking fights that broke an unspoken truce. And she says she's finally figured out why. Even Choi Han had to step in at one point to shut something down before it got out of hand. Cale recalls with a tired sigh over his tea while his pets cheer him on. Turns out the merpeople's real goal is bigger than anyone thought. They want to seize every sea route connecting the eastern and western continents. Cale actually freezes mid-sip. What? He blurts, genuinely thrown for the first time all conversation. He can't quite shake one nagging thought though, aren't sea routes supposed to be a human problem? Why would any of this matter so much to the merpeople? Picture 2 continents split by one brutal stretch of ocean, only a handful of sea routes even connect them. Explorers barely talk across that divide, and get this, a merfolk power surge is somehow about to change that. Turns out sea and land shook on an old deal ages ago, stay out of each other's business and everybody's happy. Ships still cross that line every day, business as usual, nobody down in the depths ever raised a fin about it. Except now the merpeople are done playing nice, they are muscling in on the sea routes that used to be off limits. Enter our investigator duo. Word is the merfolk crowned a brand new king and he's already flexing to build up his own turf. One look at where this is going and she shuts the conversation down cold. She does not want to know why he's so set on visiting the dark forest. He admits it flat out, dig any deeper and he's terrified he'll get swept into something way bigger than he can handle. She just shrugs. Okay, subject dropped. Here's the real headline. The merpeople have been getting mysteriously stronger for a month or two and somebody just cracked the case wide open. The answer drops like a bomb. Whatever's boosting these sea folk is sitting somewhere in the dark forest itself. Our red-haired schemer can barely process it, too busy petting his cat like none of this is his problem. He plays it cool on the outside, but make no mistake, inside, he is absolutely losing it over how a sea creature even gets to a landlocked forest. Someone's caught wind of a mysterious swamp buried deep in that forest, and that swamp keeps coming up. Turns out she got chased out of there once already because of it, which is exactly why she wants a second look, official business this time. That's more than enough for him, no need to hear another word. Cut to the dark forest itself, home turf of a guy named Choi Han. Back at the estate, a certain moody black dragon is not thrilled about being stared at. What are you looking at, human? Just about sums up his mood. He's very sure you think he's the coolest thing in the room, and honestly, he's not wrong. Meanwhile, our guy is sprawled on his chair, quietly plotting a cute little villa for the kids of Harris Village, then sighing like doing something nice is exhausting him personally. He's caught off guard, pardon, while across from him one confusing blue-haired face, or is it two, coolly asks what exactly she gets out of helping him. She lays out the real problem, whatever she needs to find. Humans aren't allowed anywhere near sea business. Of course we know that, she says, cool as ever, like the rules were never really going to stop her. The plan, apparently, is to do this whole thing quietly and off the books, and she'll bet somebody on land helped the merfolk sneak into that forest in the first place. Word from the merfolk side is blunt: they started this fight, but they are promising nobody gets hurt over it. He's not buying the reassurance, too risky, he says, no matter how many promises get thrown around. Time to get down to business. First question out of his mouth, obviously, what's in it for me? She just smiles like she already knows exactly what he's about to ask for. And there it is, the same deal the Whale King already dangled in front of Choi Han. The prize on the table, the sea routes themselves. I knew it, he smirks, looking every bit like a man who just confirmed he read the room correctly. She spells it out: of all the routes the merpeople are grabbing, there's one they're conveniently leaving alone, a stretch of sea humans have never even found. It's the safest route on the map, apparently. Naturally, he wants exact coordinates. The answer: the Northern Sea off the western continent, prime real estate belonging to the whale tribe itself. He does the math out loud. If the strongest things in the ocean hang around there, is this really the safe option she's promising? She reassures him for him specifically that water is about to get a lot friendlier, and he'll walk away with full rights to use it. He goes quiet for a second, turning the offer over in his head. He clocks the fine print fast: she's not handing over the route, just the right to use it. Still, more trade means his family gets richer and stronger either way, so he'll take it. Cut to his kid brother Basson, already buried in paperwork, clearly destined to inherit every headache that comes with being count. Our guy insists he wants nothing to do with that, just his comfortable, quiet life, thanks. He decides to push his luck anyway. Why not squeeze one more condition out of this deal? Her answer comes with a catch: lend him her power, sure, but only when she decides she wants it back. Our power, he repeats, clearly not expecting that particular offer. Turns out there are two of her identical blue-haired twins flashing a peace sign like it's a package deal. Power, but make it double. The catch: the whale tribe wants peace, and meddling in human affairs doesn't exactly sit well with them. So he snaps back: you want me risking my neck out there while you two sit this one out? He's not wrong to worry. The dark forest is a genuine mystery, and being powerful doesn't automatically make you safe in there. Especially, she points out, for someone who knows absolutely nothing about that land. Still, she softens: fine, she'll help him out. He waves it off with a smirk. He was heading to Harris Village anyway. And so, off toward the one forest Choi Han has called home for decades, our reluctant hero goes. Nobody alive knows that forest better than Choi Han, but there is exactly one person who might come in a close second. That person, it turns out, is our guy himself, Cale. And just like that, he drops the real bombshell: he already has a pretty good idea which swamp everyone is so worried about. Cale flashes that infuriatingly confident grin of his and says 4 little words guaranteed to spell trouble for somebody: I'll help you. Turns out he already knows exactly which swamp has everyone spooked. His price is cheap, or so he claims. Just borrow her power. Twice. He cuts straight to what she actually wants. The whale tribe isn't after conquest, just a peaceful life as the strongest in their corner of the world. She has to admit it. He read the whole situation perfectly, and there's real respect in her eyes when she says it. You're right, Lord Cale. Then comes the reveal nobody saw coming. I, Watira, she says, drawing herself up, ready to accept his terms as heir to a kingdom under the sea. Heir of the Whale King. This unassuming blue-haired companion has been royalty this whole time. You were the heir? Cale asks, doing his very best surprised face, conveniently forgetting to mention he'd probably clocked it ages ago. That's good, he says, already reaching for the paperwork. Then we can establish the contract right away. no point wasting a good opportunity. They shake on it. She promises to keep his secret buried after all, she says with a smirk. Who else even knows his identity but her? Exactly, he agrees, and for a beat the two just size each other up, two people who just quietly rearranged the balance of power. Watira can't help herself, she claps away, delighted with how this all turned out, surrounded by flowers like she just won something. Back home, it's a whole different fight. Hey, Cale says to the little black dragon lounging on his couch. Don't call me hey, the dragon snaps right back. Then what do I call you? Cale asks. The dragon just huffs, wings flapping. Think about it on your own, human. Don't you think you should start calling me Cale instead of human first? Fair point. The dragon's only comeback is a proud little heap. Cale's mind drifts to something bigger, a place this dragon and the rest of his growing menagerie could actually call their own. Don't you want a home? He asks. It's more of a villa than a home, he corrects himself, already scheming. The dragon perks right up. A villa. Yeah, Cale says, a villa where you, me, own, Hong, or the wolf cubs can go play from time to time. A whole vacation home for a very unusual family. Surrounded by his little pack, Cale makes the call himself. He'll be the one deciding exactly where this villa goes. But nothing's free with this dragon. In exchange, he says, eyes glinting, choose a name for me. And just to make it worse, he sets a deadline, glowing letters and all. You have 1 month. A name, Cale repeats, visibly regretting every decision that led here, while the rest of the household giggles at his misfortune. He can't stop grumbling about it. He can choose one himself, so why is he making me? Naming a dragon, harder than diplomacy, apparently. Fox in tow, Cale's already over the whole trip. When are we going home? He mutters, done with palace politics for one day. The dragon has priorities of his own. I like fish and all, he grumbles, but I hate the ocean. Picky for a creature that just got offered a beach villa. 2 days later, the estate comes back into view, time to head home for real this time. Watira sees him off properly. Have a safe trip, Lord Cale, he returns the courtesy. You be safe as well, my lady. With the goodbyes done, Cale turns and heads for the carriage, ready to put this whole swamp negotiation behind him. Back on more familiar ground, Cale tells someone nearby to shut the mysterious little device off. It's done its job. The thing flares once bright, then goes dark in his hand. Whatever it was measuring, its work is finished. Miles away, Watira's eyes snap wide. She felt that. Something's off, and she knows exactly where to look now. Completely unaware, Cale relaxes with the dragon curled up beside him, a faint burst of mana slipping out and fading into the room. What? The dragon blinks, startled by the sudden flicker of power from his favorite human. And just like that, the pieces click for Watira. So it was you, she murmurs, the fluctuation of mana I felt back then, busted. The group presses on, trying for a nice, quiet, uneventful trip home, trying being the key word. Instead, they get dead silence, the kind where everyone's clearly thinking about the same awkward secret and nobody wants to say it out loud. Nobody blinks, nobody breathes, the silence just stretches on painfully. A few days later, another set of walls rises on the horizon, familiar ones, this time. They've made it into Henituse territory at last, rolling into the city of Lane after a long stretch on the road. The whole street lights up the second they spot him. Oh, it's Lord Cale, welcome, young Silver Lord. Cale visibly cringes, they're asking for it, he mutters as more voices pick up the chant, Shield Lord, young Shield Lord. Even the local guards in on it, laughing as Cale rides past. Looks like your heroic tales have spread to even here. I think the title of young Silver Lord is quite cool, someone teases, grinning ear to ear. I'm jealous, Lord Cale. Watira and her companion aren't helping either. Oh, Lord Cale, you always get so embarrassed, rude, accurate but rude. Cale just sighs, arms crossed, silently begging the universe for one way anyway to make that cringy title disappear. A little paw taps his arm. Are we home? The dragon asks, and for once his voice sounds almost hopeful. Yeah, Cale tells him, settling back with the dragon curled against him. We're back home. Wings flap happily as familiar towers rise into view against a clear blue sky. Home, for real this time. The carriage rolls up to the estate, the household waiting outside. Cale lets himself say it, finally. Back at the estate, a firm hand grabs a torn sleeve, checking for wounds after whatever just went down in the capital. Count Daruth hauls him in close by the collar, gruff on the outside but clearly rattled underneath. Relief washes over him. Looks like you're not hurt anywhere, he says, checking how she's feeling and whether she's exhausted. Rosalind keeps it short. I'm fine, she says, though her back is still turned to everyone. She brings up the elephant in the room. The terrorists behind the attack still haven't been caught. For a beat, father and daughter just stand there together, the tension finally starting to ease. Off to the side, Sten breaks into a nervous sweat. Did I do something wrong? Nobody's even looking at him, buddy. The Count wraps it up. Talk about the capital can wait, he says. Everyone should just go rest. Okay, Rosalind answers quietly. Cut to Sten's own estate, where a kid comes sprinting through the garden yelling brother. He starts to ask how Sten's feeling, then catches himself. Oh right, there's business to handle first. Sten calls for Hans, who comes bolting over practically shouting yes sir. Here they are, Hans says, handing over a box. Sten gives a quick thanks and gets to it. Turns out he brought souvenirs, a fountain pen for the younger brother promised ages ago, and a sword for his little sister who lights up like it's Christmas. Sten just blinks. What's with your expressions? You must have been busy, the kid says, a little in awe that his brother remembered anyway. A promise is a promise. He vows to study hard and pull his weight running the estate's administration. Good, Sten says, pleased. Solid mindset for a future lord to have. His little sister just watches her brother gush, half amused and half confused by the whole scene. Then she makes her own declaration. She'll get strong enough to protect the estate and lead its knights herself. I'll root for you, her brother says, genuinely hyped for her while he handles the paperwork side of things. Sten can't help but think it. One kid in administration, one kid as a soldier, and this estate is going to be just fine. He ruffles her hair, telling her he's sure she'll make a fine knight. Yes, she promises, I won't let anyone get hurt, she finishes, determined. Sten just smiles. Good. I shall rest now, Sten announces, ready to finally head inside after the long day. The kids wave him off, chirping that he'd better actually rest if he wants to get better. The whole little family heads back toward the manor together. A door bursts open without so much as a knock, so much for peace and quiet. In pads Ron, greeted immediately by a very demanding meow from the household cats. The cats settle back into their napping spot as Sten finally strolls through his own hallway. The head butler shows up with a tray and Ron trails awkwardly behind him trying to look useful. Are you trying to attend to me? Sten asks, wondering if Ron stepped on the butler's job by accident. Then Ron pipes up with a letter from his father. Oh, Ron, Sten says, recognizing him properly. Apparently the letter is meant to double as a report. Sure, thanks, Sten says, waving off the fuss. It's really no problem. The butler mentions he's already lined up more kids for kitchen support and serving duty. I see, Sten says, taking it all in. You may go now, Sten says, finally waving everyone off as the door clicks shut behind them. Alone at last, Sten sprawls out on the bed with the cat and his little pet dragon curled up beside him. He opens the letter. It just says, I'm still alive. Are you still alive? Is this seriously all his report says? How savage, that's Ron for you, he laughs, before sighing that home really is the best. It's super duper great. The little dragon and the cats tumble around the room, having the time of their lives. Sten rereads the letter with a smirk, one of his little fox creatures leaning in curiously beside him. Now then, he says, sitting down to write his own reply. Let's be on our way, he says, ready to get moving again. The door flies open and someone blurts out, startled, Lord Cale. Even Sten jumps at the interruption. Sten shakes it off and greets the cloaked visitor properly. It's our first time meeting, nice to meet you. He asks if she can set up a video call through the communication orb. Yes, she says, but where would you like me to connect to, she asks. Sten answers flatly, the royal palace. I see the royal palace, she repeats, before it actually registers and she nearly jumps out of her skin. The royal palace, she squeaks. Sten just shrugs, yeah. She's practically stammering now, scrambling to actually make the connection happen. Sten straightens his tie, cool and confident. Connect me to the crown prince, no small talk, straight to the top. In a hooded cloak, Cale strolls into the message office and calmly asks to be patched through to the Crown Prince. The poor clerk about chokes. What, can't manage it? He needles. I don't mind just leaving a voicemail, he shrugs, while down the hall someone bolts off in a total panic. No, I can do it, the flustered clerk blurts, snapping into action rather than admit defeat to this random cloaked customer. Turns out the palace fields so many calls these days you can either get a live video link or just leave a message, and right now only the second option's on the table. The Crown Prince sighs into his own crystal ball, admitting there's simply too long a line of people trying to reach him lately. Aside from needing a mage on standby now and then, he admits, this whole magic relay setup is honestly pretty convenient. Back at the office, the clerk figures the mystery visitor is probably just leaving a voicemail for His Highness, and gets the recording ready. In that case, I'll head out while you get that recorded, the cloaked figure says, already halfway out the door. The message finally reaches the Crown Prince loud and clear. Your Highness, it's Cale Henituse. He's calling in the big guns too, the golden plaque, the kind of favor that can buy literally anything, no matter the price. Cale's ask is simple and absurd. He wants to go buy the entire Whipper Kingdom's magic tower, please and thank you. He notes this will be the very first time he's cashed in that plaque, and gives fair warning he'll be off the grid on an excursion for the next week. Just leaving this voicemail so you know where I stand, he finishes, cool as ever, then cuts the recording. On the receiving end, the Crown Prince plays it back looking thoroughly entertained by the sheer nerve of the request. All done, the messenger reports, slipping off, mission accomplished. An aide confirms the message got through fine, then teases the prince for sounding suspiciously chipper about it. Well, you could say that, the prince replies, not even bothering to deny it. Cut to the Henituse estate where Cale is laying out his next move to his father, a trip to Harris Village. Yes, he confirms flatly, walking right up to Count Daruth's desk like it's already decided. A flashback fills in the grim backstory. Word of the tragedy at Harris Village had already sent an investigation squad scrambling out there. Daruth admits he went and saw the wreckage himself, and honestly it was worse than anyone expected. No trace of whoever did it, he says, so he quietly hired an information guild to dig deeper. He even pulled in the neighboring estates to help, and from the scorch marks left behind he could roughly gauge just how strong this Choi Han really is. He goes quiet for a second, scanning back over the report one more time. Is this concern for Choi Han, then? Daruth presses, privately certain there's no way his own son wouldn't already know exactly what that man can do. Well, you could say that, Cale answers, privately admitting it was the flimsiest excuse he could scrape together on short notice. Daruth breaks into a nervous sweat of his own, thinking he can hardly admit out loud that Cale's real destination is the dark forest. Cale presses on anyway, saying he just wants to see the site with his own eyes and monsters shouldn't be an issue there, right? That's true, Daruth concedes. There are still soldiers stationed nearby after all, and the area's been monster-free for a good 150 years running. It's your job to look after the one you took in, Daruth reminds him. Choi Han isn't my subordinate, Cale shoots back, shaking his head. Taken him in? What an unbelievable misunderstanding, Daruth mutters, clearly not buying the denial, then relents. Fine, you've really grown up. 18 counts as an adult after all. That's true, Cale agrees, then you may go, his father allows. Just as Cale turns to leave, Daruth calls his name, stopping him cold. Then, apropos of nothing, Daruth faceplants onto his own desk and starts rambling about, of all things, the golden turtle. We're a warrior family, a family that protects, he declares grandly, insisting it's their sacred duty to shield everything they love behind a hard shell. But the most important thing, he adds with total sincerity, is protecting yourself. That's why we're turtles, truly poetry. So put yourself first above everything else, he tells Cale, somehow landing on decent advice through the world's silliest metaphor. He brings up the power Cale's picked up along the way, framing it like some grand knightly blessing. It's very cool, right? Cale preens, clearly fishing for the compliment. Looks great, honestly, Daruth admits with a grin, while Cale adds smugly that he's always put himself first anyway, ahead of the turtle philosophy all along. Good, that'll do, Daruth says, arms crossed, looking satisfied with how this whole talk turned out. With that, Cale turns on his heel and heads for the door, footsteps echoing down the hall. His father's little turtle speech keeps rattling around in his head as he walks off, equal parts ridiculous and oddly touching. The dragon hitches a ride on his shoulder, and Cale can't quite hide his surprise at the extra passenger. The little dragon just gives a lazy yech, like riding shotgun on Cale was obviously the plan all along. The next day, Cale sets off for Harris Village, ready to see the damage for himself. Or really, let's be honest, his actual destination is the dark forest itself. His eyes narrow as it hits him. It's been just over 2 months since Choi Han left this place. The stone wall guarding the road to the dark forest comes into view, and what's left of Harris Village behind it is grim, silent, and dark. Nothing but skeletal frames remain where houses used to stand, the whole village reduced to scraps of what it once was. Cale takes it all in, grim-faced. It's so black, he mutters, and he's not just talking about the scorch marks. Cale and his companion pick their way through the burnt woods, past graves that used to be a village. Where are the graves? His companion asks. Cale just nods and heads off to check it himself, quiet and focused. Watching him walk off alone, his companion figures Cale must be down about it. Honestly, who wouldn't be after a whole village went up in flames? Cale stops, reading the air itself. Fire energy is strong here, he says, and his companion can only blink. Since when could he sense that? Off to the side, a companion just shrugs it off with a grin. I'm from a sea tribe, after all, like that explains everything. Cale just nods. True, no further questions asked. Apparently sea tribes get a free pass on making 0 sense. They roll up on the ruined village itself, and even Cale's companion can't help but flinch. Mess, Cale mutters, understatement of the year. Lord Cale, his companion says carefully, clearly bracing for whatever's coming next. Cale turns to the group. Do you know why I brought you all here? Cue the collective confused blinking. He crosses his arms, working up to it, that sharp look in his eyes saying this is bigger than just a graveyard visit. The magic tower and the jungle queen, Cale says. With those two, I'm about to make an absolutely obscene amount of money. And I'll offer a sea route to the estate, he adds, eyes glinting like a man who's already counted the profits. Grinning, he lays it out plain. I'm going to be making a lot of money soon, and I'm using it to build this village back up from scratch. The real plan spills out a villa where he, his companion, and all their friends can just live and play together. Sappy, but he means it. I heard the dark forest is dangerous, his companion says warily. Cale's smirk answers before his mouth does. Are you seriously asking that? Cut to an old memory. Younger Cale walks beside someone with a dragon soaring overhead, the words hanging in the air. I promise to take care of all of you. You'll need somewhere to live as wolves too, he told them back then. I'll build a place where you can do exactly that. The memory lands on 2 kids in his care. Grow magnificently before Lark returns, he tells them, a promise wrapped in a challenge. Back in the present, Cale just goes quiet. That old vow is clearly still sitting heavy on his mind. Where's your answer? He presses one of the kids, who squeaks out a nervous yes, sir. The whole group snaps to attention. Yes, sir, loud enough that even Cale looks mildly spooked. Overachievers, every last one of them. Good, Cale says, satisfied, and the caravan rolls on toward the next stop. There's a well over there, someone notes, scouting the land in silence as they take stock of what's left to rebuild. One companion just wonders quietly if this scarred, blackened village can ever feel like home again, the way their old one used to. Cale watches the kids from a distance, unreadable, while the rebuilding plans keep turning over in his head. The road pushes on toward an old stone tower, its walls catching the sky like something out of another era. At the gate, someone marvels at just how thick the stone really is. This isn't your average wall. Somewhere in the back of someone's mind, Choi Han would have just hopped straight over this thing instead of bothering with the gate. Show off. It's a unique place, being a mysterious land and all, a companion muses, running her hand along the stone. I wonder how sturdy this wall really is. Her hand sinks right into the stone with a crack and both of them freeze. That wall is a lot less sturdy than advertised. Is the dark forest just beyond this wall? Cale asks, deadpan, while she's still staring at her own finger poking clean through solid rock. What a terrifying tribe, he mutters. It's similar, Cale notes cryptically, running his hand over another crumbling patch. Pardon, what is? Comes the confused follow-up. Beyond this wall, he says, nodding at the tree line. You did say it'd be a unique place. The dark forest waits on the other side. Cale explains the strangeness of it all. Out here, even the trees grow differently, twisted into something almost beautiful and completely wrong. Plants come out looking normal but turn poisonous, he explains, and the monsters mutate into things with faces that don't belong in nature. This is the only place left where you can see actual traces of the eastern continent, right here in the Rowoon Kingdom, Cale says, and suddenly the danger makes a lot more sense. Lord Cale, someone calls out urgently, snapping him back from the lecture. Look after the kids, a companion is told. Okay, she agrees, and the group splits up to handle business. Turns out there's a whole wagon's worth of young beastmen waiting to be looked after. Cale just sighs so much for a quiet afternoon. Let's go, Cale says, already moving. Yes, sir, comes the reply, and the group falls in behind him. Footsteps crunch through the underbrush as they push deeper toward the tree line, the dark forest getting closer with every step. Cale and his companion walk on in silence, the weight of what's waiting past that wall settling over both of them. Cale's jaw is tight, his fist clenched hard enough to shake. Whatever brought him out here, it's clearly still eating at him. He drops to his knees in the dirt of the forest, alone, working with his bare hands instead of a blade for once. One by one, he picks up loose stones from the ground, stacking them with a care nobody would expect from him. The sand slides away as he clears the earth, and slowly a grave mound takes shape right there in the wilderness. He's thought about doing this for a long time. History books call this the death of the Harris villagers, supposedly the spark for some protagonist's awakening. Cale just mutters that there has to be more to this village story than what got written down. In his head, he lays out 3 facts that all point to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Technically, anything to do with Harris Village belongs to Choi Han, but this particular piece of it, he decides, is his to handle. Anything tied to this village is supposed to be Choi Han's problem, he reminds himself. Then he calls out for his steward Hilsman. Hilsman snaps to attention. Yes, my lord. Cale's order is simple, get these people proper graves. Whatever happened here, they deserve better than a pile of rocks. Cale eyes the crude stone markers and isn't impressed. These are far too shabby, he says flatly. Hilsman scrambles to agree before the words even finish. There's a quiet tap on the shoulder, just a beat of silence between them before Cale speaks again. Cale looks up at the sky with a knowing little smile. You know, don't you? He asks Hilsman. Hilsman stiffens, saying nothing. His silence gives him away completely. Why would anyone want to go somewhere that dangerous while they're still recovering? Hilsman protests. Cale waves him off. The people who massacred Harris Village won't be wherever he's headed anyway. Must you really go that far for Choi Han? Hilsman presses, half exasperated. Cale just grins in the sunlight, his dragon curling in close beside him. Something startles the room, and down on the floor, 2 little cat creatures flinch and meow, caught completely off guard. The group turns as one, tension flickering across their faces. Whatever's coming, they're bracing for it together. Hilsman's composure cracks completely, sweat beading as he stammers. The plan has clearly rattled him. There's no need to worry, someone reassures softly, and the group settles in close together, leaning on one another for the night. Down the stairs, Cale's dragon slinks along in the dark, quietly along for the ride as always. Hilsman finally exhales. Yes, I know, my lord, he says, resigned to whatever Cale's planning. Okay, I'll trust you, Cale tells him, tapping him on the shoulder. It's Hilsman's job to run things now while Cale's away. I will become stronger, Cale declares, and the look on Hilsman's face says he wasn't expecting that much conviction. Go ahead, comes the reply, and with that, boots crunch through the brush. It's time to move. Hilsman will start taking care of the complicated stuff now, Cale explains, walking through the bare winter trees with his steward close behind. Cale lets out a private sigh of relief. He doesn't have to talk his way around Hilsman anymore. That's a genuine load off his chest. Dawn breaks on the next day and the group sets off again, torches lighting the way. The dead trees loom overhead as Cale lays out the situation. There are two swamps hidden inside the dark forest. One swamp crawls with monsters, the other is supposedly uninhabitable, and the group pushes deeper into the dark, spiky forest to find out which is worse. Pazatin, you said the merpeople's poison felt stronger than usual, right? One of the women asks, sizing up just how dangerous this swamp really is. Right, Pazatin confirms. So which swamp will it be? Cale's answer comes fast, probably the uninhabitable one. Cale scoops up one of the cat tribe kids for a hug, grinning like it's the easiest thing in the world. Danger or not, he's not letting them out of his sight. The uninhabitable swamp, deep in the dark forest, that's their first stop. If it's not there, then we'll head to the other swamp, the one that's actually filled with monsters, Cale adds, like that's a perfectly reasonable backup plan. This one will have a more comfortable path as well, he reassures, carrying one of the kittens as they walk. Won't the children be in danger? One of the women asks, watching Cale cradle both kittens against his chest. You said yourself the dark forest is dangerous. And if nothing can even live in this swamp, that means the poison or the swamp itself has to be brutal, comes the blunt reasoning. One of the kittens perks up, tail swishing, clearly not thrilled about where this conversation is going. In dangerous places like that? The little white one squawks, and he already said we wouldn't get hurt, bold words for something that fits in one hand. A sharp, questioning look crosses one of the women's faces, then a small voice pipes up, determined, I'm going to get stronger today. The cat tribe kids want power, plain and simple, and that hunger just handed Cale, a man who mostly just wants peace and quiet, one more headache. If it goes well, their poison mist could grow strong enough to even knock out the whale people. That's not a small deal, that's a genuine opportunity worth the risk. You'll get to see Owen and Hong's true skills soon enough, Cale says, then simply let's go. Wings flare out, dark and crackling with green light. Whatever's about to happen, it's happening fast. The dragon's full form tears through the swirling air, power rolling off it in waves. Cale rides the surge of magic, the wind howling around him and his companions as they close in on the swamp. Pazatin, one of the women, calls, and she nods back sharply. It's time to move. Feet splash down into the water as the group wades deeper into the swamp. A huge wave crashes up around them. They are in it now. Someone slices through the water in a blur, diving straight into whatever's waiting below. And there's Cale, grinning wide with both cat tribe kids held close against him, swamp magic glowing all around. Dangerous mission or not, this is exactly where he wants to be. Cale streaks down through the night sky, magic crackling around him as he closes in on his target. He's got his two furry sidekicks tucked in close, Ron on one side and his not-so-ordinary white cat on the other. Down they go, wind roaring past as this strange little trio dives deeper into the dark. The cats let out a little wow as the treetops of their destination come into view below. Welcome to the dark forest, a wild, tangled expanse nobody has ever truly tamed. Even Cale can't help but marvel at the size of the place. No wonder past rulers never managed to hold onto it. Taming this place, he figures, might be a job for a dragon or for Choi Han. Nobody else stands much of a chance. We're going down, he calls out, and gets a quiet okay back as they descend into the dark. They touch down safely and they're not alone. Two blue-haired guides are already waiting for them in the gloom. Ron and his fluffy white partner pad through the undergrowth like this is just another stroll. Cale offers to lift the spell weighing on their guide, and the little black dragon perched on her shoulder braces for it. Light and mana ripple outward as the spell breaks apart around her. Both guides straighten up under the starlight, clearly more comfortable now that whatever was pressing on them is gone. I feel refreshed, she admits. It was getting a bit stuffy. Then she turns to thank the dragon formally as Sir Dragon. She bows her thanks to the tiny dragon like he's visiting royalty, which, frankly, he sort of is. The dragon wrinkles his snout. The mana in this forest feels unusually dark. Cale isn't sure what that even means. And it smells, the dragon adds. Cale deadpan asks smells like what exactly, not that he expects a straight answer. Something about it nags at him, familiar but just out of reach. He wonders out loud if dragons even have a decent sense of smell. Their guide gets down to business. What's the plan and how exactly are they getting to the swamp? Cale calmly pulls out a map and she can't quite hide her surprise that he actually came prepared. The swamp they're aiming for sits right on the border between the outskirts and the interior. He explains, relatively tame as this forest goes. His plan is simple: dodge fights where they can, but don't waste time going out of their way to avoid every monster either. This whole forest splits into two worlds, a relatively safe outer ring without many big threats, and an interior packed with danger so thick it took Choi Han himself decades just to move through it freely. Choi Han's old path ran from the far north through that brutal interior and finally out to the very outskirts they're standing in now. Cut back to Choi Han's own journey. Years spent cutting his way through this forest completely alone before he finally reached the southern outskirts. When he finally discovered people actually lived out here, it hit him hard. It had simply taken him far too long to find them. Cale isn't ready to bet their route on decades-old memory though. They'll have to confirm the safe path themselves. He hands off a little something and tells their guide to take point. Cale himself cracks open a can for a quick boost before they push on. Their guide takes one too, steeling herself for what's ahead. Then she lets her power loose, water magic surging out around her in a rush. It coils and builds, a living current wrapping around her hands and arms. "I'll get you to our destination safely," she promises, her focus locking in. With her power humming and ready, the group falls in behind her and moves out. As the forest goes eerily quiet, she voices the obvious worry. Isn't silence usually the danger sign? Not necessarily, Cale says. That trick only works if something's actually in charge here. And this forest has no ruler at all. Down here, everything simply eats or gets eaten. She snaps him back to attention with a quick look forward, and he sheepishly falls back in line. Map in hand, they check their progress. One region cleared, a small monster zone coming up next. "Let's move quietly," comes the order, and the group tightens up, weapons ready. Their guide slips ahead alone to scout the thicket first. A volley of projectiles comes flying out of the dark, and she swats them aside without even breaking stride. Cale can only manage an impressed woe as she promises to handle the rest just as quietly. Whatever just came at them, Cale corrects, those weren't goblins. They're hauntas, he explains, monsters native to the eastern continent, while his guide warns him it's too dangerous for him to stay up front. Before anyone can react, more of them burst out of the tree line. Hauntas look like goblins, sure, but dumber and a whole lot meaner and more vicious. No wonder she didn't recognize them at a glance, and she immediately offers to clear out the whole pack herself. Cale waves her off, he'll handle this one. She blinks, completely thrown, pardon. A pack like this, he shrugs, is nothing he can't take care of, Ron and the dragon flanking him like they've done this 100 times. He flashes a smug little grin, clearly enjoying the moment. Truth is, he's been itching to try something out anyway, and this horde just volunteered to be his test subjects. Cale's got that look in his eye, the one that says he's about to show off. Perfect time to prove myself, he thinks, squaring up before they even step into the forest. His two elf companions flank him, all business, while Cale strolls in like he owns the place. Something skitters in the dark ahead, showtime. A pack of goblins claws its way out of the shadows, snarling and closing in fast. "Step back, Lord Cale," the elf knight barks, blade drawn, moving to shield him from the monsters bearing down on them. Cale just smirks. "Just save me if it looks dangerous," he shrugs, because really, how's he supposed to get hurt with backup like this? The dragon isn't so relaxed, warning them the poison coating these monsters is nastier than it looks. A surge of green light rips through the clearing, and the elf mage's eyes go wide, something's reacting badly. "I see," Cale mutters, eyeing the little fox creature curled at his feet. "It's poison." The goblins swarm in and Cale's hand ignites with spellwork, ready to answer them blow for blow. "They're so damn noisy," Cale groans, magic crackling around him like he's more annoyed than afraid. Overhead, the little dragon swoops down through the sparkling night air, diving straight into the fight. Cale's fingers trace another spell mid-motion, magic snapping and coiling around his hand. For a second, his usual lazy mask drops, just a flash of something sharper, more dangerous behind that grin. Something goes wrong. Cale drops, plummeting through the dark with the dragon shrieking after him. The forest rushes up to meet him as he falls, monsters and magic still churning in the chaos below. He catches himself midair, hand already glowing, one more spell ready before he hits the ground. A figure comes crashing down through the trees, cloak snapping like wings, hair whipping in the wind. The spell detonates in a blinding column of light, tearing straight through the clearing. A massive shield snaps into existence, glowing runes locking into place to block the incoming assault. The goblins skid to a halt, shrieking in confusion. They clearly weren't expecting that. Cale's hand moves again, weaving another thread of magic before the monsters can regroup. Something small and quick streaks through the air, dodging the chaos with practiced ease. Another blast rips a glowing trail across the battlefield, and the tide of the fight turns hard. The goblins go down hard, howling, and somewhere in the wreckage, someone starts asking Cale a question he'd rather dodge. The elf knight isn't convinced it's over. Even if they're small, there's still 10 of them, she frets, and they're supposed to be tougher than goblins. Cale stands alone in the settling dust, catching his breath while a small fox creature watches him warily. He turns the fight over in his head. Maybe they're still weak just because they are near the forest's edge. Or maybe the poison itself was weaker here too. Weak, sis? One fox teases the other while the elf knight checks Cale over. Are you hurt anywhere, Lord Cale? Yeah, he says, definitely not the whole truth. Further down the path, the elf mage stops dead, staring at something in open shock. You are. Cale waves off the moment, showing a small scratch on his hand like it's nothing. Just a scratch, though, he says. Do you intend to keep taking care of these small monsters, Lord Cale? The knight asks, watching him closely. Probably, Cale admits, though I can't push myself too hard, I'm still recuperating. Classic Cale, always finding an excuse to slack off. The two little fox creatures nuzzle up to him, chirping their own review of the fight. How was it? How'd we do? 2 days pass in the dark forest, the road stretching on beneath a bruised purple sky. Own, the white fox spirit, hums happily to herself over a fresh kill, pleased as ever with her own handiwork. The whole crew regroups over another downed monster. Cale, the 2 elves, and his 2 loyal little beasts, all present and accounted for. Dark wings unfurl in the gloom as the dragon stretches out, restless and still half-wild. Cale reaches out and steadies it, thinking to himself that it's actually getting better through real experience. All done, he says, patting it down, while Own and Hong noisily finish off their own snack nearby. We get the real reason Cale's babying these creatures. Own and Hong had to fend for themselves, fleeing their tribe, with nobody around to teach them how to survive. They never got proper training, and neither did the dragon, tamed young by a human who had no idea what it actually needed. Looking at the dragon's scarred, tired face, Cale silently promises to make up for all of that on this journey through the dark forest. That'd be a pointless notion, he immediately tells himself, undercutting the whole moment before it can get too sentimental. The dragon cuts in, unimpressed. You won't be able to handle it from here on out, weak human. A day's worth is more than enough for you. The youngest is right, Cale sighs, scooping his little beasts up close, and gets reminded flat out that he coughed up blood the last time he overused that shield spell. The 2 elves just stand there, equal parts stunned and exasperated, like they still can't believe how casually he shrugs off, nearly collapsing. For now, stop and put your masks back on, Cale tells everyone, while the foxes wonder aloud if it's because of the poison. Exactly, the dragon confirms, then stiffens. Human, I smell something weird. What do you smell? Cale asks, all business now. He can't quite place it as they walk. It's a familiar scent, he mutters, probably just the poison or something rotting near the swamp. He crouches to strap a mask onto Hong's face too. Come here, wear your mask. The dragon isn't buying his swamp theory though. It's not, it says. It's not some common scent, the dragon growls, dead serious now. Whatever's out there in the dark forest, it's something new entirely. We open cold, something small in a little mask, fur on end, eyes blown wide at whatever's creeping up on it. Buckle in. Deep in a monster-infested forest, Cale strolls along, nerding out about how rare it is for a stretch this big to have only 2 swamps. His blue-haired ally isn't nearly as amused, and behind them, his little fox nearly gets snatched, yelping bloody murder. Cal just shrugs off her unimpressed look. You'll get it once you see them yourself, he says. 2 straight days slogging through this forest and she still looks put together. He's clearly impressed. The rest of the group can't help gushing about how strong Cal's team is. One tart reply cuts through coming from the healthiest looking person out here. That compliment rings a little hollow. Let's go, Cal calls out, and the whole crew plus a certain tiny dragon tagging along pushes deeper into the woods. The march continues, and trailing at the very back of the pack is a small, unbothered fox, clearly in no rush at all. A weathered marker cuts through the trees. This is the line between the forest's tame outskirts and its real interior. Somewhere close by, something growls. Whatever it is, it's already lunging, and Cal's masked little companion doesn't even get a full second to process before the monsters are right on top of them. Lord Cal, someone calls out. It's Rosalind, water already coiled around her fists, asking if it's finally her turn to fight. She doesn't wait for an answer. A blade of water rips free and she's already moving. Cal waves her on. Go ahead, take your turn, and puts his own fist through the nearest monster's face just to keep things moving. Rosalind's water whip cracks out again, carving straight through whatever's still standing. Another strike lands clean, and the swamp's monsters start dropping fast. She finishes the combo with a decisive slash, one less monster to worry about. The dust barely settles before she's already lining up her next hit. Sword out now too, Rosalind cuts through the last stragglers in one clean flurry. She surveys the bodies, almost amused these things actually dared to pick a fight with a literal dragon standing right there. One monster just stares at her, dazed, clearly regretting every decision that led to this moment. She doesn't give it time to reconsider. One more strike and it's over. The last of them hits the ground with a heavy thud. Cal gets in on the fun too, snapping off a burst of ice magic of his own while his tiny fox and tiger companions watch, practically starstruck. He stays perfectly composed through it all, like blasting monsters with magic is just another Tuesday. Let's go, Cal tells the little ones, learn from them, and his masked tiger companion looks distinctly nervous about the homework assignment. The group pushes on. A small dragon gliding along overhead like this is all completely normal. Rosalind suddenly flinches and Cal confirms it. They've officially made it to the swamp region. The swamp itself is massive, big enough to float several ships in, Cal admits, and it earns this forest's dark reputation better than anything else out here. Even he didn't expect it to be quite this big. From above, the group looks tiny against all that fog and rot. Right? Someone agrees, understating it hard. There's poison, Rosalind warns flatly, scanning the haze. The plants out here have been twisted by the swamp's poison, not lethal on its own, but still poison, and everyone's told flat out, do not touch them. Cal drives the point home. Even Choi Han, who shrugs off poison like it's nothing, still avoids this particular swamp. That should tell you everything. Rosalind starts to relax. I guess we should be careful when something suddenly cuts her off cold. Her eyes go wide, locked on something just out of frame. False alarm, sort of. It's just Hong, the little fox, who's wandered face first into trouble again. Hong, Rosalind calls out, half worried, half exasperated, reaching for the runaway troublemaker. Cal scoops Hong up himself, feeding it something with surprisingly gentle instructions: eat slowly, don't overdo it. Hong, predictably, ignores all of that and just devours it happily. Turns out that snack was laced with a mild paralysis poison. Hong doesn't care one bit, declaring it refreshing and delicious. Cal, unbothered, just calls the rest of the group over. Everyone just stares at the two of them, completely unsure how to respond to that. Then Cal's attention snaps elsewhere. Fresh drag marks cut through the mud nearby. Someone's clearly been through here before, he notes, and decides to go check it out himself. As he walks, Cal turns a theory over in his head: the real reason the merpeople managed to get so much stronger. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he gets that the swamp itself is behind it. He circles back just to scold Hong again for overeating. The fox couldn't care less, tail wagging away. Cal calms his little tiger companion down. Just wait, he says, but it insists quietly that it wants to get stronger. The tiny dragon chimes in with some backhanded encouragement: don't overthink it, you're already stronger than me anyway. The tiger just brushes it off like it already knew that. Cal changes the subject. Forget the swamp theory for now, he says, just go eat some of the plants over there instead. For a moment it's quiet, just the sound of snacking while the group catches its breath. Then the scene widens, Cal kneeling alone in the fog, his dragon, tiger and fox scattered around him, and something unseen stirring at the edge of the clearing. Something's clearly bothering him. Lord Cal, someone calls out, snapping him out of it. Rosalind reports back no sign of anyone actually harvesting the plants, but plenty of tracks clustered near the swamp water, roughly 2 weeks to a month old. So they were after the water instead, Cal concludes right before someone else's whisper cuts through the group. Human. The little dragon zeroes in immediately. Why'd you take your mask off? Cal's answer isn't reassuring. It wasn't a face he recognized, it was a scent, a familiar magic scent. And there it is, unmistakably, a dragon's mana scent is coming from somewhere inside this swamp. The fog churns, dark and restless, hiding whatever's actually out there, and that's exactly where this chapter cuts off rude. Deep in a monster-infested swamp, Cal and his crew pick up something eerie on the air, a lingering scent of mana with nothing alive behind it. His wildest theory just got confirmed, straight from a black dragon's own words. This whole swamp is soaked in a scent of mana that should not exist. There is a dead dragon buried somewhere in this swamp, and just like that, Cal finally understands how the merpeople have been getting stronger. Watira cannot wrap her head around it. How do you even detect the mana scent of something that is no longer alive? The little dragon pipes up with a guess. He thinks it is the swamp itself keeping the scent alive. Cal takes it further. The swamp is not just holding onto that scent, it is actively controlling it so the mana never disperses. Even he sounds unsettled saying it out loud. Mana is supposed to be a purely natural force, similar to those ancient dragon powers on the surface, but fundamentally not the same thing at all. Mana is supposed to vanish the instant something dies. Ancient power, though, that can linger long after the body is gone. Something clicks and Cal's eyes snap wide open. Realization just hit him like a slap. He steadies himself fast, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else standing in this swamp. Meanwhile, the little fire fox Hong is blissfully oblivious, munching away with hearts practically floating off her head. Cal's brain is doing the real work here. This is the first ancient power he has ever run into that never showed up in the novel he half remembers. Was it natural, or did someone plant it here on purpose? The little dragon preens after getting complimented, immediately agreeing that yes, obviously he is very smart, while Watira just blinks at him like she's questioning her life choices. Watira finally asks him straight up what is going on, and Cal does not dance around it. There is a dragon's corpse sitting in that swamp. A corpse, she repeats, stunned. Cal just shrugs, yeah, and judging by the smell it has been dead a good while. Hong nearly chokes on her snack. Hong's priorities are crystal clear. Forget the ancient dragon corpse, can she still drink the water or not? Cal lays out his theory. The merpeople's whole gimmick is poison, so it always made sense they had been drawing strength from this exact swamp. Or, Watira adds, it could be the dead dragon's leftover mana doing the work. Cal does not even blink, could easily be both. Duh, he says, looking entirely too pleased with himself for a guy standing knee-deep in a monster swamp. If it were just poison, they could grab a sample and whip up an antidote easy. But mana from a dead dragon is an entirely different, much scarier problem. The group presses deeper into the dark, sizing up just how massive this swamp really is, and there is no simple way to just wall the whole thing off. Watira stares out at the dark forest, worry creeping in. They cannot exactly post guards here forever. Cal cuts through the hand ringing with 2 words, it is simple. Watira braces herself, already dreading whatever reckless idea is coming. Take as many samples of the swamp as she wants, he offers, and once that is done, they will make another deal. Another deal? Someone echoes warily. Cal admits he was ready to just leave after collecting his poison sample, but he sees no reason to leave a power source behind that could make some unknown enemy even stronger. So Watira asks carefully, what exactly does he have in mind? He is going to handle the swamp problem himself, he says. Her one-word reply says it all. How? I am going to overturn it, he says, casual as ordering coffee. Watira needs a second to make sure she heard that right. She studies him for a long beat, trying to figure out if he is actually joking. This entire, massive swamp, she clarifies, still not quite believing it. He tells her not to overthink it, he will get rid of the whole thing for her, so all she has to do is make the deal. After all, this is the dark forest, a place where absolutely anything can happen and nobody would even blink. Any mess, he points out, can get quietly written off as a simple accident, and neither of them ever has to admit knowing a thing about it. She lets out a long breath and finally caves. All right, let's make a deal. She lays down her one condition: come to her anytime, and any deal is fair game as long as it satisfies them both, then seals it by swearing on her own name, Watira. She reaches out to shake on it, reassuring him there is nothing to worry about, then starts adding some fine print about whatever byproducts might turn up. Turning this swamp inside out is his job now, he says, gripping her hand right back. She agrees, and Cale wastes no time calling out for his little dragon. He tells the dragon to get hung somewhere safe, promising her a swamp poison sample himself the moment he is done if she just sits tight. Be careful, do not you dare get hurt, youngest Hong calls after him. Okay, he tosses back, already walking off. Cale calls out for Pazitin next, and whatever he says makes Watira's whole body go rigid. He hands over a bottle spelled with anti-decomposition magic, just for collecting the swamp water sample. Watira genuinely cannot believe he thought of that. With the prep finally done, it is time to get this show on the road. Then comes the order that changes everything: get out. Worried he might get poisoned or hurt handling this alone, Watira asks if he is really doing this solo. A voice cuts through the swamp before he can answer. He is not alone at all. Something massive rips out of the shadows in a violent burst of wind. A dragon, the real deal, unfurls to its full size and rumbles out one simple claim: he's with me. Watira takes a wary step back, demanding to know exactly what he is trying to pull. The dragon eyes her, almost amused. You're a little smart for a human, it says. Cale just grins. This much power is nothing to him. He had been wondering where he could put it to use, and now the perfect opportunity finally showed up. Use as much power as you want, he tells the dragon. Can I really? It asks back, practically vibrating with excitement. Do not ask the obvious, he says dryly, though just so they are clear, not so much power that it actually hurts him. The dragon's power ignites, raw and blinding, tearing straight through the swamp air. Cale watches it all unfold with a satisfied smirk, exactly the outcome he engineered from the start. The dragon lets loose completely, its full might crashing down on the swamp that dared to keep a piece of its kind rotting inside it. Its eyes blaze as the command finally lands: turn the whole thing over, and just like that, the swamp that had been feeding the merpeople's power gets wiped clean off the map. Let's rewind for a second. This is the story of a dragon, and trust me, it is not the kind of pet you bring home in a cage. Legend says this dragon got tamed by humans back when it was just 4 years old. Adorable, right? Do not get used to it. Turns out you cannot actually leash a dragon. The thing is domination. Its very existence flattens anyone who gets close. And after all that dramatic buildup, the dragon's only real complaint is that humans are just really, really loud. Cut back to Cale, grinning like he is about to poke a sleeping bear on purpose. Raw power comes pouring out of something way too small to hold it, and a pair of masked watchers stop dead in their tracks. Someone mutters a name in disbelief: Watira, of the whale tribe, because whatever is radiating off this thing rivals a leviathan. Cale plants himself dead center of the storm and does not budge an inch. Amazing, someone breathes, as that same dragon shape rips a hole clean through the sky. One of his companions is not thrilled watching this, mutters that at this rate Cale is not going to hand this power over, he is going to obliterate it. Someone else winces, wondering out loud if the dragon's corpse is even going to survive whatever he is doing to it. Here I go, Cale says, like a guy about to cannonball into a pool made of pure lightning. Alone in the dark tree line, he just stands there, letting all that pressure wash over him. A small dragon shape darts through the wreckage like none of this phases it one bit. Then, all at once, quiet, the kind of silence that feels louder than the explosion before it. The two masked watchers trade a look and one of them is sweating bullets. Yeah, that reaction says it all. Cale rides the shockwave without flinching, energy crackling off him in sheets. A massive dragon leans in close and in a surprisingly gentle voice, tells him he did a really good job. He just smirks back, clearly pleased with himself. Modesty was never really his thing. I am refreshed, the dragon chirps happily. Cale quietly reminds himself, Rule 1, do not make this dragon mad. You sure look like it, comes the sarcastic reply, watching him spin around still crackling with leftover magic. He asks, only half joking, if he can just do whatever he wants now. Classic Cale. He wanders off into the dark, footsteps echoing, already scheming his next move. Do not ask the obvious, the dragon snorts back. He just grins and tosses out a quick thanks anyway. His mind is already racing ahead. If he can grab that magic tower on top of everything else, this is about to get seriously out of hand. He lunges back into the fight, blade drawn, not about to let this moment slip through his fingers. Something dark and twisted lashes out of the shadows around him, and his expression goes ice cold. A voice slithers out of the dark and asks him, point blank, do you know what domination is? He flinches just for a second, eyes going wide before he catches himself. A hand stretches toward a glowing orb of raw power, daring him to reach for it. He gets yanked into the vortex, spinning through raw magic like it is trying to swallow him whole. The voice answers its own question. Domination, it says, is taking away someone's very ability to breathe. Then it presses further. Do you know the easiest way to steal someone's breath? It is a chillingly simple question. One word answers it, fear. Cale does not even hesitate. Screw fear, he snaps back and means every word of it. His mind drifts somewhere else entirely, to a simple truth. People already live their whole lives blind to what is coming next. And instead of freezing up over a future nobody can predict, the people he cares about just keep turning that fear into something they control. And Cale, he tells himself, sinking deeper into the dark water of his own memories. Kim Roxu, he says, his old name, his old life, have spent my whole existence clawing past fear after fear after fear. Why simple? Because he wanted to live. Not just survive, he wanted a life more comfortable and happier than anyone else's. That is the whole game plan. He surfaces from the memory with his answer locked and loaded. Domination, fear, he does not care about any of that garbage. Bullshit, he adds for good measure, just in case the voice in the dark did not get the message the first time. A masked stranger scoffs at something he has just been told. Bullshit, he mutters, clearly done listening. A voice out in the dark night sky almost sounds pleased to agree with him. Yeah, it is bullshit, and deep down he already knows it. Under a crescent moon his face snaps into pure shock. Something just changed. He takes off running, footsteps hammering against the ground. Wind screams around him as he finally spots it. Found it, he breathes. He throws himself off the edge, plunging headfirst toward a glowing ring of light below. His hand closes around it, a crown built entirely out of light. It detonates in a burst of blue ice as a voice booms at him to make the best use of it he possibly can. The blast still ringing in his ears, a quiet thought settles in. A cliff, after all, can sometimes save you instead of killing you. He steps forward through the icy light, unharmed and unmistakably changed. His face flickers with disbelief at whatever he is now feeling course through him. He is suddenly falling again, plummeting past treetops toward the ground below. He lands on his feet amid a shower of sparkles, somehow completely unscathed. Cut to some time later, he freezes, face to face with a small, sharp-eyed dragon creature. The little dragon squints at him and asks why exactly he looks about as strong as its own front claw. He can only stare back. No, you are still weak, he mutters, then wait, what even is that thing? The reveal, what he grabbed off that cliff, was an ancient artifact called the Dominating Aura. As grand as that name sounds, it apparently just pumps up how powerful your aura looks. A fancy crown of a power that does basically nothing. He deadpans that it is basically a con artist's dream ability. The little dragon is not amused. Scamming is bad, it scolds him. Time drifts forward. He stands with the wind in his hair, lost somewhere in his own thoughts. Rosalind and Lark watch from a nearby hill, murmuring to each other and hanging back. He waves them over. Come here, he calls. Nearby, the little critters play fight in the dirt while the two women flinch at something they just heard. Tiny footprints trail off across the dirt as the baby dragon comes tearing through at full speed. They fuss that he does not look hurt after all that, admitting they were scared for their youngest, and of course, everyone agrees their youngest is simply the best. Elsewhere underwater, a lone voice murmurs a single word, "Father." Someone remarks quietly that whatever they are sensing from him is different from raw strength. Her expression tightens as she takes it in, turning the thought over in her head. It is not strength she is picking up, she decides. It is the kind of presence only someone at the very top could carry, and that is exactly what radiates off him. Someone asks if any mana scent still lingers on the scene. Not anymore, comes the flat answer. He tells the little dragon to just go collect the bones for him instead. Okay, it chirps, while the others tease that they figured he would be in huge trouble by now. The little creatures tussle in the dirt, one needled for still being so weak while another insists they can just leave everything to their youngest. Of course, their youngest should not get hurt either, someone adds, as the whole group finally heads out together. Let's head back, he calls, and the pack of little critters answers with a happy meow. Cut to home, the family estate, where someone greets him softly, "Brother." At the dinner table, his family presses him. Must he really go? Nobody can figure out why His Highness is even sending him. One of the household worries aloud that it is far too dangerous a place to send him, especially so soon after he only just finished recovering. As he boards the ship, she sends him off with a soft goodbye. "Take care, Lord Cale," she says, praying he returns safely. The ship cuts through open water, spray crashing white over the deck. Obviously, he tells himself, he has zero intention of actually getting hurt out here. Out on the water, word is already spreading that Choi Han made it back from his own mission faster than anyone expected, whether or not he leveled an entire kingdom on the way. Rosalind and Lark made it back with him too, right on schedule. Hans is right there beside them, hands full, valiantly trying to feed a squirming fox and a very unimpressed dragon while everyone insists they are being brave despite trembling like leaves. Out on deck, he breathes it in. Of all things, he did not expect the sea to smell this nice. Tucked nearby, the little dragon is not worried about a thing. What is there to fear when the black dragon himself is riding along as backup? The dragon pipes up with an odd question. By any chance, is his name going to be just one syllable? Cale has no idea what he is even talking about. He figured the dragon would want something flashier like black or drag. So wait, he asks, you actually want a name? He wonders aloud if the little guy just does not like names like that. That is not it at all, the dragon insists. He will happily take whatever name Cale decides to give him. Well then, that settles it, Cale decides, Rayon. The dragon points out that Hong would have been hurt to hear that, then suddenly goes quiet. Human, he says softly. Cale leans against the rail, catching something odd in his tone. What did you just say? Not Rayon Mir like the dragon assumed. Cale admits he made up Rayon on the spot, a word that means something like happy or joyous because that is the life he wants for him. He figures Choi Han might get suspicious about the old world roots of the name, but he can always just make something up if it comes to that. The dragon just blinks at him, still processing it all. What does that even mean? Cale glances back at him, the closest thing to a soft smile crossing his face. The little dragon reaches a clawed hand toward him, almost disbelieving. You, he says. Cale confirms it, those words are his and his alone. For me, the dragon repeats barely above a whisper. Yeah, Cale says simply. He reaches out and ruffles the little guy's head. As far as he is concerned, this is one seriously great dragon. Light bursts softly around them both, the moment sealing itself into something neither of them will forget. The dragon puffs up with pride. Fine, he declares, he will allow it, and he is going to use that name proudly from now on. Sure, Rayon, Cale says back, and the name already feels like it belongs. Rayon takes off into the night sky, spinning with delight and announcing himself as the great Rayon Mir. He swoops back down, settling in right beside Cale on deck as the ship sails on through the dark. Cale pulls him in close, only half joking that it would be a real disaster now if he actually let himself get hurt after all that. We rewind the clock to before the crew ever set sail for the Whipper Kingdom, and today's storyteller is, apparently, a self-proclaimed great dragon. He does not have a name yet, but by his own account he is a powerful, extremely cool dragon. Modesty was never really his thing. The weak human in question is Cale, and the dragon has generously given him 1 whole month to come up with a name worthy of greatness. Famous last words. Elsewhere, the rumor mill is churning. Word is Princess Rosalind has put her foot down and walked away from the throne entirely, handing the Breck kingdom over. They say she wiped out a Grand Duke's entire family overnight, and she never moves without 2 frighteningly strong companions nobody else can identify. Handy, since our narrator already knows exactly who they are. A glowing magic circle flares to life, summoning a silent warrior and a fierce redhead who both look more than ready for trouble. 2 seriously strong people at her side, apparently. The kind of backup that makes ex-princess sound like an understatement. Aren't they just her subordinates, someone asks? Sure, if subordinates is code for walking disasters. Back to our smug narrator, who is looking awfully pleased with himself over a crystal ball call. On the other end, the crown prince just shakes his head and mutters that Cale is an absolute cunning bastard. Compliment, probably. Cale needles him further, claiming the 2 of them are more alike than the prince would ever admit. The prince recoils at the very idea, then pivots to business. Didn't the Rowoon kingdom come up completely empty-handed? Cale presses him on why he is so fixated on the magic tower, brushing off the denial since the prince is grinning the whole time. Caught red-handed, the prince admits Cale nailed it, grumbling about how fast he catches on. So Cale turns the question back on him, why does he actually want that tower so badly? The prince's answer lands soft for once, he just wants the power to protect the people he cares about. Cale, never one to get sentimental, just shrugs it off. He just wants the magic tower too. Sure, Cale, just fine. The prince concedes, deal's a deal. He flashes that golden boy smile that always seems to mean trouble is coming. He promises Cale his full backing, no strings loudly attached, and Cale simply says thanks. Cale scoops up his little dragon and promises to bring him back every good thing from the trip. The dragon just melts because apparently Cale really does know him well. Naturally, the dragon has one demand first. Has he picked a name yet? Cale stalls with a very suspicious hum. Still thinking about it, Cale says, and the dragon's whole face falls. He recovers fast, deciding of course a name worthy of someone this amazing needs some serious thought. Days tick by with the dragon underfoot everywhere Cale goes, pouncing, lounging, and completely unbothered about the wait. Time skips ahead. The crew that left on their travels has finally made it back home. Cale heads for the library to catch up, flanked by his usual quiet backup. Rosalind greets him with a warm, easy smile. It really has been a while. She reminds him she is no princess anymore, having been cut loose from the royal family. Cale just shrugs and downgrades her to friend instead. Just Rosalind like the old days, and she means it. Someone offers to brief him on everything that went down in the Breck kingdom, but Cale waves it off. He would rather not know what she had to do to survive. He changes the subject fast, more concerned with an update on Lark's younger siblings who are apparently somewhere else entirely right now. Lark's face drops. Wait, where exactly in all of them? The answer comes back, Harris Village. Harris Village is usually a postcard pretty little town, but a massive fire recently tore through it, and rebuilding is still very much underway. That is exactly why Lark's siblings headed there in the first place. Word is the crew is even helping build a cemetery for everyone lost in the fire, something the young master quietly insisted on himself, with Vice Captain Wilsman pushing just as hard to get it done. The crew jumps in to handle the heavy lifting, chibi-sized enthusiasm and all. Cale tries to play innocent. What do you mean, he insisted, but everyone remembers exactly who marched straight to the count about this. It is apparently the first time anyone has seen him actually care about the territory's business. Cale insists it is nothing special and immediately looks caught off guard. Cale sends Lark off to check on his siblings and scope out where they will actually be living. His silent bodyguard gets pulled along too. Go introduce yourself properly. Because as far as everyone else is concerned, Lark is family now. Rosalind is dismissed and it is straight down to business. A quiet thanks passes between them before he heads out. Cale brushes it off and just tells him to hurry up. Apparently Vikras already filled him in. Cue chaos, somebody named Bob is apparently responsible for what happens next and Choi Han goes flying off a cliff. Panic spreads fast, Cale could have actually gotten hurt in the crossfire. Cale, sprawled flat on the library floor, insists he is fine, just a little rock and water damage, nothing to see here. Nobody buys it but everyone just quietly lets it go. Right on cue, the resident worrywart notices something is off and shoves a plate of food at him, because that is just how Eric shows he cares. Cale deflects and makes a quick exit before anyone can ask if he actually got into it with Choi Han. Back home, someone catches the littlest member of the household in the act of something suspicious. Turns out the baby dragon is just curled up reading with his furry friends, though he still does not have a name. He is confident a name is coming within the week, fingers crossed it is a good one. The other pets pitch in with suggestions. Since he is a cool dragon, why not just call him Drag? The dragon looks utterly horrified. He starts spiraling out loud, wondering if Cale is really about to hand him a one-syllable name. The panic evaporates instantly. The second dinner turns out to be meat, priorities dragon style. Between bites though, the worry creeps right back in. What if it really is just drag? The mood shifts as the family dinner turns a little more serious. Word at the table is grim. People are dying every single day in the Whipper Kingdom and its nobles are quietly covering something up. Daruth is firm, royal order or not, it makes no difference to him. Then he turns and asks Cale outright, "Was this your doing?" Cale just grins and owns it, yes. He confirms he plans to go to the Whipper Kingdom himself, and his father starts in with a warning he clearly needs to say. Daruth admits plainly that he worries about his son constantly, all of them do. But make no mistake, this family does not actually care what happens to the kingdom itself. Violan tries the gentler angle. Wouldn't the family be safer if the kingdom itself were safe? Cale just bows theatrically and starts building his defense. He declares himself the family's golden turtle, thick shell, top priority, staying safe. And a Henituse never takes an unnecessary risk, he adds, lounging like he has already won the argument. Daruth relents but admits he will worry regardless. That is just what being a parent means. His little brother pipes up too, and Cale fires right back with some big brother advice of his own. He promises to bring back souvenirs since this whole trip only happens because his family is backing him. For just a second, the usual smirk softens into something almost sincere. Cut to open water. The voyage to the Whipper Kingdom is officially underway. The dragon is still stuck on the name question mid-voyage, and Cale has genuinely lost track of what he is even asking. Turns out he has been quietly dreading Cale might land on something as lazy as black or drag. Cale, all innocence, asks if he really does not like names like that. The dragon goes rigid with dread, bracing for the absolute worst. And then Cale says it plainly, Rayon. The dragon freezes midair. What did he just say? Rayon Mir, a full name first and last just for him. Cale admits he put real thought into it, a name meant to wish him a genuinely happy, joyful life. And for Rayon, that wish means everything, because the place he came from was deep, dark, and freezing cold. He spent his whole early life chained up, praying for nothing more than a way out, just a chance to actually live. For the first time since he was born, he finally has the freedom he always longed for. Now he soars free through open sky, those chains nothing but a memory. And it is all because of the human who set him loose in the first place. A name made of words meant only for him because he truly is, in his own words, the great dragon. And for once, nobody in the room is arguing with him. Rayon Mir, he says it out loud like he is trying the name on for size and it fits perfectly. Quietly, sincerely, Rayon thanks him. And then something makes Cale's whole expression snap wide open. What is all he can manage? Whatever it is, it has both of them on edge in an instant. Cale's mood sours fast. Rayon is not having it. Say that one more time and it is a hard, huge no. He switches tactics, fussing that Cale is going to catch a cold out here and ordering him inside to sleep. Cale volleys the exact same order right back at him, go inside yourself. Rayon mutters that things would get complicated if he went inside, which is suspicious, to say the least. Before anyone can ask what that means, the sea itself erupts. Water crashes over the deck as something massive moves beneath them. Whatever it is enormous and it is coming up fast. Everyone on deck freezes, bracing for the worst. Choi Han, Cale and Rayon all lock up at once, staring down whatever just surfaced. Rayon points it out before anyone else even processes what they are looking at. Then, almost too calm about it, Rayon says it's not an enemy. Choi Han is not convinced. The ship suddenly feels very, very small against the open water. Something colossal glides beneath the waves, utterly unbothered by their tiny ship. Choi Han drops into a formal bow and greets it properly, the Whale King. The water itself seems to shimmer in its presence. This is Schickler, the Whale King, a power that makes even a continent-ruling emperor look small by comparison. Even Cale, who has stared down monsters twice his size, admits this one is a lot. Someone offers to keep this civil, a conversation on deck, no need for anyone to panic. Before those words even finish, something crashes down onto the deck itself. Two figures touch down out of the spray like they own the place. Leading the charge, Watira, heir to the Whale King himself, the striking, white-haired killer whale everyone is about to have a very interesting conversation with. Naturally, Cale picks this exact moment to pick a fight, insisting dragons are way more beautiful and cool than whales. Rayon, for his part, is thoroughly enjoying the compliment. Choi Han, meanwhile, is completely frozen solid, quietly wondering how his boss has the nerve to talk trash right now. He is fairly sure this is not the moment for jokes. Something about Watira's gaze makes him flinch outright. But Watira barely seems to notice the commotion. Her mind is somewhere else entirely. It has been a long time since she last visited these southern waters, she says. The south is warm this time of year, isn't it? A strangely gentle thing to say for someone who just crashed a ship. The open, on a quiet moment, a blue-haired stranger squints out at the horizon and murmurs that the south shore is warm. Turns out she's got family close by. A big, bearded stranger snaps to attention the second she calls out father. He's decked out like serious royalty, gold trim and all, not exactly the kind of guy you bump into by accident. Off to the side, Cale's crew clocks the whole reunion and quietly puts it together. These people are tied to someone named Watira. Cale, ever the diplomat, just smirks like he already knows exactly how this whole conversation's going to go. Turns out Dad's here to say thanks his son got saved, and he wanted to deliver the gratitude in person, daughter in tow. Cale waves it off, playing it cool. It's nothing, I just did what was needed. But the pleasantries don't last long. Dad admits flat out they're not exactly on good terms, so why not skip straight to the point? The three of them stand together on deck at night. Archie, Choi Han, and Cale, and the air gets noticeably colder. Archie's jaw is tight, eyes locked on something none of us can quite see yet. This is not a friendly stare. Somebody's piecing it together in their head. This guy lost himself for a second over some kind of loss, so why is he still fuming now? Somebody's got the sense to grab an arm before things go sideways. If these two throw hands right now, the whole ship goes down with them. A voice cuts through the tension, just his name, sharp and clear, like a leash yanking him back to reality. Somebody finally asks the obvious question everyone's thinking: what is actually wrong here? And in the middle of all that tension, someone's still fuming about something completely different. A whale apparently gave Cale a dirty look earlier, and that will not stand. Even the dragon leans in for a closer look, unimpressed, while somebody murmurs Archie's name like it explains everything. Turns out there's a reason for the attitude. Somebody called Schickler paid Archie a personal visit, and it's clearly still eating at him. Cale's pulse is doing something weird. His own instincts are on high alert around this guy, whether he likes it or not. Something in him is reacting all on its own, and before he can figure out why, Archie turns the question right back around. Who exactly are you? Archie doesn't like being sized up, and he's not shy about demanding an explanation or else. There's real feeling behind that glare, and a quiet warning gets tossed back. Don't let yourself get read that easily by someone else. And there it is, Cale, lit up and radiating way more presence than weak noble kid should ever be able to pull off. He even tosses in a jab dressed up as a compliment. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? Subtlety was never really his thing. That one lands. Archie visibly flinches, caught completely off guard. Introductions finally happen properly. Archie, Cale Henituse, though you can tell Archie would rather be anywhere else than apologizing right now. Then the dragon chimes in, completely unbothered, telling Archie he barely registered as tougher than its own toenail, and Cale, deadpan, tells him good job, I commend you. Archie's pride takes another hit, getting backhanded praise from what's basically a toddler dragon right before someone gets down to business and asks for the item. A beat of awkward silence follows while everyone waits to see if he'll actually hand it over. Turns out it's not lost, just misplaced, tucked away safe in an inner pocket the whole time. There it is, pulled out with a little flourish, glowing faintly like it knows it's important. Somebody finally asks the real question: why would anyone even need dead mana in the first place? And the answer isn't exactly comforting. The only person who'd ever want this is a necromancer who dropped off the map ages ago. The vial changes hands, a small, unassuming thing carrying a lot more weight than it looks like it should. Night settles back over the ship, calm again, at least for now. Before they part ways, Dad tacks on one more apology for whatever exactly Archie did to earn that death glare earlier. Cale just shrugs it off. Not the first weird stranger to size him up, won't be the last. Turns out even his own family thinks Archie's still got some growing up to do. The daughter just sighs at the whole spectacle, and for a second the scene turns downright cartoonish. She gives Cale one last warm goodbye before the two ships finally part ways. The voyage carries on, sails full, waves crashing under a starlit sky. Cale tucks the vial away himself now, already scheming about everything he could do with it. Then again, maybe patience is the smarter play here for once. Something catches his attention on deck, a small, quiet reaction that says more than the single syllable "let's on." He brushes it off and calls it a night, heading below deck with the dragon in tow while Choi Han just watches him go. Before anyone can stop it, the dragon bolts straight off the deck and into the open sky. And there it is, the big reveal, delivered with maximum drama. I'm a really cool, beautiful, and great entity, so make sure to remember it. My name is Rayon Mir. Cale comes sprinting after him, yelling for the dragon to wait up like a kid chasing a runaway pet. Choi Han just watches the whole scene unfold, quiet as ever, clearly turning something over in his head. Whatever it is, it lands somewhere serious. He mutters to himself that he needs to grow too, and he means it. A few days pass and the ship finally rolls into the harbor of the Whipper Kingdom. Waiting on the dock is a grinning, golden-haired noble who practically lights up the second he spots Cale. Cale, ever the charmer, greets him with one flat word: barely. The noble just laughs it off and throws an arm around him anyway, telling Cale flat out that he's putting his faith in him. Word is, deep in this kingdom sit the ruins of a fallen magic tower, and whatever treasures still inside has been sitting there unclaimed, just waiting for exactly the wrong person to come looking. Cale takes one look at the horizon, grins, and admits he can already smell the ocean, because for him, treasure hunting is just plain fun. Out on the open water, Cale kicks back with a grin, dragon perched at his collar, taking a deep, satisfied breath of sea air like he doesn't have a single care in the world. Treasure hunting, he declares, happens to be one of his favorite hobbies, and if you ever need some retrieved, well, he just so happens to be available. Ron just laughs it off, playing along with the pitch, because arguing with Cale's nonsense is a losing battle nobody has time for. Choi Han watches the whole performance with narrowed eyes, quietly wondering if Cale is laying it on this thick on purpose. Truth is, Cale never bothered explaining the actual plan to Ron, so right now the poor guy is running around thoroughly, hilariously confused. Somewhere in his coat, Cale is fiddling with an odd little magic apparatus, turning it over like he's trying to figure out what it even does. As it turns out, this device was the one and only thing ever handed down to someone named Bylos, and now, somehow, it has landed in Cale's hands instead. The rest of the pack couldn't care less about ancient artifacts, though the fluffy white cat and the little fire fox are too busy cooing over the newest, tiniest dragon in the crew. In the dark of the cabin, the baby dragon practices his brand new name out loud, gleefully rehearsing how he's going to introduce himself. Hey you, werewolf, I'm Rayon Mir. Cale just repeats it quietly to himself, Mir, popping a grape into his mouth like he's testing the word for flavor. Choi Han cuts straight to it, asking Cal point blank what he actually thinks about that last name. Choi Han clocks something strange. Cal didn't so much as blink at the word rayon but clearly struck a nerve. Interesting. I just made it up. Cal shrugs and Choi Han can't quite believe he's supposed to buy that. Meanwhile, the cat and fox are already voting the youngest's name is the best one yet. Someone floats Rahung as a backup option while Cal, sprawled out and dozing, doesn't seem too bothered either way. Choi Han admits it was a genuinely fascinating little exchange. Asked why, all he offers back is a flat nothing and lets the moment drop. Cal quietly replays Choi Han's odd reaction to the name Rayon in his head, wondering if he just got away with something. He chalks it up to the word just being pure, unmistakably foreign. That's probably all that threw him off. Out on deck, Cal turns his attention to Rosalind with a raised eyebrow. He points out the club in her hands. Yep, she confirms that's exactly what it is. Swinging a magic staff or a club, she reasons with a wild grin, amounts to basically the same thing once it connects with something's skull. Cal calls it surprisingly wise of her. If word got out a mage was wandering the Whipper Kingdom in the open, that would be dangerous, so he'd been planning to tell her to keep it hidden anyway. Rosalind just shrugs him off. She's not doing it to be wise, she just refuses to be the reason anyone on this crew gets hurt. And besides, she picked up plenty of hand-to-hand skills long before she ever touched magic. Rosalind's smile fades as the ship passes a scarred, blackened stretch of land. This place, she murmurs, and something heavy settles behind her eyes. The carriage is ready and waiting, they are told, whenever the young master wants to move on from this burned-out corner of the coast. With a nod, Cal gives the word, and the group heads off toward the harbor town waiting ahead. Someone teases him for how prepared he always seems to be, arriving at the shore like he already knew exactly what to expect. Their next stop turns out to be a quiet vine-covered house, tucked away from prying eyes, exactly the kind of place you'd pick if you didn't want to be noticed. Inside, Cal checks in with Ron to make sure everything was handled quietly enough that no rumors would leak out. Ron just scoffs. Obviously, why would he ever want to split his own profits by being sloppy? It's a weirdly genuine moment between them. I like you, Ron admits, catching even himself a little off guard. Likewise, Cal replies easily before getting down to business. So we won, right? Later, Cal sinks into a couch with a glass of wine, looking every bit like a man enjoying the calm before he goes and ruins it for himself again. Ron's tone turns serious fast, warning Cal about the tribes they're dealing with. These people aren't afraid to die, and that only makes them more dangerous because all they focus on is the kill. It gets worse with tribes carrying mana tolerance, he adds. If enough of them rise up and take the lead, it becomes genuinely terrifying. Mana tolerance itself is brutally rare. It can take a tribe several generations just to produce a handful of people who have it. But those few ended up deciding the entire war between the wizard and non-wizard alliances. The tribes have their own name for it, a natural revelation. For the mages who arrogantly assumed they'd always be the only ones who could master mana, that revelation turned out to be a death sentence. And leading that charge, Ron says, was the head of the non-wizard alliance himself, a man named Tunka. He and his closest men, by all accounts, don't fight so much as move on pure, terrifying instinct. Ron saw it himself once, from a safe distance, Tunka tearing a mage's head clean off with his bare hands. Even now, just thinking back on Tunka and his men, Ron admits his stomach still turns. It was pure, undiluted savagery. Cal takes it all in, unbothered, and simply notes that from the Whipper Kingdom's point of view, that story alone isn't going to be enough. He takes another slow sip of wine, clearly already turning something over in that head of his. Ron finally has to ask, where exactly does the young master think he's headed next? To meet Tunka, Cal answers, casual as ever, and Ron looks like he just swallowed his own tongue. Cal adds, just as breezily, that he'll be swinging by the magic tower first. He just smirks into his glass, thoroughly enjoying how rattled that plan sounds out loud. Just trust me, Cal tells him, which, coming from this guy, is either deeply reassuring or a very bad sign. For his part, Cal insists he's simply trusting his gut on this one. Ron eyes him warily and asks the obvious follow-up, and what exactly is that gut telling him? Cal sidesteps the question entirely, instead complimenting Ron on having genuinely solid instincts for a merchant. The curtains sway in the quiet, a small, still moment before things get considerably heavier. The official civil war may be over, but pockets of mage resistance are still out. Their screams keep echoing out from corners of the Whipper Kingdom, proof this fight isn't really finished. The aftermath is scattered across the region, ruins, bodies, and a thick, lingering mix of madness, despair, and grief. All three of those feelings, it seems, coexist right here in what's left of this place. Amid all that wreckage, Cal just swirls his glass and mutters that the wine is good, because of course he does. He takes another sip, unbothered as ever, staring out over the ruins like it's just another afternoon. A few days later, the next leg of the plan finally kicks off. As their carriage rolls in, Ron notes that at least Tunka kept his word about one thing: he never did completely level the old magic tower. Cal takes one look at what's left standing now, barely more than a tent, and dryly calls it a beautiful tower. Sure it is. The carriage rolls to a stop and the group climbs out. Cats trotting along at their heels like this is just another stroll. Someone digs around in a coat pocket, fishing for something. Whatever it is, it gets pulled out with a startled gasp. It earns Cal a grudging bit of respect and a real question: so, young master, what exactly are you planning to do now? Somebody just stares out at the surroundings, quietly murmuring, "This place," like the weight of it is finally sinking in. Whatever else you can say about the man, Ron admits under his breath, he does genuinely respect what Tunka managed to build out here. The path in cuts straight through the wreckage of old fighting, a grim reminder of exactly what kind of man they're about to walk up to. Cal tells Ron plainly if his stomach can't handle what they're walking into, he's free to sit this one out and rest. Ron straightens up fast. "Yes, young master," he manages. "This is a battlefield," Cal reminds him, and Ron's nervous, sweaty face says he didn't need the reminder. By sunset, the rest of the crew has finally caught up. "Sir Cal, everyone has arrived," comes the call, the whole group, dragon included, gathering on the ridge. The cat and fox trot along beside the group, and someone leans over to check on Ron. Is he actually going to sit this one out and rest? No, I'm fine," Ron blurts out fast. Cal just smirks and tells him to get to work then. Cal straightens up. "All business now. They came here today," he announces, "for one reason: to see the man named Tunka." Below them, the camp sprawls out in the dusklight, tents lit up red and gold. Cal's warning is simple: until they get there, nobody picks a fight. Cal doesn't bother with pleasantries. "Then get to work," he mutters, staring off into that blood-orange sky like the mission's already underway. They didn't cross into hostile territory for sightseeing. Cal lays it out plain: they're here to see the man called Tunka. Below them, an entire war camp stretches out, tense and simmering. Cal's orders are simple: hold off on starting any fights for now. Choi Han, ever the straight shooter, doesn't even know who they're here for. "Who's Tunka?" he asks, completely deadpan. Cal drops the bomb casually. Tunka is actually Bob, the quiet stranger they crossed paths with back in Ubar territory. Turns out Bob was never a real name, just a mask. And once that clicks, everyone realizes exactly who they are really dealing with. The reveal lands like a gut punch. Choi Han's jaw drops. What is about all he can manage. Logistics time. Not the whole crew is marching in. Ron figures a lean group, about 6 people, should do the trick. The little dragon perched on Cal's shoulder isn't shy about needling him, cooing that he must have made bank during the Civil War just to chat with a fancy advisor. "How fun," the dragon purrs, clearly more interested in the chaos ahead than any actual diplomacy. He's practically vibrating with excitement, insisting he can just sense something fun about to happen. Cal mutters, wondering what on earth his dragon's on about now. "Sense my ass," Cal grumbles right back. Still, the roster starts filling in fast. Choi Han is coming, so is Lark. Add Wilsman to the list too. This is shaping up to be a proper squad, not a solo stroll into barbarian territory. And Cal prompts, checking if Rosalind's in as well. She just grins and confirms it without missing a beat. Of course she is. And just like that, the final lineup gets locked in. Whatever's left, Cal hands off to Hands to manage. One eager voice pipes up promising they'll all just sit quietly nearby and behave. Sure they will. His little dragons are already antsy, whining about when they'll finally get to hit the magic tower. Cale tells them to hold their horses, their turn to cause chaos is coming. Now let's go, Cale finally says, dragons draped over him like scarves, and the whole group sets off toward Tonka's camp. The march cuts a wide path through the war camp, the whole crew falling into step behind him like they're walking into something big. They weave deeper through rows of tents, Ron trailing close as the camp watches them pass. Boots hit dirt again and again as the group threads through the sprawling barbarian encampment. Some of the mercenaries they pass are still caked in blood from whatever fight they just walked out of, and somehow it still doesn't look like enough for them. Cale doesn't even break stride. Look forward, he tells a jittery soldier who can barely stammer out a "yes, sir" in response. They finally arrive. Ron throws back the tent flap and announces they've made it, right before a meeting with Tonka himself. Cale goes quiet for a second, thinking through exactly how this is going to go with the advisors, especially with one name in particular on his mind: Bylos. He's sure Bylos already knows exactly what he's about to say, that the whole non-wizard alliance has completely lost its grip on reason. But look closer and it's not madness, it's a different kind of logic entirely, one born out of being pushed too far for too long. Flashes of memory flicker by, a rebellion against the idea that mages are the only smart ones, the only educated ones worth listening to. Countless scholars brushed aside for not being wizards finally hit their breaking point. Unable to take the disrespect any longer, they threw their lot in with Tonka instead. Turns out these advisors hate magic even more than Tonka does. That's the crew Cale's about to walk in on. Call them, Cale orders. Ron snaps back an all right as they step toward the advisor's tent. They're finally about to sit down with Tonka. Cale's expression flickers, half ready, half bracing for something, but he starts and doesn't finish. A curtain gets yanked back and a chill runs straight down Cale's spine. Something's very wrong here. A massive clawed hand looms into view. Cale can barely get the words out, no way. Human, booms a voice from the shadows, and it's not exactly a warm welcome. Choi Han steps forward without hesitation, calm as ever, while Cale's little dragon shrieks overhead. Choi Han, Cale blurts, startled he'd walk in first. Cale mutters that the energy in here isn't great. Choi Han just asks simply what. Something reeks, and it's not subtle about it either, followed by a booming, unhinged laugh echoing through the tent. And there he is, Tonka in the flesh, fangs bared and hair wild, looking every bit the tyrant his reputation promised. This is good, I was getting bored. Tonka grins, looking way too thrilled to see them. Tonka zeroes in on Choi Han immediately. So it's you, he growls, claiming everyone else's scent is strong but Choi Han's is the strongest of all. I can't just stand around after smelling your scent, Tonka says, practically salivating for a fight. Choi Han turns to Cale for confirmation. Sir Cale, is this Tonka? Yeah, you knew right away, Cale confirms. Tonka doesn't waste another second. Let's have a fight, he roars, grinning ear to ear. Aren't you itching for one too? Tonka taunts, flexing a bandaged fist, daring Choi Han to take the bait. Choi Han doesn't even hesitate. Fine, he says, cool as ever, while Cale's dragon watches it all unfold from his shoulder. Cale's face says it all, this was not the plan. What? He snaps, clearly not thrilled about a spontaneous brawl. The dragon, meanwhile, is thrilled with himself. I know I was right, he preens. I, the great Rayon, am smart. Choi Han's eyes flash red. Keheh, all right, he says quietly, and that grin is not a comforting sign. Power surges around him in a wall of purple light as Tonka roars back, fire lighting up behind him. This is happening. A blade slides free with a crisp, deadly hiss, purple energy crackling off the steel. But before it can go any further, Cale grabs Choi Han's arm. Choi Han, he says, sharp enough to cut through the bloodlust. Do you truly intend to fight right now? Cale presses, stopping everything cold before it even starts. Choi Han goes quiet, weighing it. Footsteps the only sound as the tension hangs in the air. Cale turns his attention to Tonka directly, addressing him by name. Tonka freezes. Yoyor, he starts and can't finish. It's been a while, Tunka, Cale says, something glowing faintly like a crown above his head as recognition crashes over the barbarian. Whatever Tunka is remembering, it clearly hits hard. The color practically drains from the moment. A memory surfaces, someone with that same red hair once tossing Tunka into the ocean and looking down at him like he was nothing. I'm sure it's him, Tunka thinks, glaring, that red hair, that's the bastard who threw me. Cale turns back to Choi Han and finally puts the question to him straight. Do you want to fight, Choi Han? Yes, Choi Han answers, no hesitation at all. Cale relents, then fight if that's what you want. Choi Han's power roars to life, energy screaming off him as he locks in, ready to go. All right, let's do this, Tunka whoops, absolutely delighted. Very nice, he adds, practically giddy for the beatdown he's about to get. The dragon isn't impressed. How stupid, he mutters. He really wants to get beaten up, he adds, not even a little worried for Choi Han's opponent. Our guy's a lot stronger, someone murmurs, watching Cale give Choi Han the green light. Fight as much as you want, Cale tells him. I will, Choi Han replies flatly. Definitely win, Cale adds before turning back to Tunka and calling him out by his old alias. Bob, he says, and the barbarian visibly flinches. If they're going to throw down, Cale decides, they might as well do it somewhere with a proper battlefield instead of some cramped tent. Cale flashes a knowing smile, dragon perched at his side and the sunset behind him, already looking 3 moves ahead of everyone else in the room. The sun dips low over Tunka's war camp, rows of tents catching the last orange light before whatever's about to go down tonight. Someone calls out across the camp, young Master Cale, as the group settles in to watch whatever's coming. Rosalind isn't so sure about any of this. What if they end up hating us, she asks, eyeing Tunka pacing in the distance. Lark's got a different worry. If Choi Han wins too clean, wouldn't that just make things worse? Cale's already 3 steps ahead, quietly worried Tunka might get so humiliated he refuses to hold up his end of the deal. You don't need to worry, Cale says flatly, which somehow does nothing to make Rosalind or Lark look any less nervous. Here's the thing about Tunka, as scary as he looks, next to a whale or a dragon, he's basically a featherweight. If he's still burning for revenge after one crushing loss to someone stronger, that alone explains how he clawed his way to the top. The crowd doesn't care about the nuance, they just want to fight and they roar for it. Tunka pumps his fist to the crowd like he's already won, while Cale just watches quietly from the sidelines. Choi Han steps up dead serious, no hesitation, while Tunka can't stop grinning at all the noise around them. Winning or losing isn't even the point for these warriors, Rosalind murmurs, watching the crowd lose its mind. It's a warrior's instinct, they fight without here, not a rulebook, and that's exactly what makes this so dangerous. That instinct is the only thing that matters, and the crowd howls louder as the 2 fighters start circling each other. Cale catches somebody spit out weak bastard and can't help wondering, wait, are they talking about him? Choi Han's jaw tightens. What did you say? He snaps while Tunka just cackles and needles him for being so wary of the guy. The warrior doesn't let up. Out here, he says, the weak die first, and everyone in this camp already knows it. Pitiful bastard, the insult lands, and Cale, of all people, looks almost offended on principle. Cale steps back and just watches the sunset, sword resting at his feet, letting this play out exactly how he wants it to. The fight kicks off for real now, fists glowing, first blood already drawn. Somebody's roaring in pain, and you can already tell this isn't going the way Tunka's side expected. You bastard, someone snarls through gritted teeth as blades and fists keep crashing together. Tunka just grins through it, wrapping his fists tighter like the pain's fuel, not a problem. A punch lands hard enough to light up the whole sky. This fight just got a lot less friendly. Another brutal exchange, another body sent reeling, and neither one of them is backing down an inch. Tunka drops to one knee, laughing through the pain. You really are strong, he admits, almost delighted about it. Keek, but I won't fall, Choi Han fires back and Tunka just tells him he talks too much. Tunka actually likes this. I like it, this power, apparently getting wrecked is his idea of a good time. They're trading blows purely hand to hand now, no tricks, just raw power slamming together. Cale can't quite wrap his head around it. Why is this guy laughing while he's getting the stuffing beaten out of him? Does he actually enjoy this? Rosalind finally asks the question everyone's thinking, young master, shouldn't you stop Choi Han? While Cal privately bets it'll end once Tunka's stamina runs dry. But Cal won't step in. You don't interfere in a warrior's ceremony, and giving up has to happen on the warrior's own terms. All they can do is watch. Then everything goes sideways. A massive surge of power rips through the air and the whole crowd loses it. Someone's sent flying clean off their feet as the shockwave rolls through the camp. Watch out, everyone move. The crowd scrambles as the blast rips toward them. When the dust settles, Choi Han's the one still standing, while Cal, Rosalind, and Lark watch quietly from their seats. Good work, Cal tells him simply. Yes, Sir Cal, Choi Han answers, calm as ever, like he didn't just level half the battlefield. Tunka's own men have to slap him awake to get him back on his feet. Ugh, the match. Tunka groans back to consciousness just in time to hear the verdict. You lost. News spreads fast. A new warrior's proven himself today, and there's already a party being thrown in his honor tonight. Not everyone's thrilled about it though. A few of Tunka's men look like they just watched their pride get stomped on. Cal figures that's not really his problem. All Cal really wants is to grab what he came here for and get out. Tunka calls out to Choi Han with a grin, I'll kill you next time, which is a weirdly cheerful thing to threaten somebody with. Choi Han doesn't even bother responding, just lets Tunka's laughter echo out over the camp. Cal's already thinking 2 steps ahead. He went easy on wrecking the magic tower, saving the real damage for whatever's coming 2 months from now. Cal tells Bailos to bring in everyone waiting outside, but there's someone Bailos wants him to meet first. Turns out it's one of the Alliance's own advisors, a woman named Harold, and her name clearly carries some weight around here. Harold steps up with a polished, practiced greeting for the young master. I'm Harold, she says with a bright smile that doesn't quite hide how hard she's sizing him up. Nice to meet you, I'm Cal, he replies, and Harold wastes no time getting to business. Turns out she's the one the commander wanted to sell the magic tower to. It's an honor to meet you, she says. We should have a much deeper conversation soon, and somehow that sounds like a promise and a warning at the same time. Somewhere else entirely, a strange voice cuts through the mist with a single word, human. Cal doesn't look thrilled to hear it. If his face is anything to go by, he's already clocked that this one's a liar. Cal tells Bailos to round up everyone waiting outside, ready for a new round of introductions. Before diving in, there's someone he needs to meet first, one of the Alliance's current advisors, Harold. Harold steps forward, an unassuming young man with a quiet, steady presence. The advisor beside him beams, delighted to finally meet the young master. Harold introduces himself properly and shakes Cal's hand as the two of them size each other up. She admits she's the one the commander wanted to hand the magic tower over to, and says it's an honor to meet him. Someone murmurs that they should all have a proper, serious talk soon, not just pleasantries. Off to the side, the dragon leans in close and mutters just one word to Cal, human. Cal recalls a small but telling detail. Commoners in the Whipper Kingdom don't carry last names. That's Harold's whole deal, no title, no name to flaunt, nothing that stands out. With that plain face and average skills, he reads as the most forgettable guy in the room by design. And that's exactly why people follow him, Tunka included, grinning as he talks him up. He and Harold are treated like the last hope for the kingdom's citizens, but leans in with a warning. Human, he's a liar. Cal files it away. If there's an unfair deal hiding in this alliance, his money's on Harold, not Tunka. Best to tread carefully. The magic tower rises against the sunset, the destination for whatever comes next. Cal admits the outside looks better than he expected, though he's already bracing for chaos once they step inside. Someone asks if Tunka's coming in too, and he practically explodes. No way is he crazy enough to set foot in that dump. Cal, fox and cat in his arms, wonders aloud why Tunka keeps glancing back at him. He jokes it might just be the smell of a good fight. The guy really does love brawling. He sizes the group up in his head, a weak but interesting bastard, and a strangely strong-looking one who's secretly weak as the tower looms ahead. The group presses on toward the tower entrance, footsteps echoing in the quiet. One of the escorts shoots a challenging look back, daring anyone staring to go another round with him. Harol and the advisor fall into step behind Cale as they near the tower's doors. Footsteps click across the ground as the group closes in on the entrance. Somebody jokes about playing a round of catch the mice, then asks, dead serious, exactly how many bodies they are dealing with. With the tower looming behind them, the group makes their way toward the entrance, fox and cat in tow. The fox and cat nuzzle each other because, hey, life's precious, even for tiny fluffy creatures. Tiny Chibai perks up and asks if he should tag along with Cale too. Cale tells him no, the two of them are headed somewhere else, to go catch some mice of their own. The word hangs there for a beat mice, a joke that's really about clearing out the tower's remaining threats. While the pets play, Cale asks Tunka straight up if he's dealt with the mages' bodies still inside the tower. Tunka says he left a few bastards whose souls, in his words, don't need any comforting. Tunka brushes it off as Cale being squeamish about merhuman corpses and promises to keep them from getting close. Cale isn't even surprised he called it. Flames swallow the scene as Tunka insists cremation is the only real comfort left to give the dead. Tribesmen, it turns out, have long burned every corpse they can officially to stop the spread of disease. Cale reminds himself exactly who these mages were, the ones who ran cruel experiments on the kingdom's people. Tunka grins wide, promising he's already planning to wipe out every trace, right down to drying up the remaining bloodline. But the mages who died were only the ones from the tower, which means plenty more are still scattered across the kingdom. What's left binding them together is simple: power and greed. And politics beyond the mages, who have grown disillusioned with all three. Some mages just wanted to keep researching magic in peace, hunched over glowing texts in the dark. These days they live like ghosts, quietly plotting a way out of the Whipper Kingdom for good. And the man who'd end up shielding them turns out to be none other than Alvar Crossman, the Crown Prince himself. Someone asks, almost too casually, if they can go inside a request loaded with more weight than it sounds. The group gathers outside the tower, one figure hanging back at a distance watching. The door creaks open, and Cale immediately recoils. Whatever's waiting inside announces itself with a truly awful smell. He complains the rotting stench is overwhelming, and someone suggests just propping the door open for air. Tunka adds that they should cover up the corpses too. Cale admits, quietly, that he's too much of a coward to look at them for long. Cale steps deeper inside as the door groans open, one of the advisors offering to guide him through. Harol asks if he wants the full floor-by-floor tour. Cale says no, he wants to go straight to the top. The advisor flinches, caught off guard. Pardon, before Cale explains he's simply curious about the one room that looks down on everything else. They head for their real destination, the private chamber of the mage's tower's late master. Let's go there first, Cale decides, leading the way. The door creaks open on the master's room at last, confirmed by the advisor at his side. Cale takes in the wreckage. It's an absolute mess as she asks permission to look around herself, and he waves her on. Cale asks for a moment alone to think in peace. Is that too much to ask? She hesitates, clearly unsure. The spear-wielding guard tells the others to hold their position right there. She steps up instead, telling the advisor she'll be the one to personally escort the young master. She advises leaving one door open so he can still see inside and feel at ease. Cale thanks her. Alone now, Cale surveys the wreckage and can't help but ask himself, did you really destroy everything? Looking down over the ruined room, he's told plainly, of course, this is where the most vicious human alive once lived. A monster born from mana. A monster created by mana, a mage, he repeats to himself. Beside him mutters flatly, a liar. Cale asks point-blank if she's a mage too. She hesitates, just calling him chief. No, she finally answers, bathed in an eerie glow. The name surfaces at last: Harol Kodyang. Cale remembers him from the pages of The Birth of a Hero, just one of the many minor extras he'd filed away in his memory. Turns out Harol is the bloodline of the tower's late master, Pister Kodyang, and a very real monster in his own right. Born from mana, unknown to his own father, and left behind by a mother who died utterly alone giving birth to him. That truth is what first lit the fuse on Harol's rage, a man who wants war even more than Tunka, and dreams of wiping every mage off the earth. But what he doesn't know yet might change everything. Somewhere in the birth of a hero, there's a single line that turns all that rage into grief instead. Cale finally asks him outright, did you want to erase every trace your father ever existed? The question hangs in the ruined room, the traces of your father. Harold's face twists, furious and fighting back tears, as he vows to erase this whole ugly tower. Cale just smirks at the blood-stained wreckage around them and asks coolly, what do you think? Fog rolls over the wrecked courtyard of a mage tower. A quiet vow cuts through it, erase every last trace your father left here, then almost playfully so, what do you think? Back in a quieter room, Cale leans against the desk with his little dragon draped over his shoulder, smirking through a scoff of his own. A woman across the room narrows her eyes. How did he know? Simple, he says her own mana gave her away. The little dragon perks up, needling in. Then what about you, young master? Cale just shrugs it off. Is she planning to use his bloodline against him? A bloodline isn't a sin, he says, so why would he ever weaponize it? She turns it right back on him. Isn't he the one in a tough spot right now? After all, the tower's taxes were what kept the local people fed. Picture it, mountains of gold, glittering possibility, the kind of fortune everyone's suddenly imagining once the tower's value comes into play. Because somebody, call him Advisor Harold, has to satisfy every greedy hand reaching for a piece of that tower, at least a little. Cut to a formal sit-down. Someone across the table notes it plainly. One of Cale's party is a mage. Indeed, Cale confirms. So what exactly does the Roun Kingdom want to do with the tower, they press. Cale's answer doesn't leave much room for negotiation. The tower is his, and he's not sharing what's his with anybody. In his head, the real plan's already running. Why hand this over to some kingdom after everything it took to get here? This tower's going to become a resource for the strongest castle in the world. Watching him zone out, his companions trade a look. Guess being a smart, crazy bastard means you've got a lot to think about. Someone finally asks the obvious question, isn't the Whipper Kingdom's wizard core exactly what young Master Cale's been after? Cale just blinks. He waves it off completely. He doesn't need any wizards anymore. He's already got someone far more powerful standing right beside him. Cue the little dragon, preening on a windowsill and announcing himself. The view's great up here, human. And so is the powerful one he's talking about, obviously. Cale turns his attention to the kingdom's man for the job. All right then, Advisor Harold Hoarding. More visitors have shown up, someone notes. The mage in Cale's party glances toward the door, wary. Other people. Harold all smiles, waves it off. She can hear the finer details from his own people once this part wraps up. She fidgets with the pin at her collar, bracing herself for whatever comes next. Cale sends her off with a smirk. Have a good discussion, he says, like he already knows exactly how it's going to go. She mutters back that she'll try being the operative word. The group heads deeper into the tower's halls, Harold and his people falling in step alongside Cale. Harold catches his attention. Young master, Cale glances back. What? Harold lays out the plan. The payment goes under his own name first, with Bylos acting as the middleman funneling the money from Cale. Cale agrees, easy enough. Sure, Harold says he'll get the down payment ready and send the rest within the month. Then comes the real question, aimed straight at Cale. Young master, how much exactly are you thinking of paying them? 100 million, Harold guesses nervously. Cale doesn't even blink. No. 1 billion then. Cale just looks away, unimpressed, not even close. 10 billion, Cale finally offers, like it's generous. Harold nearly chokes. Wait, the whole thing is destroyed and that's still the number. Harold scrambles to explain. Towers like this usually run over 1 trillion, they're massive. Sure, the magic equipment's fried right now, but why is he lowballing this hard? Cale's not budging. 10 billion tops. Treat it like an empty shell of a building and slash the price. Oh, and while he's at it, buy up plenty of the land around it too. Harold lets out a defeated groan. Looks like he's going to have to sell something of his own just to cover the gap this deal leaves behind. Cale just smiles, thoroughly pleased with himself. Harold dissolves into helpless laughter while Cale nods along. It really is great not having to repeat himself. Harold admits his heart's racing over a sum that big. Cale just smirks, pretty sure that's excitement, not panic. As the meeting wraps and people start filing out, someone calls after him, Sir Cale. One last question before the ink dries. The place is a wreck, so is he actually planning to clean it up himself? Cal confirms it, calm as ever. Yes, he fully intends to clean up every bit of it. With a satisfied little nod, nice, he decides there's nothing left to check out here, time to head back. The group starts packing up, cloaks going back on as the negotiation officially closes out. But Cal's not really done, quietly to himself, since he'll be coming back here again tonight. Later, at camp, someone notices he doesn't look right and asks if he's feeling okay. "Weak bastard," comes the blunt reply. Cal shrugs it off. Doesn't matter, they've got their guest of honor for the celebration anyway, and he genuinely is too weak for this, needs his rest, apparently. The celebration's in full swing, somebody already teasing that they can feel romance brewing among the Whipper Kingdom's warriors, with perfect timing right as Choi Han walks up. Toasts all around. Cal makes his exit official, telling the towering warrior by the bonfire, "See, he's really leaving now." Someone offers to stand guard outside his tent for the night. "Exactly," comes the reply, "he's turning in for the night." Of course, the guard nods, none the wiser. Which is exactly when Cal slips out the other way, quiet as a shadow. Out in the dark, his fox companions are already on the job, noses to the ground. "Did you find it yet?" One of them yips back, tail wagging, pretty sure they've narrowed down where it is. Cal buttons up, all business now, his expression gone sharp and focused. Dressed down in black and flanked by his little pack, he's ready to move under cover of night. One goal tonight, reach the Magic Tower Master's room, and he's counting on his companions to get him there. The whole little crew flops down together for a beat, and even a covert mission gets one ridiculous, adorable pause. Old records tell of a night the sky itself caught fire, some legendary birth, dressed up bigger than life. Dramatize anything enough times, and it turns into myth. Down on the ground, it was chaos, soldiers scattered as something with wings tore through the sky. That night is exactly the kind of legend our guy's been digging through old records to find. Cut to the present, same tower, considerably less fire. Enter Cal, strolling into the magic tower after dark with a dragon, a fox, and a cat all trailing behind like they own the place. The cat's just thrilled they made it inside at all. Down they go, deeper into the tower's belly, torches flickering as On glides along behind him. He's not here to sightsee, he's hunting one specific wall, and he's not totally sure which one yet. First basement floor, he decides, though decides might be generous. Wrong call, one look at his own face says it all. Turns out he picked the wrong floor entirely, and to add insult to injury, he'd climbed all the way down from the top for nothing. No point wasting time backtracking on foot, though not when you've got magic to burn. A surge of power wraps around the whole tower like a whirlwind. Cal just folds the distance shut and drops himself straight down to the right floor, pets in arms. Whoever's watching from the stairwell is losing their mind over a shortcut Cal treats like an average Tuesday. Confirmed he's exactly where he needs to be. He's been buried in old Birth of a Hero records, mostly useless legend building, but buried in the fluff was exactly the intel he needed. He works a little magic of his own to sniff out his target, familiar in hand. His fox and cat go to work, noses down, tails up, they've got a scent. This hiding spot was a secret known only to the family head and the tower's master, a blind spot built for exactly one coward to disappear into. Too scared of the tower's security to ever crawl back out, he sealed himself in there and just stayed. Cal keeps circling the wall, patting stone, muttering to himself. Whatever he's got tucked away, he's ready to use it. Then he stops dead. Something in the shadows just gave itself away. Found it. He pulls out exactly the tool he needs, a little magic stone, clearly saved for this moment. The walls got telltale dents in a 5-pointed star, a lock only someone who knew exactly what to look for would ever notice. He slots the stone into place, and the wall gets the message. Stone grinds against stone, and a hidden passage cracks open right in front of him. Something inside shrieks, and Cal, completely unbothered, just tilts his head. Turns out that Shriek wasn't a monster, it was crying. Curled up in the dark, scared out of his mind, is the guy they've been hunting, a kid tagged Muller. Cal just stares, genuinely baffled by the sobbing mess in front of him. Even his pets feel bad for the guy. Cal's not buying the pity party, not from a kid who's been living fat off a family fortune built on this very tower. Muller was the one person alive who knew about the tower's last line of defense, and the second he thought he'd been made, he panicked and buried himself in here. Scared enough of dying that he blew off his own father's dying wish, Cal's not exactly moved. Muller flinches like he's already bracing for the killing blow. Bread rolls across the floor and he barely reacts, too deep in his own spiral to notice. Cal, unbothered, just tells him to come out and eat something. Not exactly the execution Muller was bracing for. This kid apparently inherited dwarven craftsmanship and a mouse's talent for staying hidden and still manages to look completely clueless. Cal's not thrilled about the vibe. Muller stammers out a thank you, still shaking. Cal lays out the deal, live, but it's going to cost him. The ask lands like a gut punch. Cal wants him to hand over the Tower Master's own treasure room. Small detour first. Cal points out he dropped his bread because priorities. Bread rescued, Cal circles right back to business. Every Tower Master apparently kept a private stash all their own. The real Master's room, basement level 4, Cal already knows exactly where he's headed next. Muller's stuck wondering how Cal even knows any of this right before Cal asks if he can actually get them inside. The terms are simple: cooperate and he lives. Muller's all in, groveling on the floor, promising to do literally anything. Getting to the 4th basement takes a magic stone conveniently. Cal's already got one to spare. Since Muller's going to need the energy for what's next, Cal tells him to eat up. Eat lots, he insists, not exactly out of kindness. Fed and terrified in equal measure, they arrive at the mouth of a hidden cave. The whole strange little crew heads inside: dragon, cat, fox, and one very nervous hostage. Muller nods along, sweating buckets, leading the way in. Cal keeps him up front. If there's a trap down here, Muller's finding it first. Deeper in, the whole group tenses up at once. Muller freezes, spotting something none of them expected. Feet start moving fast. Whatever's down here, nobody wants to be caught standing still. Something in the dark lets out a screech that echoes through the whole passage. Even Cal looks rattled for once, staring at something he clearly wasn't expecting to find down here. Whatever it is, he's found it. This magic tower's been hiding 2 huge secrets: a mana storage device built on some ancient power, and the actual reason mana resistance even happens. That storage device runs on principles nobody's cracked in centuries, and Cal's about to get his hands all over it. This wing belonged to a tribe who treated this ancient power like scripture, except for one skeptic named Harold, who thought it was all nonsense. They would have lost their minds finding this place intact after all this time. That excitement never got the chance to happen for them. Lucky for Cal, their loss just became his personal jackpot. The tower's crystalline heart glows right in front of him, just waiting to be claimed. Even Rayon's hyped, telling Cal this looks like fun. Cal, ever the responsible guardian, immediately offers to let a baby dragon poke at untested ancient magic. What could go wrong? Sure, but if this thing gets any stronger, it's mine, Cal says, already calling dibs on power he hasn't even earned yet. Rayon zips around the tower, absolutely delighted with himself, having the time of his life. Watching him, Cal softens just a little, already scheming to build the little guy his own research room later. Enter Muller, a jumpy tower attendant who nearly leaps out of his skin the second Cal says his name out loud. So you knew my name? Muller stammers. Yeah, buddy, that's usually how introductions work. Cal wastes no time, straight to the tower's master now. Terrified and compliant, Muller squeaks out a yes before Cal even finishes the sentence. This basement level apparently is the part that survives even after the whole tower eventually crumbles. Cal rattles off a to-do list to Rayon like he's ordering takeout: a security system here, a few magic traps there, nothing too complicated. Rayon's all in, the other humans can't take it, already plotting to turn this vault into a death trap for anyone who isn't them. Take the lead, Cal tells Muller, less a request, more an order. The kid's basically been drafted into this treasure hunt whether he likes it or not. Floor 20 coming right up. Cal ends up hauling Muller around piggyback with Rayon and both cats along for the ride, not exactly the dignified descent Twitchy was hoping for. I can walk, Muller protests, mortified, while absolutely nobody listens to him. He gets bounced around like luggage the whole way down, yelping with every step. The poor kid just keeps hollering into the void as they go. Muller's still screaming, but the tower outside keeps glowing like nothing's wrong at all. The tower looms over the greenery below, quietly hiding exactly what they are about to find. Floor 20, this is supposedly where the magic tower's master lives, supposedly. Muller stumbles, clearly barely holding it together. "I'm sorry," he blurts out, hugging the white cat like it's the only friendly face left in the room, and with blood streaked on the walls behind him, that's not exactly reassuring. Cal just watches, arms crossed, completely unbothered by the carnage. Muller lets out a shaky awe, the universal sound of realizing exactly who you're dealing with. "There's one more floor," Cal reveals. Naturally, everyone assumes floor 21 is the real master's room. Nope, wrong again. "Then what do you call it?" Cal asks, cool as ever, already 3 steps ahead of everyone in the room. The real room of the tower's master, a place so secret even the entire non-wizard alliance never sniffed it out. Even the legend of the hero's birth only gave it one throwaway line. Nobody, and we mean nobody, was ever supposed to know this room existed. "We call it Ground Zero," Cal says, and Muller looks like he just heard his own death sentence. "Get it ready," Cal orders, all business, eyes gleaming at what's about to be his. The magic hums to life around them, ancient power stirring after who knows how many centuries of silence. The whole group steps into a swirling ring of light, Cal, the cats, Rayon, all of it activating at once. The tower's golden star-shaped core flares up, crackling with raw energy. The crackling doesn't let up, if anything it's building towards something bigger. "Oh, I didn't know it was here," Cal mutters, casually strolling into a room hidden from the entire world. No big deal. A hand presses into the glowing orb, and somewhere far outside, the whole sky booms. Miles away, a couple of guys enjoying a late-night drink just about jump out of their skin. "Did you hear that?" one asks. "What are you talking about?" "Drink more," the other fires back, already deciding ignorance is bliss. They toast it off with a big laugh, though one of them can't quite shake the feeling that boom meant something. Back in the tower, Cal rounds on Muller with one simple demand: explain. Muller yelps, flustered, scrambling to get the words out. "Over there," he manages, pointing at a window. Apparently the plan is exactly as insane as it sounds. "Jump straight out of it. That's the way to Ground Zero, evidently. No stairs, no elevator, just a window and a leap of faith." "Jump out the window," repeating it out loud doesn't make it sound any less ridiculous. But yes, that's exactly how you reach Ground Zero. Muller's whole body tenses up, bracing for something he already knows is about to happen to him specifically. "You know what happens if you're lying, right?" Cal asks with a grin that promises nothing good. The cats chirp their agreement, not exactly helpful backup for Twitchy right about now. "Wait, why me? You said you'd spare me," Muller shrieks right before Cal lobs him toward the window like a sack of laundry. And out he goes, screaming the whole way down into the swirling portal below. The 2 cats watch him vanish into the blue with the mild concern of creatures who have clearly seen this exact thing before. Elsewhere, 2 familiar furballs, Hong and her sharp-eyed sister, catch a blur streaking through the sky and can't quite believe their own eyes. Cal scoops up both cats without missing a beat. "Wouldn't expect any less from magic," he says, completely unfazed by any of it. Then he takes off running himself, boots pounding toward that same window. And just like that, Cal leaps straight through the golden portal, cats in his arms, chasing Muller down into Ground Zero. Light swallows them whole as they fall through the passage. They tumble out the other side in a blaze of gold, cats and all. "Whoa," the cats cry out, honestly same. Because what they land in is a straight-up dragon's hoard, mountains of gold and jewels stacked as far as the eye can see. Cal can barely choke out a word. Then he loses it entirely, cackling with laughter that echoes off a room full of literal treasure. Rayon and the others stare down at it all in stunned silence, buried in gold up to their knees. Even the cats are cackling now, rolling around in piles of coins like it's the greatest day of their 9 lives. Cal throws his arms wide, grinning ear to ear. After all that scheming and tossing a poor tower attendant out a window, they are officially obscenely rich. Under a cold night sky, a mysterious figure makes Muller an offer he can't refuse. a warm bed, real safety, and eventually freedom. There's a catch, of course. All Muller has to do is follow him, loyally to the letter. Muller doesn't hesitate for long, he agrees on the spot. Step 1, the stranger says, get him out of the Whipper Kingdom entirely. Freedom starts with an exit. And as a little signing bonus, he tosses Muller a glittering treasure the kid can't stop staring at. One blunt question follows, can he actually do what's asked of him? Muller squeaks out a yes before his brain even catches up. Then the first order lands like a freight train, design a blueprint for a castle, and a ship, no pressure. Turns out Cale, red hair and all, is already picturing the finished product, casually approving the size of the magic tower like he's picking throw pillows. Muller's panicking on the inside, but the vision Cale's cooking up starts taking shape, a ship riding on the back of a giant turtle. Sure, it looks like something out of a legendary naval war, but Cale swears this thing is strictly for his peaceful retirement plans. His actual wish list is simple, a cozy suite sturdy enough to survive being hauled around, shaped like his family's gold turtle crest. Cale's pep talk is pure motivation by mild terror. Treat this like your life's on the line, and don't worry, Owen and Hong will be watching to make sure he does. So Muller gets to work with two massive supervisors breathing down his neck, the Black Dragon and the Fire Fox, thoroughly entertained by his suffering. Somewhere between the nerves, Muller finds a little affection for his new furry overseers and promises to give this everything he's got. Cutting straight to business, Cale confirms he already read every word of the contract in front of him. Things are moving faster than even he expected. In a single day, the deal comes together, with Harold and Bylos sitting right across the table from him. Negotiations for the magic tower wrap up fast. Cale's philosophy is simple, dragging things out helps nobody. The price tag is a jaw-dropping 10 billion galleon, land included, and suddenly everyone's very eager to close this fast. Cale agrees to tear the tower down within a year, easy. But Harold, ever the cautious one, tacks on two more conditions. No shipping the magic building overseas and no quietly raising an army of mages under his name. Harold's not taking any chances. All that's left is Cale's thumbprint, and the whole deal becomes official. Cale can't help but notice it. Harold's face says he'd honestly rather not be selling this at all. But profit is profit. Harold caves, presses his thumbprint down and makes it official. Harold's practically giddy, bragging about a friendly match against Cale's man Wilsman, and Cale can't quite believe how chummy everyone's gotten with these so-called barbarians. Cale's low-key impressed, his vice captain's turning out to be a surprisingly smooth talker, and Harold even offers extra manpower for the demolition. Harold seals it with a handshake, more than happy to help tear down what he clearly considers an eyesore. He even gets a little sentimental, telling Cale it's fine to feel proud since he's now tied to people destined for great things. Harold's already writing his own legend, boasting they'll both go down in the continent's history together. Cale just smiles along, clearly enjoying this. In his head though, Cale's got a much darker punchline ready, falling from grace still counts as making history. His mind wanders to something else entirely, a book series called Heroes Birth about to wrap its 5th volume, and what happens after that is anyone's guess. Shaking it off, Cale moves on to whatever's next on his very long to-do list. Whatever's coming, he says almost to himself, he's actually looking forward to it. Next stop, a merchant meeting, and the guy's eyes go wide the second gold hits the table. It's not just the coin that gets him, it's the seal on the letter. Suddenly the whole deal makes a lot more sense. Cale tells him to open the bag himself, and the merchant realizes exactly what he's been handed. His jaw drops. These are genuine magical items crafted by the Whipper Kingdom's own mages, stuff that isn't supposed to exist anymore. Every piece was made exclusively for nobility and royalty, and Cale casually mentions more bags just like it are on the way. The merchant asks for his cut. 30%, Cale answers flatly, even he wasn't expecting a slice that big. He'd mentally budgeted for maybe 20%, figuring these unsellable relics weren't worth much more. 30 just made his whole day. Cale sweetens the pot further, promising the position the merchant's been quietly chasing is right around the corner. Then comes the real bombshell. War is coming between the North and the sea, and this stays strictly between the two of them. Before Cale can process much else, a familiar voice crackles through the magic line, his grand uncle. The instructions are blunt, just do it, no questions asked, and Cale, unusually obedient, agrees without pushing back. The real target finally gets a name, Odious, the shadowy power quietly running the whole northwestern region behind the scenes. It's all tangled up with something far more personal too, a day the Black Dragon has been waiting for. His revenge is finally coming. Whatever this mission really is, the clock's already ticking, 1 month no more. The destination gets a name too, Mount Elia, and a small team is already gearing up to head out. Cale's ask sounds simple on paper, just retrieve the object he described. Whether it's simple in practice is another matter entirely. His vice captain hesitates before speaking up, clearly bracing for whatever's about to be asked of him. Cale doesn't sugarcoat it, can he actually pull this off or not? The vice captain forces out a yes, sweating through it, while Cale just smiles like he already knows this is going to be a mess. Good news for at least one of them, no trek through the snowy region required. His only job is keeping an eye on Lark. The team fires up instantly, swearing they'll prove themselves. A little too enthusiastically, honestly, for Cale's taste. The job description is basically a full checklist. Guide them, protect them, feed them, get them home safe. One guy quietly hopes that means skipping the mountain since heights are very much not his thing. Cale's answer is basically a shrug, do whatever works. The rest of the crew, meanwhile, is just thrilled to be along for the ride. Someone mutters, only half joking, wondering how a guy like that ever made vice captain. Then it's straight back to business, where to next? Cale traces a spot on the map and gives the order plainly, this is where they need to go. The reaction is immediate disbelief, surely he's pointing at the wrong spot on the map. Cale just lets the silence answer for him. This path, it seems, doesn't exactly come with an exit. 3 weeks after everything settles down, the story picks back up somewhere new. A village swallowed by non-stop rain, tucked right at the edge of a jungle nobody wants to enter. Cale and Choi Han trudge through the downpour, and one of them can't help but ask, why are there so many tombstones here? Turns out this whole village was built by families who lost someone to the jungle nearby, and they're still waiting for them to come home. But hope doesn't last forever. Every one of these gravestones marks the moment somebody finally gave up waiting. Row after row of them stretching off into the dark. This is the rainforest, one of the western continent's 5 great mysteries, right up there with the dark forest. It rains here non-stop, and once you wander in, you don't just get lost. You basically vanish. Locals call it the path of no escape, and it's exactly where this village pinned all its hope and all its heartbreak. Choi Han mutters it plain and simple, this place is depressing, so what exactly are they doing here? Someone drops a one-word answer, hope. Cale isn't sure he heard that right. The ask turns out to be bigger than expected. They're being asked to become this jungle's hope, no pressure at all. Somewhere else in the rain, an old man sits quietly with a couple of fox companions, just watching the storm roll on. A memory bleeds through the rain, someone once begged a loved one not to go into that jungle at all. Back in the present, someone's fussing over Cale like he's made of sugar, watch out for the rain, sir. Cale casually hands off his umbrella duty to Hans, leaving the poor guy soaked and sputtering, wait, what about me? Cale's not exactly thrilled about the weather either, dripping wet and unimpressed. He ends up sharing his umbrella anyway because deep down, even the family's so-called trash has manners. Cale sends Hans off to scout an inn, warning him not to expect 5-star accommodations out here. Step 1, dry off before doing anything else. Even reluctant heroes hate being soggy. Locals keep wandering into the rainforest chasing the same word, hope. Choi Han just blinks, hope, huh? Because apparently there's a legend behind all this, and it's the kind that gets people killed. Word around the inn says a dragon lives deep in that jungle. Cale's own dragon On is personally offended. Dragons are mighty, not miracle machines, thank you very much. On insists there's no other dragon around, period. But the legend keeps going anyway, reach the dragon's lair and it'll grant you a wish. Cal sips his tea, already picturing his own wish. Shocking absolutely no one, it's all about getting rich. Selfish, trivial, doesn't matter, the legend says the dragon grants it all. On's had enough of hearing it, dragons are strong, not divine. He's calling nonsense on the whole thing, and honestly, everyone already suspects the legend is just a comforting lie. But when you're desperate enough, even a lie is easier to hold onto than nothing at all. That same lie is exactly what keeps luring people to their deaths. Cal's solution: just chop the whole forest down. Burn it, prove there's no dragon, problem solved. Classic overkill logic. Choi Han shuts that down fast, way too aggressive. Just tell people the truth and the whole reason to go in disappears on its own. Before that plan goes anywhere, word arrives. The scouting party sent up the mountain is finally back. Wilsman leads them back in, all business as usual. The rest of the crew rolls in loud and thrilled, because apparently near-death missions are just a Tuesday for these guys. Cal tells everyone to rest up, then turns straight to business. Lark, did you bring what I asked for? The items here, all right, and Cal's already calling dibs on whatever's inside. Hand it over without a second thought. Whoever's giving it up clearly knows exactly what kind of ancient power is packed inside. And that's the wild part, Lark just agrees. No hesitation, no complaints, suspiciously easy. With everything finally packed and sorted, the real prep begins. Then Cal drops the bombshell, calm as ever. He's heading into the forest, right now himself. The reaction is instant chaos, a full-volume pardon that could wake the whole village. Choi Han and Rosalind stare him down, dead serious. Is he actually being serious right now? On isn't asking permission either, he's coming along, and Cal is absolutely not leaving him behind. Everyone gets lost in there, they warn him. Cal just shrugs it off. Who said that'll happen to him? Someone asks On if he even knows why the place is so dangerous. His answer: nope, not a clue. The real danger is the mist itself. It scrambles mana and minds alike, and once it's got you, there's no finding your way back out. Cal's not worried though, he's got backup. What could possibly go wrong with a team like this? And just like that, the group steps off the map and into the endless rain of the path of no escape. Deep inside, a very different scene is playing out. Someone's apologizing to their commander, voice shaking. Turns out this isn't just any commander, someone calls her Your Majesty, and they've already been stuck out here 2 full weeks. No monsters, no enemies chasing them, just an endless maze of rain and trees that refuses to let them leave. The dread is setting in hard. What if they just die out here, and it all traces back to one stupid fire? That fire is the whole reason they wandered into this cursed jungle in the first place. Now she's ready to burn a path out herself, even though some part of her hates the idea of torching the forest at all. But her people come first. Their lives matter more to her than the hope of strangers waiting back home. Before she can act on it, something rustles in the dark and every head snaps up. A monster. She's up and armed before the word even finishes leaving someone's mouth. Steel flashes through the rain, something's already engaging. The rustling doesn't stop. Whatever it is, it's circling them from every side. Then just as fast, everything goes dead silent except for footsteps, slow and deliberate, closing in through the mist. And then a hooded figure strolls right out of the fog with an awkward little wave. Hey, so he saw their fire and got a little too excited about it. It's Cal, dragon tucked in his coat, grinning like he didn't just crash a life or death survival situation, casually asking if he can borrow their campfire for the night.